Chapter 159. A transaction with Old Cao once more. Hu Laosi, I shall not rest even in death until I have avenged myself upon you. Hearing the faint shouts echoing through the alley, Liang Zhenguo found himself somewhat admiring this young man's tenacity. Even with 3 injured legs, he still possessed the strength to cry out so fervently. It seems he need not worry about being unnoticed. It would ensure that Xiao Yong meets his demise in this dead-end alley. If memory serves correctly, this place is not far from the small gambling den where Hu Laosi frequents. If he shouts a few more times, someone is bound to come. As for framing Hu Laosi for this, what a jest. Had he not informed Hu Laosi of his wife's infidelity, by the time Hu Laosi discovered it for himself, he would have been galloping across a verdant expanse atop his steed. He ought to express gratitude to himself. Moreover, the individual is not deceased. At worst, he has merely been apprehended by the authorities for reformation, which can be construed as a form of rehabilitation from gambling. He should indeed be thankful to himself for this. Gambling and drugs are perilous. May he take this as a cautionary lesson. As for the fate of Lu Earnyang, having strayed with a man of Xiao Yong's ilk, she is certainly not a woman of virtue. Since they have no children, perhaps once freed from the clutches of Hu Laosi, this gambling fiend, she might find a more suitable partner in the future. Considering this, he has inadvertently done a good deed. After a night of numerous virtuous acts, Liang Zhenguo swiftly cast Xiao Yong from his mind and returned to Pigeon Market. First, he glanced at the spot where he had previously traded with Old Cao, but there was still no one present. Thus, he wandered about, and the number of visitors to Pigeon Market had significantly increased that evening. He managed to unearth 2 genuine antiques, which provided him with a total of 5 units of energy. With no more antiques to discover, he sought out ticket vendors, only to find that none had the coveted radio tickets he yearned for, though he unexpectedly acquired a bicycle ticket and 2 flashlight tickets. As for the other tickets, he had no interest. He had yet to exhaust those he purchased last time. The antiques at Pigeon Market are rather scarce. Perhaps I shall explore the black market next time, he muttered to himself, somewhat exasperated after acquiring the tickets. Pigeon Market is quite convenient within the city, yet the majority of exchanges here revolve around agricultural products and tickets, with illicit goods being quite rare, such as firearms. Naturally, the antiques and jade artifacts he seeks also fall into the category of contraband. Venturing to the black market poses certain complications, especially since it lies beyond the city gates. However, given the meager yield from Pigeon Market, visiting the black market periodically might be worthwhile. His activities are infrequent, and thus his acquisition of antiques should not arouse excessive attention, particularly from official sources. He remains skeptical that Pigeon Market and the black market are devoid of governmental oversight. Otherwise, if the black market were to become too brazen, the authorities would swiftly conduct a sweep, allowing the black market to exist under officially sanctioned regulations, alleviating some pressure from the scarcity of official resources, while simultaneously confiscating various contraband items. After purchasing the tickets, Liang Zhenguo meandered about Pigeon Market with little enthusiasm, contemplating the scarcity of vegetables at home, prompting him to exchange some grains with a few elderly gentlemen for homegrown vegetables. Initially believing Old Cao would not appear again tonight, Liang Zhenguo stowed the purchased vegetables into a space and prepared to stealthily slip away along the wall shadow. At that moment, a cloaked figure, face obscured in garb and a robe patched in numerous places, barely revealing its original color, cautiously crept against the dilapidated wall of the opposite courtyard like an old cat, heading towards the spot where he had last traded with Old Cao. Under his scrutiny, this figure could only be Old Cao. He stood still for a moment, glancing about, before finally producing a small cloth pouch from within his garments, clutching it tightly. Liang Zhenguo nodded, noting his caution. Before their last transaction, Old Cao had similarly observed him for quite some time, only approaching when he noticed Liang possessed grains. Liang Zhenguo stepped out from the shadows. Though he recognized Old Cao, he lowered his voice, tinged with curiosity, and inquired, "Old Cao." Old Cao was evidently startled, turning to face Liang Zhenguo. "Are you the comrade who purchased my family's blue and white porcelain plum vase last time?" Liang Zhenguo concealed his face. He could only surmise from the voice, and within Pigeon Market, he had only divulged his name to one person, that being Old Cao. Indeed, Liang Zhenguo nodded, concealing his face, contemplating potential future collaborations. He thought it inappropriate to address each other as comrades indefinitely, yet for the sake of safety, he could only introduce himself as, "My surname is Qin. Comrade Qin, I visited yesterday and assumed you would not come today." Old Chao's voice carried a hint of surprise. Just testing my luck, Liang Zhenguo approached, initially avoiding the topic of collaboration, his gaze fixating on the cloth bag he clutched. Have you brought more treasures? Old Cao glanced around cautiously before meticulously unwrapping the cloth bag layer by layer. Inside lay a jade whose spring vase, its body unadorned, presenting a subtle and refined milky yellow glaze. The glaze was thick, with intricate natural cracks, shimmering softly under the faint beam of Old Chao's flashlight. Take a look. Old Chao's voice bore a barely perceptible note of anticipation. This is also from the Song Dynasty, a roux-kiln sky blue glaze. Although it is not the most esteemed sky blue, this milky yellow glaze is indeed a rare find. His word were laced with unmistakable pride. Liang Zhenguo refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he reached out to grasp the vase, discerning its quality by touch alone. The familiar vibrations emanating from the space confirmed that this vase was indeed an antique. He then examined it more closely, feeling its cool, solid weight and excellent texture. While it may not possess the visual allure of the previous vase, the energy reflected in its spatial vibrations suggested that it contained even greater power, indicating its superior value. This is a fine item. Liang Zhenguo returned the vase, his tone unembellished. Shall we stick to the old price of 20 jin? Upon hearing this, Old Cao nodded eagerly, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out into a chrysanthemum shape. Absolutely. Comrade Qin is a straightforward person. In fact, someone had attempted to purchase this vase yesterday, but that individual only offered 15 jin of coarse grain, a price that was not unfavorable in the pigeon market. In these times, there were few who understood the value and dared to collect such items. However, the offered price paled in comparison to what Liang Zhenguo had proposed previously. Old Cao had intended to sell it primarily for Liang Zhenguo's sake, driven by nothing more than his generosity. After waiting for 2 days, he had once again exchanged it for 20 jin of fine grain, which, when converted from coarse grain, would exceed 50 jin. The transaction was swiftly concluded. This time, Liang Zhenguo did not return to the alley, but directly retrieved a cloth bag containing the prepared 20 jin of cornmeal from his canvas satchel. Old Cao accepted it, weighing in his hands, taking a small taste, then hurriedly stashing the grain bag into his bosom. Today, he had not brought his grandson. Should anyone set their sights on him, an old man, he would undoubtedly find it difficult to escape. Watching Old Cao neatly rewrap the jade whose spring vase and hand it over, Liang Zhenguo accepted it without immediate departure. He stepped forward, lowering his voice to ensure that only the two of them could hear. Old Cao, I have a word. Old Cao was taken aback, tightening his grip on the grain bag, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Yet he still followed Liang Zhenguo into a more secluded corner. Liang Zhenguo recognized the guarded demeanor etched on Old Chao's aged face beneath the black cloth, and he smiled inwardly, proceeding directly to the point. Old Chao, I can see that you are a long-established figure in the capital, with roots and connections. Items like the one we discussed today must be plentiful in your possession or within your circle. Am I correct? Chapter 160, Establishing Cooperation. Liang Zhenguo initially intended to refer to the elder as a relic, but reconsidered, opting for Old Household to avoid any potential offense to Old Cao, which could hinder their forthcoming negotiations. Old Chao's eyes flickered, remaining silent, tacitly agreeing. His reticence stemmed from uncertainty regarding Liang Zhenguo's true identity, leaving him somewhat guarded. You may have noticed my penchant for collecting such items, Liang Zhenguo continued earnestly, but relying on chance in a fragmented manner is not a sustainable approach. I have a proposal for a long-term collaboration. Despite their 2 previous transactions, during which Old Cao had provided authentic artifacts, far more reliable than the mere whims of luck, Liang Zhenguo expressed his trust in Old Chao's character and discernment. Our partnership would involve you leveraging your connections and expertise within that circle to assist me in acquiring these treasures. Antiques, curiosities, jade artifacts, anything old and genuine. I am willing to procure. As for your remuneration, Liang Zhenguo paused, his gaze settling on the grain sack clutched tightly by Old Cao. I propose a salary based not on individual items, but rather on the quality and quantity of what you bring me. I estimate a fair exchange in terms of the cornmeal you currently possess. Naturally, should you prefer white flour, that can be arranged as well. The quantity will ensure your family is well fed. The autumn breeze tousled Old Chao's graying hair as he held the 20 pounds of cornmeal as if it were a life-saving buoy. He remained silent, his parched throat constricting as Liang Zhenguo's words stirred something within him. A descendant of the Zhenguo banner, his forebears had once held prominence. Yet now he relied on selling his family's cherished antiques in the dead of night at the pigeon market to secure sustenance. an endeavor not easily accomplished. Dignity? It had long been eroded by the harsh realities of hunger. Moreover, due to his family's unfavorable status, securing stable employment was exceedingly difficult. Thus, Liang Zhenguo's offer of work that could be exchanged for food held immense allure. Having transacted with Liang Zhenguo twice, Old Cao had first-hand experience of his generosity. The prospect of trading for fine grains assured him of a steady supply. In these times, what could be more precious than food? Yet, this work was fraught with risks and shadows. Contemplating his emaciated grandchildren and the fleeting semblance of dignity his family clung to, the risks appeared trivial. Although Old Cao yearned to accept without hesitation, his cautious nature prompted him to inquire, "Comrade Qin, how many items must I collect to receive food? And how much food will I receive?" Upon hearing this question, Liang Zhenguo recognized that the deal was half-sealed. He had considered the matter himself and responded directly. "As long as you bring no fewer than 5 items of at least the same quality as the 2 vases you sold, I assure you that the quantity of food will exceed what you currently possess." Old Chao's eyes brightened instantly. That meant 5 antiques for 20 pounds of cornmeal. Liang Zhenguo raised an eyebrow and added, "Furthermore, the more you bring, the greater your compensation will be. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. However, authenticity is paramount." He emphasized, "Should the items prove to be counterfeit, no food will be exchanged. What if I negotiate with someone else? How do I deliver to you? Will I need to return to the pigeon market? And will I purchase with the cornmeal? How will the pricing work?" Old Cao pressed further. "You determine the location. All transactions will be conducted using cornmeal. As for pricing, we will adhere to the standards I applied when purchasing your vases. For rare and valuable items, the food quantity will naturally increase. Rest assured, I have ample supplies of grain," Liang Zhenguo assured him. "Agreed. Comrade Qin, I am grateful for this opportunity," Old Cao replied, his heart settling with clarity. He spoke with a hushed voice, no longer hesitating in his acceptance. The established terms would facilitate the acquisition of more items. And by setting the location, he significantly mitigated the risks, no longer fearing that Comrade Qin might deceive him. From the current perspective, it seemed that Comrade Qin was genuinely interested in collaboration. "Let us proceed with our partnership," Liang Zhenguo declared with satisfaction, extending his hand to shake Old Chao's. It was only at this juncture that one could procure antiques at such a modest price. In a few years, such opportunities would be unimaginable. His pursuit of antiques was not solely for future appreciation, but, more importantly, to fortify his own standing. Once the collaboration was agreed upon, Old Cao quickly adapted, continuing, "Comrade Qin, we can conduct our transactions at the ghost market. I have a house nearby." "The ghost market?" Liang Zhenguo queried, puzzled by the term. "Are you sure it is not the black market?" "Indeed, the ghost market," Old Cao clarified, recognizing that Liang Zhenguo was unfamiliar with the place. "Few people sell antiques at the pigeon market. Most transactions occur at the ghost market. Particularly within my circle, individuals frequent the ghost market at night. I have primarily conducted my dealings there, only occasionally visiting here for a stroke of luck." "Ah, I see," Liang Zhenguo nodded, beginning to comprehend. The ghost market was a common haunt for those of Old Chao's ilk, where the antiques and jade artifacts they sold were typically their own collections. Conversely, the black market generally dealt with illicit gains and stolen goods. "Then I will follow your lead. However, I am unfamiliar with the ghost market. If I am free next Saturday night, I will wait for you here, and you can take me there. The items you negotiate can be stored in your house. I will examine them, and if I find them satisfactory, I will provide you with grain for the transaction before taking the goods," he proposed. "All right, Comrade Qin." Old Cao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The two continued discussing additional details and the timing of their transactions before exiting the pigeon market. Liang Zhenguo returned to courtyard number 12, slipping quietly into the yard. He cast a glance towards Qiao Ziqiang's residence, noting that the couple still slumbered, suggesting that no one had yet informed them of Qiao Yong's predicament. Could it be that Qiao Yong has perished? Liang Zhenguo pondered. Having spent considerable time in the black market, if Qiao Yong had been discovered, news would have surely reached his parents swiftly. Never mind, if he is dead, then so be it. Food is quite precious these days. It's a waste to sustain a useless individual, he thought, shaking his head as he retreated to his own quarters, recognizing that it was none of his concern. All was the doing of Hu Laosi. "Brother Zhenguo, why did you take so long this time?" Liang Zhenguo placed the vegetables and 5 pounds of fresh venison in the kitchen before returning to his room. His wife, having slept lightly, illuminated the room with a flashlight even before he entered, expressing her concern. He removed his outer garments, sliding into bed while replying, "I had to wait in line for the venison. There were many people, which took some time. Now go to sleep. We have guests coming tomorrow." "Guests?" his wife queried, turning off the flashlight and joining him in bed, puzzled. "I'll tell you tomorrow. Now, rest, my dear." Liang Zhenguo embraced her, his hand instinctively finding its way to the more abundant area, relishing the soft warmth of her presence as they drifted off to sleep. He refrained from mentioning that Tang Qingshan and his wife would be visiting the following day, fearing that the news might keep her awake throughout the night. She had likely only encountered the local officials, and the prospect of a deputy director visiting would surely excite and worry her in equal measure. It was better to wait until the morrow. All right, she murmured softly, unconcerned by Liang Zhenguo's hand caressing her fullness. Shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position nestled in his embrace as she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 161. The Scandal of Qiao Yong's Infidelity. The following day, upon awakening, Liang Zhenguo felt invigorated. The 3 antiques he had acquired yesterday had collectively provided him with 8 units of energy, while Old Cao's so-called Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze contributed 3 units, further enhancing his physical condition. Estimating that with just 2 or 3 more energy-infused antiques, his physical prowess could be enhanced 5-fold. Glancing at the little one beside him, still blissfully slumbering, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheeks, softly calling out, "Little sluggard, it's time to rise." This morning, Xiao Yuer had awoken earlier than anyone else. However, instead of rousing her sister, Xiao Yu, she stealthily made her way to the main house, climbed onto the bed, and nestled herself between Liang Zhenguo and his little wife, continuing her slumber. This unexpected intrusion left the young couple momentarily bewildered. Yet, their affection for the little girl was profound, and they couldn't bring themselves to scold her for waking them. His wife assumed she had awakened due to hunger and promptly went to prepare breakfast, while the 2 siblings continued to enjoy their sleep until now. Their leisurely slumber was quite comfortable, but the neighbors in the front yard had not been so fortunate. In the dead of night, they were abruptly awakened by the ruckus emanating from the Qiao Ziqiang household. Those who got up soon learned that Xiao Yong had encountered trouble, and both parents had been called to the hospital. Suppressing their curiosity, they attempted to return to sleep, only to be jolted awake again early in the morning by the anguished wails of Qiao Ziqiang's wife upon her return from the hospital. Despite their frustration at being disturbed yet again, they couldn't bring themselves to blame her when they discerned that something grave had befallen Xiao Yong. Zhang Wei stood silently at his doorstep, watching the chaos unfold as Qiao Ziqiang's wife vented her fury. His heart sank, not because of the venom in her curses, but due to a foreboding reminder of Liang Zhenguo's earlier warning. Just yesterday afternoon, Xiao Yong had been caught stealing from his house, and now he found himself in the hospital that very night. His mind raced with unsettling thoughts. He was not alone. Guoming, another drinking companion, shared similar speculations, especially after his wife returned with the news that Xiao Yong had severely injured his legs. Their apprehension only deepened. This was indeed a brutal situation. Zhang Wei felt a twinge of relief for having been proactive in mending his relationship with Liang Zhenguo, for had he offended such a ruthless individual, he would have to constantly worry about incurring his wrath. However, they were left puzzled, as Qiao Ziqiang's wife only mentioned that her son's legs had been broken. But when pressed for details about who had attacked him and why, she faltered, merely resorting to curses. This left them uncertain about their speculations. Given Qiao Ziqiang and his wife's character, along with their indulgence towards their son, they would have undoubtedly stormed Liang Zhenguo's home if they suspected him to be the perpetrator. Yet, her silence and the absence of his name amidst her tirades left them baffled. After all, just yesterday, they had overheard them cursing Liang Zhenguo in their home. However, news has a way of traveling swiftly. After the neighbors in the yard finished breakfast and returned from their stroll, they brought back sensational tidings. In the courtyard of No. 12 Donggujio Hutong, it was revealed that Xiao Yong had been caught in the act of infidelity and had suffered the severe consequence of having his legs broken. What a shocking revelation. It was said that this information came from a gambler who disclosed that last night, while Hu Laosi was at the gambling den, Xiao Yong had taken the opportunity to sneak into someone else's home and was caught in the act with the man's wife. The result was a brutal beating that left him with 3 broken legs. Had it not been for the intervention of nearby Good Samaritans, Xiao Yong might have met a far worse fate. Who was Hu Laosi, you might ask? He was a known companion of Xiao Yong, and as word spread, it was discovered that Hu Laosi had vanished. This confirmed the rumors. No wonder Xiao Yong's mother had been so evasive. It turned out her son had broken his legs due to stealing another man's wife. Initially, the neighbors felt pity for Xiao Yong, believing he would be left a cripple. But now only disdain and contempt remained. Stealing another man's wife, especially that of a friend, what pity could there possibly be for such a person? They felt he was a disgrace to their community. Their glances towards Qiao Ziqiang's wife were now laced with suspicion. They had once thought her son a victim, but such thoughts were now overshadowed by the belief that he had brought this upon himself. Yes, perhaps the punishment was a bit severe, but it was not entirely incomprehensible. Who could remain rational after their spouse had been betrayed? Liang Zhenguo learned about the news of Xiao Yong's misdeeds over breakfast when his wife informed him that the scandal had already spread throughout the entire number 12 courtyard. She had even taken the time to discuss it with Suya for half an hour before calling him to eat. I had already sensed that Xiao Yong was no good, resorting to such treachery. His wife scoffed while enjoying her steamed bun. Her disdain for Xiao Yong had only intensified upon hearing about his disgraceful actions, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. She hadn't forgotten how he had attempted to steal from their home just the day before, twisting the narrative to his favor. Such a person deserved to be publicly shamed. Liang Zhenguo chuckled in agreement. He even dared to pursue Suya. What an audacious toad, trying to court a swan. Xiao Yong pursued Suya? Liang Zhenguo was unaware of this detail. As a teacher, Suya was well-liked in the neighborhood, and even though many knew of Xiao Yong's pursuit, they refrained from gossiping about her, considering her a single mother. Indeed, Suya mentioned to me that she found him quite bothersome, always overestimating himself. His wife nodded in agreement. He's merely a street ruffian, unworthy of someone like Suya, Liang Zhenguo remarked lightly. Turning to his wife, he playfully boasted. Not everyone is as exceptional as your husband, dear. You are truly fortunate. Qin Wan shot him a playful glare, while she too felt grateful to have married him. She knew better than to indulge his ego at that moment. You are quite fortunate to have married me as well, Liang Zhenguo acknowledged with a nod, his sincerity evident. Hearing his earnestness, Qin Wan felt a rush of shyness. She had merely made a passing comment, not expecting him to take it to heart. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness at that moment. Liang Zhenguo's sentiments were not merely flattery. He genuinely appreciated his little wife, finding her to be exceptional in every regard. After all, few women possess the capacity to care for a sister as if she were their own daughter, let alone do it as well as she did. Moreover, she didn't mind his past with her sister. This alleviated many of his worries and added to his joy. He felt he was indeed fortunate to have such a wife. Chapter 162. A distinguished visitor to number 12 courtyard. Qin Wan, caught off guard by Liang Zhenguo's candid remarks, hurriedly shifted the conversation. By the way, Zhenguo, you mentioned yesterday that we would have guests today. Is it a colleague of yours? No. Liang Zhenguo shook his head, glancing at Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu, who were engrossed in their buns. Today's visitors are primarily here to see Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yu lifted her head. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at her brother. Aside from the new friends she had made in the courtyard, she and her sister had not met anyone else in the city. Little Fish was diligently cracking her eggs before handing them over to Erguo to peel. What about Xiao Yu and the others? I don't recall having any relatives in the city. Qin Wan expressed her confusion. If there had been relatives in the city, Brother Zhenguo would have introduced them to her long ago. They aren't relatives, rather. They are a couple we encountered on our return from Qingdao when I took the two of them. They are quite fond of Little Fish and the others. And upon learning of our move to the city, they expressed a desire to visit. I suspect they may wish to recognize Little Fish and the others as their goddaughters. Liang Zhenguo disclosed to his wife while peeling the eggs for Little Fish. Recognize them as goddaughters. Qin Wan was taken aback, finding this unexpected. Is it Aunt Lin? Xiao Yu, who had been listening attentively, inquired curiously, though she did not fully grasp the meaning of being recognized as goddaughters. You still remember Aunt Lin? Liang Zhenguo was surprised that after more than 20 days, Xiao Yu still recalled Lin Shu's surname. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded, pondering for a moment before adding, she resembles mother a bit. Liang Zhenguo paused in his peeling. Qin Wan gently patted Xiao Yu's head, beginning to understand why Xiao Yu retained a clear memory of a stranger even after so many days. Unlike Little Fish, who was merely a child when her mother passed away nearly 2 years ago, leaving her with only vague recollections, Xiao Yu's memories were far more vivid, particularly in light of her stepmother's harsh treatment, which made her yearn for her biological mother's tenderness and affection. Qin Wan comprehended the sentiment, and Liang Zhenguo understood it even more. I remember too, Little Fish chimed in, stretching out her hand. Liang Zhenguo chuckled and placed the peeled egg into her bowl. As for the little girl's comment, he remained skeptical, suspecting she was merely seeking attention. Of course, if she met them, she would recognize them, as she often gazed at Lin Shu back then and had even been held by her. He took Xiao Yu's egg to continue peeling while addressing her earlier question. The guests Brother Zhenguo mentioned are indeed Aunt Lin and Uncle Tang. They are quite fond of you and your sister, which is why they wish to visit our home. Oh, Xiao Yu nodded. Brother Zhenguo, what do Aunt Lin and Uncle Tang do for a living? Qin Wan inquired curiously. I'm not sure about Aunt Lin, but Uncle Tang could be considered part of the Public Security Bureau, right? After all, the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau is also part of it. Part of the Public Security Bureau? Qin Wan probed. So, Uncle Tang is an official? Liang Zhenguo cast a surprised glance at his young wife, impressed by her intuition. Indeed, Uncle Tang is an official, and a rather significant one at that. He holds the position of Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, which is several ranks above our village head. He teased, but Qin Wan seemed to filter out his last comment, for upon hearing Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, she gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau? She was no ignorant village girl. She had received an education. Even if she wasn't fully aware of the rank of a deputy director, she understood it was undoubtedly a position of considerable authority, far exceeding that of their commune's police chief, and even more so than the village head. Brother Zhenguo, is it true? Qin Wan eventually responded, her mouth agape and her face tense with worry. Such a high-ranking official is genuinely coming to our house to see my two younger sisters? And my husband even speculates they wish to recognize my sisters as daughters? She felt as though she were in a dream. Liang Zhenguo anticipated her reaction and patted her thigh reassuringly. Don't be nervous. Just think of him as an ordinary elder. He is coming to visit us, not to apprehend thieves. Feeling the warmth of his thigh, Qin Wan calmed slightly before asking, should we prepare something? It was hard for her to regard such a high-ranking official as an ordinary person. We have pastries and white rabbit milk candies at home. We can simply bring those out. If they stay for a meal, we can prepare a few better dishes to entertain them, but nothing too extravagant. All right, should we? Their family finished breakfast, and his wife continued to ask questions, which made Liang Zhenguo feel both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, a sleek black car, glimmering like a celestial being, rolled into the Donggujio alley and came to a steady stop at the entrance of the number 12 courtyard. The neighbors of No. 12 had just indulged in a juicy gossip session after Qiao Ziqiang's wife left for the hospital, gathering in small groups to discuss. However, upon the arrival of the car, their chatter subdued significantly, and their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the vehicle and the distinguished middle-aged couple descending from it. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, stood tall in a sharply tailored dark Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of authority. The middle-aged woman, her hair elegantly styled, wore a high-quality woolen coat and carried a net bag filled with exquisite pastries and bright red apples. If Liang Zhenguo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu. They seem to be coming to our courtyard, but who are they here to see? Surely they are not mistaken? I have no idea. I haven't heard of any neighbors here who are acquainted with a leader who drives a car. Although the neighbors did not recognize the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Qingshan, and his wife, they understood that a significant figure had arrived at their courtyard. Their eyes reflected a mixture of curiosity and reverence, and their discussions hushed to a whisper. Tang Qingshan instructed the driver, Xiao Wu, please bring me the 2 packs of cigarettes and the alcohol from the car and wait outside. Chief, may I accompany you inside to help carry your belongings? Xiao Wu suggested, feeling uneasy about his leader's safety in an unfamiliar place. Tang Qingshan glanced at the cigarettes and alcohol, realizing he couldn't manage them alone, and nodded in agreement. After collecting the items, he and Lin Shu did not wait outside like typical guests for Liang Zhenguo to welcome them. Instead, they approached the neighbors at the entrance of number 12 courtyard. Politely, they inquired of a middle-aged man, comrade, could you please tell me which room Liang Zhenguo lives in? Oh yes. Brother Zhenguo lives in the back courtyard, in the main house. Coincidentally, the person Zhang Wei, who responded to Tang Qingshan's inquiry, was taken aback upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's name, his eyes widening in surprise at the juxtaposition of the smiling, yet formidable presence before him. Thank you, comrade. After receiving directions, Tang Qingshan graciously expressed his gratitude before proceeding with Lin Shu and Xiao Wu toward the courtyard. The sound of their polished shoes echoed against the uneven brick ground, drawing more curious faces out from within. Once the trio disappeared into the courtyard, the remaining neighbors immediately surrounded Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, is that leader here to see Liang Zhenguo? He must be bringing gifts. Could Liang Zhenguo possibly be related to that leader? If he has a relative with a car, what a significant position they must hold. At least our police chief doesn't have a car, let alone a bodyguard. Didn't someone mention before that Liang Zhenguo's family came from the countryside? I might have believed it before, but after today, let us see if I still do. Zhang Wei remained silent, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. Had Xiao Ziqiang known that Liang Zhenguo had such relatives, he would have thought twice about approaching him. He wouldn't dare to offend him. One word from those relatives could send Xiao Ziqiang packing from the factory. Yesterday, some neighbors felt that Liang Zhenguo's insistence on having Xiao Ziqiang's family pay 40 was somewhat unreasonable. However, it now appears that Liang Zhenguo is quite accommodating. Otherwise, an ordinary person with such connections would surely have sent the offended Qiao Yong off to the far northwest. Why would they care about that meager sum from his family? Liang Zhenguo was completely unaware that Tang Qingshan's visit to his home would lead the neighbors to label him as a relative of a high-ranking official. Nevertheless, even if he had known, he would have been too indifferent to explain. Under the curious gazes of the neighbors in the courtyard, Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu entered the central courtyard. Upon their arrival, Lin Shu, with a gentle smile, was instantly delighted to see Xiao Yu and Xiao Yer, who had just run out from the back courtyard, hand in hand, observing the rosy and adorable faces of the 2 little girls. Lin Shu quickened her pace and called out, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yer, Tang Qingshan followed behind, thinking how much more fondly his wife regarded these two girls than he had anticipated. "Oh, Aunt Lin, you're here," Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully as she halted her little sprint upon seeing Lin Shu. "How did Xiao Yu know that Aunt Lin was coming today?" Lin Shu inquired as she approached them, affectionately patting their little heads. "My second brother just mentioned it. He said Aunt Lin would be visiting our home," Xiao Yu replied candidly. After being patted on the head, Xiao Yu followed suit, her sparkling eyes drawn to the apples in Lin Shu's net bag. "Such a good girl." Lin Shu chuckled, pinching Xiao Yu's chubby cheek affectionately. "Why aren't you two calling me?" Tang Qingshan interjected, feigning displeasure as he approached. Xiao Yu looked at Tang Qingshan, scratching her head. Although Liang Zhenguo had referred to him as Uncle Tang several times during their meal, her attention had evidently been focused on Aunt Lin. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively called out, "Uncle Lin? Uncle Lin." Xiao Yu echoed without a second thought, her gaze still fixed on the apple. Lin Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter at their innocent mistake. Tang Qingshan's lips twitched as he realized that the two girls had forgotten his surname, opting instead to associate him with Aunt Lin. Little Wu, who was standing nearby, turned his head away, biting his lip to stifle a laugh. After Lin Shu finished laughing, she gently corrected the girls. "This is your Uncle Tang." "Oh, Uncle Tang," Xiao Yu said, somewhat embarrassed as she corrected herself. Xiao Yu merely echoed her sister like a parrot. "It's all right. This time Uncle Tang forgives you, but you mustn't make the same mistake again next time," Tang Qingshan said with a smile, nodding. "Xiao Yu, please lead Uncle and Aunt to your home. As for the little one, don't stare. You can let your brother wash one for you to eat when we get home." At this, Xiao Yu felt a bit bashful. "Okay," Xiao Yu replied, leading the way as they entered the back courtyard. Upon their arrival, Liang Zhenguo noticed them and, although surprised at their early visit, quickly regained his composure and greeted them with a warm smile. "Aunt Lin, Uncle Tang, welcome." Little Wu, the driver and bodyguard who had met Tang Qingshan at the train station, followed behind with cigarettes and liquor, politely greeting, "Wu Ge." Wu Zhong nodded in response, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he regarded Liang Zhenguo. Although he had only seen him once at the train station, he was aware that he was the one who had sought information from Director Sun, and he knew of Liang Zhenguo's accomplishments in the campaign against bandits in Shenshur. Thus, he was genuinely intrigued by this younger brother, who was about 10 years his junior. "Hope we're not interrupting anything, Zhenguo?" Tang Qingshan asked with a smile. "Uncle Tang, there's no chance of disturbing me, even if someone wanted to," Liang Zhenguo joked. "It seems Director Sun has informed you," Tang Qingshan replied, shaking his head, further admiring Liang Zhenguo for his composed demeanor, as few young people could maintain such poise. Even his own Uncle Sun was not as unflappable. Liang Zhenguo smiled silently. "Aunt Lin, Uncle Tang, Wu Ge," Qin Wan chimed in, albeit a bit shyly. Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu nodded gently in acknowledgement. Lin Shu turned to Liang Zhenguo and asked, "Zhenguo, is this your wife?" "Yes, this is my wife, Qin Wan. You may call her Xiaowan," he introduced. "You and Xiaowan do indeed make a striking couple," Lin Shu observed, glancing at the two of them. Liang Zhenguo was handsome and tall, standing at over 6 feet, and with ample nourishment. He did not resemble the emaciated figures typical of their era. Qin Wan was equally enchanting. It was rare to encounter a girl with such beauty. With both of them being of similar age, they indeed appeared well matched. "Xiaowan, try to relax. Just think of Zhenguo as merely a humble bureau chief," Lin Shu said, affectionately patting Qin Wan's hand. The humble bureau chief remark left Tang Qingshan speechless as he cast a glance at his wife. Seeing that the two were not as stern as she had imagined high-ranking officials to be, but rather amiable and warm, Qin Wan felt her initial tension dissipate. "Uncle Tang, Aunt Lin, let us go inside and sit," she suggested. Liang Zhenguo, who could joke around, dared not refer to Tang Qingshan as the humble bureau chief. So he chuckled and ushered them inside for a chat. Once inside, Tang Qingshan and the others placed their gifts on the table. Liang Zhenguo graciously accepted them after a few pleasantries. Firstly, it would have been impolite to refuse since they had already brought the gifts to his home. He couldn't very well suggest they take them back with them, which would be akin to pushing them out. Secondly, he could not bear to see Xiao's disappointed expression when she gazed longingly at the apples. If he turned her down once, her expression would grow even more forlorn, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 164. "I haven't even been a security guard for half a month, and you want to recruit me into the police force?" For this little foodie, he simply could not refuse. Unfortunately, his apple tree in the space hadn't even bloomed yet, let alone borne fruit. During their previous train journey, he had planted the apple seeds in his space, initially estimating that they would mature in 20 to 30 days, at which point he would have apples to enjoy. However, over 20 days had passed, and the tree had shown no signs of growth. He now estimated it would take at least another 40 days. Moreover, The drawback of the apple trees grown from seeds was the delayed fruiting and inferior quality of the produce. However, he wasn't overly concerned about the fruit's quality, as his space had the unique ability to enhance the quality of flora and fauna. For instance, the wild chickens he raised within his space had far superior meat quality compared to those caught in the wild. The same applied to the crops and vegetables he cultivated. He was confident that fruits would yield similar results. Aside from apples, the other gifts were also quite rare: 2 packs of Zhenguo cigarettes and a bottle of Maotai liquor. A generous offering indeed. This was consistent with his status. Liang Zhenguo felt no pressure in accepting these items, as he was not indebted to anyone. His family's wealth was substantial. Moreover, he was planning to brew medicinal liquor soon. If Uncle Tang looked down on deer antler wine, he could always wait until he obtained tiger bones and tiger penises to create tiger bone and tiger penis wine, which he could then present to Uncle Tang. Such a concoction would undoubtedly be valued much higher than Maodai. Additionally, the recipe was a time-honored formula passed down by Old Li, making it particularly precious. Coupled with the unique qualities of his space, he was certain that the liquor produced would be of exceptional quality. Shaoan, could you please wash the apples? Returning to the present moment, Liang Zhenguo invited Uncle Tang and the others to sit down, prompting his wife to wash the apples. As Xiaoyer was eager to grab one and eat it right away. All right, she agreed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, once Qin Wan returned with the washed apples. Lin Shu took 2, handing one to Xiaoyu and the other to the already impatient Xiaoyer. Observing the 2 girls leaning against her while munching on apples, Lin Shu could not help but embrace them, her eyes brimming with affection. To her intimate gesture, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer displayed no resistance. Instead, they nestled comfortably in her embrace. This spontaneous closeness stirred the dormant tenderness within Lin Shu, eliciting a radiant smile of maternal love upon her face and solidifying her resolve to consider them as her own. Liang Zhenguo witnessed the entire scene unfold and turned to converse with Grandpa Tang, who stood beside him. Zhenguo, how did you come to know Sun Jiangwen? Are you related by any chance? Grandpa Tang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh, not at all. The first time I met Grandpa's son was when I was selling wild boar at a restaurant, Liang Zhenguo replied. Then, during the time when their police station apprehended enemy spies, I happened to lend them a hand and sold them a wild boar. After a couple of encounters, we became familiar with one another. He briefly recounted the circumstances, adding, Grandpa Tang, I assure you, I did not err. It was an unplanned procurement, and I have proof. What? Are you afraid I would report you? Grandpa Tang chuckled playfully. The state indeed combats speculation and profiteering, yet it supports individuals obtaining unregulated supplies, as this alleviates the national scarcity of resources. Subsequently, Grandpa Tang casually inquired, what is the current acquisition price for wild boar? That depends on the location. Our factory and the state-run restaurant pay 2 yuan per gene. The canned goods factory offers 1 yuan 80, while the police station pays a bit less. At 1 yuan 20, Liang Zhenguo recounted with familiarity. You seem to have quite a number of buyers, Grandpa Tang remarked, somewhat surprised, before asking. Why would you sell to the police station at such a low price? Well, there's no particular reason. It's just a way to support our police comrades. They need sustenance to have the strength to apprehend enemy spies and criminals. If it weren't for their regulations, I would have given them the meat for free. Liang Zhenguo stated earnestly. In front of leadership, one must uphold one's principles. However, he truly did not mind the money. He initially had a supportive intention. Had it not been for Grandpa Tang's visit today, he would have gone to the police station to sell another wild boar, especially since he had sold 3 on Tuesday and was just shy of visiting the police station. Yet, it was unavoidable. Grandpa's son and section chief Huang often drank together, and if the latter discovered he was selling wild boar during work hours, it would create complications. It was better to avoid trouble, so he planned to sell another day. Ha ha, Zhenguo, your awareness is commendable, Grandpa Tang praised, casting a discerning glance at Liang Zhenguo. He perceived that when Zhenguo spoke, his demeanor was composed and devoid of any guilt, indicating he was not merely trying to impress him, a leader in the police department. You have quite a few friends in law enforcement, too. The railway police officer who arranged your seat on the train seemed to have a good rapport with you. On the train? Oh, yes, we are indeed friends now, but he arranged my seat because I assisted the railway police in capturing a human trafficker, thereby dismantling a trafficking ring. Grandpa Tang's rapid topic shift nearly caught him off guard. Oh, do elaborate, he urged, clearly intrigued by the subject. As they chatted away, Liang Zhenguo briefly recounted his good deeds. You would make an excellent police officer, Grandpa Tang suddenly remarked after listening attentively. Your awareness, observational skills, analytical abilities, and adaptability are all sufficiently strong, not to mention your remarkable marksmanship. You would be more than adequate as a police officer, he affirmed. First acknowledging Zhenguo's character and capabilities before inquiring, would you be interested in becoming a police officer? I could facilitate that for you. The more he learned about Liang Zhenguo, the more he believed he would be a fine addition to the police force. After all, selling a wild boar had led him to an enemy capture scene, which he handled with ease. A familial visit had also coincidentally encountered a human trafficking leader, whom he apprehended on the spot. Moreover, while escorting supplies, he had managed to eliminate a group of bandits and an enemy spy, subsequently providing intelligence to the military. He was, indeed, a nemesis of crime and espionage. It would be a pity if he did not join the police force. Grandpa Tang's recruitment attempt was somewhat abrupt, leaving Liang Zhenguo momentarily bewildered. After all, he had only been a security guard for less than half a month, and now he was being enticed to join the police force? Besides, his salary had just been increased a few days prior. Grandpa Tang, I'll think it over. He was not particularly concerned about the recently raised salary. Becoming a police officer certainly held more prestige than being a security guard. With that uniform and cap, who wouldn't he show respect? However, being a police officer came with less freedom, and as a public servant, he would feel obliged to fulfill his duties diligently. Additionally, police officers had fewer holidays compared to his current job, where traveling for work also afforded him several days off, during which he could explore opportunities to acquire antiques. Particularly since the antique jade artifacts of the capital were limited. As a security guard, he could travel with the vehicles, allowing him the chance to procure local black market antiques. Becoming a police officer would eliminate that convenience. Chapter 165, involved in capturing enemy spies. Thinking it over, Grandpa Tang was genuinely surprised that Liang Zhenguo had not readily accepted the offer. Not only was Grandpa Tang taken aback, but so were Wu Zhong, who stood at the door, and Lin Shu, who was intimately interacting with Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer. From their previous conversation, it was evident that Liang Zhenguo understood Grandpa Tang's identity. A deputy director of the police department personally recruiting him into the police system held advantages beyond the mere title of a police officer. Regardless of which police station or precinct he joined, the higher-ups would be aware that he might have a deputy director from the bureau backing him. Furthermore, he was no fool. He was astute enough to recognize that wherever he went, he would be in high demand, and his treatment would undoubtedly be favorable. As long as he achieved some accomplishments in the future, no one would intentionally suppress him, and his chances for promotion would be far smoother than those of an ordinary officer. Yet, in the face of Grandpa Tang's invitation, he merely responded that he would think it over. This could even be construed as a polite refusal. Zhenguo, being a police officer is far superior to being a security guard, Lin Shu gently reminded him. Her fondness for him stemmed not only from her affection for Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer, but also from her genuine admiration for him as an individual, treating him like a younger relative, and she wished for him not to miss this opportunity. Seated next to Liang Zhenguo, Qin Wan was also tempted by Grandpa Tang's proposal, but since Zhenguo was the head of the family, she believed he should decide for himself. So she simply listened quietly without persuading him. Lin Danyang, I understand. However, I am currently quite satisfied with my job as a security guard. Our section chief treats me well, so I will think it over. Liang Zhenguo acknowledged Lin Shu's well-meaning reminder, but he had his own considerations. No worries. If you wish to become a police officer, just let me know. Your Grandpa Tang still wields some influence, Grandpa Tang replied with a nonchalant smile. Liang Zhenguo's hesitance only piqued his interest further. He recognized that the young man was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent and undoubtedly understood the benefits of accepting his offer to join the police force. Yet, he still did not agree immediately, which must have its reasons. Although he did not wish to pry further. Looking at Liang Zhenguo, Grandpa Tang suddenly recalled a case that had recently hit a stalemate and was inspired to propose. Zhenguo, there happens to be a case involving capturing enemy spies. Would you like to participate? Though a practical man, after their exchange, he felt that this young man could bring him unexpected surprises. Moreover, he had not abandoned the idea of bringing Liang Zhenguo into the police system. The fact that Zhenguo could single-handedly take on a group of fully armed bandits with a firearm was reason enough for him to put in the effort to recruit him. Such talent deserved to thrive in a broader arena. Remaining a factory security guard seemed a waste of potential. Thus, involving him in the operation to apprehend enemy operatives was also an opportunity for him to earn merit. Once he achieved that, regardless of the scale, it would naturally facilitate his entry into the public security system. As for Liang Zhenguo's descent, well, he could be persuaded through some thoughtful persuasion. Apprehend enemy operatives? Me involved? Liang Zhenguo found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom Tang Day's reasoning. With so many public security personnel in the capital, why would they summon an outsider like him to assist in capturing enemy agents? Was this not absurd? If he were actually part of the public security, such an opportunity would indeed be rare, as it represented a chance for merit. Any public security officer aspiring for advancement would agree without a moment's hesitation. But he was not one of them. While he had no merit to his name, it was not entirely without value, should he succeed. There would undoubtedly be commendations and rewards, perhaps even a certificate. Nowadays, the significance of a certificate was considerable. Nonetheless, he did not harbor any aversion to the idea. Capturing enemy agents was a duty owed to the nation. He was acutely aware of the threat posed by these operatives and considered it a chance to contribute to his country. After all, his factory had no external assignments next week, leaving him with ample free time. However, he was eager to first understand the nature of the case, so he curiously inquired, "Tang Dai, could you share some details about this task?" "Certainly. This case bears some relation to you." Tang Qingshan nodded, glancing at Lin Shu. Lin Shu immediately understood. Rising to take Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer with her, smiling as she addressed Qin Wan, "Xiao Wan, let us take Xiao Yuer and the others outside to play," leaving the gentlemen to their discussions. "All right." Qin Wan, astute as ever, recognized that this matter was not suitable for them to overhear and promptly led the children out. Liang Zhenguo pondered thoughtfully. Once they had exited, Tang Qingshan continued, "You are, of course, aware of the joint operation between your factory's security department and the Gulu police station last time." Liang Zhenguo nodded, surmising that Tang Qingshan was referring to the follow-up of that operation. Indeed, they had captured numerous enemy operatives and extracted valuable intelligence from them, nearly dismantling the entire network. Yet the highest-ranking individual had remained elusive, deeply concealed. The only information gathered suggested that this person was likely hiding under the guise of a teacher. However, the public security had conducted a week-long covert investigation with no progress. It was precisely due to this lack of advancement that the case had been escalated to the headquarters, prompting Tang Qingshan, a deputy director there, to take interest. After all, the individual responsible for the entire enemy network possessed intelligence of paramount importance. And even the director had issued orders to ensure that this matter did not fizzle out, but instead compelled them to root out this person. The current team handling the case consisted mostly of seasoned public security officers, with only a few younger ones involved. Nevertheless, bringing Liang Zhenguo into the fold posed no issue. Strictly speaking, it was Liang Zhenguo's actions in eliminating the unfortunate Zhang Huanqing that had enabled the military to unearth the intelligence through the clues provided. You public security have been investigating for a week with no results? How could I possibly possess the ability to locate this person? Liang Zhenguo regarded Tang Qingshan, thinking that he was overestimating his capabilities. I trust you. Does this mean you agree? I will inform Director Sun on Monday, and he will come to your factory to discuss matters with your section chief and factory leadership. Next week, you will accompany Director Sun in the investigation. Oh, by the way, Director Sun is also one of the case's leads. Seeing Liang Zhenguo not decline, Tang Qingshan promptly finalized the arrangement. We shall see what your involvement yields. At the very least, the situation cannot be worse than it is this week. Very well. Liang Zhenguo smiled in acquiescence. Having a familiar face would be beneficial. This could be considered a paid leave of absence, and since the entire network of enemy operatives had been apprehended, leaving the top figure still at large was quite unsettling. It was likely that once the enemy operative regained their composure, they might create trouble for their factory, as the previous batch of operatives had nearly been taken down due to their acts of sabotage. It was better to root them out sooner rather than later to avoid adding unnecessary burdens to the security department. Viewed in that light, this could be seen as contributing to the steel factory's operations, thus justifying his salary. Chapter 166, Agreement to Acknowledge Kinship. Then it's settled. Tang Qingshan smiled with satisfaction. Next week, you can discuss the specifics with your grandfather San, who will inform you of any important details to note. Understood. Liang Zhenguo was amenable to this. In truth, he already had thoughts regarding the case. Since the intelligence confirmed that the enemy operative was posing as a teacher, he merely needed to acquire information on teachers in the capital and methodically investigate each one. The public security would not conduct widespread searches on all teachers without a confirmed target. Such actions would incite panic, and the higher-ups would certainly not approve. Moreover, they feared alerting the enemy, allowing them to escape the capital. Thus, the public security had only conducted covert investigations, as overt searches were out of the question. If he were merely an ordinary security officer, he would have to adhere to the same diligent yet slow investigative methods employed by the public security. However, he had no such reservations. With his mental probing abilities, he could investigate a household without entering, thoroughly uncovering all within. With a defined group to examine, he would systematically go through them, convinced he would eventually uncover some clues. At the very least, there was one thing that enemy operatives could not conceal: their radios. Without a radio, how could they transmit intelligence? Given the caution of the enemy operative, they would undoubtedly handle such matters personally. Had they entrusted it to someone else, they would have been discovered long ago. There would be no need for such extensive effort. Liang Zhenguo was not concerned about the enemy having multiple hideouts. For operatives who had been in hiding for years, their homes would be the place they felt most secure, and in their most secure locations, there would surely be vulnerabilities to exploit. After Liang Zhenguo agreed to the public security's actions, Tang Qingshan shifted the topic to discuss his family situation. Zhenguo, last time I asked Xiao Wu to inquire about your family's circumstances with Director's son. He mentioned he had someone look into it. And it seems you have severed ties with your father? Can you elaborate on that? He was keen to gain clarity regarding the two girls' family situation. Liang Zhenguo cast a sidelong glance at Tang Qingshan and remarked, I have called you grandfather. There is nothing I cannot share. Following this, Liang Zhenguo recounted the tumult surrounding his family's split, detailing how Ma Lan and his father had previously treated his two younger sisters. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingshan looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer, who were playing in the courtyard with Lin Shu, with compassion. I never realized you had such a difficult past. But you, as their brother, are far more dependable than your father. You are taking excellent care of them now. The two girls were sensible and obedient, and quite adorable. As for his precious younger sister, he certainly needed to protect her. Liang Zhenguo, glancing outside, saw Xiao Yuer giggling and could not help but smile. Tang Qingshan nodded. From their previous encounters, he could discern that this young man regarded the two girls with deep affection. He then noticed Lin Shu's gaze towards the girls and the tender smile on her face, reminding him of the purpose of their visit. Zhenguo, actually, we came here with a matter to discuss with you. Speak on. Liang Zhenguo thought to himself, here it comes. He maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Tang Qingshan, waiting for him to continue. Tang Qingshan, sensing the moment, took a sip from the teacup on the table and got straight to the point. You must have noticed that Aunt Lin is very fond of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer. We've discussed it and would like to acknowledge these two children as our goddaughters. I wonder how you feel about that? An elder brother is like a father. Now, Liang Zhenguo has essentially become their elder brother, having severed ties with his biological father. Thus, their desire to recognize Xiao Yu and her companions as goddaughters undoubtedly requires Liang Zhenguo's consent. In the courtyard, Lin Shushu observed Tang Qingshan conversing with Xiao Yu and the others, pondering whether her husband had broached this serious matter with Liang Zhenguo. After a moment's reflection, she called upon Qin Wan to accompany her inside. Knowing there was no evading the situation, Liang Zhenguo furrowed his brow. Although witnessing the rapport between Lin Shushu and his sisters had alleviated much of his internal resistance, he still hesitated. To be fair, he held a very favorable impression of Tang Qingshan and his wife. Despite Tang Qingshan's high status, he bore no airs and had consistently expressed goodwill toward him, even suggesting he take up a position in public security. Lin Dajia, too, was gentle and kind, particularly affectionate towards his two sisters, which he had always appreciated. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously voiced his concerns. Tang Dajia, Lin Dajia, your kindness is indeed a blessing for these two girls. However, we are merely an ordinary working-class family, and you, Tang Dajia, are the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. It may be somewhat presumptuous, and I fear that Xiao Yu and the others may lose their sense of propriety in the future. Tang Qingshan, a perceptive individual, immediately discerned Liang Zhenguo's underlying apprehension. He realized that this young man cared for his sisters more deeply than he had anticipated, even considering their future at such a tender age. Therefore, he set down his teacup and spoke with earnestness. Zhenguo, I understand your worries. Our bond is akin to the serendipity we experienced when we first met on the train. It is a connection between families, built on mutual affection. We eschew the hollow formalities of the old society and will never flaunt our relationship. The upbringing of the children will remain as it should, and their paths will be theirs to forge. We shall never interfere, nor will we barter their futures or happiness. At this moment, Lin Shushu grasped Liang Zhenguo's hand, her eyes glistening with emotion as she spoke sincerely, her voice slightly choked. Zhenguo, to be candid, I am unable to bear children due to past injuries. Though my time with Xiao Yu and the others has been brief, I truly regard them as my own. I understand your affection for your sisters, having raised them so well. As Tang Dajia has said, we share a private bond, and I simply wish to express my love for them more formally, allowing them to feel cherished by another. They lost their mother at a young age, and with their father absent, consider us as additional family. Observing Lin Shushu's genuine display of affection, and then glancing at his two sisters, who had hurriedly entered the room and nestled beside her, joyfully savoring snacks, Liang Zhenguo felt a stirring in his heart. He understood well why his sisters were drawn to Lin Shushu. She bore a resemblance to their late mother, and they had been deprived of maternal love for too long. He glanced at his wife, who wore a sympathetic expression, and thought of his sisters' occasional envy when they saw other children relishing the warmth of their parents. With a soft sigh, he looked at the expectant Lin Dajia and Tang Dajia, nodding. Since you hold us in such high regard, and the two sisters resonate with you, then I shall defer to your wishes. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shushu was overcome with joy, tightly embracing the bewildered Xiao Yu and Xiao Yer. Tang Qingshan also broke into a comforting smile. giving Liang Zhenguo a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Ah, you rascal. Many aspire to forge connections with someone of Tang Qingshan's standing, yet you have the audacity to let your dajia make such a request of me," he teased, chuckling affectionately. After decades of marital bliss, witnessing his wife's emotional expression stirred a deep sense of compassion within him. With this newfound relationship, Tang Qingshan felt more at ease in his speech. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, having previously harbored some reservations about the idea of formalizing their connection. However, after witnessing the bond between his sisters and Lin Dajie today, those concerns had been swept away. He did not wish for his sisters to grow up as he had, devoid of parental figures. He hoped they would experience not only his affection as an elder brother and the love of a sister-in-law, but also the irreplaceable role of parental figures. Even if they were godparents, as long as they were sincere. Clearly, Lin Dajie cherished his sisters far more than he had initially imagined. And his sisters were also more warmly inclined towards her than he had expected. With Tang Qingshan's assurance, he found no reason to refuse. "What's the matter? What is the issue?" Lin Shushu playfully nudged Tang Qingshan, recognizing that his concern stemmed from a place of love for his sisters. With a beaming smile, she turned to Liang Zhenguo, gently ruffling Xiao's hair. "As long as Zhenguo agrees, I can't quite explain it. But I have taken a particular liking to these two children, especially seeing how fond they are of me. I am resolved to consider them as my daughters." After a brief moment of hesitation, Liang Zhenguo replied, "Actually, Xiaoyu was right earlier on the train. Lin Dajie, you do resemble my mother. Perhaps this is fate. Your kindness towards them has naturally drawn them to you. Aside from you, they have never been this close to anyone else, not even to my biological Dajie." Lin Shushu, filled with delight yet tinged with compassion, embraced Xiaoyu and Xiaoyer. "Zhenguo, should we discuss this matter with your grandparents and your father? Perhaps I could accompany you to your village to formally introduce ourselves to the elders." Tang Qingshan interjected, "Liang Zhenguo, you still have your grandparents at home. It would be prudent to inform them." As for Liang Zhenguo's father, he merely added him in passing, holding him in contempt. Such a man was not worthy of respect. For while it was acceptable for him to remarry, being harsh towards the children of his first wife was wholly inappropriate, especially as he indulged that Malan. Driving a wedge between his own family, Liang Zhenguo shook his head. "I can make this decision. My grandparents will not oppose it. As for a visit, they may feel uncomfortable if you come, especially with someone of your stature. It would be better for me to inform them later. They are rural folk, and having a commune leader visit their home would make them uneasy, let alone a deputy director like Tang Qingshan. It would be simpler for me to take them to the city for a few days of leisure, and we can meet then." As for his biological father, he deemed it unnecessary to involve him at all. "Very well." Tang Qingshan and Lin Shushu nodded in agreement, having no objections. However, Liang Zhenguo suddenly spoke again, looking at Xiaoyu and Xiaoyer with a smile. "Since we are acknowledging them as daughters, we should also ask these two young ladies if they consent." "Indeed," Lin Shushu replied, then knelt down to gently stroke Xiaoyu and Xiaoyer's heads, speaking softly. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyer, your Dajie truly cherishes you and wishes to recognize you as her daughters. Would you like that? In the future, your Dajie and Dajie will be like your parents." Xiaoyer, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Lin Shushu and then at Liang Zhenguo, unsure of how to respond. Xiaoyu, however, looked directly at Liang Zhenguo and declared with clarity, "I will follow my second brother's lead." Liang Zhenguo chuckled softly, gently asking, "And Xiaoyu, do you wish for Lin Dajie and Tang Dajie to be your godparents?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Shushu and Tang Qingshan, contemplated for a moment, and nodded yes. "Because Xiaohua and Dongli both have parents, my sister and I also wish to have parents." "Good child," Lin Shushu exclaimed, kissing Xiaoyu affectionately. At that moment, Xiaoyer, now realizing the significance, chimed in sweetly, "Yes, Xiaoyer also wants parents, just like my second brother and sister-in-law care for me." Tang Qingshan pinched her cheek playfully and lifted her onto his lap. "This little girl is truly delightful." However, while Xiaoyer enjoyed being close to Lin Shushu, she was not accustomed to being held by Tang Qingshan. Before long, she wriggled down and returned to Liang Zhenguo's side, leaning against his leg. Upon witnessing the scene, Liang Zhenguo smiled and remarked, "Master Tang, though this little girl is not shy, she does not readily allow herself to be held. As her godfather, you will need to make an effort." Tang Qingshan shook his head, unperturbed. After all, they had merely met twice, and there was plenty of time ahead. Furthermore, this little girl appeared to be quite the foodie. He resolved to bring her some delightful treats next time, convinced she would then be more willing to be held. "Master Tang, Aunt Lin," he continued, "while we may keep our kinship discreet, we must still adhere to certain formalities in private. Let us follow the customary practice of apprenticeship. Allow Xiaoyu and Xiaoyer to formally bow to you, and then they may change their titles accordingly." Since they had decided to acknowledge their familial bond, Liang Zhenguo took it upon himself to articulate this for Tang Qingshan, recognizing that merely verbalizing it would be rather hasty. Very well. Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu nodded with smiles, agreeing that a bow and a change of address were indeed necessary. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. Under the guidance of Qin Wan and Liang Zhenguo, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyer complied obediently, respectfully bowing 3 times to Lin Shu and Tang Qingshan before addressing them as godfather and godmother. Once they had finished, Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu cheerfully produced red envelopes from their pockets, presenting one to each of the girls. Observing the envelopes, Liang Zhenguo smirked, thinking that they had evidently prepared these acknowledgement gifts well in advance. Zhenguo, Xiaowan, now that Xiaoyu and the others have changed their titles, perhaps you should also adopt new ones. Call me aunt. And you, Master Tang, can refer to me as uncle. It would foster a sense of intimacy. Agreed, aunt. Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Calling Lin Shu aunt felt much more fitting, as long as it didn't involve calling her mother. He then turned to Tang Qingshan, addressing him, uncle. Qin Wan followed suit, calling out, aunt, uncle. Their family now included a high-ranking relative, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed and as if in a dream. After the titles were changed, the two families engaged in a more relaxed conversation, particularly Qin Wan, who no longer felt the pressure she had previously experienced around Tang Qingshan and his wife. At noon, in order to entertain Lin Shu and the others, Qin Wan disregarded Lin Shu's objections and decided to slaughter the green-headed duck she had been hesitant to eat. The couple collaborated to prepare a potato and duck stew. The aroma of the stew enchanted Xiaoyer, who found herself frequently darting into the kitchen, drawn by the enticing scent. Chapter 168, The Unmoved Little Girl. Not only was Xiaoyer captivated by the fragrance, but the neighbors in the yard were also tempted. Though they all knew that a high-ranking official was currently visiting Liang Zhenguo's home, so even if they were tempted, they refrained from making envious remarks. Mother, the meat at Uncle Zhenguo's house smells so delicious, exclaimed Zhou Ziyuan, who was in the backyard, swallowing hard as he gazed towards Liang Zhenguo's direction. Stop staring. I'll make you some meat to eat tonight. Suya lightly tapped his forehead, exasperated, relieved that they still had meat at home. Or else he would be craving it all day. She then glanced towards the main house, remembering that she had seen Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu enter the backyard earlier that day. One need not be privy to the details of the car to discern the couple's affluent status from their demeanor. No wonder Uncle Zhenguo has such ample provisions. Suya realized, connecting the abundance of fine grains in their household to this newfound kinship. You two have quite the culinary skills. Tang Qingshan remarked as he sampled the duck meat, nodding in approval. The duck was fragrant and delectable. As long as this esteemed director is satisfied. Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile. I doubt even this esteemed director has had duck as good as yours. How could I not be satisfied? Tang Qingshan chuckled, noting that the table also featured a rich venison soup. He glanced down at the two girls happily gnawing on duck legs, teasingly adding, no wonder when I asked Xiaoyer if they wanted to spend a night with their godmother, they refused. With such good food at home, I must come over more often for a meal. With your busy schedule, do you really have time to visit your daughters? Lin Shu shot him a playful glare. If you're too busy to come home for meals, I could always bring some dishes to Uncle Zhenguo's. Dining is secondary. The true joy lies in visiting Xiaoyer and the others, he replied. Aunt, you need only come. There's no need to bring food. Don't forget. Before I became a security guard, I was a hunter, and I have plenty of hunter friends. Just last week, I sold a wild boar to our factory. Procuring meat is hardly difficult, Liang Zhenguo asserted, patting his chest. However, he thought, I know their family surely doesn't lack meat. Their usual fare is likely on par with mine. Very well, Lin Shu nodded. But she was resolute in ensuring that the younger generation would not take advantage of her generosity. It's just that these two girls refused to spend a couple of days at their aunt's place. They ought to get acquainted with their family. Lin Shu felt somewhat helpless about this situation. At that moment, Qin Wan chimed in. Aunt, if I have free time at home, I can take them to see you more often. As for staying at your house now, that might be a bit challenging. Last week, when Zhenguo first arrived in the city for work, we didn't take them along since we hadn't settled in yet. After waiting 2 days without seeing him return, the girls cried their hearts out in the village, leaving my grandparents and me quite overwhelmed. They're simply too attached to their brother. They're quite the clingy ones. Aren't they? Hearing this, Lin Shu promptly dismissed the thought of taking them back to stay anytime soon. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we lived next door? Lin Shu mused, pausing before turning to Tang Qingshan. Dear, isn't there an empty courtyard beside our home? Yes, but, Tang Qingshan replied. While requesting a courtyard would not be difficult, it would still have its implications. Aunt, uncle, there's no need for that. This large courtyard is quite sufficient. Liang Zhenguo interjected, waving his hand. Although they were now the godparents of his sister, he did not wish to take advantage of their generosity. Even so, he desired a private courtyard of his own. Tang Qingshan chuckled. Well, there is a solution. If you become a police officer and earn some merit, I could help you apply for it. That small courtyard has an additional room and is slightly larger than yours. After spending the morning getting to know each other, Tang Qingshan observed that Liang Zhenguo seemed somewhat lackadaisical, possessing considerable talent, yet lacking ambition, so he sought to provide him with some motivation. Uncle, let us revisit this discussion in the future, Liang Zhenguo replied, feeling somewhat tempted but aware that he needed to devise a mutually beneficial plan. Agreed. Lin Shu saw the glimmer of hope in their conversation and refrained from pressing further, simply envisioning how close proximity would allow her to visit her goddaughter daily. Xiaoye, there are many delicious treats at your godfather's house. Would you like to go see them? Tomorrow, your godmother will bring you back. Tang Qingshan, aware that the little girl might still refuse, attempted to entice her with the promise of good food. Yet, to his amusement and exasperation, the little one ignored him. Liang Zhenguo could only think, while the girl may be a bit gluttonous, she is certainly clever. Merely mentioning deliciousness without specifying what it entails would hardly sway her heart. Lin Shu chuckled as she watched Xiaoye pretend not to hear, remaining unmoved as she diligently gnawed on her duck leg with a serious expression. When their gazes met, Xiaoye promptly flashed a wide smile at her godmother, though her adorable little face, smeared with food and grease, resembled a comical calico cat. Lin Shu, filled with affection for the little girl, wiped away the rice grains and grease from her face. After finishing lunch, Tang Qingshan had matters to attend to. And so after a brief hour, Liang Zhenguo escorted his wife along with Xiaoyu and Xiaoye to see off a somewhat reluctant Lin Shu, as well as Tang Qingshan and the well-fed Wu Zhong, to the courtyard. Once their car had vanished from sight, he politely engaged with the increasingly amiable neighbors before returning home. Zhenguo, Uncle Tang is quite affable. Previously, I had encountered several leaders from our commune, all of whom wore stern expressions, rather severe, and were always accompanied by a retinue. Upon returning home, Qin Wan expressed her reflections. Liang Zhenguo harbored a rather poor impression of some grassroots officials within the commune. In his memory, there existed numerous incompetent and ostentatious figures among them, issuing orders without understanding, eschewing practicality for mere hard labor. Of course, they only commanded while others toiled. Thus, Liang Zhenguo disdainfully remarked, they are of a different caliber than Uncle Tang. Their potential is limited, relying solely on superficial displays of authority without accomplishing any substantial tasks, merely indulging in empty boasts. Little fish is still here. Refrain from uttering such nonsense lest she learn from it. Qin Wan gently nudged Liang Zhenguo. She was not concerned about Xiaoyu, but rather, little fish was a quick learner. However, it was too late. Little fish, her face alight with curiosity, tilted her head and innocently inquired, Erguo, what does blowing hot air mean? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Liang Zhenguo swiftly hoisted the little girl onto his shoulders, engaging her in a playful game of horseback riding to divert her from further questions. Hadn't he noticed how his little wife was already glaring at him? Accompanied by the giggles of little fish and Xiaoyu, the afternoon slipped away, albeit leaving him utterly exhausted. As night fell, a truce was declared, and thus the night passed without incident. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Liang Zhenguo slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and headed to the factory. Chapter 169. The Ability to Break Principles. Oh, Comrade Deng, you've arrived quite early today. Upon entering the steel rolling mill and stepping into the office, Liang Zhenguo spotted Deng Haihua reclining with his legs crossed in his seat, sipping from a tea mug. Uncle Zhao. Alongside Deng Haihua, Zhao Deshun was also present at such an early hour. Zhenguo has arrived. Deng Haihua greeted him with a smile, then feigned regret, saying, Zhenguo, you missed the chance to join us in the mountains this time. You've lost out on the opportunity to share in the meat distribution. We managed to capture a lone wolf and 2 wild rabbits yesterday, quite a bountiful harvest. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but chuckle at his exaggerated expression. This fellow was perpetually unable to keep his mouth shut. In this day and age, who would openly boast about having meat? Zhao Deshun, sitting at his desk, covered his forehead and chided Deng Haihua. Can't you refrain from showing off? You said the very same thing when I arrived. Can't you modify your approach? With a chuckle, he finally understood why Deng Haihua had come in so early, to flaunt before them. Nevertheless, if he was to be believed, their luck was indeed remarkable. The trio would each be entitled to several dozen pounds of meat. Upon bringing it home, their neighbors would surely be envious. As expected, apart from Lu Yang and Eugene Jun, who accompanied him on the hunt, Deng Haihua repeated the same line to everyone else, merely changing the names. Since he had approached each of them the previous Saturday, Liang Zhenguo didn't know if he felt embarrassed for him, but he found it rather nonsensical. Only Deng Haihua could engage in such antics. When work hours commenced, Section Chief Huang convened a brief meeting to outline the tasks, which were largely unchanged from the previous week. After the meeting, Liang Zhenguo adhered to the work assignments and spent about an hour with Deng Haihua meticulously inspecting the factory's perimeter wall, confirming that everything was in order before returning to the office to relax. However, he hadn't settled into his seat when Section Chief Huang entered. Zhenguo, come here for a moment. Director Sun is looking for you. All right, Section Chief, Liang Zhenguo responded, following Huang Fei to his office. Uncle Tang's actions were quite prompt. It hadn't been long since work began, yet he had already made arrangements. Zhenguo, our bureau has asked me to bring you on board for a case. Are you aware of this matter? Upon entering the office, Sun Jiangwen got straight to the point. He hadn't anticipated that the bureau would suddenly involve Liang Zhenguo in this case, as he wasn't even a dedicated investigator. Oh, he isn't even a police officer. Fortunately, he was being included directly rather than taking someone else's place, as that would have unnecessarily offended someone. Although there had been no progress on the case thus far, if it were to be solved, all those involved would share in the merits. If he had taken someone else's spot, it would have robbed another of their opportunity for recognition. Uncle Sun, I'm aware, he said, having visited Huang Fei's office numerous times, and thus found a seat for himself. It was Deputy Director Tang who sent me. Huang Fei was unaware of which Deputy Director Liang Zhenguo referred to, but Sun Jiangwen nodded in understanding, having suspected as much when he received the notification. The Deputy Director has contacted you? Can you elaborate? Sun Jiangwen was curious as to why Deputy Director Tang would suddenly arrange for him to join. Yesterday, Uncle Tang and Aunt Lin came to my house. Sun Jiangwen had guessed that Tang Qingshan and his wife were seeking to establish a godparent relationship, so he didn't mind sharing this information. However, he left it vague, allowing Sun Jiangwen to infer the rest. Just as Tang Qingshan had mentioned yesterday, he truly wished to keep their two families' relationship discreet. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiangwen understood, realizing that Deputy Director Tang had likely already acknowledged his sister as his goddaughter. Otherwise, this young man wouldn't have mentioned it. As for why he was invited to join them in apprehending the enemy agents, perhaps it was because he wanted him to become a police officer. This point remained uncertain to him. In any case, since Tang Qingshan had brought it up, he felt a flicker of interest and could not refuse, though Tang Qingshan genuinely wished for him to pursue a career in the police force, which he did not lie about. The reason for bringing this up in front of Section Chief Huang was for future planning. Huang Fei was somewhat taken aback. It was rare to gain a valiant subordinate, and now someone was trying to lure him away. However, he couldn't very well hold him back, as becoming a police officer was far more promising than merely being a security guard. Upon reflection, given Liang Zhenguo's impressive marksmanship, Huang Fei felt it a pity for him to remain a security guard for a lifetime, especially at the tender age of 18. Thus, he remarked, if the opportunity arises, I support your transition to becoming a police officer. Section Chief, I'll think about it. I still prefer being a security guard, Liang Zhenguo replied hastily, fearing Huang Fei's good intentions might lead to his immediate reassignment. All right, your section chief will always support you. Huang Fei patted him on the shoulder, feeling pleased that this young man was grateful and loyal. Enough. I'm taking him now. I'll return him next week. At that moment, Director Sun impatiently interjected, pulling Liang Zhenguo away from the office. What are you thinking? Since Director Tang wants you to become a police officer, you should go for it. What a splendid opportunity. Once outside the office, Director Sun expressed his frustration at Liang Zhenguo's hesitance. I simply don't want to give up being a security guard. After all, I traded 1,000 pounds of meat for it. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that if you switch from security guard to police officer, you've somehow lost your 1,000 pounds of meat? Director Sun couldn't help but feel that if Liang Zhenguo were his son, he would have already taken decisive action. Seeing the displeasure on Director Sun's face, Liang Zhenguo sheepishly admitted, of course being a police officer is better, but I want to have both. He didn't wish to relinquish his role as a security guard while simultaneously aspiring to hold a police identity, so he felt he would have to juggle both roles. Have both? Director Sun shot him a glance, responding gruffly, you wish to be a security guard while moonlighting as a police officer? It's a lovely thought, but fundamentally, it's impossible unless you possess the extraordinary capability to break principles. Upon hearing, he immediately comprehended Liang Zhenguo's intention. It was simply that he required an identity within the Public Security Bureau, yet wished to avoid daily duties at the police station or the bureau itself, only to be summoned when there was a task at hand. Such individuals were not uncommon, yet they invariably possessed exceptional abilities, making them highly sought-after talents within the public security system. To breach established principles? Liang Zhenguo stroked his chin, pondering the potential of this idea. If he could single-handedly resolve the enemy intelligence case that had stalled for a week, would that not signify outstanding capability? Might they grant him an exception? When the time came, he would forego any accolades, merely requesting that Grandpa's son mention his part-time role to his uncle. Surely that would not pose a challenge, would it? Grandpa's son, after all, it is but a matter of human endeavor. Perhaps I am the talent our public security truly needs. Having solidified his thoughts, Liang Zhenguo jested with Grandpa Sunday. However, until the matter was settled, he had no intention of revealing his decision, lest he fail to unearth the enemy intelligence and suffer great embarrassment. Chapter 170. The Young and Arrogant Bureau Police. You seem quite confident. Very well, then. I shall observe your performance. If you truly are capable, you may receive an additional salary from our station. Director Sun clapped him on the shoulder, refraining from undermining the confidence of youth. As they conversed, they arrived at the office of their third team. Director Sun stood at the doorway while Liang Zhenguo entered to retrieve his satchel. Deng Haihua, positioned diagonally across from the door, glanced at Director Sun before directing his gaze towards the entering Liang Zhenguo. As Liang passed by, he quietly inquired, "Zhenguo, what grave incident have you found yourself in? The police are seeking you out." Liang Zhenguo promptly kicked him, retorting, "Could you not wish me well? They merely require my assistance with a minor task." With that, he disregarded Deng and, having secured his satchel, bid a vague farewell to the others before departing the office, leaving several individuals exchanging puzzled glances. Whenever the police sought our assistance, it was typically with a team of several individuals. Why, today, have they specifically requested Zhenguo alone, and moreover, confirmed he would not be detained for a week? Deng Haihua murmured. After Liang Zhenguo retrieved his satchel, Director Sun led him towards the police station. Had it not been for Liang Zhenguo, he would have simply dispatched any officer from the bureau. This task had seen no progress for an entire week, and the pressure weighed heavily upon him. His sole focus was to resolve the task swiftly and apprehend the enemy intelligence operatives. For the longer the delay, the deeper the enemy would entrench themselves. Before long, they arrived at the Gulu police station. Although personnel from other precincts had been dispatched to expedite the apprehension mission, the case belonged to the Gulu police station, thus the dedicated analysis room and rest area were established there, with Director Sun serving as one of the two responsible figures. Strictly speaking, only Director Sun bore the primary responsibility, as the other supervisor had been assigned from headquarters solely to oversee the case's progress. At that moment, a stifling and anxious atmosphere permeated the rest area. The search operation had yielded no results, and with the higher-ups beginning to apply pressure, the weight on those below felt as formidable as a mountain. Every police officer entering or exiting bore an unmistakable gloom upon their countenance. When Liang Zhenguo and his companion arrived, their entrance did not stir much commotion. A few seasoned officers glanced up briefly, their attention primarily drawn to Liang Zhenguo's exceedingly youthful visage, but it was merely a fleeting acknowledgement before their gazes returned to their case files or team mugs. Most of these officers had been transferred from other precincts and were unfamiliar with Liang Zhenguo, who had previously made a name for himself at the station by selling wild boar on 2 occasions. Although they were seasoned officers with more qualifications and experience than those at the station, they had navigated the system for years, were well informed, and recognized this young man as a talent summoned from the steel plant security department at the behest of headquarters. However, whether this talent manifested in genuine skill or through other avenues remained a mystery. Since it was an order from above, they were more than willing to go with the flow, offering polite nods as a form of greeting. No one would dare to easily offend a young man who appeared to possess some connections, whether gilded or genuinely helpful. It mattered little to them as long as it did not disrupt their rhythm. As for the officers at the station who were acquainted with Liang Zhenguo, while some were surprised by his presence, they greeted him amicably, particularly Zhang Li, who had previously accepted 2 fish from Liang Zhenguo, displaying notable warmth. Had it not been for the case's overwhelming demands, they might have been more inclined to engage in camaraderie. However, there is always a party that lacks discernment, and the amiable atmosphere was abruptly shattered. In a corner, a young officer clad in a pristine police uniform, radiating an air of sharpness, stood up. He had been dispatched from the Dongqing precinct for support, named Wang Aigua, freshly graduated from the police academy and brimming with youthful zeal and a hint of arrogance. He first scrutinized Liang Zhenguo in his public security blue uniform, noting the boy's apparent age of merely 18 or 19, his face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. Several years younger than himself, Wang Aigua's brow furrowed involuntarily. "Director Sun, who is this young comrade?" His voice was not loud, yet the unmistakable skepticism in his tone was evident, particularly as he emphasized the word young. Director Sun raised an eyebrow. Having spent a week with this Wang Aigua and understanding his lofty aspirations, he looked down upon the officers under his command, and had it not been for the hierarchy, he likely would not heed their directives. It seemed he harbored reservations regarding the young recruit he had brought in. Nevertheless, Liang Zhenguo, despite his generally affable demeanor and apparent lack of concern, possessed a temperament that would not allow him to be easily undermined. Thus, Director Sun chuckled, introducing, Aigua. Allow me to introduce you. This is Comrade Liang Zhenguo, a key member of the steel plant security department. Headquarters specifically requested his assistance in our investigation. Assistance in the investigation? Wang Aigua echoed, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as his gaze scrutinized Liang Zhenguo without reservation. A security guard? Not a member of our public security system? When did security personnel begin to investigate cases? And judging by his age, he must have only recently joined the workforce. His words landed like pebbles cast into still water, instantly freezing the previously congenial atmosphere in the room. Several seasoned officers exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the unfolding drama while preparing to observe. The officers from the station, eager to interject, found their attempts thwarted by their superiors' discreet gestures. Liang Zhenguo stood rigidly in place, his expression composed, yet internally he was lamenting, "Grandpa's son, your subtle maneuvers do not escape my notice. You are signaling to Zhang Li without any disguise." He surmised that Grandpa's son intended to leverage the situation, knowing that this young, arrogant officer was likely not from their precinct, but rather from the Dongqing bureau that governed them, and thus could not be reprimanded without risking diplomatic relations. Thus, he sought to use Liang's presence to temper this officer's arrogance. Until this moment, Liang Zhenguo had not perceived this cunning side of Grandpa Sunday. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if this officer were not somewhat unwise to publicly deride him without cause. Nonetheless, Director Sun had indeed assessed the situation accurately. Liang Zhenguo was not one to accept being belittled. Although he merely sought a part-time position within the public security system, he understood that in such an environment, retreat and timidity garner no respect, only further disdain. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Aigua had already strode up to Liang Zhenguo, adopting a condescending posture. "You are Comrade Liang Zhenguo, correct? I acknowledge the significance of security work at the steel rolling mill. Yet apprehending enemy agents is a matter entirely distinct from merely addressing petty thefts or labor disputes within your factory. The depths here are profound, and the expertise required is substantial. It cannot be surmised through sheer brute force alone. Are you certain you can keep pace with our line of thought, rather than hindering our progress?" Chapter 171. The articulate Liang Zhenguo. The condescension in this statement was glaringly evident, relegating Liang Zhenguo to the ranks of novices and those with connections. Liang Zhenguo lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Aigua. Indeed, his entry into this analytical chamber was facilitated by Tang Qingshan's maneuvering, so labeling him as a beneficiary of connections was not entirely unfounded. However, he had not sought this position, he merely refrained from declining it, which had not hindered that young man. Yet, this young man seemed perpetually agitated, incessantly seeking to provoke. Thus, Liang Zhenguo regarded him with disdain, surveying him coolly, though the sharpness of his words suddenly intensified. "What is your name?" "Never mind, it is inconsequential. Your attire is quite neat, and your verbal skills are commendable. So, is your investigative prowess reliant solely on your appearance and eloquence, rather than your insight and intellect?" Liang Zhenguo was aware that his name was Aigua, but feigned ignorance, clearly looking down upon him. Did he not assert that he was not a public security officer, and thus lacked the capability to handle cases? Therefore, he ridiculed him, implying that apart from being a public security officer, he possessed no other skills. "You." Wang Aigua was taken aback by the audacity of the retort and the lack of decorum with which it was delivered, his face flushing with indignation. "Moreover, the question of my capability to manage this case remains uncertain, but you certainly do not possess the requisite skills." Liang Zhenguo did not wait for him to retort. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the room as he continued, unhurried. "After all, you have spent a week on this case. And not only have you made no progress, but instead of broadening your perspective, you have confined yourself to your own circle, flaunting your qualifications. Do you believe that the enemy agents have their identities inscribed upon their faces, recognizing only public security officers and disregarding security personnel? Or do you presume that the insights of the bureau leaders are inferior to the perceptiveness of you, Aigua?" Though he suspected that Tang Qingshan's uncle had whimsically assigned him to investigate this case, it did not prevent him from inflating his own significance. After a brief pause, Liang Zhenguo added, "Furthermore, did you not notice how the other seasoned public security officers are anxiously poring over files and documents, eager to resolve the case? Yet, you appear rather unoccupied. What is this? Did you not come here to assist, but to take a vacation? Or to vex Director Sun?" His earlier remarks hinted at the ineffectiveness of other public security officers, but by emphasizing their earnest and urgent approach to solving the case, he made their expressions considerably more agreeable. He did not wish to offend the public security officers present merely to confront one individual. Liang Zhenguo's words struck like a whip, piercing Wang Aigua's vulnerabilities and breaches of decorum. By referencing his colleagues and highlighting the bureau leaders, he swiftly positioned the other man as one lacking in propriety, questioning his respect for authority. Several veteran officers lowered their heads, suppressing smiles, They too held Wang Aigua in little esteem, as he showed no respect for his elders. However, that newly arrived young man was no pushover. While he remarked on the verbal skills of others, his own were quite impressive, indicating he was not to be trifled with. Wang Aigua found himself at a loss for words, pointing at Liang Zhenguo, stammering, You. His face shifted from red to pale. He sought to rebut. Yet he soon realized that his opponent's words were impeccably crafted, each accusation more damning than the last. Having delivered his remarks, Liang Zhenguo no longer regarded him as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. He had not come here to engage in a verbal duel. It was this individual who had chosen to provoke him. He turned to the rather entertained director's son. Director's son, there is no need to squander time on trivial matters. Kindly escort me to the records room. The Bureau must possess the residential registration information for the city's teachers, as I wish to examine it. Though he typically addressed Sun Jiangwen as Grandpa Sun, he opted for a more formal tone, considering it was working hours. Sun Jiangwen suppressed a smile and promptly nodded. Certainly. We have such records. Please wait a moment. I will take you there. In principle, such records should not be accessible to outsiders. But since Liang Zhenguo was a member of the investigative team, he was entitled to such access. Before they departed, Director Sun exchanged a few words with the others, offering a light-hearted reassurance to Wang Aigua before leading Liang Zhenguo out of the analytical chamber. As soon as they exited, a smile crept onto Sun Jiangwen's face, causing Liang Zhenguo to roll his eyes in exasperation. Your words were rather sharp. Perhaps next time, consider a more diplomatic approach. Grandpa Sun, you seem rather pleased. Liang Zhenguo remarked. Not at all. You must have misinterpreted my expression, Sun Jiangwen vehemently denied, then advised, for now, let this go, but do not offend too many people. After all, he is from the East City branch. I am a law-abiding citizen. He cannot simply arrest me at will. Besides, there is always you, Grandpa Sunday. Sun Jiangwen chuckled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He certainly would not allow Wang Aigua to bully others, or else his position as director would be in vain. Given that the direction of the investigation pertained to the city's teachers, they had already moved the relevant records to the adjacent room for ease of access. So it took them mere moments to arrive. A small stack contained information on teachers who were single or whose families were not present in the city, while the remainder were those with families. As they entered the records room, Director Sun gestured towards the organized files, stating, Here they are. All right. You go ahead and attend to your duties. I will review the records. After all, you have your own pace, and I do not wish to disrupt it. Liang Zhenguo replied, having already resolved to operate independently for convenience. You intend to go alone? Sun Jiangwen paused momentarily, yet did not object, as he was uncertain how to accommodate Liang Zhenguo. Do as you please. There are no specific directives from above. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Then I will peruse the records myself. I truly have quite a bit on my plate. Very well. Once Sun Jiangwen departed, Liang Zhenguo cast aside all distractions and immersed himself completely in the thick ledger. He initially bypassed the repeatedly examined records of the single teachers, focusing instead on those who had families, specifically selecting those from East City and West City, intending to review others in the coming days. He casually opened one volume, diligently perusing its contents and discovering that his memory was significantly sharper than in his previous life. Having read it once, he retained most of the information. Recognizing this as a benefit of his enhanced constitution, his formidable mental acuity naturally translated into exceptional recall. At this moment, his remarkable memory was operating at full capacity, rapidly assimilating names, addresses, and employment details as if they were etched into his mind. After approximately 2 hours, he closed the last ledger, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. Fatigued from the exertion of memory, he sat in the records room, resting his eyes for a few minutes to consolidate the information before finally exiting. As he stepped out, he encountered Grandpa Sun once more. Feeling fatigued? Indeed, I have only reviewed the records from East City and West City, and committing these details to memory has proven quite taxing, Liang Zhenguo admitted with a nod, acknowledging the exhaustion he felt. Moreover, since he had forcibly memorized the information, he would likely forget a significant portion within a few days. Grandpa Sun, time is of the essence. I must return to my tasks. Await my good news. Liang Zhenguo waved goodbye to Grandpa Sun as he hurried away, deeming it unnecessary to greet others. He was pressed for time. Remembered everything? Surely you jest. Sun Jiangwen murmured to himself as he watched Liang Zhenguo's retreating figure. The volume of records was simply too vast for anyone to commit to memory in just 2 hours. Chapter 172. I am simply hungry. Sun Jiangwen arrived at the data room and discovered that indeed, a heap of information had been sorted out. Examining the traces left behind, it was evident that the materials had been perused. Although he remained skeptical that Liang Zhenguo had retained any of the information contained within, it was undeniable that the documents had been reviewed. As for their primary subjects of investigation, those teachers living alone or in solitude within the confines of the city, Liang Zhenguo had not touched those records at all. Upon exiting the Gulu police station, Liang Zhenguo took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp air brought by autumn. Standing by the roadside, he gently closed his eyes. And in his mind, an intricate map of the city unfolded, vividly revealing the familial details of the teachers he had just memorized. The reason he had refrained from examining the records of solitary teachers in the data room was not due to a lack of suspicion towards them, but rather because the seasoned officers at the station would undoubtedly focus their scrutiny on those unencumbered by ties, who were easier to conceal. If any enemy agents were indeed hidden among them, they could not have gone a week without yielding any leads, at the very least. They should have identified a few primary suspects. He had never underestimated those experienced officers, and anyone capable of being summoned to assist must possess considerable skill, their experience and instincts far surpassing those of a novice like Wang Aigua. Indeed, he could not compare, since they had not uncovered anything. The likelihood of enemy agents being among them diminished significantly. Thus, he opted for a different approach, choosing to investigate those with families instead, thereby conserving time. Moreover, the guise of family would provide the most reliable cover. Liang Zhenguo opened his eyes and meticulously planned his investigative route. With his mind set, he immediately set forth on his endeavor. Throughout the day, apart from a midday meal at a state-run restaurant, he engaged in mental reconnaissance, cycling through the addresses stored in his mind, scrutinizing each one until dusk, yet uncovering naught. After 8 or 9 hours of mental probing, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to return home for a respite. However, he chose to go directly home rather than report his progress to the station, deeming it unnecessary, especially since Grandpa's son had granted him the freedom to operate independently. Moreover, most of the seasoned officers at the station likely preferred not to have his presence interfere with their proceedings. Upon arriving at the entrance of courtyard number 12, he encountered his young wife, who was returning with their little fish in tow. "Wife, where have you been?" Before Qinwan could respond, little Yuer eagerly raised her hand to answer. "I went to pull a stinky." Liang Zhenguo immediately scooped her up, allowing his wife to push the stroller, playfully nudging the top of Yuer's head. "Ah, even the little darling needs to pull a stinky." Giggling, Qinwan observed the two in their playful banter and then inquired, "Zhenguo, were you helping the police with an investigation today?" "Yes," he replied. His wife, being privy to the conversation from the previous day when Tang Qingshan had spoken, was not surprised. "Was there any danger?" she asked, concern etching her features. "None at all. I'm merely responsible for the investigation. Should I discover anything, I will report it to them. The actual operations will be handled by the police," he reassured her, acknowledging his lack of law enforcement authority. "That's good," Qinwan replied, her worry easing slightly. After all, enemy agents were dangerous individuals, armed and volatile, and her husband could not carry a firearm. She certainly did not wish for her man to encounter peril, although she secretly yearned for him to join the police force. Her apprehensions were baseless. That evening, Liang Zhenguo retired early, cradling his wife in sleep to recuperate, as a day of mental probing had left him somewhat drained. The following afternoon, aside from a brief visit to Nanlo Guxiang, he had nearly canvassed all the teacher households in the Dongqing district. This day was not entirely fruitless, as during his inspection of a residence belonging to a family of 3 teachers, he unexpectedly discovered a radio hidden in the neighboring house. However, upon inquiry, he learned that the occupant was not a teacher and that besides the radio, there were some rudimentary intelligence materials. Through his mental probing, Liang Zhenguo inferred that this individual was not their target, yet it was evident that he too was an enemy agent. He refrained from alarming the man, merely noting the address to later deliver a report to Grandpa Sunday. Noticing he still had time, Liang Zhenguo pressed on to his next destination. He soon arrived at a high school, which featured a dedicated dormitory for faculty members. Regrettably, after a thorough check, he still found nothing, with the search concluded here. Only the area of Nanlo Guxiang remained, but he did not plan to continue for the day. Just as he was about to head home, a gentle, familiar voice called out from behind, "Zhenguo, what brings you here?" Turning around, Liang Zhenguo's eyes brightened at the sight of Suya, who approached him holding several books, dressed in a light-colored checkered linen suit. "Sister Suya, so you teach at this school?" he exclaimed with a smile. "I came here on some business." "Did you just finish a class, or are you about to head to one?" she inquired. "Just finished. Today's lessons have concluded," she replied, noticing Liang Zhenguo's weary expression. With warmth, she invited him, "If you're done with your business, why not come to my office for a cup of tea?" After a moment's hesitation, Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement. It had been quite some time since he and Suya had spent time alone, particularly since his wife had moved into the communal courtyard. Suya's office was a cozy 2-person room. The other teacher, a woman, had already left for the day. The office, though small, was tidy and inviting. with several potted plants adorning the windowsill. As Liang Zhenguo watched Suya pour him a cup of water, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle halo around her. Her graceful silhouette perfectly outlined before him. "This is jasmine tea. Do give it a try," she offered. Sure," Liang Zhenguo replied, momentarily distracted. As his fingers brushed against Suya's delicate, fair hand while accepting the cup, the faint scent of soap lingering around her stirred something within him. He inwardly sighed. Acknowledging that his wife's relatives had not yet departed, he was quite hungry. As their eyes met, Suya shot him a playful glare, her ears slightly reddening. She wondered if he was intentionally taking advantage of her. They conversed about trivial matters in the courtyard, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed. Time slipped away until the school bell rang, prompting Liang Zhenguo to check his watch. It was indeed time for dismissal, so he naturally suggested, "Sister Suya, perfect timing. I'm heading back too. Let's go together. I rode my bicycle." "All right," Suya replied, finding their conversation refreshing. Despite Liang Zhenguo's occasional wandering gaze, she found herself unbothered by it. Thus, she did not decline the proposal to walk home together. They exited the school side by side. The setting sun bathed the street in a golden hue, and the throngs of students and workers made the thoroughfare noticeably crowded. Suya instinctively leaned closer to Liang Zhenguo. However, just as they had not ventured far from the school gate and were nearing his bike, a young man approached them, dressed in a faded old coat, sporting worn cloth shoes, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and hair slicked back with grease. "Su teacher off work?" He grinned, blocking their path. "Have you thought any more about what we discussed yesterday? How about catching a play with me?" Liang Zhenguo raised an eyebrow, stealing a glance at Suya's elegant profile. Indeed, beauty often drew unwanted attention. "Wang Dong, I told you yesterday that we have no connection. I will not go to any play with you. Please refrain from harassing me again, or I will report you to the police for harassment," Suya exclaimed, her brows furrowing as she instinctively moved closer to Liang Zhenguo. She had encountered this Wang Dong before, as he was associated with Qiao Yong, who had previously visited the courtyard. Previously, it may have been due to Qiao Yong's persistent affections for her that Wang Dong refrained from harassing her. However, every time he laid eyes on her, he would shamelessly gawk at her from behind Qiao Yong. As a close friend of Qiao Yong, he was well aware that Qiao had recently suffered a grievous injury, leaving him incapacitated and no longer in a position to pursue women. Thus, Wang Dong, motivated by ulterior motives, had already approached Suya at the school gate the previous day. "Teacher Su, relationships are merely cultivated, and we do share a connection, don't we? You are a friend of Qiao Yong, and I am also his loyal brother, which makes us friends as well. Besides, I am not harassing you. I am merely pursuing you in the name of love," Wang Dong said with a grin, having learned from Qiao Yong that Suya's household lacked male presence. With no men around, how could this be considered harassment? Previously, out of respect for his brotherly bond with Qiao Yong, he had refrained from competing for her affection. Now that Qiao Yong was rendered a rare specimen, Wang Dong saw no reason to let this beautiful widow slip away. Those who knew him understood his proclivity for such pursuits. Widows were often easier to woo and safer than the married women his brother had foolishly chased after, leading him to a dismal fate in his later years. Suya, being an educated woman, found herself at a loss when faced with such a rogue. Reasoning with him was futile, and her refined upbringing prevented her from resorting to insults, leaving her momentarily powerless. Liang Zhenguo, noticing Wang Dong's gaze fixed on Suya, furrowed his brow and stepped forward to shield her. This movement instantly redirected Wang Dong's attention to Liang Zhenguo. Though he had noticed Liang Zhenguo all along, he had chosen to ignore him intentionally, having heard from acquaintances that adopting such a stance would impose considerable psychological pressure on the opponent, an approach to conquer without battle. However, it appeared that the tactic was proving ineffective. "Who are you, kid?" Wang Dong asked, tilting his head upwards. Not out of arrogance, but rather because he was over a head shorter than Liang Zhenguo. The disparity in height placed him under significant pressure, yet it also irked him, prompting him to shout defiantly, "Do you know who I am? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I am Brother Dong from the East District of Xijing City." Liang Zhenguo merely observed the feeble bravado of Brother Dong and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. "No need to shout so loudly. I might mistake you for Uncle Dong from Taste Village," Liang Zhenguo retorted, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Dong's head. Engaging in reason with such a scoundrel was fruitless. The blow, laden with humiliation, made Wang Dong seethe with rage, yet upon weighing his chances in a confrontation, he deemed it wise to retreat. However, what truly dissuaded him was the sudden shift in Liang Zhenguo's demeanor, his eyes growing cold and uninviting, instilling a deep-seated reluctance in Wang Dong to provoke him further. Fearing the ensuing trouble, he had always trusted his instincts. Liang Zhenguo stepped forward again, his gaze unwavering on Wang Dong. His voice low yet imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. "Keep your distance. If I catch wind of you harassing Teacher Su again, rest assured, Xiao Yong will serve as a cautionary tale for you. Wang Dong found himself once more paralyzed by the chill emanating from Liang Zhenguo's gaze. And the last statement sent a shiver down his spine. Liang Zhenguo continued, should I hear from Teacher Su that you persist in your harassment? Or if anyone else dares to bother her, I won't even need to lift a finger. I will ensure it reaches the ears of others that you encouraged Xiao Yong to pursue Hu Laoxi's wife. Hu Laoxi is yet to be apprehended. And if he learns of this, I believe he would treat you to the same fate as Xiao Yong. With that, Liang Zhenguo deliberately cast a glance at Wang Dong's lower body. He cared little whether or not Wang Dong had actually incited Xiao Yong. After all, he had claimed to be Xiao Yong's close brother. Wang Dong's face paled in alarm, for he indeed had encouraged Xiao Yong in jest during a conversation with some friends, urging him to seize Hu Laoxi's wife if he dared. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yong had already harbored such intentions, and his encouragement had led to action. Seeing the panic on Wang Dong's face, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in the situation. You seem quite flustered. I merely suggested it. And yet it appears there is some truth to it. Wang Dong, sensing Liang Zhenguo's laughter, grew anxious and quickly interjected, Big brother, please don't misinterpret my words. I did not encourage Xiao Yong in that regard. Liang Zhenguo shook his head with a smile. I am not concerned with that. Wang Dong comprehended the implication, immediately pledging. I assure you, I will not harass Teacher Su again. I will make it a point to avoid her in the future, no matter how appealing the widow might be. Nothing was worth risking the safety of his own life. The thought of suffering the same fate as his brother, Xiao Yong, was simply not worth it. After all, if he were to be castrated, how disappointed would those women with half-closed doors be? Wang Dong sought to rationalize his retreat with a noble pretense. Liang Zhenguo nodded in satisfaction. If you cease your harassment of Teacher Su, I shall remain silent. Should you persist, even when Hu Laoxi is captured, your fate will not be spared. Trust me, I can make it happen. Liang Zhenguo added. Wishing to prevent this street thug from harboring further ill intentions once Hu Laoxi was apprehended. Although he could see that this young man lacked the courage to force women, he wanted to eliminate this nuisance for Suya once and for all. Now, if you understand, be gone. Understood. I shall take my leave. Not wishing to intrude upon you and your sister, Wang Dong replied hurriedly, fleeing as if from a flood. The term sister went unnoticed by Liang Zhenguo, but Suya, standing behind him, couldn't help but blush at the remark. Her beautiful eyes drifted toward Liang Zhenguo's broad back, a long-lost sense of safety washing over her. Liang Zhenguo's protection felt like a stone cast into the long silent lake of her heart, sending ripples of unfamiliar emotions cascading through her. However, recalling the significant age difference between them and the fact that he was already married, particularly given his close relationship with Xiao Wan, she swiftly buried these feelings deep within. Thank you, Zhenguo, she said softly. Liang Zhenguo turned to face her, noticing the slight redness in her eyes. He comfortingly patted her shoulder a few times and said gently, Sister Suya, it's all right now. He won't dare come near again. If he does, just let me know, and I'll take care of him. Let us go back. The two walked a short distance before arriving at Liang Zhenguo's bicycle. Suya gracefully seated herself on the bicycle, and as they set off, she hesitated for a moment before grasping the fabric of Liang Zhenguo's waist with one hand. However, as the pace quickened, she unconsciously wrapped her arms around him. Liang Zhenguo discreetly glanced down at the fair arm encircling his waist, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 174. Thoughts by day, dreams by night. If only it were a motorcycle. The thrill of revving the throttle and braking would be exhilarating, especially while carrying a woman who was not his wife. Upon nearing the 12th courtyard, Liang Zhenguo slowed down, and Suya instinctively withdrew her arm from around his waist, a silent understanding passing between them. Even if he wished to take advantage of the situation, he could not allow others to gossip about Suya. Upon returning to the rear courtyard, Qinwan was somewhat surprised to see them together, but gave it little thought. In contrast, Suya felt a twinge of guilt, hastily greeting her before heading home. What's wrong with Sister Su? Why the rush? Qinwan inquired, perplexed. Nothing, perhaps just a bit shaken from today. Liang Zhenguo casually explained the incident of Suya being harassed. It's not easy for Sister Su. It's fortunate you were there today, or she would have had a long time dealing with that man's harassment. Qinwan's heart softened as she spoke, glancing at her man. Zhenguo, you haven't bullied Sister Suya, have you? She still recalled the last time she was at Sister Suya's house, when he dared to sneak glances at her. Now that they were alone together, she couldn't help but wonder if he had done anything inappropriate. What are you talking about? How could I possibly bully her? Is your man that kind of person? Liang Zhenguo replied with irritation, playfully slapping her pert backside, the sound crisp and clear. He thought to accelerate the pace, forcing her to clutch her waist. Was that really considered bullying? Qinwan shivered from his slap, oblivious to the unease in his words. If there's nothing, then why hit me? She pouted, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Little Fish and Little Jade were still in the courtyard, so she spoke softly. It was true, her man, though somewhat lewd and not entirely honest, would never commit any act against a woman's will. That evening, Liang Zhenguo spent over an hour coaxing the two girls to sleep next door. However, when his wife accompanied them, they would fall asleep within half an hour. Whenever he was around, the girls would chatter incessantly until they reluctantly succumbed to sleep. Upon returning to his own room, he found his little wife had already warmed the bed. Skillfully, he slipped his hand beneath her belly band, resting it in a familiar place. Soon, Qinwan felt something pressing against her back. Liang Zhenguo felt helpless. His robust physique came with strong desires that responded to even the slightest provocation. Damn relatives. Why haven't they left yet? Zhenguo, are you uncomfortable? Qinwan twisted her body uncomfortably, hesitating before asking. With her movement, Liang Zhenguo thought that even if he wasn't uncomfortable before, he certainly was now. I'm fine. He squeezed her hand in response, understanding what his little wife wanted to express. Yet knowing her shyness made it difficult for her to voice it. He certainly couldn't engage in a bloody battle as she might wish. That would be too taxing on her body and carry risks of infection. He didn't want to pursue fleeting pleasure at the expense of his wife's well-being. Oh, Qinwan responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, she couldn't control her physiological needs, leaving her man to endure. After all, having shared a bed for so long, she understood his strong desires. Each encounter lasted long, and had it not been for their relative's visit, she might have struggled to keep up. It was fortunate that her husband cared for her well-being. Now, she could only hope to bring her sister over soon to help alleviate some of the tension. After a while of playful touching, Liang Zhenguo's mind drifted into slumber, and he gradually fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he found himself entwined with a woman, indulging in passionate embraces and wild ecstasy throughout the night. Upon waking, he realized that the woman was neither his little wife nor his sister-in-law, but rather the lady who had sat on the back of his bicycle the day before. The following morning, he thought, what a sin. Indeed, one's thoughts by day often manifest in dreams by night. After rising, Liang Zhenguo discreetly avoided his little wife, quietly changing into a fresh pair of shorts from yesterday's laundry. However, during breakfast, he noticed his little wife casting him peculiar glances. He paid little heed, assuming it was due to the previous night's events. After finishing breakfast and pinching Little Fish's cheek, Liang Zhenguo set out on his bicycle. Time was of the essence. He needed to scour the residences of teachers in Nanluoguxiang today, and if he found nothing, he would continue his search in Xiqing district. Passing by the east wing, he waved to Suya in the courtyard before leaving courtyard 12. Though courtyard 12 was also on his list, he had already thoroughly inspected the only female teacher's residence on his first day there. The number of teachers in Nanluoguxiang was few, but the alleys were plentiful and winding. By the time he reached the last two houses, it was nearly noon. He ventured into a quiet alley near Nanluoguxiang, targeting a middle-aged couple with the surname Chun. According to the records, both were teachers at the same school and had been recognized as model educators by the district. Initially, Liang Zhenguo held little hope, treating it merely as a formality. However, as he meticulously scanned their home with his mental probe, he suddenly halted, instinctively slamming on the brakes. The Chun family's exterior appeared ordinary, comprising 2 rooms and a small yard. The interior furnishings were unremarkable, typical of a residential home. Yet, beneath their sleeping Kong, there lay a concealed entrance. His mental probe clearly revealed that in the center of their Kong was a gray wooden board, distinctly different in color from the surrounding earth. Most importantly, there was an empty space beneath. This was the entrance to a basement. The basement was not overly large, evidently excavated by hand and reinforced over the years. In the center of the basement stood a makeshift wooden table, upon which rested a military radio and a stack of papers densely covered in handwriting. Some were in Japanese, which he couldn't decipher, but he could read the Chinese text. Notably, on the top 1 or 2 pages, he spotted the word steel mill, indicating that this was indeed the target of his search. Upon confirming the target, he initially intended to return to the police station to inform Grandpa Sun and the others. However, when he noticed a stack of boxes in the corner of the basement, he found himself unable to leave. Some boxes contained firearms and ammunition, including grenades, while others held gold. 6 large boxes, carelessly discarded in the corner and covered in spider webs, indicating their owner had long neglected them. One box held several cloth bags filled with bundles of cash, even a conspicuous bag of US dollars. While these treasures tempted him, it was one particular box that rooted him to the spot, for it contained rolled-up ancient paintings and porcelain. Chapter 175, Unexpected Energy. These were the antiques he had long coveted. The porcelain and paintings totaled 12 pieces, surpassing his previous collection by 4. Missing 1 or 2 would be unfortunate. But 12 pieces? He simply could not turn a blind eye. Of course, He did not intend to keep this batch of antiques for himself. He merely wished to absorb their energy to enhance his own strength. After all, once reported, he would lose the opportunity to store these treasures. Fortunately, the enemy couple was not home, and he planned to sneak in and claim what he could. Liang Zhenguo surveyed his surroundings, though the alley was quiet. Some residents lived nearby. Thus, he avoided their gaze, stowing his bicycle in his space and scaling the back wall into their yard. Once inside, he entered the main house and closed the door behind him. He left the bedding undisturbed, gently touching it before storing it in his space, intending to return it to its original state after his task was complete to prevent arousing suspicion. According to police protocol, they would wait for the couple to return home before executing their arrest, considering the many unpredictable variables outside or at school. Therefore, he could not disrupt their plans, as it would alert the enemy agents. These infiltrators, having lurked for years, were exceedingly suspicious. If they detected signs of someone having entered their home, they would likely scurry away like rats into the shadows, making them nearly impossible to track down again. Gathering the bedding, Liang Zhenguo also retrieved the wooden planks that concealed the entrance to the basement, revealing the pitch-black void below. Without hesitation, he descended the staircase. He had previously investigated and found no so-called traps within. After all, this was their private sanctuary. No matter how vigilant one might be, it was unlikely that traps would be set in their own most secure underground haven. Upon entering the basement, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. Yet he maintained his mental probing, rendering even the most obscure corners as bright as day in his perception. He paid no mind to the military radio and intelligence papers on the table, as these would naturally be collected by others in due course. His sole focus was the box containing calligraphy and paintings. This box was immaculate, starkly contrasting the 6 boxes in the corner, which were enshrouded in cobwebs. Clearly, this couple had a particular fondness for these antiquities, frequently taking them out for admiration and handling, thus keeping the box in pristine condition. However, Liang Zhenguo had no time for leisurely appreciation. He swiftly stored the calligraphy, paintings, and the box itself into his spatial realm. In the next moment, a rich energy began to siphon continuously from the box. Joy surged within him, for this energy was acquired without expenditure. Moreover, the quality of these 12 pieces of antiquities exceeded his expectations. No wonder the enemy agents coveted them so dearly. He patiently waited for a full minute, during which the spatial realm extracted the energy from the 12 antiques completely. Simultaneously, his mind cleared, invigorated beyond measure, as his mental prowess surged dramatically, expanding his probing range to a radius of 205 meters. In essence, these 12 antiquities had gifted him 86 units of energy. This also implied that upon fully absorbing this energy, his physique would elevate to 8 times that of an ordinary adult. Such an enhancement was indeed astonishing. Once fortified, confronting Comrade Deng would feel akin to playing with a mere chick. Of course, this was contingent upon adhering to martial ethics and not resorting to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, even with an 8-fold increase in physical strength, he would remain vulnerable to a single bullet if caught off guard. After reflecting on this, Liang Zhenguo's excitement gradually settled. Though he could not afford to be reckless, the prospect of enhancement lifted his spirits. He glanced at the now energy-depleted antiques, and while he felt a tinge of regret, he returned them to their original position. Each piece was of far superior quality compared to anything within his spatial realm. However, these were illicitly acquired by enemy agents, and he felt no inclination to claim them for himself, unlike his previous acquisitions from the remnants of the old guard. Furthermore, the fact that the enemy agents were still alive posed the risk of complications should they be interrogated later, as the recovered loot would not align with his account. This would not trouble him directly, as no one knew of his intrusion, but it would certainly create a headache for Grandpa Sunday. His eyes then shifted to the dusty boxes of gold. While the 12 pieces of calligraphy and paintings were etched in the enemy agent's memory, they were likely indifferent to the quantity of gold, as taking it out for trade would easily attract attention. Surely, it would not be unreasonable for him to take a few pieces as a reward for his efforts, especially since he had no intention of claiming credit for the operation. With this thought in mind, Liang Zhenguo approached each box and discreetly extracted several large gold bars, carefully selecting those from the middle to avoid detection of any missing items. After such a prolonged duration, taking from the top would surely leave traces. He refrained from touching the bags of money, having already taken over 30 gold bars. A few small bills were hardly worth the trouble. He also left the firearms untouched, but did take 5 grenades for future use. After ensuring he had overlooked nothing, Liang Zhenguo erased his traces and exited the basement, reassembling the wooden planks and restoring the bedding on the Kong. Once satisfied that there were no apparent flaws, he discreetly made his way out of the courtyard. Retrieving his bicycle, he leisurely pedaled away. No sooner had he exited the alley than an elderly man basking in the sunlight at the entrance called out, "Young man, What brings you to our alley? You've been inside quite a while. The old man scrutinized Liang Zhenguo with curiosity. Had he not been riding a bicycle and dressed appropriately, he might have suspected the young man of nefarious intentions. Liang Zhenguo quickly replied, Old sir, I'm from Dongbiekio Alley, here to find Teacher Chen. My sister is his student and couldn't attend school this morning due to illness. I heard that Teacher Chen lives nearby, so I came to see if he would be home for lunch to excuse my sister. Oh, I see. Teacher Chen lives over there. The old man gestured toward the small courtyard Liang Zhenguo had entered earlier. However, if you're looking to excuse her, you'll need to go directly to the school, as Teacher Chen rarely returns home at noon. A look of realization crossed Liang Zhenguo's face. Is that so? Old sir, could you tell me more about Teacher Chen? Is he easy to talk to? Although he had confirmed that the teacher and his wife were enemy agents, Liang Zhenguo was keen to gather more information about any neighbors who might be closely associated with them, as they too were potential suspects. After all, the intelligence from the police station indicated that the enemy operative was likely a singular individual, yet who could say it might not be a couple? The addition of one or two more would not be surprising. Chapter 176, The Reckless Wang Aigua. It is worth noting that Teacher Chen's household possessed grenades, a weapon of mass destruction. Should they be ambushed during their operation and several enemy agents emerge to rescue them, the casualties could be significant. Teacher Chen is truly a good person. Young man, if your sister is unwell and unable to attend school, he won't blame her. The elderly man spoke with admiration and respect for Teacher Chen. The couple devoted themselves to educating their students diligently, always concerned for their health and family circumstances. Due to their lack of children, they sometimes even shared their own rations to support students in need. For those struggling to keep up with the curriculum, they would offer free tutoring at the students' homes whenever they had time, ensuring that the students could meet the class standards. They were indeed exemplary educators of the people. They were model teachers in our Dongqing district. Both were well-educated individuals, kind not only to children but also to their neighbors. However, the old man lamented that Teacher Chen seemed to have poor health, often coughing and sleeping lightly, waking at the slightest noise. He was quite loquacious, and Liang Zhenguo was more than happy to listen. Yet, the light sleeping was a typical trait of enemy agents, as such individuals are often hypervigilant. Were it not for his prior discovery of the couple's true identities, he would not have doubted that these seemingly virtuous teachers could be enemy operatives. Oh, so Teacher Chen is in poor health. Do our neighbors often visit him? Liang Zhenguo continued to inquire. The old man shook his head dismissively. Though Teacher Chen maintains harmonious relations with the neighbors, he generally prefers not to trouble anyone. They only check on him occasionally when they see him outside. Even when they remodeled their floors a few years back, they did it all themselves, refusing to let neighbors lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo nodded. Realizing that the so-called floor renovation likely entailed digging out the basement, this was not something they would allow outsiders to assist with. He simultaneously began to rule out the suspicion that any of the neighbors were their accomplices. Liang Zhenguo continued his conversation with the elderly gentleman for a few more minutes, and learned that the couple returned home every night to sleep. After expressing his gratitude, he took his leave. One could only imagine the bewilderment of the old man when the time came to apprehend this exemplary teaching couple, especially considering he had just spent nearly 10 minutes extolling their virtues, unaware that they were, in fact, long-term adversaries. However, based on the couple's conduct over the years, it would take concrete evidence for anyone to believe they were enemies. After departing, Liang Zhenguo first visited Aunt Lu's state-run restaurant for lunch. Aunt Lu, I would like a large portion of dumplings, please. Dumplings were not only favored by Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu, but he too had a fondness for them. After all, as the saying goes, nothing is more delicious than dumplings. All right, Zhenguo, please take a seat. When Aunt Lu brought out a generous bowl of dumplings, Liang Zhenguo smiled and said, Aunt Lu, I wanted to inform you in advance that a friend contacted me this morning. He mentioned that there would be a wild boar available in the next couple of days. I've secured it for you. I will bring it to the restaurant either tomorrow or the day after. Wonderful. I will be waiting for it. Aunt Lu's evident delight at this news was unmistakable. Rest assured, it will be bigger than the one from last week. Having finished his meal, Liang Zhenguo did not linger for further conversation with the amiable Aunt Lu but hurried back to the Galu police station. Upon his return, he found that Grandpa's son and the others had just finished their lunch and were back in the duty room reviewing the recent investigation reports. Unfortunately, Wang Aigua was also present. The moment he saw Liang Zhenguo enter the station, Wang Aigua's expression darkened, and he couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Oh, look who's back. Did the headquarters not send you here to assist on Monday? And yet, after 2 days, you vanished without a trace. Is this your work ethic? Or have you miraculously solved the case in less than 3 days? Liang Zhenguo did not bother to glance at him, dismissively muttering fool as he walked straight towards Grandpa Sunday. In a calm and composed tone, he stated, Director's son, I have identified a target. Number 16, Jingyang Hatong, Nenlo Guxiang. The Chen Weiman couple. What? Sun Zhengwen exclaimed, abruptly rising from his chair, the legs scraping against the floor with an unpleasant sound. Are you certain? The Chen Weiman couple? The exemplary teachers from Dongqing district? Liang Zhenguo had not previously heard of the Chen Weiman couple, likely due to his brief time in the city. In truth, their reputation was even more notable than he had anticipated. At least Sun Zhengwen had heard of them numerous times and held great respect for these widely praised educators. Thus, his incredulity was understandable, if he were mistaken. It would reflect poorly on him as the director. About 80% sure. Last night, I took a stroll around the homes of the teachers in Nanluo Guxiang and noticed that there was a ticking sound emanating from the Chun Weiman's residence. My hearing is quite acute. I wouldn't mistake it. Liang Zhenguo pointed to his ear, his confidence palpable. As for the little fib he told, it was inconsequential. After all, it was a reasonable assertion, and capturing the enemy was of utmost importance. Furthermore, he did not care whether the couple used a radio the previous night. If they claimed otherwise during interrogation, it would simply indicate they were lying. How could one trust the words of adversaries? Moreover, I followed them this morning and noticed they exhibited a heightened level of caution, unlike ordinary teachers. He added this detail to clarify why he hadn't reported his discovery earlier. Wang Aigua, listening from the side, widened his eyes in disbelief. Liang Zhenguo, what nonsense are you spouting? I know Teacher Chen very well. They cannot possibly be enemies. They are model teachers recognized by the district. And you claim your hearing is so acute, yet you dare to label them as enemies without evidence? Liang Zhenguo shot him a peculiar glance. Young man, don't rush to your demise. If the Chun Weiman couple is innocent, that's one thing. But if they are indeed problematic, your fervent defense of them could jeopardize your future. If they were ordinary citizens, it might be overlooked, but Wang Aigua was in law enforcement. Defending an enemy, especially one of significant stature, raises serious questions about one's judgment. A middle-aged police officer behind Wang Aigua's back changed color, hastily nudging him, signaling him to refrain from further foolishness. He clearly recognized the implications. Even if he didn't believe it, mocking Liang Zhenguo should wait until the investigation confirmed the couple's innocence. However, Wang Aigua, though understanding the hint, nonchalantly replied, Master, my family has had dealings with Teacher Chen's family for years. I know whether they have issues or not. This kid is merely seeking attention. Despite his instinctive desire to oppose Liang Zhenguo, as their encounters often left him irritated, he was indeed quite familiar with Teacher Chen's family. He had been to their home more than a couple of times. In such a small place, if there had been a radio, he would have noticed it long ago. Chapter 177. The arrest operation. Liang Zhenguo cast a cold glance at him. Whether they are enemies cannot be determined solely by my words. Yet it is equally unwise to dismiss their suspicions based on your assurances, Wang Aigua. He turned back to Director Sun, stating, I have inquired and found that they return home every night to sleep. Whether they are guilty or innocent, a surprise raid tonight will reveal the truth. If we are correct, I will not take credit for it. Should we be mistaken, I will shoulder all responsibility and publicly apologize to them in front of everyone in the Hatong, as well as all the police. Nevertheless, we cannot overlook anyone who raises suspicions. Liang Zhenguo's words exuded a sense of righteousness, eliciting admiration from the other officers present, including Wang Aigua's mentor. What a selfless young man, though his tongue could be a bit sharp. Noticing Wang Aigua's disdainful expression, his mentor subtly shifted his position away from him. Sun Zhengwen met Liang Zhenguo's composed and confident gaze, and, realizing that others were at a loss, made a decisive choice. All right, I will trust you this once. I will arrange for personnel immediately. Sun Zhengwen proceeded to organize the team, instructing the officers in the duty room not to leave the station indiscriminately. As he departed, he cast a pointed glance at Wang Aigua, the meaning clear. His words were primarily directed at him. Given their long-standing familiarity, he feared Wang Aigua might tip off the Chen couple. Consequently, Wang Aigua's expression soured, but no one present came to his defense. In the afternoon, Liang Zhenguo chose not to go home for dinner, instead dining with the officers in their small cafeteria. Although he was not a police officer, since he had reported the information, he naturally intended to accompany them on the arrest operation that night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Gulu police station, in conjunction with the precinct, quietly surrounded the Chun family's courtyard. The operation was swift and silent, with 2 agile young officers scaling the wall to open the gate, allowing everyone to enter in an orderly manner. Finally, with a wave of Director Sun's hand, the police burst through the door. 4 officers dragged the still slumbering Chun Weiman couple from their bed, while one officer with a flashlight illuminated the room, clearly revealing the shock and bewilderment etched on the couple's faces as they struggled to comprehend why the police had come to their home in the middle of the night. What are you doing? I am Chun Weiman. We are teachers. Police comrades, you must have made a mistake. Chun Weiman protested, his face twisted with anger and injustice. His wife echoed his sentiments. Police comrades, could you please clarify the situation before making an arrest? Liang Zhenguo stood at the doorway, observing that the couple did not exhibit even a trace of panic in response to this sudden turn of events. He clucked his tongue in admiration, recognizing their remarkable composure, truly fitting for the leader overseeing a line of adversaries. Teacher Chen, we have received information suggesting that the sound of a telegraph was heard emanating from your residence. Thus, we kindly request your cooperation in our investigation. At this point, Sun Jiangwen maintained a relatively polite tone, as the status of Chen Weimin and his wife as enemy spies had not yet been confirmed. Please conduct a thorough search of the yard, the house, the roof, and every conceivable corner. Understood. In the ensuing 10 minutes, confronted with the comprehensive search by the police, there were no signs of excavation on the ground of the yard, making it evident that no contraband could be concealed. Everything within the house appeared normal, and the books, teaching materials, and certificates all served to underscore the innocence of the home's occupants. Particularly, the expressions of the officers conducting the search betrayed their confusion, as their glances frequently darted toward Liang Zhenguo at the doorway, pondering whether this young man had indeed made an error. They had scoured this small space multiple times, and it seemed implausible that anything could be hidden. Accompanying them, Wang Aigua could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, Director's son, I told you previously that Teacher Chen could not possibly be a spy. Liang Zhenguo is merely causing a ruckus. This is nothing but an obstruction to our work. Furthermore, you must release Teacher Chen at once. His health is already precarious, and if he suffers any distress, will the Golu police station bear responsibility? Sun Jiangwen ignored him, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the room, ultimately directing his gaze toward Liang Zhenguo. The officers from the Golu police station, who were holding Chen Weimin and his wife, would not release them without explicit orders from their superior. Liang Zhenguo, too, disregarded Wang Aigua, maintaining a calm demeanor. Initially, he had intended to share credit for the discovery of the basement entrance, but it was clear that they had squandered their opportunity. Under the watchful eyes of several individuals in the room, he stepped further inside, his gaze sweeping over the earthen pit that occupied a significant portion of the room. Then, feigning nonchalance, he approached the edge of the Kong and gave it a gentle kick. Chen Weimin's heart raced violently in response to his actions. Oblivious to Chen Weimin's extreme anxiety, Liang Zhenguo kicked the earthen bed and, as if having made a discovery, ran his hand along the edge of the Kong. With a sudden motion, he seized the bedding draped over it and yanked it away. Be careful, one of the officers instinctively cautioned, as the bedding was pulled aside. Revealing the surface of the Kong beneath, Liang Zhenguo pointed out the noticeable color difference of a wooden plank to the nearby officer. Comrade, could you please examine this? Doesn't the color seem a bit unusual? The officer leaned in, and despite the dim lighting, he discerned the anomaly, tapping it with his fingers. The resounding echo invigorated the officers, while Chen Weimin and his wife slumped helplessly to the ground. Sun Jiangwen's face lit up with excitement as he commanded, Pry it open immediately. You lot, keep a close watch on these two. Do not allow them to escape. The officer responded affirmatively, cautiously using a tool to pry along the seam, and the gray wooden plank was swiftly removed, revealing a dark opening that led down to a staircase. Without waiting for further instruction from Director Sun, one officer, flashlight clenched in his teeth, descended into the depths, where a sudden exclamation shattered the night stillness. Director, we found it. There's a radio. A military radio. As Sun Jiangwen felt a surge of exhilaration, he sighed in relief and called out, Bring it up. Alongside Wang Aigua, the remaining officers erupted in jubilant cheers. The past 10 days had been fraught with frustration, and now, it seemed, the case was finally reaching its resolution. Yet, Wang Aigua stood in disbelief, lowering his head in silence. He understood that with the resolution of this case, he would bear no credit, nor even labor. Yet due to his repeated defense of Chen Weimin and his wife against suspicions of treason, he would undoubtedly face internal scrutiny upon returning. Even if he had not acted against them, his promising future was irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 178. Old Son, I have discovered another enemy spy. Meanwhile, Chen Weimin and his wife appeared ashen, forcefully held down by 4 officers. Initially, their treatment had been somewhat restrained due to the lack of confirmed evidence against them. But now, there was no need for such caution. The two were firmly restrained, granted no opportunity for escape or self-harm, as these enemy agents feared capture far more than death. Director, there are many more boxes inside. The radio hasn't even been retrieved yet. Came the excited voice from the basement. Sun Jiangwen, elated, instructed, Ollie, you and your team go down and help move the items. Though uncertain of what lay within, it was indisputable that the greater their haul, the more significant their accomplishment would be. Yes, Director. Zhang Li led 4 officers down to the basement. The 6 of them labored for quite some time before finally emptying the basement. The items recovered were placed in the yard, including the radio, with only the intelligence documents retained by Sun Zhenguo. Upon discovering weapons and ammunition in the basement, particularly half a box of grenades, the officers were drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, they had caught them off guard tonight. Had the suspects anticipated the raid, those grenades would have posed a dire threat to the nearby residents. As Sun Zhenguo and his team escorted the 2 enemy agents out of the house, they found a commotion brewing at the entrance. Their activities had stirred considerable noise. Chun Weiman and his wife's cries of innocence had awakened the neighbors, leading to a crowd now gathered at their doorstep. Had it not been for the 2 officers stationed at the entrance, the neighbors would have rushed in long ago. Upon seeing Chun Weiman and his wife being let out, a neighbor shouted, "Comrades of the police, what crime has Teacher Chen committed? Why are you apprehending him?" Sun Zhenguo refrained from answering directly, instead directing the beam of his flashlight toward the boxes in the yard, prominently featuring the radio atop the pile. The uproar outside abruptly fell silent, akin to a pause button being pressed. In this era, how many older individuals were unaware of what a radio signified? And for a teacher to have concealed a radio in their home, what implications did that bear? It could only mean one thing. They were enemy spies. As this realization dawned, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who could have imagined that this renowned model teacher couple in the district were, in fact, spies? They struggled to reconcile the image of the beloved educators they had revered with the grim reality of espionage. Yet the radio and the boxes stood as undeniable evidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late. Please return to your homes. We must escort them back to the police station," Sun Zhenguo said, observing their expressions and sighing, knowing they were grappling with disbelief, especially those who had received assistance from the suspect couple. Upon hearing Sun Zhenguo's words, the neighbors reluctantly dispersed, understanding the gravity of the situation. With the departure of the onlookers, Liang Zhenguo recalled another enemy spy he had discovered the previous day and pulled Sun Zhenguo aside. "Old Sun, I have another finding." Sun Zhenguo, grateful, patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder. This case had been resolved largely due to his efforts. "What discovery? Is there still something we've overlooked?" Given Liang Zhenguo's keen observational skills, which had enabled him to notice the irregularities in the earthen Kong that had escaped the attention of the other officers, Sun Zhenguo assumed he had found another hidden location. "No," Liang Zhenguo shook his head. "Yesterday, I discovered another location with enemy spies. I also heard the sound of a telegraph." He added, "What?" Sun Zhenguo suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the public security officers in the courtyard. "Where? Oh dear, why did you only mention this now?" Each officer took the threat of enemy spies seriously, and every operation was executed only after meticulous preparation. Thus, upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's late revelation, Sun Zhenguo's tone bore a hint of reproach. As for doubts regarding the authenticity, the scene had already proven that his hearing was remarkably acute. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a walking detector. "I was just eager to apprehend those 2 scoundrels," he justified. "Moreover, the hour was still favorable. As you return, you could conveniently capture him. I've confirmed that he is alone." Liang Zhenguo, somewhat embarrassed, pointed toward Chun Weiman and his wife, then relayed the enemy spy's precise location and details to grandfather Sun. Having gathered the information in advance, You, Sun Zhenguo sighed, a mix of urgency and helplessness coloring his expression as he chided Liang Zhenguo, who made capturing enemy spies sound deceptively simple. However, Liang Zhenguo was indeed the hero of the hour, and Sun Zhenguo refrained from laying too much blame, especially since it was not his own men. Fortunately, they had brought a considerable number of personnel to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "Ali, take Ah Quan and the others, and delegate the task to them," Sun Zhenguo instructed, knowing that Liang Zhenguo had chosen only the most capable individuals from their unit. Armed with detailed intelligence, they could certainly manage the situation. "Oh, grandfather Sun, I want to accompany you back to the station. If anything is needed, I shall return tomorrow." With the situation appearing to be under control, Liang Zhenguo was reluctant to make the round trip, especially since he hadn't even informed his wife about the evening's operation. And it was already past midnight. "All right, make sure to come by tomorrow," Sun Zhenguo nodded, not insisting on Liang Zhenguo's presence for the overtime. "Understood." As Liang Zhenguo stepped out, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned back to ask, "Grandfather Sun, my friend caught a wild boar today. Would your station like it?" Although he hadn't been at the police station recently, he was aware of the efforts his colleagues had exerted on this case, and he intended to sell the wild boar to them the next day as a gesture of goodwill. "Absolutely. Be sure to bring the wild boar to the station when you come tomorrow," Sun Zhenguo exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, considering it a perfect way to reward his comrades after solving the case, even if their contribution had been merely laborious. "Indeed, Comrade Zhenguo, don't forget." The other officers present, including those from different precincts, eagerly chimed in. expressing their enthusiasm for the good fortune. They were determined to stay until the wild boar arrived, regardless of any urging from Sun Jiangwen to leave. By now, Liang Zhenguo had earned their respect. Even Wang Igwa stood quietly at the back of the crowd. If they had merely apprehended one enemy's spy, some might have chalked it up to luck, but with two in quick succession, they could not deny his capability, which explained why the headquarters had sent him, a mere security guard, to assist. I want to forget. I'll bring it over tomorrow noon. Liang Zhenguo, unperturbed by the admiring gazes from the officers, replied with a smile before elegantly turning to leave. Chapter 179. Do not speak flirtatiously to other women. Fortunately, he had ridden a bicycle over. Otherwise, he would have had to run to the police station. After retrieving his bicycle, Liang Zhenguo hurried towards Dongyapio Hudong. By the time he returned to his courtyard, it was already past 2 in the morning, yet he noticed that the door to the main house was ajar, illuminated by an oil lamp. Given the late hour, he made a conscious effort to tread lightly. This girl, still awake at such a late hour. Liang Zhenguo thought warmly as he hurried inside. Wife, why are you still up, Suya? Upon entering, he saw his wife pacing restlessly while Suya sat beside her, her brow slightly furrowed in concern. Brother Zhenguo, why are you back so late? Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, Qin visibly relaxed and hurriedly approached him. After dinner, I came over here. Xiaowan mentioned you were helping the police investigate a case, and Han Ti returned. So I came to keep her company after Xiao Yuan fell asleep, Suya explained, her previously furrowed brow now smoothed out. Thank you, Suya. Liang Zhenguo expressed his gratitude before elaborating on his late return. I helped the police locate that enemy spy at noon, and since I found him, I participated in the operation tonight, which is why I returned so late. Are you all right? Qin, unfamiliar with the nature of capturing enemy spies, asked with concern. Liang Zhenguo affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. What could possibly happen? It went smoothly. Don't worry, your husband is more capable than several police officers combined. Boastful. Qin teased, enjoying her husband's affection, yet feeling a bit shy with Suya present. Suya watched them with a smile, a hint of envy shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Liang Zhenguo's gaze also drifted toward Suya, who was dressed more casually than during her time at school, wearing a light inner garment beneath a thin jacket to ward off the autumn chill. However, it did little to conceal her voluptuous figure, particularly the enticing curve of her neckline. Feeling Liang Zhenguo's gaze, Suya shifted slightly but did not attempt to hide her discomfort. Instead, she redirected his attention, asking, I heard from Xiaowan that you were investigating a teacher. Now that you've caught him, could you share the details? Her curiosity piqued, especially as she was a teacher herself. With a subtle shift of focus from her alluring neckline, Liang Zhenguo regarded Suya's lovely face as he spoke. This individual, or this couple, Suya, you might recognize or know their names. Oh, who are they? Suya inquired, her curiosity deepening. Though it was late, Qin, too, leaned in, eager for gossip. They are a couple from Nanluo Guxiang, exemplary teachers. Can you guess? Teacher Chen Weiman? Suya exclaimed instinctively, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Liang Zhenguo nodded, then regrettably added, it seems their reputation truly precedes them. When I first mentioned them as enemy spies at the station, many officers wore the same expression you do now. Yet sadly, they are indeed enemy spies, affiliated with the Japanese, and all their actions were merely to conceal their true identities. These spies, having lurked for years while intent on undermining the nation's economy and hindering its development, had long been brainwashed. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, with their so-called benevolence being just another tactic. It really is them, Suya mused, recalling that the couple had previously visited their school, adding, you can't discern anything from their outward appearances. Though she didn't know them personally, she felt a sense of dismay upon learning their true nature. Qin, however, felt little sentiment, as she and Liang Zhenguo were unfamiliar with the distinguished teachers. Suya glanced outside and remarked, let us not dwell on them. It's getting late, so I should take my leave. With Liang Zhenguo back, she felt it inappropriate to linger as an outsider at such an hour. Thankfully, only their two families resided in the courtyard. Otherwise, there might have been idle gossip if seen together. Thank you for your company tonight, Suya. Qin expressed her gratitude, gently pulling Suya's hand, appreciating the hours she had spent keeping her company. Afterward, Qin retrieved a flashlight from the table and handed it to Liang Zhenguo. Brother Zhenguo, it's quite dark outside. Please escort Suya. Certainly. Liang Zhenguo accepted the flashlight with a nod, acknowledging it was the least he could do. Suya did not decline the offer. Despite being in the same courtyard, the moonlight was dim, and the night was indeed pitch dark, causing her some unease. Come on, Suya. I'll walk you home. Okay. Suya stepped out of the room first, with Liang Zhenguo following closely behind. Once outside, he switched on the flashlight, its brilliant beam illuminating the path ahead and casting a silhouette of Suya's graceful figure and alluring curves. momentarily captivating Liang Zhenguo. After stealing a few glances, he quickened his pace to match hers, guiding her through the darkness. Inhaling the refreshing and delicate fragrance wafting from her, Liang Zhenguo remarked, "Sister Suya, thank you for taking care of Xiaowan. She is quite young and tends to get anxious easily." At his words, Suya suddenly chuckled softly, turning to face him. "Xiaowan says you're only a few months older than her. If you call her young, doesn't that make you young too? You're trying to act all mature." Liang Zhenguo almost retorted, "I'm much older," but he held his tongue, knowing that such a remark might lead to her calling him a lecher. "You were quite courteous the last time I helped you, so don't keep throwing around thanks. It feels too formal," Suya gently added. "All right. I want to say it again. We don't need such formalities between us. I'll make sure to take good care of you, Sister Suya," Liang Zhenguo replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Suya gave his shoulder a light pat, her ears slightly flushing, playfully admonishing, "You're still young. Don't go throwing flirty comments at other women, or Xiaowan won't spare you." "My wife treats me well," Liang Zhenguo responded. "Then you must cherish her. Xiaowan is a wonderful woman. Of course, I won't overlook what's worth cherishing." In a few exchanged words, they arrived at the east wing. "Zhenguo, you can stop here," Suya said upon their arrival. "Since we're here, let me escort you inside. It's quite dark," Liang Zhenguo offered, displaying his thoughtfulness without hesitation. "All right then," she agreed, much to his surprise. After all, it was her own room, and he was curious about how she could be so trusting. Liang Zhenguo followed her inside, illuminating the space for her as she lit the kerosene lamp. "That's enough. You should head back now," Suya said, noticing Liang Zhenguo lingering in her room, his gaze wandering. She shot him a playful glare, holding the lamp and gently pushing him toward the door. Guided by her soft hand, he exited the room, realizing that Suya's demeanor towards him had subtly shifted since the previous day. For him, this change was undoubtedly a welcome development. Chapter 180. Not seeing the toes when looking down as Liang Zhenguo stepped outside, he turned back towards Suya, who was preparing to close the door, and said, "Good night. Sister Suya, sleep early so it doesn't affect your class tomorrow." "Even though I don't have class tomorrow, I should indeed rest. You should do the same," Suya replied, a hint of drowsiness creeping into her voice as she stifled a yawn. In her moment of distraction, her coat parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her delicate curves, which instantly caught Liang Zhenguo's eye. Without waiting for her to react, he boldly remarked with a smile, "Sister Suya, one cannot see one's toes when looking down, yet you are truly a vision of beauty." With that, he quickly turned and dashed away. "This impudent rascal. He is becoming increasingly audacious," Suya muttered, her cheeks flushed as she watched his silhouette fade. After reflecting on his earlier words, she glanced down and found herself staring at her own ample figure, which indeed obscured her toes. Sighing, she thought, "Had I encountered such a sight back in the day, perhaps I would have married." Upon returning home, Liang Zhenguo discovered that not just his wife was present. Xiao Yu and Xiao Er had also woken up, sitting on their bed with sleepy eyes. "Second brother, why didn't you come back for dinner?" The youngest, Xiao Er, inquired, trying to widen her eyes at him. "Did you go to work, second brother?" Xiao Yu added. "Yes, I had some matters to attend to," Liang Zhenguo replied, affectionately ruffling their hair before turning to his wife. "Tonight, they've been sleeping in our room, waiting for you to return. They must have fallen asleep while waiting and just woke up, likely disturbed by our conversation," Qin Wan explained, understanding his unspoken question. Liang Zhenguo nodded. Their main room was quite spacious, and he had arranged for their bed to be separated from the area where they usually entertained guests or dined in winter, creating a simple division into a bedroom and a small sitting area. Hence, he hadn't noticed that his younger sisters had been sleeping in their room. "I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed," Xiao Er announced, immediately burrowing into the blankets and pretending to be asleep. Xiao Yu, inspired by her sister, quickly followed suit. Seeing this, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, "You two little tricksters, afraid that second brother will send you back to your own room." However, the two girls remained silent, seemingly truly asleep, allowing him to continue teasing their faces without protest. "Let them sleep," Qin Wan smiled, thinking that their bed was indeed larger than the one in Shilling Village, so they could stay for the night if they wished. She nestled them in the middle and laid down beside them, while Liang Zhenguo changed into more comfortable attire, extinguished the oil lamp, and settled at the edge. As he lay down, his hand instinctively sought to embrace the magnificent peaks beside him, only to find a small body wriggling into the space between them. Suppressing a silent laugh, he reached out and pulled the little one closer. Though his wife was absent, having a fragrant, soft little girl to cuddle with was quite pleasant. Qin Wan also chuckled, knowing that Xiao Er had slyly wriggled her way over. She shifted slightly to accommodate Xiao Yu, and they all drifted off to sleep until dawn. Qin Wan had intended to rise early to prepare breakfast, but Liang Zhenguo gently urged her to rest, as he had resolved the case and didn't need to be up for work. However, Qin only slept until 8. Rising to cook. The two girls, cherishing the rare opportunity to sleep with their second brother, remained snug in bed despite feeling refreshed. Yet, children can only remain quiet for so long. Liang Zhenguo was roused by Xiao Air tugging at his mouth. Irritated, he playfully swatted her bottom a few times. But even then, the little girl only giggled, indicating that as her older brother, he was reluctant to be stern with her. With Xiao Air awake, there was no chance of sleeping in. He had to take both her and Xiao Yu, who was still beside him, to wash up and have breakfast. After they completed their morning routine, they found Qin had already prepared breakfast, transforming the previous night's leftovers into a savory lean meat porridge, complemented by a wild chicken egg for each. They enjoyed a delightful meal together. In truth, no other family in the courtyard could boast such a fine breakfast. Of course, aside from Suya, the other neighbors had no inkling of the culinary delights that graced their table. And Xiao Yu and Xiao Er never spoke of their meals while playing in the courtyard. Liang Zhenguo had advised his younger sisters to keep such matters private. While Xiao Er might forget, Xiao Yu, being considerably cleverer than her peers, often reminded her sister not to mention their family's provisions to others. Discretion was Liang Zhenguo's long-standing principle, even with the newfound security he had acquired. After breakfast, Liang Zhenguo declined Xiao Er's request to accompany him outside, as he had many important tasks to attend to, and having them along would be rather inconvenient. As Liang Zhenguo pushed his bicycle into the front yard, he unexpectedly spotted Xiao Ziqiang, whom he had not seen for several days. In just a short span of time, Xiao Ziqiang appeared to have aged several years. It seemed that Xiao Yang's incapacitation had taken a considerable toll on him. As the one directly responsible for Xiao Yang's plight, Liang Zhenguo felt no remorse towards Xiao Ziqiang, believing that the faults of the son reflected the shortcomings of the father. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance at him before exiting the 12th courtyard. Xiao Ziqiang also noticed Liang Zhenguo. Having heard from neighbors that Liang had a relative in a high-ranking official position, he now dared not provoke him further. After all, with his son rendered a useless shell of a man, the prospect of marriage was but a distant dream. What use was a house without hope? Leaving the courtyard behind, Liang Zhenguo set off towards the Gulu police station. However, as he passed a bus stop, he spotted Suya waiting for a bus, which was evidently not headed in the direction of her school. Given their encounter, he felt compelled to greet her. He rode over and inquired, "Sister Suya, where are you headed? If it's on my way, I'd be happy to give you a lift." Surprised to see Liang Zhenguo, Suya recalled how he had brazenly gazed at her the previous night with a lecherous glint in his eye, uttering something about a beauty beyond compare. Yet, in the public setting, she refrained from commenting on that incident and replied simply, "I'm going to the Zhanxian police station. I have some inquiries to make." Today, she had no classes and wished to find out who had rescued her son. Given the passage of time, she felt it was now possible to ascertain that information. She had long prepared a token of gratitude. The Zhanxian police station? Isn't that where Liang Zhenguo works? He pondered, unsure of her purpose for visiting. Nevertheless, respecting her privacy, he did not pry further, as everyone has their own affairs to attend to. Since her destination was somewhat along his path to the Gulu police station, he patted the rear seat of his bicycle and cheerfully beckoned, "Sister Suya, hop on. I'll take you. Where are you headed? I hope I'm not delaying you." Suya expressed her concern as she approached the bicycle, for she was not particularly fond of taking the bus due to its often unpleasant odors, which left her feeling dizzy. "I'm going to the Gulu police station," Liang Zhenguo replied as he pedaled away from the bus stop. Upon hearing this, Suya nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a convenient route. After they had traveled a short distance, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Liang Zhenguo's broad back, which had always provided her with a sense of security, causing her to momentarily lose herself in thought. As Liang Zhenguo quickened his pace, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. During their first ride together, she had not fully appreciated the sensation. Now, with her focus entirely on him, her hand brushed against his solid abdomen, feeling the warmth through his clothing. It was a delightful sensation, prompting her to touch him more. This unexpected gesture startled Liang Zhenguo. Once he regained his composure, he noticed Suya's face flush with embarrassment as she hastily attempted to retract her hand. However, it was swiftly captured by his larger hand, and his voice resonated from ahead, "Sister Suya, hold on tight." "Oh," she responded, her demeanor reminiscent of a youthful girl caught in a misdeed, yielding meekly to the situation. Yet, she soon realized that after he grasped her hand, he did not release it immediately. Instead, he caressed it for a full minute before letting go. Liang Zhenguo smirked, knowing he was not one to miss an opportunity. Reciprocity was only fair, having been touched. He felt justified in reciprocating. While riding a bicycle limited his options, had he been in a car, his hand would have surely found its way to her thigh. Having spent considerable time together, he had developed a desire for this enchanting woman, particularly since he was aware of her single status. He often teased her, But she was not akin to his sister-in-law, with whom he had shared many years of hardship, relying on each other for emotional support during their struggles. Thus, when he broke through the metaphorical barrier, he alleviated her apprehensions, allowing their relationship to evolve naturally. Suya, he sensed, did not harbor resentment towards him and perhaps even felt some fondness. Therefore, even when he held her hand, her reaction was merely one of shyness and discomfort. Far from a home run. After all, their acquaintance had not been lengthy, and as an independent teacher, she was well aware of his marital status, maintaining a respectful distance. The complexities of a woman's heart were indeed profound. Choosing not to dwell on such matters, he preferred to let things unfold organically, especially since he himself was reluctant to take on the role of a caretaker for a child. Throughout their journey, Liang Zhenguo took the liberty of holding her hand twice more, and it was only after the third time that she pinched him, prompting him to cease until they arrived at the Zhanqian police station. Upon disembarking, Suya did not express her gratitude, merely casting him a sideways glance. In her mind, given how much he had taken advantage of her, why should she thank him? Although she had inadvertently initiated the situation, Liang Zhenguo smiled as he watched her beautiful silhouette disappear through the door before he departed. Well, if she is not upset, perhaps there is room for further advancement next time. Subsequently, adhering to the principle of distance, Liang Zhenguo first delivered a hefty wild boar weighing over 280 pounds to Manager Liu, eliciting gleeful expressions from both. They required 2 boars of similar weight to the last, around 250 pounds, and were quite pleased with the initial delivery, which exceeded the standard by 30 pounds. Manager Liu praised Liang Zhenguo for his efficiency. After delivering the boar, Liang Zhenguo did not rush to the police station. Instead, he procured 3.5 pounds of deer meat, enlisting Master Tan's assistance in preparing braised meat. Although he had never tasted braised deer meat, he believed that anything could be delicious when braised, especially by a master chef. However, he was reluctant to let Master Tan assist him for free this time. Thus, half a pound of the deer meat was for Master Tan, while the remaining 3 pounds were to be cooked as braised meat. Despite Liu Dama's insistence on not charging any processing fees, he was concerned that if he did not offer some benefit, Master Tan might not put in the same effort in future culinary endeavors. While waiting, he noticed Master Tan in the kitchen, smiling broadly and working diligently. An hour later, Liang Zhenguo collected his braised meat and headed towards the police station. As he approached the station, he found a secluded alleyway to conceal a 300-pound wild boar. The wild boars in his space were well-fed and plump, with none weighing less than the one delivered to Liu Dama, except for the young ones. Moreover, he had deliberately castrated one of the young boars, ensuring that its meat would be far more palatable as it matured, one he intended to keep for his own consumption. The distance was not far, so Liang Zhenguo laid down 2 layers of burlap on the bicycle, leaving the hefty wild boar exposed. As he passed through the crowd, onlookers couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Upon arriving at the police station, the elderly gatekeeper had already opened the door, perhaps having received word from their chief. With a grin revealing his yellowed teeth, he smiled broadly at Liang Zhenguo. Upon spotting the considerably larger wild boar in the back of the vehicle, one that dwarfed the previous 2 combined, he swiftly turned and bellowed inside. "You youngsters, hurry out here and help lift the wild boar." The volume of his voice startled Liang Zhenguo, who then gave him a thumbs up and offered him a cigarette, saying, "Old sir, your lung capacity is impressive. 10 years ago, when I was a police officer, a single shout at fleeing thieves would freeze them in their tracks. I was undeniably the pride of the Gulu police station." The old man immediately began to boast. After accepting Liang Zhenguo's cigarette and realizing it was a Zhonghua brand, he hesitated momentarily before tucking it away into his pocket, opting to retrieve his own less prestigious brand instead. Observing the old man's reluctance to smoke the offered cigarette, Liang Zhenguo handed him another, only for the old man to again stash it away, continuing to prepare his own, all the while casting glances at Liang Zhenguo's Zhonghua. Rolling his eyes, Liang Zhenguo feigned ignorance and lit his own cigarette. Although Aunt Tang had gifted him 2 packs last time, he needed to conserve them, as they were not readily available for purchase outside. The old man chuckled and lit up his own, continuing to regale Liang Zhenguo with tales of his past glories. However, the old man's storytelling lacked finesse. He had heard from Uncle Sun that the Gulu police station had not even been established 10 years prior. "Brother Zhenguo, you've arrived." As the old man continued his tall tales, 2 young police officers emerged, presumably to assist with the wild boar. Having sold wild boar twice at Gulu, the officers already held a strong impression of him. After the morning announcement by Director Sun regarding the case that Liang Zhenguo, the security guard, had cracked, his name had spread throughout the entire police station. Perhaps once personnel from other precincts returned, his name would even reach other districts. After all, it was said that Director Sun had mentioned that within 3 days, he had not only identified the enemy agents associated with the case, but but had also uncovered another, allowing Team Zhang to earn further accolades. Can you two manage to lift it? Liang Zhenguo inquired politely, not displaying the same sharpness as Wang Aigua. He gestured toward the wild boar in the vehicle. Let me call for a couple more people. The officers realized the boar was rather large and promptly decided to fetch assistance. Soon, 2 more individuals emerged, and together, they hoisted the hefty wild boar, which weighed over 300 pounds, into the kitchen. This wild boar is truly plump. It must be eating better than we do, the gatekeeper remarked, gazing at the boar's ample backside. If it's so well fed, wouldn't it be better for us to have it as our meal? But we need to catch it first. If I weren't stationed here at the entrance, capturing a wild boar would be a trivial matter for me, the old man resumed his boasting. Fortunately, shortly after, Uncle Sun stepped out and called out to the old man, Uncle Chun, stop dawdling with that kid. You, young man, come inside. Why are you crouching out there? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo discarded his cigarette but patted his backside and replied, all right, I'm coming in. Next time, I'll tell you about my epic battle against 9 notorious bandits to broaden your horizons. Sure, Liang Zhenguo responded. As he approached Uncle Sun, he quietly asked, Uncle Sun, have you ever heard his tale of battling 9 bandits? Sun Jiangwen chuckled, leading him toward the previous duty room while saying, of course I have. Those 9 bandits are merely the 9 snotty kids from Uncle Chun's ramshackle courtyard. Liang Zhenguo found himself at a loss for words. He had thought the exaggeration was in quantity, only to discover it was a matter of quality. Next time, he should refer to him as Old Braggart. Upon entering the duty room, Liang Zhenguo noticed a significantly larger gathering than during his previous visits, with many faces he did not recognize. Likely because the officers were out conducting investigations. However, he did not spot Wang Aigua in the duty room, unsure if he had returned to their East City precinct to assist with the investigation. Although many recognized him, Sun Jiangwen formally introduced him, stating, this is our comrade Liang Zhenguo, the key figure in this case. Sun Jiangwen had summoned Liang Zhenguo today solely to commend him in front of everyone. Unfortunately, since he was not an officer, despite the merits of last night's case and the additional intelligence on another enemy agent, his rank could not be elevated as it might have been otherwise. Liang Zhenguo felt somewhat out of place in this situation, merely smiling in response to Sun Jiangwen's praise. Fortunately, Sun Jiangwen did not elaborate extensively. After briefly recounting the details of the case resolution, they proceeded to his office. Uncle Sun, aren't you going to interrogate that enemy couple? Liang Zhenguo inquired, noticing Sun Jiangwen had time to share tea with him in the office. They were sent to the headquarters yesterday and are no longer under our jurisdiction, Sun Jiangwen explained. Through their intelligence documents, they had confirmed that the couple was indeed their target, and this pair of enemy agents was no ordinary threat. The information they possessed was beyond the capacity of a small precinct to handle, hence it was handed directly to the headquarters. Liang Zhenguo nodded, showing little concern but merely expressing curiosity. What reward do you wish for? I can recommend it to the higher-ups, given your contributions this time. I believe they would be amenable, as long as it's not excessive. A reward? Liang Zhenguo pondered, stroking his chin. He seemed to lack material desires. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Uncle Sun, could you possibly get me a radio ticket? I'd like to purchase a radio for my grandparents. A radio ticket? What? You don't have one? Not that. Sun Jiangwen shook his head in exasperation. You only want a radio ticket? No other requests? Not really. Oh, there's one more thing. Liang Zhenguo initially shook his head before adding, if you go to the headquarters, please tell my uncle about me. I work at the steel mill, and if possible, I'd like to see if I could do this part-time. I could assist with any similar cases. Upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's desire for part-time work again, Sun Jiangwen realized he truly did not wish to become a full-time officer. Although he still didn't fully understand this mindset, he began to contemplate the feasibility of it. Undoubtedly, Liang Zhenguo was exceptionally capable and would be well suited for police work. The leadership had a keen eye for talent. Within a week, he had apprehended 3 enemy agents, 2 of whom were significant threats. Who could claim he was unfit for police work? Not to mention his previous accolades. With these thoughts, Sun Jiangwen found himself wishing to have Old Huang kick him out, so he could bring Liang Zhenguo in as an officer. Unfortunately, this lad lacked ambition. Sun Jiangwen felt a tinge of frustration, lamenting the missed opportunity. If Liang Zhenguo were interested in becoming a full-time officer, based on his recent accomplishments, he could guarantee him a position, as the higher-ups would undoubtedly be keen on his recruitment. However, part-time work was not within his authority to grant. But the uncle you mentioned is Director Tang? He had never heard Liang Zhenguo refer to him in that manner before. Such familiarity indicated a strong endorsement from Director Tang. Indeed. Aren't you worried about rejecting your uncle's offer of police work? Won't he be upset? Why should I worry? Maya can handle him. Besides, I'm only seeking part-time work, Liang Zhenguo replied nonchalantly. If he hadn't had this connection before, He might have been cautious of Tang Qingshan's status and felt the need to show some respect to the deputy director. Now that they were related, he felt much more at ease. Were it not for the advantageous identity conferred by his position in the Public Security Bureau, and the promise made by Tang Qingshan of providing him with an independent courtyard, he would have no desire to assume this role. Nevertheless, this so-called part-time job is something that Sunday finds himself unable to evade. Should I have the opportunity to meet your maternal uncle at the headquarters, I would certainly have him assist you. For Director Tang, this would be a trivial matter, provided that you also put forth some effort. Sun Zhangwen could only express that, if it were feasible, he would certainly bring Liang Zhenguo to their station, as he is a formidable asset. However, given the substantial assistance Liang Zhenguo has rendered, he does not wish for him to be unduly disadvantaged, hence he proposed. This should not be considered a reward, if you haven't contemplated any other form of recompense. Might you be open to my suggestion? Chapter 183. How did I end up at my home? At the Zhanxian police station, after Suya conveyed her purpose, the guard allowed her entry. Comrade, do you know which office Liang Zheng is in? Since she had only previously interacted with Liang Zheng once, she wished to directly inquire about her benefactor's situation. He is in the innermost office. However, I am uncertain if he has gone out on a call or is patrolling the platform. You may ask his colleagues in the office, the guard indicated. Thank you, comrade. Suya replied as she made her way toward the designated office. Upon her arrival, the door was ajar, and as Suya peered inside, she noted that Liang Zheng was absent. Before she could inquire further, a middle-aged officer from the railway police noticed her and approached with a look of curiosity. Hello, comrade. Whom are you seeking? Comrade, I am looking for Liang Zheng. May I ask if he has gone out on a call? Looking for Liang Zheng? The middle-aged officer's expression grew more perplexed. He was Liang Zheng's mentor and recalled that during the New Year festivities, Liang Zheng had brought his wife to visit his home. This woman, however, was unfamiliar to him, and he had not heard Liang Zheng mention any sisters or close cousins. He has gone out, but he is supposed to return today. Comrade, what matter do you wish to discuss with Liang Zheng? I am his mentor. Though puzzled, he noticed that this young woman was quite courteous and seemed to possess an air of distinction, prompting him to respond. Is that so? Do you know when he will return? Suya felt a tinge of disappointment, but realizing that Liang Zheng's mentor might be aware of the recent case involving human trafficking, she intended to inquire further. Before she could finish her thought, the middle-aged officer suddenly glanced behind her and spoke. What a coincidence, he has just returned. Liang Zheng, there is a comrade here to see you. Please attend to her. Upon hearing this, Suya turned to see Liang Zheng, accompanied by another young officer, both laden with bags. Master, Liang Zheng called out to the middle-aged officer before turning to Suya. Are you Teacher Su? Suya's appearance was distinctive. After all, there were not many teachers as beautiful as she, and despite the passage of over 2 weeks, Liang Zheng recognized her. Yes, it is I, Comrade Liang, Suya nodded, glancing at the bags Liang Zheng was carrying. Do you have a moment, Comrade Liang? I wish to inquire about our previous discussion. Understanding her intent, Liang Zheng thought to himself that Teacher Su truly was a kind-hearted individual, grateful and considerate, even after such a length of time. She sought out the benefactor who had aided her son. However, having returned from Tianjin with a considerable amount of goods, he wondered whether Liang Zhenguo might need something, as he felt it necessary to reciprocate for the significant help he had received. Therefore, Liang Zheng nodded and said, Teacher Su, if you have a moment, please wait for me for a few minutes. I am also preparing to leave work, and I need to visit the benefactor who helped your son. If you wish to meet him, I can take you along. The items he procured in Tianjin were intended for distribution among his colleagues, a customary practice in their station. Just as other officers would share provisions or other supplies upon returning from their trips, he allowed Suya to wait for a few minutes. Thank you so much. Comrade Liang, please take your time. I will wait for you outside. Suya was more than willing to comply, as being accompanied by Liang Zheng, a police officer, would be much more convenient. She noticed that the gifts she had prepared were still at home. If it were convenient, she would retrieve them. If not, she could at least familiarize herself with the location for a future visit. All right. After Suya stepped outside, Liang Zheng and the other 2 men entered the office to distribute their items. Xiaozheng, does this young lady have business with you? The middle-aged officer inquired while sorting through the frozen seafood he had brought back from Tianjin. His curiosity was not born of prying into personal matters, but rather from concern over his apprentice's conduct. While he was aware that Liang Zheng shared a good relationship with his wife, he could not help but notice how striking the young teacher was, especially at such an age when young men are most susceptible to attraction. For instance, the young man beside him had cast a few glances before quickly averting his gaze. Master, do you recall the human trafficker I apprehended last time? The child's parents were her. She is inquiring about the comrade who saved her child. Ah, so that is the case. The middle-aged officer felt relieved upon hearing this. Approximately 10 minutes later, Liang Zheng and the young officer he had returned with emerged from the office. As they wheeled their bicycles out of the police station, they spotted Suya waiting for them. "Teacher Su, did you not ride a bicycle?" "No." In truth, her salary allowed her to afford a bicycle for herself and Zhou Ziyuan, but since the school was not far and she seldom ventured out, she had not prioritized the purchase, preferring to save instead. "Comrade Liang, would it be possible for you to share your location with me? I could take the bus or a tricycle," Suya suggested, as riding Liang Zhenguo's bicycle was acceptable due to their close relationship and neighborly ties. Being seen together would not raise any eyebrows. Of course, if she were seen embracing Liang Zhenguo, gossip would be inevitable. "If you can ride a bicycle, I can lend you mine. My colleague is traveling the same route, and I can share a bike with him." Liang Zheng made a suggestion that would facilitate matters. "That would be wonderful. I apologize for the inconvenience," Suya said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all. It's a trivial matter." Liang Zheng handed his bicycle to Suya and rode off on his colleague's bike, leading the way while Suya followed leisurely behind. Upon arriving at Nanluo Guxiang, Suya couldn't help but think how fortuitous it was that her benefactor resided in the same area. However, as Liang Zheng veered into Donggujio Hutong, her expression turned to one of confusion. "How is it that we are nearing my home?" Yet, Liang Zheng's pace was quicker, and though she wished to inquire, it was not convenient to do so, so she followed silently. Then, she discovered that Liang Zheng had stopped at courtyard number 12. Suya also halted beside him, slightly breathless. Once Liang Zheng's colleague had departed, she asked in bewilderment, "Comrade Liang, are you certain you have not taken a wrong turn?" "I reside in courtyard number 12. Liang Zheng's face was filled with surprise. "What? Teacher Su, you also live here?" "But my friend, the one who saved the little child, mentioned that his home is here." "Donggujio Hutong, courtyard number 12? "Indeed," Liang Zheng confirmed with a nod. Suya stared at Liang Zheng in astonishment, recalling that there had not been any neighbors she was acquainted with in the courtyard. "If we are neighbors, then how serendipitous. Perhaps we should go inside. However, my friend is likely at work, but his wife and sister should be home," Liang Zheng said with a smile as he took hold of the bicycle and walked toward the courtyard. Suya instinctively followed, and the two of them walked into the backyard. Chapter 184. Surely, she wouldn't offer herself to Liang Zhenguo. At the Gulu police station, Liang Zhenguo remained blissfully unaware that Liang Zheng and Suya were presently at his home. "Old Master Son, do you have any suggestions?" He felt a flicker of curiosity. But aside from the radio, he truly lacked for nothing else. Sun Jiangwen took a deep breath of the Zhonghua cigarette handed to him by Liang Zhenguo and slowly replied, "Our security patrol team is currently in need of several temporary workers. You must have some cousins at home. Would you like me to secure a few positions for you?" The security patrol team? He was well aware of it, having deliberately avoided the pigeon market at night. Their primary responsibilities included patrolling, maintaining order, preventing and halting theft and robbery, as well as guarding against and combating the infiltration and sabotage actions of hostile elements. The routine tasks were indeed demanding, but entry was not granted to just anyone, especially for those from rural areas. To find a respectable job in the city, even if it were only a temporary position, would allow them to hold their heads high back in the village. Thus, the reward offered by Old Master Sun was indeed substantial. "Old Master Sun, what are the benefits for these temporary positions in the security patrol team?" "You receive 2 sets of uniforms and shoes, accommodations, meals included, and a monthly salary of 9 yuan. Meals and accommodations included, for a mere 9 yuan a month?" Truthfully, he regarded it with a hint of disdain. Currently, he had already found work for Sister Qin. Qin Wei was his own woman, and it was only natural to assist her in securing employment. He had not forgotten about his cousins either, yet there were no good opportunities at present. They would have to wait if they wished to come to the city. However, one should never refuse a free job opportunity, so Liang Zhenguo promptly nodded. "Old Master Son, I would indeed like to take these positions. How many can I secure? And is there a possibility of transitioning to a permanent position later?" If transitioning to a permanent role were feasible, then this job held promise. It would also benefit his cousins, as he currently had no other bright ideas. While it might be challenging to become permanent, it was certainly possible based on performance. However, with your connection, anyone you recommend who diligently fulfills their duties would not be dismissed. Sun Jiangwen continued, "I can secure a maximum of 3 positions for you." 3. That works. Just enough for his 3 cousins. He was uncertain if they would be interested. Listening to Old Master Sun, it seemed the difficulty of transitioning to a permanent role was considerable. If they were not keen, he could arrange for Uncle Lin Kuei, the village head, to take the positions instead. He would surely be overjoyed. "Upon your return, have them prepare their letters of introduction. On Sunday afternoon, bring them to the station, and I will take them to the security team and provide you with the radio tickets you requested." "Very well, I cannot thank you enough, Old Master Sunday." Liang Zhenguo smiled. Even as he realized he had smoked down to the butt of his cigarette, he retrieved an unopened pack from his satchel and placed it on the table. This is a pack of cigarettes from your superior. Please take it. Ha ha. I shall not refuse a gift from the superior. Sun Jiangwen's eyes brightened, and without any further pleasantries, he tucked the pack into his pocket. As for the part-time job, I will inform you once there are any updates from the steel factory. Understood. The two continued to chat idly, during which they settled the 369 yuan from the sale of wild boar to Liang Zhenguo. As lunchtime approached, although the small kitchen at the police station was serving pork stew with cabbage, Liang Zhenguo declined to eat there, as his braised venison awaited him back home. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Residence 12, Suya and Liang Zheng were conversing outside Liang Zhenguo's home. Suya incredulously asked, Comrade Liang, are you certain that the person who helped Xiao Yuan initially resides here? Yes, the address provided is indeed this one. At that moment, Suya suddenly recalled that Xiao Yuer had mentioned seeing Xiao Yuan at the train station. His name is Liang Zhenguo? Indeed, it is brother Zhenguo. He was accompanied by 2 little girls at the time. Upon hearing this, Suya realized that the person she had long wished to thank was none other than Liang Zhenguo. Surely he recognized Xiao Yuan. Why hadn't he mentioned it to her? Suya murmured. Liang Zheng, who was listening intently, remarked, Zhenguo likely did not anticipate such a coincidence. Moreover, he may perceive it merely as a good deed and does not wish to make you feel indebted, Teacher Su. Suya nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of complex emotions. Just then, Qin Wan emerged from the house, hearing their conversation. Sister Su, Comrade Liang, what brings you here? Qin Wan was somewhat surprised to see Sister Su with brother Zhenguo. Liang Zheng proceeded to explain the situation and then removed a small cloth bag from his bicycle. Sister-in-law, this is some frozen seafood I just exchanged in Tianjin. Since brother Zhenguo not only helped Teacher Su, but also assisted me greatly, please take whatever you need. With Liang Zhenguo absent and only his wife at home, he couldn't linger, so he stated his purpose directly. Brother Liang, we cannot accept this for free. However, we can trade something. Qin Wan quickly dismissed the notion of accepting aid without recompense, even if she was momentarily surprised by the revelation of brother Zhenguo saving Xiaoji Yuan. All right, Liang Zheng had anticipated this, so he did not decline and allowed Qin Wan to choose according to his purchase price. She selected 3 fish and paid him, leaving the rest of the seafood for Liang Zheng, as their household already had plenty of dried seafood. Then I shall take my leave, sister-in-law. Please convey my regards to brother Zhenguo upon his return. Liang Zheng understood that the 2 women had matters to discuss, so he excused himself. Thank you, brother Liang. After Liang Zheng departed, Suya complained, Qin Wan, why didn't you tell me about this? Sister Su, brother Zhenguo didn't inform me either. I only learned of it today. Qin Wan chuckled, then affectionately linked her arm with Suya's, adding, it seems our families share quite a connection. Indeed. Suya patted Qin Wan's hand, and upon discovering that Liang Zhenguo was the one who rescued Xiao Yuan, she felt a swell of gratitude, further deepening the bond between their families. A ripple of emotion surged within her, akin to what Qin Wan had said about their fateful connection. Yet, she was troubled. For the gift she had prepared now felt inadequate, knowing that Qin Wan's family was far more prosperous than hers. She was unsure of Liang Zhenguo's interests, and while she had come to appreciate him, especially after learning he had saved her son, she contemplated, could she truly offer herself to him? Chapter 185. A person's resolve begins to wane. Suya's face flushed with sudden embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated such thoughts to arise in her mind. Sister Su, what is the matter? Qin Wan noticed the inexplicable blush on Suya's face and inquired curiously. And nothing. Gazing at Qin Wan's pure and radiant face, Suya felt a pang of guilt for her thoughts. If she were to secretly develop something with Liang Zhenguo, even if she managed to reconcile it within herself, she could never face Qin Wan again. Suya hurriedly changed the subject, and as noon approached, she took her leave. After exiting the police station, Liang Zhenguo returned directly to the communal courtyard. The central courtyard was always the liveliest, filled with children, and from afar, he could already hear Xiao Yuer's delighted laughter. Upon entering, he discovered they were playing eagle-catching chicks, with Xiao Yuer being the smallest chick, her cheeks flushed from running. Xiao Yu, though not the eldest among the children, stood bravely with her arms outstretched, embodying the fearless mother hen, her face alight with excitement. Watching them play joyfully, Liang Zhenguo chose not to disturb them and retreated to the backyard after a while. Just as he finished setting up his bicycle, he spotted his young wife emerging from the kitchen, wielding a spatula and adorned in an apron. Perhaps due to the heat of the kitchen, she had shed her outer garment, revealing a delicate, fair arm. Brother Zhenguo, have you finished the task? Indeed, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and ushering her into the kitchen. You haven't cooked anything, have you? I had someone prepare some braised pork at the restaurant. Just heat it up and whip up a staple dish. Such a waste of money. We have meat at home. The couple, well acquainted with one another, understood Liang Zhenguo's words to mean at least a pound. Regardless, it's all food, We shan't waste it. Liang Zhenguo set the 2 containers of braised pork on the stove. Gazing at his beautiful wife, dressed as a virtuous homemaker, unable to resist a moment of affection. You still have to cook, he reminded her playfully. The blush on Qin Wan's cheeks stirred Liang Zhenguo's appetite, and after planting a kiss on her cheek, he couldn't help but press his lips against her cherry-red mouth, which was still poised to speak. The couple indulged in their affection for several minutes before Liang Zhenguo, under Qin Wan's wistful gaze, helped her straighten her attire. Qin Wan wiped her slightly flushed lips and gestured toward the fish on the stove. By the way, Brother Zhenguo, those 3 fish were brought over by Liang Zhenguo. I exchanged some money for them. Understood. You may decide how to handle this, Liang Zhenguo nodded, acknowledging Liang Zheng's goodwill. Even though he had plenty of freshwater and saltwater fish in his space, it was clear that Liang Zheng regarded him as a true friend, especially in these times when food-related items were scarce. Oh, and did you rescue Xiao Ziyuan at the train station before? Qin Wan recalled the incident. How did you know? Liang Zhenguo inquired. Did Liang Zheng mention it? Liang Zheng didn't seem the type to bring it up deliberately. Perhaps he merely saw Zhou Ziyuan in the yard and mentioned it. Liang Zhenggong had come to their yard with Sister Suya. Upon hearing Qin Wan's words, Liang Zhenguo realized that Suya had gone to the front station's police station that morning for that very reason. He was genuinely surprised that even after such a long time, Suya still remembered the incident. Sister Suya even chided me, saying I should have told her that you saved Xiao Ziyuan, she lamented. While she had been searching for him all along, only to discover he was her neighbor. But you didn't inform me either. Qin Wan gently tapped Liang Zhenguo's chest. He toyed with her hand, responding helplessly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. Is Sister Suya at home? I'll go tell her, he added. Yes. She returned home not long ago. She wishes to thank you in person, Qin Wan nodded. She brandished the spatula as if to strike the large hand that was toying with her fingers. After Liang Zhenguo released her hand, she hesitated and then, with a shy demeanor, asked, Brother Zhenguo, since you've wrapped up the case with the police, will you return to work at the factory tomorrow? No need. Why do you ask? If there's a holiday, one must rest, unlike comrade Deng Haihua, who loves working so much. Oh, will you be bringing Sister Wei to the city this week? Do you miss Sister Wei? Just a little, Qin Wan nodded. Glancing towards the kitchen door to ensure no one was watching before continuing, her face flushed. Mainly, I can't bear being alone. Ordinarily, even Liang Zhenguo's presence was somewhat overwhelming for her. Now, after a week apart, she felt even more anxious and thought it best to have her sister come and share the burden. She also sensed that her husband's needs had been intensifying, leaving her both enamored and troubled. At first, Liang Zhenguo found it difficult to comprehend his wife's remarks, but upon seeing her bashful expression, the meaning dawned upon him. He smiled, feeling a sense of pride, and after pondering for a moment, he suggested, how about I return to the village this afternoon and bring Sister Wei to the city tomorrow morning? Now's a perfect time. I genuinely miss Sister Qinsa, he added. Considering the matter of the 3 temporary worker slots in the security patrol team that needed to be discussed with the elders, Qin Wan's eyes brightened, and she immediately agreed. Then let's return this afternoon. However, she silently apologized to her sister, knowing that with Brother Zhenguo's return, her sister might face some challenges. Amused, Liang Zhenguo pinched her cheek playfully. All right, I'll first visit Sister Suya, then return to the village after lunch. Good, I'll prepare the meal quickly, Qin Wan replied. Upon reaching the eastern wing, Liang Zhenguo found Suya in the kitchen, so he approached the doorway and gently called, Sister Suya. Zhenguo, you're back. Suya turned, briefly pausing. Feeling that the context felt rather like a conversation between a couple, Liang Zhenguo observed her kitchen, unlike his wife who was busy cooking. Suya was merely reheating some steamed buns for her and Zhou Ziyuan's lunch. She covered the pot, wiped her hands on her scarf, and turned to Liang Zhenguo with a serious expression, saying, Zhenguo, I didn't know it was you who saved Xiao Yuan at the train station. I truly thank you. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Sister Suya, you said before that we needn't be so formal with each other. Why do you suddenly feel the need for formality? Besides, it was truly just a small act of kindness. At that moment, I had no idea that little fellow was your son. Suya shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Perhaps it was merely a small act for you, but Xiao Yuan is my only relative. When I heard he was nearly abducted, I nearly fainted. I cannot fathom how I would survive without him. So, to me, you are Xiao Yuan's savior, and mine as well. I just don't know how to repay you. Chapter 186, A Little Game. Recalling the terror of that moment, Suya appeared uncharacteristically vulnerable before Liang Zhenguo, which stirred his heart. Though she seemed strong on the surface, she could also be quite fragile. Liang Zhenguo instinctively stepped forward to embrace her, gently patting her back and murmuring, as long as you're well, that's all that matters. I don't require any thanks. Like I said, there's no need for excessive formality between us. Suya stiffened slightly in his embrace, But as Liang Zhenguo's gentle voice washed over her, she relaxed into his hold. However, not long after, her body tensed again, and she gently pushed him away. In that fleeting moment of separation, her gaze flickered downward, and her ears flushed a vivid red. Liang Zhenguo noticed her glance and felt a bit embarrassed. His intention had solely been to comfort her, yet the lingering desire kindled by his wife had not fully dissipated. Now, holding a mature and alluring figure, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Cough, cough, that's just a natural reaction. Mainly, Sister Suya. You are simply too beautiful. Liang Zhenguo coughed lightly, attempting to ease the awkward tension. Yet upon hearing this, Suya's face turned crimson, gazing at her now rosy cheeks. Liang Zhenguo felt his heart race, moving a couple of steps closer. Noticing Suya did not retreat, he mustered his courage, lifted her smooth chin, and in her moment of surprise, kissed her. Suya's pupils dilated, her lips instinctively parting, only to be skillfully coaxed open by Liang Zhenguo's tongue. This unprecedented experience and Liang Zhenguo's handsome visage so close left Suya momentarily dazed, allowing him to take the lead. Her eyes gradually clouding with a mix of confusion and response. Suddenly, the voice of Zhou Ziyuan pierced the air, jolting the two individuals, who had been enraptured in their own world, back to reality. In a flurry, Suya pushed Liang Zhenguo away, glancing towards the kitchen, only to find her son merely calling out and blissfully unaware of the preceding events. A wave of relief washed over her. But as she recalled how she had momentarily succumbed to temptation and engaged with him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot an indignant glare at Liang Zhenguo, who was sheepishly touching his nose. Just moments ago, she had resolved to refrain from betraying Xiaowan, and yet here she was, having crossed that line in less than an hour. Fuming, Suya took a couple of steps forward and stomped on Liang Zhenguo's foot, venting her frustration. Then turned to leave. Wait, Suya, Liang Zhenguo called out, hastily gesturing towards her attire with a hint of guilt. Confused, Suya glanced down, her face turning as red as a freshly boiled lobster. She quickly adjusted her clothing, ensuring nothing was amiss, and in her annoyance, she stepped on Liang Zhenguo's other foot. Previously, she had merely observed, yet now he had taken advantage of her. With a fierce glare, she demanded, hurry back. Seeing this petite woman before him, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile softly. As she prepared to retaliate again, he dashed out. Upon exiting, he spotted Zhou Ziyuan approaching the kitchen. His spirits lifted as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. You're back from playing games, Xiaoyuan? Yes, Uncle Zhenguo. Zhou Ziyuan replied, nodding. He peered into the kitchen and inquired, is my mother in there? She is. Oh, Zhou Ziyuan mused, glancing curiously at Liang Zhenguo. Why are you here too, Uncle Zhenguo? I just played a little game with your mother and am about to head back for dinner. Are you ready for a meal as well? In the kitchen, Suya's cheeks flushed once more upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's words. Yes. Then Uncle Zhenguo will go to the kitchen to find my mother, Zhou Ziyuan said, intrigued but too shy to inquire further about their game. All right. Liang Zhenguo produced a few pieces of large white rabbit candy from his pocket, placing them in Zhou Ziyuan's hands. These are for you from your uncle. Thank you, Uncle Zhenguo. Since this was not the first time he had received treats from Liang Zhenguo, Zhou Ziyuan no longer required his mother's approval before accepting them, and he delightedly tucked them away in his pocket while expressing his gratitude. Go eat. Tell your mother that nothing is more valuable than her, for I hold her dear. Of course, this is contingent upon her willingness and happiness. As for her concerns, I will address them. I shall not cause harm to anyone. With that, Liang Zhenguo departed from the eastern wing. He bore no anxiety that Zhou Ziyuan would miscommunicate his sentiments, knowing Suya had been eavesdropping in the kitchen. Suya, having overheard his words, recognized that Liang Zhenguo had expressed his intentions sincerely, rather than merely taking advantage of her. This realization eased the pangs of regret in her heart. Most importantly, he respected her feelings and acknowledged her concerns, which alleviated some of her guilt. But would she accept this sudden shift in their relationship? Suya found herself grappling with conflicting emotions. On his way home, Liang Zhenguo brushed his lips with his fingers, contemplating the distinct sensations he had experienced with both Suya and his wife. Such rare opportunities arise when a woman's emotions are volatile. It becomes easier to seize the moment, coupled with her desire to reciprocate, albeit a tad unscrupulous. He knew that if he did not seize this chance to deepen his relationship with Suya, it could be an eternity before he had another. When pursuing a woman, one must initially be sincere to instill a sense of security. However, if one remains overly earnest for too long, they may find themselves unable to captivate her affection in the future. Now that he had taken a significant step forward, with a bit more effort, he could be on the brink of achieving his ultimate goal. Yet he felt a sense of urgency, having been caught in a limbo twice. Such feelings were utterly vexing, particularly since he had orchestrated this predicament himself. Upon returning home, He found Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu had also arrived. As they stepped through the door, the aroma of braised deer meat wafted through the air, prompting them to scurry into the kitchen. By the time Liang Zhenguo reached the kitchen doorway, he saw Xiaoyu assisting with the bowls, a hint of sauce adorning the corner of her mouth, while Xiaoyu trailed behind like a little hamster. Cheeks puffed out as she munched. Ah, the little girl is pilfering meat. Liang Zhenguo chuckled. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Second brother," while Xiaoyu promptly lifted her little head, abandoning her pursuit of her sister, and scampered towards him on her short legs. With her mouth full, she protested. "I didn't steal, second brother. It was sister who gave it to me." Liang Zhenguo scooped her up in his arms, and Xiaoyu turned around with a grin, saying, "You mustn't blame Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu. It was I who shared with them." "Yes," Xiaoyu chimed in, smacking her lips in agreement. "I see you've been a good girl," Liang Zhenguo smiled, wiping her mouth. Xiaoyu removed her apron, hanging it on a hook behind the kitchen door, and beckoned. "All right, let us go eat." Chapter 187. Returning to Shilling Village. After finishing lunch, the family sat together in the courtyard. Liang Zhenguo reclined in a rattan chair, as if he were a lord. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, having finished their meals and worn out from their morning frolics, leaned against his legs, struggling to keep their eyes open. "Second brother, are you going back to the village alone this afternoon?" "Yes, you and sister will stay at home." "I'll return tomorrow," Liang Zhenguo replied, gently stroking Xiaoyu's hair, which had grown healthy and lustrous. "I want to go back to the village too," Xiaoyu said, curling up on his lap, her eyes half closed. "You're nearly asleep, and you still want to accompany second brother to the village?" Liang Zhenguo supported her little body, worried she might topple over. "Xiaoyu and your sister will stay home, after your nap. Sister will take you to visit your godmother." Qinwan rose from a nearby chair, picking up Xiaoyu. "You, second brother, should go to the village and bring back Xiao Jilan. Tomorrow, she can play with Xiaoyu." "Really?" Xiaoyu tightened her grip around Qinwan's neck, her spirits lifted. "Indeed. Then when will Xiaohua come?" Xiaoyu inquired, missing her little cousin. Qinwan turned to Liang Zhenguo. "If Xiaohua wishes to come early, in a few days, second brother can have DeLong and the others bring her over. I will prioritize the security patrol team's quota for Air De. If DeLong and Dehu need it, they can have it. If Xiaohua wants to accompany them, she can come to stay in the courtyard ahead of time. Will Air De and Air Denyang be willing?" "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded. Seeing that she was nearly exhausted, Liang Zhenguo and his wife took the two sisters back to their room to sleep. After they fell asleep, Liang Zhenguo prepared to return to the village. "Wife, I have a bicycle ticket here. When you go to AES, could you also buy a bicycle? It would be more convenient for you to go out." He had just remembered his bicycle ticket upon hearing that Qin intended to go to Lin Shu's place. It was just right to buy a bicycle since they only had one at home, which was quite inconvenient. As it was now, if he were to return to Shilling Village, and Qin wanted to take the two little girls to visit their godmother, they would have to take the bus or a tricycle. "One is sufficient, I assent it." However, Qin hesitated, lamenting that a new bicycle would cost over 100 yuan. Liang Zhenguo directly pulled out 500 from his pocket and handed it to Qin. "This is money rewarded by the police station and our factory. After buying the bike, there will be plenty left." Qin received the money, her eyes instantly lighting up as she habitually began counting it. She didn't question why they had received such a generous reward. Liang Zhenguo, amused by her appearance of financial obsession, playfully pinched her fair, rosy cheeks. In the afternoon, he directly took Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu to purchase a car, then proceeded to visit his aunt. "Got it. All right, understood." With an additional 500 entering the household, spending over 100 to buy a bicycle was a sacrifice she was willing to make. Subsequently, Qin discussed with him what she should bring to Lin Shu's home. After a brief tidying up, he rode his bike back to the village. On his way back, he detoured to the small, deserted hill where he had cooked rice previously. It had been quite a while since he savored braised pig's head meat, so he retrieved an iron pot and various braising ingredients from his space. As for the pig's head, he had already hunted and cleaned a wild boar on the way, and now set to work heating oil in the pot and caramelizing sugar before adding the pig's head meat and seasonings to braise. While waiting, he strolled around the nearby hills, recalling that there were some sizable trees he intended to uproot to store in his space. He planned to craft a wooden swing with a backrest for his younger sisters, as they had few toys to play with, and he wanted to create something delightful for them. After much deliberation, he selected 3 suitable trees, uprooted them with his space, and soon fashioned them into planks with minimal effort, as he had all the necessary parts prepared. All that remained was to find an opportunity to bring them back to the yard. Noting the absence of trees in his space, Liang Zhenguo continued to roam around, transplanting suitable trees into his space so that he could easily source materials for future projects or firewood without needing to trek up the mountain repeatedly. After completing his tasks, Liang Zhenguo returned to wait for over an hour until the pig's head meat was finally ready. As for the marinating time, he could simply place it in his space. Although he could not physically enter, he could operate via his thoughts, braising meat and cooking. However, he preferred not to do so, as food prepared this way lacked the warmth and authenticity of homemade meals. Thus, whenever conditions allowed, he never cooked in his space. After securing the braised meat, Liang Zhenguo leisurely made his way to Shilling village, returning just as twilight descended, coinciding perfectly with mealtime, ensuring few villagers noticed his arrival. Grandma. Upon reaching the back mountain, he found the door to his grandparents' house ajar, allowing him to enter while calling out, "Erwa, why are you back at this hour?" The elderly couple, who were eating, were both surprised and delighted to hear their grandson's voice. "I finished some tasks at the factory a few days ago, and since there's little to do now, I thought I'd come back to see you and take care of a few matters." Liang Zhenguo casually provided an excuse, retrieving a sack of grain from the vehicle, containing 50 pounds of flour, as he always brought provisions for his grandparents. Approaching the dining table, he glanced at the spread, noticing only steamed buns. While there were plenty, the two could barely fill their stomachs without any meat or vegetables. It was evident they were reluctant to indulge themselves, prompting Liang Zhenguo to feign a stern expression, saying, "Grandma, there's no need to skimp on cooking when there's meat at home. How can you expect to be healthy without some meat in your diet?" After speaking, he placed the flour on the table and retrieved 2 boxes of sliced pig's head meat from his bag, placing them on the dining table. Thanks to the acceleration in his space, the meat was already infused with flavor. "I have plenty of ways to obtain meat, so you two should enjoy it without holding back. If I come back next time and find you still being frugal, I'll make it a point to rush back after work every day just to cook for you." All right. Next time we'll make sure to eat better." The elderly couple responded cheerfully, despite being playfully admonished by their grandson. Their hearts swelled with warmth and happiness, feeling cherished and valued by him. Chapter 188. Today is indeed a day of great fortune. Liang Zhenguo, seeing the 2 elders nodding, smiled and opened one of the boxes of pig's head meat. "I bought this from the city and kept it warm in my bag. You're too kind." The elderly couple felt no inclination to refuse their grandson's goodwill. "Erwa, sit down too. You surely haven't tea eaten yet. Grandma will go steam some buns for you," the grandmother said, preparing to head to the kitchen. Liang Zhenguo quickly stopped her, not wanting her to exert herself. "Grandma, I ate at home before coming back. I'm not hungry. Let us eat together." Given the elderly couple's appetite, a few pieces of meat would suffice, and there was no need to prepare more. "Not hungry." Grandma seemed skeptical. "I truly am not." "Grandma." Liang Zhenguo gently seated her, serving her a piece of pig's head meat, while also offering several slices of pig ears to Grandpa. "Grandpa, you help yourself too." "Oh. Yes, the flavor is just like the last time from that shop," Grandpa happily remarked as he enjoyed his meal. "Indeed. It's the same as when I prepared it myself," Liang Zhenguo confirmed. After finishing their meal, Grandpa recalled that his grandson had mentioned needing to handle something upon returning. So he inquired, "Erwa, you mentioned needing to take care of something. Do you need Grandpa's help?" "No, it's a good thing." Liang Zhenguo picked at his teeth, contemplating before responding. "Actually, these past few days, I unexpectedly helped the police catch 2 spies. Coincidentally, Grandpa's son is the chief of the police station. As a reward, he granted me 3 temporary positions in the patrol unit, suitable for young individuals under 25. The monthly salary is $9, plus a ration of 15 pounds of grain, with dormitory accommodation and 2 meals provided, along with 1 day off each week." These details were shared by Grandpa Sunday. Initially, Liang Zhenguo thought temporary positions lacked rations, but Grandpa's son clarified that the patrol unit did have them, albeit at half the portion for temporary workers. Fortunately, they could keep the grain for their families since they would be eating at the unit. "I had initially planned to find a formal job for DeLong and the others in the city, but that requires time and cannot be settled in a month or 2. Just then, Grandpa's son offered 3 temporary positions, though the salary is relatively low. I'm unsure if DeLong and the others will accept. If not, I can offer them to the village." The elderly couple was taken aback by their grandson's mention of capturing spies and the 3 job openings, taking a moment to process the surprise and joy before hearing the latter part of his sentence. Bang! Grandpa slammed the table, exclaiming, "How can they be so picky? Especially considering it was your brother who risked capturing spies to secure these job openings. Others would be envious to have such an opportunity." Grandpa, the salary is indeed a bit low." Grandpa waved his hand, interrupting Liang Zhenguo. "This is not low. DeLong and the others toil from dawn till dusk in the fields, and they hardly earn $9 in half a year. I'll discuss this with your second uncle tomorrow to see how to allocate these job openings. You need not concern yourself with finding them work." He was indeed correct. Even temporary positions were far more lucrative than what they earned in the fields. Most importantly, he did not want his grandson to worry too much. Children have their own fortunes. As the youngest brother, It was sufficient for him to consider his older cousins. One should learn to be content, fostering unity and harmony within the family. Since grandfather has spoken, Liang Zhenguo chose to refrain from further discussion, believing that an opportunity would arise in the future to make the necessary exchanges. Thus, he nodded and said, "The quotas shall be entrusted to you and second uncle. Please ensure that the village issues the introduction letter by Sunday. They can come to the city to find me in the afternoon, and I shall accompany them to the police station to register. However, there are 3 quotas, and all 3 brothers, including DeLong, meet the criteria. Shouldn't they all go?" The old man shook his head and replied, "We must retain one for the family. It matters not who it is, as second uncle's family remains undivided, and most of the finances are managed by second aunt, so fairness is not an issue." Liang Zhenguo understood. Should all 3 brothers go to the city? With second uncle's age and the presence of grandfather and grandmother, the household would lack youthful labor, which would be quite detrimental. As for the remaining quota, it could be entrusted to the village, where Uncle Koei would make the arrangements. This would also earn him the villagers' gratitude, enhancing his reputation, although he did not particularly care for such recognition. After all, he now had influential connections. With this thought, Liang Zhenguo shared another significant piece of news with the elders. "Grandfather, grandmother, there's another matter concerning Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer. They have been recognized as goddaughters by a couple. I believe they are genuinely good people and truly care for the 2 of them, so I agreed to the arrangement. Of course, my sisters will continue to live with me." The elders were taken aback by this revelation, but since Liang Zhenguo had consented, they had no objections. For if the couple were unworthy, given his affection for his sisters, he would never have agreed. Nevertheless, grandmother expressed her concern, asking, "Becoming godchildren is not a trivial matter. Who are these people?" "Their godmother is named Lin Shu, and their godfather is Tang Qingshan, a government official and deputy director. Lin Shu has her own job, but I did not inquire further, so I am unaware of her profession. As for Tang Qingshan, I refrained from mentioning the term director general, fearing it might startle the elderly couple, so I simply referred to him as a deputy director." Yet, even this was enough to astonish grandfather and grandmother. A director, even a deputy one, holds far greater stature than the head of their local police station. Such individuals have become the godparents of their 2 granddaughters. It felt as if their ancestors were smiling down upon them today, overwhelmed by a cascade of good news. "Is this true, my boy?" grandfather asked, his voice trembling with excitement. "Indeed, it is true. They wish to visit the village to pay their respects, but I know you might find that uncomfortable, so I declined on your behalf." "That's good to hear," grandfather replied, knowing not what to say in front of a deputy director, fearing it might lead to embarrassment. His wrinkled face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing that his grandson had politely turned down the deputy director's visit, nodding repeatedly, as they were concerned about their ability to converse smoothly. Yes, grandfather and grandmother are from the countryside. They wouldn't know what to say to a director, and it would be embarrassing," grandmother added in agreement. Liang Zhenguo, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "What embarrassment? Since they are Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer's godparents. Even if you were the director general, they are still your juniors. Besides, they are quite amiable. They have expressed a desire for you to visit the city, as they wish to meet you. Since they regard Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer as daughters, they must also receive the elders' acknowledgement." Chapter 189, Relatives with Deep Roots. Seeing the elders somewhat conflicted, they reflected on Liang Zhenguo's words. From a relational perspective, they indeed were their juniors. Yet they were reluctant to visit the city at this moment, so they could only say, "Perhaps another time." That is acceptable, Liang Zhenguo thought, not expecting his grandparents to venture into the city just yet. The lengthy journey, whether by foot or on a bicycle, would be too taxing for the elderly couple. He could always bring them into the city when he acquired a car in the future. "Tell me, why would a deputy director take in 2 young girls as daughters?" Grandmother still found it somewhat surreal and inquired. "It must be because my sisters are well-behaved and charming." Liang Zhenguo praised his adorable sisters before recounting to grandfather and grandmother the story of how they met, starting from their arrival at the train station, as well as the general circumstances of Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu. After hearing this, grandfather and grandmother felt a sense of fate and were quite moved. Once their reflections subsided, Liang Zhenguo mentioned another purpose for his return. He intended to bring Sister Qin to the city to live. He had already devised a rationale for this. Previously, he had contemplated using the excuse of his wife's ill health to bring Sister Qin into the city to assist in caregiving. However, that excuse was unreliable for the long term and could negatively impact Sister Qin's reputation. Now, he had a more plausible reason. "Grandfather, grandmother, I have also found a job for Xiao Wan in the city. However, considering that Xiao Yu is still young, if both of us were to work, we would be quite concerned. Thus, I thought it best to offer this position to Sister Qin, allowing her to stay home and care for her sister." He believed this made perfect sense. Firstly, Sister Qin was a true relative, someone they could trust, who had previously cared for him and his sisters. Secondly, Sister Qin had no support in the village and did not plan to remarry. Relying solely on her meager earnings would hardly suffice for them. Having a job would significantly improve their situation. Naturally, most of her wages would be given to Xiao Wan, as it was a position provided by them, and he trusted she would not mind. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple was only slightly taken aback, as the prior two pieces of good news had significantly bolstered their emotional resilience. Now, with their grandson securing a job quota, it seemed quite reasonable. They exchanged glances, and it was grandmother who spoke first. That sounds fine. The child is a good girl, and as your sister-in-law, it is only natural to take care of her. Grandfather and I have no objections. You may proceed as you see fit. Had it not been for the 3 temporary work quotas mentioned earlier, she might have felt a twinge of reluctance, considering that this was indeed a job placement. Even if most of the salary were to be allocated to Liang Zhenguo's family, she still hoped her other grandsons could secure employment. However, since the others had already found their footing, it was no longer necessary. Moreover, the job Liang Zhenguo spoke of was intended for Xiao Wan, allowing her to care for her sister, which was entirely reasonable. Grandmother held no grievances over this arrangement. After all, most of the wages would still belong to her grandson, and it was not as if they were merely gifting a formal job quota to her family. All right, grandmother, I will go speak with Sister Qin and have her obtain the introduction letter tomorrow, as well as pack her belongings. Go ahead and return early. Of course. By the way, grandmother, there are 50 pounds of white flour in the grain sack. Last time, I mentioned to second uncle that I would help him exchange for some grain, so you can share half of the white flour with him. If second uncle insists on paying, just keep it for yourself. I will not interfere, and you can save the money. Liang Zhenguo turned to leave, then paused to say, he had indeed promised second uncle to help exchange some grain before bringing his wife into the city, but he had forgotten upon entering. Thus, he could only divide half of the 50 pounds meant for grandfather and grandmother, considering they still had plenty of food at home. Very well. I will keep the money for you, my boy, grandmother replied cheerfully. She and her husband were well taken care of, lacking neither grain nor meat, thanks to their grandson. Their only concern lay with their second son's family. Now that their grandson could assist in exchanging grain for the second son, she felt a great sense of joy. This was a stark contrast to their previous experience of having to share their own grain with him, due to the household provisions not being solely for the elderly couple, but also for their grandson's family. Even though the grandson himself did not mind whether they distributed grain to his paternal uncle or not, the grandmother simply said, you manage it as you see fit. After Liang Zhenguo concluded his words, he stepped outside. Once outside, the old man suddenly addressed his wife, my dear, do you think we should inform Erwa about Malin's situation from a couple of days ago? The old lady waved her hand dismissively, replying, there is no need to trouble my grandson with such matters. I can certainly handle Malin. Liang Zhenguo swiftly made his way to Sister Qin's home. The courtyard gate stood ajar, yet both the courtyard and the kitchen were devoid of people, with only the main room aglow with a kerosene lamp. Just as he intended to approach the main house, he spotted Xiaolan peeking out from the doorway. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, her eyes brightened, and her initially timid face immediately broke into a smile as she stepped over the threshold and ran toward him. Uncle. Liang Zhenguo crouched down and lifted her into his arms. This little girl was the same age as Xiaoyu, yet currently, she was noticeably lighter than him. Uncle, you're back. Has Xiaoyu returned? I haven't seen Xiaoyu in such a long time. Xiaolan affectionately clung to Liang Zhenguo's neck, bombarding him with questions. Xiaoyu hasn't returned yet. Liang Zhenguo observed her small face fall slightly, and with a smile, he gently kissed her, saying, but how about uncle takes you to the city? That way, you can play with Xiaoyu every day. Hooray! Xiaolan cheered, typically a quiet child with few playmates. Her words were rare. She usually remained calm and reserved, only revealing this cheerful side in the presence of those she cherished. After her jubilant outburst, the little girl hesitated for a moment and quietly inquired, will Mama go to the city too? Liang Zhenguo set her down, ruffled her little braid, and assured her, of course, your mother will go as well. You will all live together with Uncle and Xiaoyu, all right? Okay. Xiaolan eagerly nodded her head in agreement. Liang Zhenguo playfully tapped her nose and, noticing that Sister Qin had yet to appear after his extended visit, he engaged his mental probing abilities, discovering that Sister Qin was not within a 200-meter radius. Since his last absorption of enemy artifacts, his mental range had expanded to 200 meters, and his physical strength had increased to approximately 6-fold. In a day or two, he would completely deplete the energy and advance to 8-fold strength. Xiaolan, where did your mother go? Why are you alone at home? Mama went to the riverbank in the back mountains to wash clothes. Xiaolan leaned in closer and whispered. She said she had to work during the day, so she could only go then. Liang Zhenguo's heart tightened. It was nearly dark, and that woman was still unaware of the impending night. He wasn't concerned about Sister Qin falling into the river, as that small river was quite shallow. He had specifically checked it before their first hunting trip. Rather, he was wary of the proximity of the small river to the woods, where wild boars had previously descended. If she were to encounter danger, it would be dire. Be good, Xiaolan. Wait here. Uncle will go fetch your mother, Liang Zhenguo said, pulling a few large white rabbit candies from his pocket and placing them in the little girl's hand. He then carried her inside, reassuring her. Uncle and your mother will be back soon. Chapter 190. In the reeds by the riverbank. Inside the house, the kerosene lamp illuminated the space, and Xiaolan was not particularly frightened to be alone. Clutching the candies, she nodded vigorously. Yes, I will be good at home. Excellent. Liang Zhenguo left the door slightly ajar and hurried toward the riverbank in the back mountains, a place he frequented and was quite familiar with. As he approached the river, he softened his footsteps. The moonlight poured like water onto the surface of the river, shimmering like scattered gems. There, a solitary and familiar figure was diligently wringing out the last piece of clothing on the stone slab. It was none other than Sister Qin, whom he had not seen for over 10 days. Who? Sister Qin suddenly straightened up, gripping her stick tightly. Though most villagers were grateful to Liang Zhenguo and aware of her familial ties to him, the deeper layers of their relationship remained unknown. Given her beauty, many men in the village harbored desires for her, which made her cautious about being alone with any village men, fearing that some might act impulsively. It's me, sister. Liang Zhenguo approached closer, softly responding. In the moonlight, Sister Qin saw the man she had longed for and, with joy, hastily walked toward him, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of her beloved. Zhenguo, why did you return so suddenly? Naturally, I missed you. Liang Zhenguo tenderly wiped the water from her face and feigned annoyance. Washing clothes out here at this hour. Isn't it dangerous with the wild boars and wolves lurking in the mountains? I just finished washing, she replied, reassured by the remoteness of the area, allowing herself to enjoy the man's gentle touch, momentarily revealing her feminine side as she coyly said, I missed you too. After he finished wiping her face, she boldly leaped into his embrace, having missed him dearly during their time apart. Liang Zhenguo held her tightly, sensing her affection. Inhaling her familiar scent and feeling her curves against him stirred a tempest within him. After kissing her forehead, he moved to capture her lips, confirming that no one was around before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. What if someone sees us? Sister Qin felt her body melt against him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Upon gazing into his fervent eyes, she quickly turned her face away, breathless. While she could accept being in the house or kitchen, the outdoors made her more apprehensive and unable to let go. This little troublemaker was far too audacious. Liang Zhenguo, however, was beyond caring. His physical prowess had surged significantly today, and with all the pent-up frustration from the women in the compound, his desire was ablaze. Sister Qin's affectionate gesture was akin to a thunderbolt igniting a fire. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, he surveyed the area and carried her toward the thick reeds by the riverbank. I have good news to share with you. The reeds towered high, creating a secluded little haven. Once inside, he wasted no time leaning down again. This kiss was far more fervent than the previous one, his hands skillfully unfastening the buttons on her garment. What good news? Sister Qin questioned, her cheeks flushed, her lips parting in the spaces between words. Yet her hands obediently assisted in undoing his clothing, realizing they were shielded from prying eyes in this secluded spot. Moreover, being teased by this little rogue, her body responded earnestly, and she too desired. The good news is, tomorrow you and your mother will come to the city with me, and we will all live together. Although Liang Zhenguo was aflame with desire, his movements remained gentle. Additionally, I should be able to secure a waiter position this weekend. It's an easy job, and I know the restaurant manager. I plan to have you work there, and we'll say your wages will go to us, with meals and lodging provided at our home. That way, it's all quite proper. All right, I will do as you say. Although Liang Zhenguo had previously mentioned he would bring her to the city as soon as possible, Sister Qin was nonetheless overwhelmed with joy by this surprise. Touched by her beloved's thoughtful arrangements that left her without a single worry, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her body, clad only in a bodice, pressed closely against him. Little rogue, I've been thinking about you. Sister Qin's words were like sparks igniting a haystack, and Liang Zhenguo could no longer contain himself. He laid down a thick layer of reeds and carefully placed her upon it. Soon, the two were intimately revealed to one another. In the night breeze, the reeds swayed gently, producing a rustling sound that masked their stifled breaths and quiet sobs. After more than half an hour, as they concluded their passionate encounter, Sister Qin lay quietly in his embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, purposefully or not. Xiaolan was still reminiscing about Xiao Yu and Yu yesterday. If she knew she could go to the city tomorrow, her happiness would be beyond measure. When I arrived, I informed her, and the girl was indeed elated. Liang Zhenguo caressed her delicate back, the smoothness and elasticity of her form rendering him somewhat enamored, and before long, he found himself gazing upward again. This woman, both inside and out, captivated him immensely, leaving no room for criticism. "Stop, let us return first. Come back later," Sister Qin urgently interjected, sensing the atmosphere. "All right, we shall head back," he replied. Though his vitality remained robust, he refrained from advancing further. The ambience initially brimmed with romantic allure, providing immense satisfaction to both. But as time wore on, it became rather uncomfortable. After all, the rigid ground and coarse reeds could hardly be deemed pleasant throughout the entire process. They had never been able to recline comfortably. Moreover, with Xiaolan home alone, Sister Qin must have her concerns. The night was long and drawn out. After dressing, they helped each other brush off the clinging grass and tidy their clothes. As they emerged from the thicket of reeds, Sister Qin's legs weakened, prompting Liang Zhenguo to swiftly support her. "It's all your fault," Sister Qin chided playfully, casting him a sidelong glance, her eyes shimmering with allure. With a smile, Liang Zhenguo grasped her hand. "From now on, let us reside together daily, so you can scold me every day." They returned to the riverbank, with Liang Zhenguo holding her clothes in one hand while still clasping her hand with the other, making their way toward her home. Sister Qin felt a sweetness in her heart, her legs seemingly revitalized, and she walked with a lightness in her step. After escorting Sister Qin home, Liang Zhenguo made his way back to his grandparents' house. After all, he had told the elderly couple he was there to discuss matters with Sister Qin and could not blatantly linger until the wee hours of the morning. However, as the clock struck midnight, Liang Zhenguo stealthily slipped out once more. In the darkness, the main house of Qin Wei soon illuminated with light. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting two overlapping shadows beneath the candlelight, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 191, Ma Lan creates chaos again. Liang Zhenguo toiled through the night, leaving traces of their efforts and the sweat of their labor in every corner of Sister Qin's room. Though he had exhausted her thoroughly, both her body and spirit had attained profound satisfaction. As their passionate entanglement concluded, Sister Qin, with heavy eyelids, nestled in his embrace, softly confiding her innermost feelings. Liang Zhenguo tenderly held the beautiful woman, kissing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Once she fell into a deep slumber, he gently covered her with a blanket before returning with light steps. At dawn, as the first light of day began to break, a thin layer of frost blanketed the rooftops and dried grass heaps, rendering the village a picture of tranquility. Yet, outside Liang Zhenguo's grandparents' courtyard, a commotion erupted that seemed capable of shaking the heavens. "Oh, my dear mother-in-law, please, show some mercy. Everyone in the village knows that every time Zhenguo returns, he brings back bountiful supplies of grain and the spoils of his hunts. You have more than enough meat to spare. Just look at your kitchen, your grain bins, and your cellar, overflowing with cured and smoked meats. If only you'd share a fraction of that with us, it would sustain our family." Ma Lan, hands on her hips, her voice sharp and piercing, sliced through the morning mist. At this moment, she appeared to have completely forgotten the anger her son Liang Zhenguo had previously directed at her. Behind her stood two stern-faced middle-aged men and four younger ones, her brothers and nephews whom she had summoned for assistance. The six formed a wall at the entrance, their eyes greedily scanning the courtyard. Their sister had claimed that the elderly couple's home was laden with provisions, and they had come under the guise of family to demand their share, intending to take the lion's share for themselves. If they were refused, they would simply take some by force, believing that the familial bond would shield them from repercussions. This scheme had its roots 2 days prior. Ma Lan, consumed by envy at Liang Zhenguo's daily feasts, had initially been cautious after their previous confrontations, knowing he had become a formidable opponent. So she confined her curses to her thoughts. However, with Liang Zhenguo now in the city, and having left with only his luggage, her mind began to churn with schemes as she recalled the numerous bundles he had brought back from the city, along with the tales of his hunting exploits. Particularly, after nearly 2 weeks without his return, her restless ambitions surged. Just the other day, a boy from Li Chunhua's family had struck luck by catching a wild chicken in the back mountain, the aroma wafting into their home and rendering her son, Liang Yongfu, inconsolable in his cravings for meat. Unable to withstand it, she devised a plan to send Liang Guozhu to plead with his mother for some meat. Yet while Liang Guozhu felt for his younger brother, he lacked the courage to approach Liang Zhenguo for his bounty. Still, he did not dissuade her thoughts. Thus, Ma Lan, skipping meals, rushed to the back mountain, fortuitously arriving as the elderly couple enjoyed their white flour buns. Envy contorted her features as she recalled her own hard, coarse cornmeal cakes, and she loudly demanded that the elderly couple share half of the food and meat Liang Zhenguo had brought back. However, the elderly matriarch was no pushover. She adamantly refused to part with even a morsel, ultimately being driven away by Liang Shoshan and his wife upon their return. Yet, Ma Lan had no intention of conceding. Aware she alone could not seize the advantage, and with her husband Liang Guozhu unwilling to support her, she resolved to act as though her intentions were rooted in concern for her son's nutrition, choosing to turn a blind eye as she had done in the past. Thus, she had contacted her family the day before, summoning them to aid her in procuring grain and meat, resolute that even if Liang Zhenguo returned and discovered the truth, it would be too late. They would have already taken what they desired. Hence, the morning's ruckus unfolded. The elderly matriarch stood within the doorway, clutching a broom, her expression dark as she witnessed Ma Lan creating a disturbance while her grandson slept. Ma Lan, have you no shame left? Zhenguo has long since severed ties with you. This is common knowledge among the villagers, and we have no connection to you. You didn't benefit last time, and now you dare return? Bringing all these people, seeking to rob us outright? Such words cannot be spoken. Auntie, Ma Lauda interjected with a forced smile. We are, after all, relatives. Isn't it customary to maintain contact? My sister claims your family is faring well. We're merely here to share in your good fortune. As he spoke, he gestured for the younger men to press forward. In the courtyard, the elderly patriarch was so incensed he began to cough, wanting to confront them, but was firmly held back by his wife. Just as the situation escalated with pushing and heated arguments, the second uncle arrived, accompanied by his wife and the three brothers, De Long and Da Hu, effectively blocking Ma Lan and her entourage at the entrance. Though the back mountain was relatively secluded, the escalating ruckus had already drawn the attention of the villagers of Xiling, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. The commotion had reached Liang Zhenguo, who had only just fallen into a troubled sleep after laboring throughout the night, now disturbed by the cacophony outside. Perking his ears to listen for a moment, he soon discerned that it was Ma Lan, the raucous woman, seeking to lay claim to his grandparents' food and meat, which ignited a fire of fury within him. Thus, as the confrontation at the door intensified, he hastily donned his clothes and shoes, flinging the door open with force. Ma Lan, are you courting death? Liang Zhenguo's towering figure appeared in the doorway, his chest heaving, face alight with uncontainable rage, and his voice laced with a menacing edge that instantly quelled the uproar at the entrance. Startled by the furious roar, Ma Lan was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Liang Zhenguo's presence at home. Even the second uncle and others were unaware of his return, as the old patriarch and matriarch had not yet approached them regarding the temporary work quota discussed the previous night. However, Ma Lan quickly regained her composure. Glancing at her two brothers and four burly nephews, her courage surged. She shouted, Liang Zhenguo, why are you shouting? I am your mother. I have come to see what has happened to your grandparents. Have you forgotten your roots after earning money from hunting, buying a bicycle, and becoming a worker? You've brought two useless dependents into the city to enjoy life, neglecting your father, mother, and younger brother. Look at what your grandparents have to eat and use. If you could spare a little for us, it would sustain our family. Have you even looked in the mirror? With that ugly face of yours, you dare claim to be my son? What a disgrace. Liang Zhenguo strode deliberately toward the door, his gaze slicing through Ma Lan and her family like a knife. The severance document stark in its clarity, evidence known throughout the village. Have you been struck dumb by your ex-husband's family for over 20 years? Have you forgotten so quickly? He taunted, unearthing her deepest wounds and turning her face pale with fury. Chapter 192, a violent confrontation with the Ma family and the mediating villagers. Liang Zhenguo, how dare you speak to your mother like that? Ma Laodao stepped forward, attempting to assert his elder status. Indeed, just because you've earned a bit of money, you think you're something special? You haven't even called your uncle since you left. Chimed in Ma Lar. Where did this wretched creature come from? With that hideous appearance. How dare you claim kinship? Liang Zhenguo glanced disdainfully at these two uncles he barely knew. He had earned countless work points, most of which had filled their families' bellies. So it was no surprise he felt revulsion towards these leeches, not wanting to exchange pleasantries. Ma Laodao and Ma Lar reddened with indignation. Their four sons, the eldest barely in his 20s and accustomed to dominating their village, had long viewed this successful cousin with disdain. Seeing him so arrogant, he spat, damn. So full of himself. Why waste words? Let's beat him. With that, the large youth swung a punch at Liang Zhenguo's face. A slight smirk graced Liang Zhenguo's lips. His bravado was merely an invitation for them to strike first, allowing him to unleash his pent-up frustration. As the young man approached, Liang Zhenguo's eyes sharpened. He did not flinch or evade, but instead swiftly seized the incoming wrist, twisting it with force, causing the boy to howl in agony as he doubled over. Following this, Liang Zhenguo's knee crashed into the youth's abdomen, leaving him curled on the ground, retching. Having barely begun, Liang Zhenguo was still unsatisfied. He raised his foot and delivered several punishing kicks to the youth's lower back, rendering him incapacitated. Upon witnessing this, The remaining 3 charged forward with cries of fury. Liang Dalong, Liang Dahu, and Liang Xiaohu quickly reacted, rushing to confront them. Concerned they might steal his opponent, Liang Zhenguo stepped forward, sidestepping one punch, knocking another to the ground with a kick, and delivering an elbow strike to a third's ribs, all executed with remarkable precision. Seeing one adversary down, Liang Xiaohu wasted no time and mounted him, unleashing a flurry of blows. Liang Dahu and Liang Dalong, seizing the opportunity presented by the 2 staggering foes, each selected an opponent and began their own assault. Stop! No more fighting. At this moment, several young villagers who had been watching rushed forward, including Zhuzi, who had accompanied him to the wedding, calling out as they approached the fray. However, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but grimace at their misguided attempts at mediation. They only pulled Liang Dalong and Liang Dahu away, leaving the latter 2 to bear the brunt of the assault, howling in pain. He even caught sight of Zhuzi and another peer stealthily kicking at the fallen opponent. As for Liang Xiaohu's skirmish, it appeared no one noticed, as his adversary was simply absorbing his punches. Ma Laoda and Ma Laer, enraged and witnessing their sons suffer, charged in, their eyes ablaze. Seeing the spectacle unfold, Liang Zhenguo's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, intercepting them with a flick of his wrist. Regarding these so-called elders who sought to pilfer from his grandparents, he felt no mercy, only a burning hatred. The 2 Ma brothers, lacking any fighting experience and not as youthful or resilient, quickly found themselves on the receiving end of Liang Zhenguo's heavy fists, collapsing to the ground with bruised faces and cries of despair. The speed of his victory left the few young villagers who had hesitated to intervene exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Ma Lan, witnessing her family's defeat, felt a mix of fear and anger. She lunged at Liang Zhenguo, claws outstretched, intent on scratching his face. The young men who had initially aimed to mediate found themselves frozen, unsure whether to intervene, as she was indeed Liang Zhenguo's stepmother. Ultimately, they could only watch as she lunged at him. Liang Zhenguo, disgusted, swatted her away without hesitation, no longer mindful of her status as his stepmother. He delivered a resounding slap to her contorted face, the force sending her staggering back, crashing to the ground, covered in dust. Get lost. We've severed ties. Do you really think I want to hit you? Come again, and I'll break your legs. He knew that unless she felt real pain, she would dare to cause trouble again. The sharp crack of his slap silenced the crowd, even halting the frenzied assaults of Liang Dalong and his companions. Ma Lan, seated on the ground, could feel her face swelling visibly. In disbelief, she reached up to touch it. After a few moments of stunned silence, she began to wail. This is outrageous. My son strikes his stepmother and his uncles. Everyone come and see. Her reddened, swollen face scanned the bystanders, noticing their indifference, which ignited her inner fury. She immediately shouted to her fallen nephew, Go Sheng, hurry, go to the commune's police station and report this. Tell them Liang Zhenguo assaulted his elders and committed violence. He must pay for the damages, or he should be arrested for reformation. With her family battered and each member bearing injuries, even if it was a scheme, she intended for Liang Zhenguo to suffer a heavy toll. The boy, struggling to rise, grimaced in pain as he rubbed his waist, casting a fearful glance at Liang Zhenguo. Well aware he had no chance in a fight, seeing no opposition, he trudged away. As the situation escalated, the grandparents and second uncle and aunt approached Liang Zhenguo, their faces etched with concern. Lin Kuei, who had previously been spectating, felt compelled to intervene upon hearing of Ma Lan's intentions to escalate matters to the police. He stepped forward. Zhenguo, should we consider mediation? There's no need for this to reach the police. He turned to Ma Lan, but she ignored him, resolute in her desire for Liang Zhenguo to pay a price. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed by her threats to summon the authorities. Let her shout. I am curious to see what they plan next. He even retrieved a few chairs from inside for his grandparents, inviting them to sit and wait. The old couple, reassured by their grandson's composure, settled down, knowing he was level-headed. They also recalled that there was a relative of theirs who held a high official position in the city. This matter was not instigated by them. If the police intended to apprehend Erwa and Dalong, they would simply seek assistance from the city. Before long, Goshing arrived with 2 officers from the commune police station, whispering something to one of the officers, who bore 2 prominent black moles on his face. Liang Zhenguo observed that the other members of the Ma family exhibited unconcealed joy upon seeing the officer. Suddenly, he understood the situation. It appeared that Goshing had not only summoned the police, but had also brought along an officer they were acquainted with. Liang Zhenguo's assumption was indeed correct. The officer with the black moles was familiar to the Ma family, as he hailed from their village and shared a somewhat convoluted familial connection with them. Chapter 193, Speculation and Profiteering? Wang Baochun, the officer with the black moles, listened to Goshing's accusations. He first surveyed the scattered members of the Ma family on the ground. then glanced at Liang Zhenguo, who remained unscathed and composed, and his brow furrowed in disapproval. "Comrade, are you Liang Zhenguo? What is the matter? How could you inflict such harm upon your elders? This is utterly disgraceful." Before Liang Zhenguo could respond, Ma Lan, as if seeing a savior, rushed forward to plead, "Baochan, you must stand for us. This Liang Zhenguo has become wealthy and forgotten his kin. We came to visit the elders, and due to some past misunderstandings, we exchanged a few harsh words, and without a moment's hesitation, he resorted to violence, along with those ruffians beside him. Look at what they have done to my brother and several nephews. He must compensate for the medical expenses and provide for their recovery." Ma Lan was quick with her words, knowing exactly how to frame her narrative to her advantage. If she spoke the truth, even with their distant familial ties, Wang Baochun might not assist her, especially in front of so many witnesses. "Comrade Ma Lan, I am now acting in my capacity as a police officer. You may refer to me as Officer Wang." Wang Baochun corrected her with a serious demeanor. Ma Lan immediately nodded, acknowledging her mistake. Yes, I misspoke, Officer Wang." Only then did Wang Baochun nod approvingly and turn to Liang Zhenguo, his tone adopting a more authoritative edge. "Liang Zhenguo, regardless of the circumstances, it is unacceptable to resort to violence, especially against comrades Ma Lan and the elders, who are indeed your seniors. Look at the injuries they have sustained. Should you not offer compensation and seek a private resolution?" Liang Zhenguo scoffed disdainfully, standing tall. "Officer Wang, is this how you conduct your duties? Do you only listen to their one-sided account? They gathered a crowd early this morning, forcibly entered a private residence, intending to seize grain and property. We acted in legitimate self-defense. The villagers have all witnessed this." Observing Wang Baochun's displeasure, Liang Zhenguo couldn't shake the feeling that he had been at odds with anyone surnamed Wang lately. It seemed that every encounter with individuals of that name brought misfortune. The first was a street thug named Wang Dong from the Eastern District, who had harassed Xia outside her school until Liang had threatened him into fleeing. The second was Wang Aigua, who had consistently mocked and belittled him upon their meetings. Now, yet another Wang Baochun, claimed to be here to resolve a civil dispute, yet favored the Ma family without even inquiring for the facts. As Liang Zhenguo's words hung in the air, the surrounding villagers, already discontent with Ma Lan's behavior and grateful for Liang's previous assistance, began to voice their support. "Indeed, officer, it was Ma Lan who led a group to the home of Elder Liang this morning, attempting to break in and steal. What kind of decent person rushes over without even having eaten? They must have ulterior motives. Erwo was merely protecting his grandparents. This was legitimate self-defense. Moreover, it was Ma Lan's nephews who initiated the conflict first." Seeing the villagers' fervor, Wang Baochun's expression darkened, yet he still leaned towards supporting Ma Lan due to their familial ties. He interjected, "They are family, and even if there was a dispute, such excessive violence should not have occurred, nor does it amount to robbery." "Officer Wang, did they not inform you that we have severed ties?" Liang Zhenguo interrupted. Initially, his grandmother had given Liang Guozhu a semblance of dignity, claiming they were merely separating households. But in the presence of Lin Kuei, they had signed a document of severance. Since the ties had been cut, even if it were his biological father, any act of aggression would be robbery, let alone Ma Lan, his stepmother, and the rest of the Ma family. I had no intention of reporting to the police. But since Officer Wang and this comrade are here, I will indeed report that these individuals attempted to rob my grandparents while they were alone at home this morning. What do you think should be done, officers? Compensation? In your dreams. I shall see to it that they are imprisoned. Officer, I am the village head of Shilling Village. They have indeed severed ties, and it was done in my presence with signed fingerprints," Lin Kuei added at that moment. Faced with the choice of whom to support between the Ma family and Liang Zhenguo, he had no hesitation, especially as Ma Lan's actions had been egregious. Had she truly wanted to avoid escalating the conflict, she could have intervened earlier. Thus, strictly speaking, there were no remaining familial ties. What they had done was indeed robbery and against the law. Wang Baochun, not responding, turned his attention to Ma Lan and Goxing, who had initially lodged the complaint. His expression darkening further. They had never mentioned severing ties. He had assumed that Ma Lan, as a stepmother, simply had a poor relationship with her stepson and sought to take advantage of his wealth and provisions, only to be rebuffed. However, if the ties were truly severed, that posed a significant problem. The other officer beside Wang Baochun observed him but remained silent, aware that his superior had more experience and authority. However, he regretted accompanying him, realizing that Wang Baochun was clearly biased in favor of his relatives. There was no benefit for him, and it could lead to unnecessary animosity. Confronted with Liang Zhenguo's retort, Wang Baochun's mind raced. He recalled Goxing mentioning that every time Liang Zhenguo returned from the city, he brought back considerable amounts of grain and supplies. He solemnly inquired, "Let us set aside whether they attempted robbery for the moment. I must ask you, I have heard that you have only been working in the city for less than a month. How did your family accumulate such a substantial amount of grain? And a bicycle as well? Have you been engaging in poaching and speculation? The question hung in the air, and a hush fell over the crowd. Every villager knew that speculation was a grave offense in these times, far graver than the current accusations against the Ma family. Ma Lan, her face swollen, jumped to her feet and screamed, "Yes, Officer Wang, he is undoubtedly engaging in speculation. No household is without grain these days. There is no way anyone would trade with him. He must be speculating to acquire grain. Officer Wang, do not listen to her lies. Zhenguo is not engaging in speculation." A previously unnoticed Sister Qin rushed to protest. Upon hearing Ma Lan's intentions to have her husband arrested, even her gentle nature could no longer contain itself. Had it not been for Aunt Hua's restraining hand, she would have run to stand by Liang Zhenguo's side. Indeed, how could Erwa possibly be involved in speculation? Aunt Hua chimed in, still holding on to Qin Wei. With someone taking the lead, the villagers began to voice their objections, though their confidence was not as robust as before. Wang Baochun disregarded their protests, invigorated by Ma Lan's testimony, and approached Liang Zhenguo resolutely. "Liang Zhenguo, please accompany us back to the police station for questioning." Chapter 194. Can you handle the burden? Officer, are you truly going to take my grandson based solely on Ma Lan's word? Produce evidence. Or you have no right to make arrests in my home. The elderly couple rose to their feet, their faces etched with displeasure as they spoke sharply. Liang Dalong and his brothers immediately stepped forward to obstruct them, disregarding whether their cousin was indeed engaging in unscrupulous activities. They resolutely refused to allow the authorities to take him away. Although second uncle and second aunt remained silent, they unhesitatingly stood their ground. "Brother Dalong, step aside. Let us see if he dares to arrest me." Liang Zhenguo tugged at Liang Dalong and the others, signaling them to release their grip. From his pocket, actually from another realm, he produced several documents stamped with red seals, casting a cold gaze at Officer Wang Baochun. "Officer Wang, you claim I have engaged in speculation? As my grandmother would say, where is your evidence?" With that, he thrust the documents close to Wang's face, unfurling them for all to see. "Whether or not you possess evidence is beyond my understanding, but this is mine. Observe closely. This is the acquisition certificate from the canned goods factory of the 49 city. This is the acquisition certificate from the state-run hotel. This is from the steel mill. And here is the certificate from the Gulu police station of the 49 city, issued personally by their chief. As for the grain, that was exchanged with the canned goods factory. Would you like to inquire personally? The same goes for the bicycle tickets. The money was provided by these establishments. If I am deemed to be engaging in speculation, does that imply that these institutions are complicit in such activities alongside me? You may slander me without consequence. For I am merely a humble worker, far beneath your stature as Officer Wang, clad in your uniform, yet driven by personal gain. However, to slander the directors of several large factories, the managers of state-run hotels, and the chief of a police station, may I inquire if you can bear the weight of such accusations?" As he reached the end of his tirade, Liang Zhenguo slapped the documents against Wang Baochun's chest. Although some of the certificates were issued after he began working, it mattered not. The earlier documents sufficed. At that moment, Wang Baochun, momentarily taken aback by Liang Zhenguo's mockery and somewhat audacious actions, focused intently on the documents, his complexion paling slightly as he opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. For these documents were indeed authentic. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze, his tone lacking the earlier hostility. "Comrade Liang, I was rash. You have not engaged in speculation. These transactions are legitimate. I made a mistake. Consequently, today, it is the comrades of Malin who are at fault, and they deserve the consequences. Compensation is unnecessary. As for how they will be dealt with, after all, they are relatives. Let this matter pass." Yet Liang Zhenguo was unyielding. Pointing at Malin's group, his voice resonating throughout the courtyard, "Officer Wang, it is not your prerogative to decide whether this matter is overlooked. This group dares to commit robbery in broad daylight, and who knows if they might resort to murder next. They must be apprehended and dealt with severely. The evidence and witnesses are all present. The villagers bear witness. What you ought to do now is to uphold justice. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not lead the villagers of Shieling to the county police station to accuse you of harboring bandits, perhaps even colluding with them. Moreover, I trust that not everyone at the county police station shares your sentiments. I hope you do not deceive yourself, for otherwise, you may find it difficult to retain this uniform. Of course, you may also test whether I possess the ability to make you remove it." Liang Zhenguo's stance was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Were it not for the fact that he could not deal with Wang Baochun alone, he would not have considered sparing him. After all, a mere report against Wang Baochun's favoritism would not strip him of his position. At most, he would receive a reprimand. Although he had allies now, Seeking assistance from Tang Qingshan for such a trivial matter seemed excessive. Instances of favoritism towards relatives and villagers were commonplace in the commune police station. So he viewed this merely as a warning. He now recognized the necessity of having a police identity, for otherwise, a small-town officer could easily manipulate him. If he were to possess the identity of the 49 city police, merely displaying his credentials would render Wang Baozuan hesitant to escalate matters. It is essential to note that the hierarchy and personnel structure of the 49 city police station are superior to those of ordinary regions, and thus the police ranks in 49 city are naturally elevated. Moreover, the commune police are technically just special police officers, possessing a low rank, responsible solely for basic public security, lacking the independent hierarchical structure of dedicated police institutions, and are directly overseen by the county police station, placing them beneath the level of ordinary regional police. Upon hearing this, Wang Baozuan's face changed dramatically. Had he heard this at the outset, he might have scoffed at Liang Zhenguo's words, believing him to be inflated by his new status as a worker. However, with those documents in play, especially the certificate issued by the chief of the 49 city police, he dared not gamble. If Liang Zhenguo truly had some connection with this chief, this small officer would stand no chance against him. He might indeed lose his uniform, a risk he was unwilling to take for a few distant relatives. The expressions of Malin and her companions shifted from schadenfreude to panic, especially upon witnessing Wang Baozuan's sudden silence. Their alarm heightened. Malin shouted, "Officer Wang Baozuan, do not believe what he says. All those documents are forgeries. He is the one engaging in speculation. Arrest him and take him for re-education." Wang Baozuan shot a glare at Malin, incredulous that she remained oblivious to the situation. Could he not discern the truth for himself? What a fool. At this juncture, seeking mercy might have led Liang Zhenguo to spare them out of respect for her father and mediate privately, yet she insisted on provoking him further. What a ridiculous turn of events. Yet, while mentally chastising her, he still shot Malin a glance. Upon catching Wang Baozuan's expression, Malin's face underwent a series of changes. She realized that not only could Wang Baozuan do nothing to Liang Zhenguo, but he also had to heed his wishes and bring them all back to the police station as robbers. By nature, she was a narrow-minded individual. And today Liang Zhenguo had not only scolded her, but had also slapped her in front of the villagers, leaving her face swelling more and more. Her resentment for Liang Zhenguo was palpable. However, considering the possibility of her two brothers and several nephews facing police action, she suppressed her anger and turned to Liang Zhenguo, lowering her head to say, "Zhenguo, I was wrong. I should not have come to ask the elders for grain. For the sake of family ties, please forgive me this once. I will not dare again." "Indeed, Zhenguo, we are all relatives. There is no need to escalate matters so severely. This time, let us say that our uncles were in the wrong. I apologize to you." Although Ma Laodao and Ma Laer were not well versed in such matters, they could still grasp the basic situation, and upon hearing their sister admit fault, they quickly echoed her sentiments. "Huh," Liang Zhenguo scoffed, "is this a plea for grain? And to say there is no need to make things so awkward, yet they displayed such delight when they had this Wang fellow arrest me." Although the so-called robbery incident was not severe, after all, no knives or guns were involved, and no one was harmed. Allowing the police to take them away to the northwest or for long-term re-education was simply unrealistic. However, they must be apprehended. Chapter 195. What right do you have to plead for mercy, even if it is merely for education or administrative punishment, or a few days of confinement? It will leave a record against them. They must learn a lesson. Should they repeat their offenses, it will be deemed recidivism, and it will not be so easily overlooked. The police may forgive, but he shall not. Liang Zhenguo gazed at Malin and her family, speaking softly. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Wouldn't you agree, Officer Wang? Upon hearing these words, Wang Baozuan realized that Liang Zhenguo had no intention of letting them off the hook. As he met Liang Zhenguo's imposing gaze, in order to avoid provoking this sharp and vengeful individual further, he could only yield and nod in acquiescence. "Comrade Malin, please accompany us back to the police station. If you confess and admit your mistakes, leniency may be afforded." Wang Baochuan turned to Malin and her companions, cautioning them against any resistance or hostile demeanor. The faces of the Ma family paled instantly, particularly that of Goshing, who never anticipated that, despite enduring pain to seek help from the police, he would ultimately find himself in handcuffs. Anger towards his Aunt Malin surged within him. Not only did they fail to seize any grain, but now they were to be incarcerated as well. At that moment, a timid figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Liang Guozhu. Upon seeing him, Malin felt as if she had spotted a lifeline and immediately cried out, "Head of the family, please persuade Liang Zhenguo to spare us. My son cannot be separated from me, and my mother at home is still waiting for my brothers to return. We cannot be taken to the police station. He is your son. Beg him for mercy on our behalf." The other members of the Ma family looked at him pleadingly. For although they had often looked down upon this brother-in-law in the past, they now found themselves relying on him for salvation. Liang Zhenguo surveyed the disheveled Ma family and the tense Liang Zhenguo, a flicker of complexity crossing his face. Yet, under the hopeful gazes of the Ma family, he finally stammered, "Zhenguo, consider this. Regardless of whether you acknowledge her as your mother, she has lived with us for years. She is still Yongfu's mother. Your uncles, too, acted in haste. See, they are injured as well. Perhaps we could let this matter rest at the police station." Liang Zhenguo met Liang Guozhu's gaze with calm indifference. He had noticed Liang Guozhu lingering at the rear of the crowd when the police arrived. However, when Malin demanded compensation through Wang Baochan, he remained unmoved, clearly desiring the so-called compensation for himself. When they slandered him as a profiteer, he did not step forward to defend himself. It was only when Wang Baochan attempted to apprehend him that a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes, but he remained rooted in place. Yet now, as he prepared to escort Malin and her group inside, he could not help but intercede on their behalf. Liang Zhenguo sighed inwardly, deeming this so-called father utterly useless. Moreover, it seemed Liang Guozhu was aware of Malin's intentions to raid their grandfather's home for grain today, but had refrained from intervening. Thus, as the son of their grandparents, he too was rendered ineffective. One could not fathom what kind of enchantment Malin had cast upon him, blurring the lines of kinship in his mind. It was likely that he was not entirely sound. Liang Zhenguo coldly fixed his gaze upon him and articulated each word with precision. "Liang Guozhu, what qualifications do you possess to plead for mercy? You have been spectating from the crowd for so long. Why not continue to do so?" He then let out a derisive laugh. "And you claim that Malin has lived with us for years. Should I now reminisce about the years she tormented Xiaoyu and Xiaoya? Or express gratitude for her ensuring our constant hunger and cold? How dare you utter such words?" After saying this, Liang Zhenguo found the conversation rather tiresome and ceased to acknowledge Liang Guozhu, directing his attention to Wang Baochan and another officer. "What are you two still waiting for? It's time to take them back." "Zhenguo." Liang Guozhu turned pale at Liang Zhenguo's retort, and the peculiar stares from the village neighbors made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Faced with Liang Zhenguo's indifferent demeanor and the unfamiliar looks from his parents, he could no longer utter a single word, bowing his head in defeat and turning to leave. As for Malin, he felt powerless to assist her, for he understood that he lacked the standing to plead and that no one would extend leniency on his account. "Comrade Liang Zhenguo, I will take them back. The specific punishment will be communicated to you." "Very well. I trust Officer Wang will address their actions and provide us with an explanation. Should there be any concealment, our family will certainly report them to the police. Rest assured." Wang Baochan was taken aback by Liang Guozhu's ineffectiveness. Faced with Liang Zhenguo's veiled threats, he could only obediently escort the Ma family away from Shiling village. The other officer had remained silent throughout, avoiding offense to anyone, as if merely a tool. As Malin and her family departed, they did not shout threats of revenge, for such behavior would only exacerbate their punishment. After their exit, the elder emerged and addressed the villagers outside. "I extend my gratitude to you all for speaking on behalf of Erwa today. No trouble at all. We are all from the same village and cannot allow Erwa to be bullied. In the future, just call on us if needed." After exchanging pleasantries, the onlookers dispersed, many of whom had not yet dined. However, just as Lin Kuei was about to leave, the old lady called out, "Village chief, don't rush off. We have something to discuss with you. You all come in as well." Hearing this, Liang Zhenguo understood that his grandmother intended to discuss the temporary worker position in the security team, as the remaining spot had been reserved for someone from the village, with Uncle Kuei to decide who would fill it. Having entrusted the matter to his grandparents, he had no intention of interfering and thus replied, "Grandmother, Uncle Kuei, and second uncle, you all continue your discussion. I'll freshen up and take a stroll later. There are buns in the kitchen. Remember to eat before heading out." Aware that his grandson wished to avoid concerns, the old lady merely offered a reminder. "All right," Liang Zhenguo replied, quickly washing up before heading to the kitchen, grabbing 2 buns, and greeting those already seated in the courtyard as he exited. "Father, mother, did the Ma family cause you any harm? They are becoming increasingly excessive." An old second uncle initially inquired about the well-being of the elderly couple but hesitated, unsure how to proceed. "No worries." The elder and old lady waved their hands. Although the Ma family intended to seize grain, they did not dare to lay a finger on the 2 elders. "Let us not dwell on this. It is best to handle it as did. This time, they have learned a profound lesson, and with the village's support, they will not dare to return." While the old lady felt utterly disappointed in Liang Guozhu, the assistance from the villagers brought her joy and comfort, affirming that Er's offerings of wild boar and wolves to the village had not been in vain. Chapter 196, The Proud Old Lady. After Liang Zhenguo exited, second uncle remarked, Heir is truly becoming more accomplished. As a genuine villager, despite his previous unwavering support for Liang Zhenguo, he had felt trepidation facing the police, even if they were merely from the commune. Historically, common folk have never engaged in conflict with officials, illustrating the depth of his anxiety at that moment. Yet, his nephew was entirely different, exuding an air of calm confidence that overshadowed Wang Baochan. The old lady beamed with pride at her son's praise for her grandson, momentarily dispelling the disappointment brought on by Liang Guozhu, and remarked, "Our heir is destined for greatness. He is the first official worker in our village, and a guardian at that. Moreover, he has returned with some splendid news." At this, the old lady paused, glancing at her son, daughter-in-law, and Lin Kuei. "What is this good news?" Lin Kuei inquired, keenly following up, his curiosity mingled with excitement. If this good news pertained solely to the old lady's family, it was unlikely they would allow him to stay and listen, as none in the Liang family enjoyed boasting. Thus, this so-called good news must hold significant benefits for him or the villagers. "Mother, what is this good thing?" Second uncle also expressed his curiosity. In the abode of Grandpa and Grandma, Liang Dalong and the others gazed expectantly at the elderly matriarch. Initially, they had intended to engage in light-hearted banter with Erwa, sharing tales from the city. However, they were intercepted by Grandma, who insisted that they wait for an important announcement. The old lady, observing her husband attempting to interject, cast him a sharp glance before abandoning her suspenseful demeanor and smilingly declared, "It's splendid news. Erwa has procured 3 temporary job positions from the police station, specifically the Gulu police station." The old man chimed in, "Yes, indeed, Gulu police station." Grandma rewarded him with an approving look and continued, "These positions are for the patrol squad. You must be familiar with the station head, Sun Dage, as mentioned by Zhenguo. 2 of these positions are reserved for Erwa, and he will arrange for Dalong and the others to take up the jobs. The remaining slot is for someone from the village, which the village head will oversee. Since the station head is an acquaintance of Erwa, he assured that as long as you all perform well, there is no risk of unwarranted dismissal. You can maintain these jobs for the long term." As Grandma elaborated, the news of the 3 temporary positions left Erda and the others in a daze, overwhelmed by the sheer surprise. After a lengthy pause, Erda finally processed the information, but before he could speak, Erda's wife interjected excitedly, "Mother, does this mean we have 2 children from our family who can work in the city?" Her enthusiasm was understandable. Prior to Erwa's employment as a security guard in the city, she had never envisioned that the Liang family would produce a formal worker earning a government salary. After Erwa began working in the city, she often found herself wondering if her son might have an opportunity to join him, to partake in the benefits of city life. Yet, this was merely a private hope she had kept to herself, never revealing it to her husband, making the surprise all the more astonishing. Grandma empathized with her daughter-in-law's excitement. Had she not already had a grandson in a formal position, she would surely share in her daughter-in-law's exuberance. Thus, under the expectant gaze of Erda's wife, she nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Indeed, although these are temporary positions, they come with a salary of 9 yuan a month, plus uniforms, dormitory accommodation, and 2 meals a day, along with 15 jin of grain to take home each month." Liang Zhenguo succinctly recounted these benefits, and Grandma effortlessly memorized them, articulating them with ease. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. 2 meals a day are sufficient. Our family often has just 2 meals. Erda's wife was immensely satisfied with these conditions, adeptly calculating that this was undoubtedly better than toiling in the fields back in the village. Subsequently, her eyes glistened with emotion. Erwa is such a kind-hearted child, always remembering to help his cousins in the city. Indeed, he was quite considerate. Erda, a robust man, also felt his eyes moisten. This sentiment, however, was unbeknownst to Liang Zhenguo, who would have felt somewhat awkward, as it was Sun Dage who had initially proposed these temporary positions. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Nevertheless, those in the courtyard remained blissfully unaware, their faces adorned with expressions of gratitude, particularly Liang Dalong and the others, who were so moved that they could hardly contain their excitement, with Dalong and Dahua nearly sprinting home to share this monumental surprise with their wives. As the excitement settled among Erda's family, Lin Kuei, equally radiant with joy, cautiously inquired, "Grandma, you mentioned that one of the 3 positions is confirmed for the village?" "You heard correctly. Although Dalong and his brothers are 3 in number, not all can go to the city. With a large family, their wives will tend to the children. Yet some labor is still required at home. We cannot rely solely on their father to toil in the fields," Grandma replied without hesitation, nodding. She then turned to her son, daughter-in-law, and 3 grandsons, noting their agreement before smiling at Lin Kuei. "You may handle the remaining position as you see fit. This old woman will not intervene." Lin Kuei expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Grandma and Grandpa." Regardless of who ultimately receives the position, We will always remember your kindness. He hesitated, adding, however, I should consult Erwa regarding who should receive this position, as it is his after all. Grandma waved her hand dismissively, rolling her eyes. Erwa is well aware of my mention of the position and has stepped out, as he does not wish to concern himself with these matters, nor does he want to witness your back-and-forth expressions of gratitude. Rest assured, he will have no objections. He trusts you completely, so do not bother him about it. As for the 2 positions, you and your wife may decide amongst yourselves, as you are all one family. With this arrangement, Grandma wished to relinquish the burden of further deliberation. Understood, Mother, Erda nodded, his face still beaming with joy. The earlier troubles with the Ma family, now a distant memory. Lin Kuei also nodded. All right, Grandma, I will arrange things accordingly. Liang Zhenguo was indifferent to how Grandma allocated the positions, as he aspired to secure future job opportunities, which, while challenging, were not insurmountable. Upon exiting, he intended to visit Sister Qin first, uncertain if she had been frightened by the earlier commotion. However, before he could reach her, he heard the bright call of Xiaohua. Zhenguo Zhenguo. Liang Zhenguo turned to see Xiaohua trotting towards him. Xiaohua, have you had breakfast yet? He casually inquired, affectionately ruffling her hair, as he had grown accustomed to patting heads and pinching cheeks when speaking to the little ones. Yes, I have, she replied, her small face adorned with anticipation. Zhenguo, have Xiao Yu and the others returned? Earlier, due to the Ma family's ruckus, Erda had advised her to stay home, so she had no knowledge of Liang Zhenguo's return. It was only after the Ma family was escorted away by the police that she hurried to her grandmother's house, thus unaware of Xiao Yu's whereabouts. Yesterday, Zhenguo returned alone. Xiao Yu and the others are still in the city, he explained. Are you missing Xiao Yu? Yes. She said she would tell me about the city when she returned, Xiaohua admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Liang Zhenguo, smiling, pinched the little girl's cheek and suggested, in 2 days, your brothers will be going to the city for work. If you cannot wait, you could plead with your father to allow you to join them early, then you could go with your brothers into the city. He added, rest assured, Zhenguo would welcome you, and Xiao Yu would love for you to come up and play with her. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with joy, and she gleefully hopped a few times while clutching his arm. Zhenguo, I'm going to ask my father right now. I want to go to the city in 2 days. Watching Xiaohua dash off with enthusiasm, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, wondering how distressed Erda would soon be, as he had always been quite fond of his youngest daughter and would surely be reluctant to let his little darling leave the nest so soon. Arriving at Sister Qin's home, he found her already busy packing, seemingly having made considerable progress. Zhenguo, are you all right? Sister Qin approached him upon his entrance, her concern evident, although she knew the Ma family had faced consequences. Auntie, you're here too? Little Lan, with her hair in little bunches, affectionately leaned against her. Liang Zhenguo lifted Xiao Lan and engaged in a brief interaction before turning to Sister Qin with a smile. What trouble could I possibly be in? Just a few ruffians. You know my prowess in combat all too well. Qin Wei shot him a sideways glance, having spent considerable time with Liang Zhenguo. She was well aware of what he meant by his so-called prowess. The memory of last night's absurdity made her cheeks flush ever so slightly. Noticing this, Liang Zhenguo playfully pinched her slender waist, his mind involuntarily recalling the alluring sway of her figure at certain moments. Have you packed your belongings? He inquired. Yes, just some clothes and such. You told me not to bring anything else last night. I'll drop them off at your grandparents' house shortly, she replied. The couple's intimate gestures at home were no longer concealed from the child. All right, please have Uncle Kuei prepare a letter of introduction for you. The work quotas will be available soon, and it should be fine for him to prepare it in advance, saving you another trip back here. We'll return to the city by noon, Liang Zhenguo reminded her. Sounds good, Sister Qin nodded eagerly. After discussing their plans and noticing that Sister Qin was not startled by his earlier comments, they exchanged a few more words before he stood up, saying, Sister, I'm going to take a stroll in the back mountains. Just wait for me at home until noon. Although Qin Wan was now his wife, he had never changed how he addressed Sister Qin in private. They had both grown accustomed to their mutual terms of address. Be careful, and don't venture too deep into the mountains, she cautioned, thoroughly content with their current life and not wishing for any misfortune to befall her husband. Liang Zhenguo set Xiaolan down, grasped her hand, and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Fear not. I'm merely going to wander a bit and see if I can stumble upon something unexpected, he said casually. Then, taking advantage of a moment when Xiaolan was distracted, he stealthily pecked her mother on the cheek before slipping outside, leaving Sister Qin with a mix of exasperation and sweetness. He was certainly not aimlessly wandering into the mountains out of boredom. The allure of the beauties at home far outweighed any reason to venture into the wilderness. His intention for entering the mountains was to have a valid reason to bring back some goods to the village. He had long remembered the kindness shown by the villagers who had assisted him, ensuring that the meat he had given previously had not been squandered on ungrateful recipients. Given his nature, he would always repay those who had helped him. This was twofold. First, to express his gratitude, and second, to demonstrate to the villagers that aiding his family would yield substantial benefits. It was also a preventive measure against the Ma family, ensuring they would think twice before causing trouble for his grandparents again, thereby encouraging the villagers to come to their aid without hesitation. After all, he could not return promptly from the city, and with De Long and his brothers also heading to the city next week, they would only have weekends to return home. In the event of any trouble, they would be equally distant and unable to intervene. If he wished for the villagers to consistently stand by his family, mere verbal expressions of gratitude would not suffice. Tangible benefits were paramount. After all, material support is the cornerstone and lubricant of healthy relationships, while relationships also serve as the warm abode for material value. Both elements must mutually sustain each other for lasting harmony. Just like today, if the villagers were merely spectators and offered no assistance, he would not provide them with anything in the future. Chapter 198. Gratitude, never forgetting one's roots. Liang Zhenguo spent 2 hours in the mountains, not hunting any game, but he was not foolishly lingering there either. Suddenly inspired, he began collecting the sight of charming birds and vibrant flowers he spotted in the woods, stashing them in his spatial realm. He adjusted the flow of time in the central area of his space to match the outside world, effectively decorating and arranging it. It appeared quite lively, and he envisioned how cozy it would be to build a little farmhouse there. Unfortunately, constructing it would be futile as he could not enter that space himself, rendering the effort pointless. After tidying up the central area, he descended the mountain. Approximately 10 minutes later, Liang Zhenguo emerged, dragging a simple frame with an exceptionally large wild boar, its mane coarse and bristly, weighing no less than 300 pounds. The wound on its neck was clearly indicative of having fallen victim to a trap. Of course, this was a deliberate act on Liang Zhenguo's part. The wild boar was indeed from his spatial realm, but he had brought nothing with him into the mountains. To maintain the illusion, he had to stage the entire scene as if he had captured the boar with a trap. This large wild boar was his gift to the villagers. In his other hand, he carried 6 vividly colored, plump wild chickens bound with grass rope, which he intended for his grandparents. Instead of dragging the wild boar home first, he transported it all the way to the field where the villagers were laboring. Wow! This stunning sight instantly captivated the attention of the working villagers. Has Erwa just returned from the mountains? What a massive wild boar! My goodness, Erwa is truly impressive. How could he have caught such a large wild boar in such a short time? Why did I come back empty-handed after my trip to the mountains a few days ago? This remark came from Lin Kuei, who had just left Liang Zhenguo's grandfather's home. He was the village chief and also the head of the production team, frequently involved with the villagers. After murmuring this to himself, he approached Liang Zhenguo. As the crowd gazed in astonishment and envy, Liang Zhenguo dropped the frame holding the wild boar with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. He wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and smiled at Lin Kuei and the villagers in the field, saying, "Uncle Kuei, everyone. Today I was fortunate enough to spot this wild boar in the mountains and managed to trap it." Pausing for a moment, a gentle smile adorned Liang Zhenguo's face as he addressed the villagers, continuing loudly, "I only require 30 pounds for my grandparents and Uncle Erda's family. The remainder is a personal token of gratitude from me, Liang Zhenguo, for your unwavering support today. I hope that in the future, should my grandparents or Uncle Erda's family face any issues, we can help one another and not allow outsiders to bully us." As soon as these words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent for an instant before erupting into even louder cheers and expressions of gratitude. "Oh my, Erwa, this is far too generous. Thank you, Erwa. You are incredibly kind and generous. Now we can have meat again, and with such a large wild boar, every family can have a substantial share. Rest assured, Zhenguo, if the Ma family dares to come to our village again, we will ensure they are driven out, not even allowed to set foot here. Yes, anyone who dares to cause trouble in our village will be expelled without hesitation." The villagers abandoned their work and rushed to surround the wild boar, their faces glowing with excitement and joy, their gazes toward Liang Zhenguo filled with sincere gratitude and genuine admiration. Initially, they had thought that with Liang Zhenguo's venture into the mountains, there would be no more meat to distribute. Yet here, he was bringing back another catch. And aside from the 30 pounds he kept, he was giving the rest to the village, which was an unexpected delight. In previous instances, Liang Zhenguo had also shared wild boar and wolves with the village, but those had been during times of plentiful harvests. Now, he had essentially given away 90% of his catch to the villagers, keeping only a small portion for his family, which was truly commendable and admirable. They knew they could not achieve such generosity themselves. Moreover, they had not anticipated any rewards for their support today, especially the younger ones who had supported him. They had simply been grateful for the meat Liang Zhenguo had provided for their families, understanding that if outsiders bullied them, they would lose face. Once the villagers' excitement subsided, Lin Kuei patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt seriousness, addressing all the villagers present. On behalf of our Shilling village, I extend my heartfelt gratitude once again for Erwa's contributions. It is widely acknowledged that although Erwa has ventured into the city and secured employment, he remains deeply rooted and does not forget his origins. His offerings to the village extend far beyond merely this wild boar. I shall elaborate further tomorrow. However, I implore you all to also remember your roots and to hold Erwa's contributions to our village close to your hearts. Additionally, we must heed Erwa's counsel. When the elder Liang requires assistance, let everyone lend a hand. Even in the absence of Erwa's contributions, we, the people of Shilling village, must not allow ourselves to be bullied. The villagers nodded in agreement, although they were unaware of what additional benefits Liang Zhenguo had provided. The tangible advantages before them were undeniable. Naturally, they would not be ungrateful, for to do so would likely invite ire from their fellow villagers. Moreover, the fate that befalls those who offend Liang Zhenguo was well understood in the village, especially since the Ma family is currently facing repercussions. Even the stepmother, Malin, has not been spared, despite her biological father's pleas for mercy, illustrating that offending him leaves no room for leniency. The villagers were acutely aware of this reality. Furthermore, Liang Zhenguo, as the first individual from our village to hold a formal position in the city, reportedly as a security guard, demonstrates capability and responsibility, coupled with a sense of gratitude and courage. What family would not wish to foster a good relationship with such a promising young man? They certainly do not share the foolishness of Malin and Liang Guozhu, who would push away such a remarkable son, leading to such absurd circumstances. Had Liang Guozhu not taken a day off today, they might have exchanged disdainful glances once again. Lin Kuei smiled contentedly. He held great confidence in the villagers of Shilling, as individuals like Malin and Liang Guozhu were indeed a rarity. The reason he refrained from announcing that Liang Zhenguo had secured a temporary work position for the village was that he had yet to consult with the other village leaders regarding who should receive this opportunity. It was prudent to delay the announcement until a decision was finalized to avoid inciting unnecessary excitement among the villagers, which could lead them to pester Liang Zhenguo. He recalled the elder's words. Erwa certainly did not wish to be burdened by such matters. Liang Zhenguo, too, was pleased with Lin Kuei's statements. Although he termed it a gesture of gratitude, his true intention was for the villagers to remember his goodwill. He cared little for any reward from them, for he lacked nothing. Even if he did, the villagers could not provide it. His sole desire was for his grandparents to live comfortably in the village. Chapter 199. Sister Qin is more than just an aunt. Following some pleasantries, Liang Zhenguo appropriately remarked, I shall not interrupt your distribution of meat any longer, as I must return to Sijio City promptly this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuei swiftly organized the proceedings. This time, instead of gathering in the village's communal dining hall, a representative from each household was dispatched to joyfully carry the wild boar to the village center for the distribution of meat, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Work would resume afterward, but the villagers were infused with renewed vigor compared to before. Once Lin Kuei had everything arranged, Liang Zhenguo leaned closer to him and quietly said, Uncle Kuei, I shall leave these matters to you. It seems my second uncle is not in the fields, so I would appreciate it if you could ensure that 30 pounds of meat gets delivered to him. He had just realized that his second uncle, second aunt, and a few cousins were absent. Lin Kuei chuckled, assuring him, rest assured, you need not concern yourself with these matters. I will take care of it. Additionally, I will finalize the candidate for the temporary position by tomorrow, and on Sunday, I will visit the city with Dalong and the others to see you. Also, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the villagers. Liang Zhenguo understood that Lin Kuei referred to the temporary work position and promptly deflected the praise onto the elder. Uncle Kuei, you should thank my grandmother for this. It was her decision, and I had no hand in it. Lin Kuei nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, indeed, the elder is insightful and deserving of our gratitude. He gave a thumbs up. However, the opportunity was procured through your efforts, and regardless of whether you decided to allocate it to the village, this kindness cannot be overlooked. It was no wonder he was the village head. His words were indeed commendable. Moreover, Lin Kuei had come to understand Liang Zhenguo to a certain extent, realizing that he was more pleased to praise the elder than to boast about himself. The smile on Liang Zhenguo's face brightened further upon hearing this. He did not relish flattery directed at his grandmother. Rather, he appreciated the sincerity evident in Lin Kuei's expression and tone, which clearly demonstrated his deep respect for the elder's decision. Uncle Kuei, I enjoy listening to you speak. It is truly delightful, Liang Zhenguo jested, before inquiring, by the way. Uncle Kuei, have you prepared the introduction letter for Sister Qin? It pertains to her work quota. Rest assured, it has been prepared. Although issuing it before the quota is officially assigned may be somewhat irregular, I trust in your capabilities, so a slight deviation is permissible to spare you from unnecessary trips. Besides, Qin Wei is your sister-in-law. Surely, this favor can be granted? Ha ha ha. Thank you, Uncle Kuei, Liang Zhenguo laughed, thinking to himself. Sister Qin is more than just my sister-in-law. After glancing at his watch and sensing that the time was right, he said, I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave. Indeed, your second uncle and the others have been waiting for your return, Lin Kuei replied. Is that so? Then I shall head back now. As Lin Kuei watched Liang Zhenguo depart, he felt a tinge of envy for Liang Shoshan, who had such a capable nephew. Thanks to Liang Zhenguo, his family was blessed with work opportunities and an abundance of meat. Yet, he also recognized that Liang Shoshan was a good person deserving of good fortune. They had always treated Liang Zhenguo and his siblings well, and now that Liang Zhenguo had achieved success, it was only natural for him to express his gratitude in return. In contrast, Liang Guozhu and Malin, despite having such a son as Liang Zhenguo, had squandered their fortune. Lin Kuei shook his head at this thought. Upon returning to his grandparents' home, Liang Zhenguo found his second uncle and the others engaged in conversation with his grandmother, seemingly not occupied with anything else. Surely, they need not be so overjoyed by the mere 2 temporary work positions that they neglected to work? Yet, he had underestimated their regard for city employment. Even if it was just temporary, his second uncle and the others had taken a day off solely to express their heartfelt thanks. After an outpouring of gratitude, Liang Zhenguo finally managed to extricate himself. Typically, his second uncle and the others were not so formal with him. The significance of this work quota was paramount, and they could not take it for granted. Once everyone had expressed their appreciation, Liang Zhenguo sighed with relief. His earlier excursion had served 2 purposes, to bring down a wild boar and to avoid the endless cycle of thanks. He remarked, Second uncle, we are all family. Being overly formal would create distance between us. Indeed, his second uncle chuckled, having conveyed everything that needed to be said. Wait, Zhenguo, why did you bring back so many wild chickens? Were you gone for several hours, just to hunt in the mountains? Liang Xiaohu, with his arm around Liang Zhenguo's shoulder, seemed to only now notice the wild chickens he had been carrying, his expression one of astonishment. Liang Zhenguo was at a loss for words. He paid little mind to their speculations regarding his good fortune in the mountains. The truth was simply that he had exceptional luck. He briefly recounted the details of the wild boar. Indeed, I even caught a large wild boar, but I donated it to the village. After all, the villagers have supported our family today, and it is only fitting to express our gratitude. This way, they may continue to look out for my grandparents in the future. That is indeed the case, second aunt nodded. Although her words remained unspoken, the concern on her face was evident to all. Second aunt, I ensured that 30 pounds were set aside for you and grandfather and grandmother, and these 6 wild chickens are for our family as well. We will not be lacking in meat for the time being, Liang Zhenguo smiled. Erwa, be sure to bring some back to the city. You certainly cannot forget about that greedy little girl, Xiaoyer, grandma remarked. Though she felt a pang of sympathy for the wild boar, she understood her grandson's motivations. After all, her little grandson had always been generous, and she was nearly accustomed to it by now. There was still a good 30 gene left. Yet she noticed that the meat at home seemed inexplicably insufficient. The deer leg he had brought back last time remained untouched. Now, with the addition of wild boar and wild chicken, she thought it prudent to have Liang Zhenguo take some back to the city. Indeed, Erwa, you can't go hunting in the mountains and return empty-handed, Uncle Air and Aunt Air chimed in. Liang Zhenguo had provided them with so much this time that they felt an exhilarating sense of sudden wealth. Aside from the occasional meat shared by the old lady and the old man, their household was devoid of any meat scraps. I still have some at home. I've made friends with several hunters in the mountains, and my colleagues at the factory have ways to procure meat, so I'm not lacking in that regard. Liang Zhenguo casually fabricated a couple of reasons. This also served to subtly inform them of his connections with hunters. In case Brother Dalong and the others puzzled over how he had acquired the wild boar he sold to the police station recently. Nevertheless, even with these reassurances, Grandma ultimately decided to part with 2 wild chickens, insisting he take them back to the city, for friends do require compensation, do they not? Subsequently, Liang Dahu ventured out to retrieve the 30 gene of pork that belonged to them, and soon the entire family was bustling about, preparing to slaughter chickens and stew the pork, celebrating the arrival of 2 temporary workers from the city. The little children gathered eagerly at the kitchen door, stretching their necks to inhale the enticing aroma of the meat. Fresh meat was far more appealing than cured or smoked varieties. Chapter 200, Sister Qin enters the city. Liang Zhenguo also observed that little Hua seemed particularly cheerful today. He surmised that, in addition to the hearty meal at noon, it was likely because Uncle Air had permitted her to go to the city. He could only wonder how she had sweet-talked her father into such an agreement. After enjoying lunch, during a leisurely chat, Liang Zhenguo suddenly remembered he still had a flashlight in his bag that he had yet to give to the old man. His eagerness to meet Sister Qin yesterday had caused him to overlook it. Once he presented the flashlight to the old man, the latter's face lit up with joy, revealing his yellowed front teeth as he fondled it with delight. Uncle Air, watching enviously, wished to take a look, but the old man wouldn't even let him touch it. Grandma, slightly annoyed, remarked, "Look at you being so stingy, it's just a flashlight. Yet you treat it like it's a gold bar." In truth, she too was curious to see it. Liang Zhenguo, noticing her interest, chuckled, "Grandma, next time I come back, I'll bring you something special to keep, and I assure you will adore it." "What sort of item?" Grandma, while concerned about her grandson's expenditure, was nonetheless intrigued. "A radio, a reward from capturing enemy agents. It won't cost you anything. You can listen to the news and dramas during your leisure time." Liang Zhenguo, understanding his grandmother's preferences, opted to exchange the police station's reward tickets for a radio instead. Given that it was free, Grandma was quick to accept it. "A radio? A reward, you say? How splendid." Grandma beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight, and from that point, she had nothing more to say. Upon hearing about the radio, the old man and Uncle Air's eyes also glimmered with excitement. Although Erwa claimed it would be under Grandma's care, they could all enjoy it together. After an hour of animated conversation, Sister Qin arrived, carrying her belongings intended for the old man's house. She had changed into a new outfit, the set of cotton fabric that Liang Zhenguo had previously gifted her. Compared to her usual coarse cloth attire, she looked quite fashionable in the cotton outfit, accentuating her figure beautifully, adding a unique charm. Even Liang Zhenguo, who had seen her at her most alluring, was momentarily taken aback. The young men, including Liang Dalong, quickly averted their gazes. The elders merely expressed mild surprise, as they had never seen Sister Qin dressed so elegantly in the village, resembling a young female intellectual. During lunch, Uncle Air and the others learned that Liang Zhenguo had also helped his wife secure a job, but since Qin Wan needed to care for the two little ones, the opportunity was passed to Qin Wei. They were aware that Qin Wei had shared a close bond with Liang Zhenguo even before Qin Wan's marriage, and now, as relatives, there were no objections. "Grandma, we don't know when we'll return from the city, so we'll leave some things here for you," Sister Qin said after greeting everyone in the yard. She intended to take only a few clothes and valuables to the city, while everything else was to be stored here. Although she referred to it as storage, it could also be interpreted as a gift to Grandma and the family, including some grain. She had no plans to return to Shilling Village, as her future lay in the city with Liang Zhenguo. "Qin girl, place everything in Erwa's room," Grandma said kindly. Having already discussed this with Liang Zhenguo, so the family was not taken aback by Sister Qin's arrival. "Sister, follow me." Liang Zhenguo playfully winked at Sister Qin and reached for her belongings. Sister Qin suppressed the urge to pinch his waist, smiling sweetly. "All right, thank you, Zhenguo." After a few minutes in the room, Liang Zhenguo and Sister Qin emerged, the latter with a faint blush on her cheeks. Upon exiting, Sister Qin casually wiped her lips and instinctively checked her clothing for wrinkles. Grandma and the others did not perceive anything amiss. It was quite normal for someone to blush while moving items. "Qin girl, have you packed everything?" Grandma inquired. "Yes, Grandma. When will Erwa return to the city?" "We should leave now," Liang Zhenguo replied thoughtfully, considering that all necessary matters had been addressed, and it was nearly 2 o'clock. "Indeed, it's getting late. Qin girl, you are now part of Erwa's family, so take care of each other in the city, understand?" Although Grandma was reluctant to part with her grandson, she nodded and took Sister Qin's hand, offering a series of reminders. I understand, Grandma." Furthermore, Liang Zhenguo observed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Not just in the city, even in the village, they looked after each other, even in the most intimate ways, leaving no detail unattended. "Erwa, once your brother Dalong and the others arrive in the city, don't hesitate to call on them for assistance," Uncle Air advised. "Yes, Zhenguo. Do call us if you need anything," Liang Dalong added. Though he was considerably older than Liang Zhenguo, he humbly acknowledged his limitations and was content to assist with minor tasks. "All right," Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, continuing to converse with his cousins until Grandma and Sister Qin had finished their instructions, at which point he wheeled out his bicycle. The old man, seeing this, hurriedly hung the 2 plump wild chickens that Grandma had selected onto the front of the bike, as if afraid he would forget to take them. "Grandma, Uncle Air, and Air, we shall take our leave now," Liang Zhenguo and Sister Qin said as they pushed the bike out. Waving to Grandma and the others before addressing Brother Dalong and the group, "Brother Dalong, please come to my place the day after tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with the area. We will then head to the Gulu police station together." "Very well," Liang Dalong and the others readily agreed, feeling reassured with Liang Zhenguo's presence. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss. After leaving Grandpa's house, Liang Zhenguo, and Sister Qin first headed to her home. Upon entering, he immediately spotted little Lan, dressed in a new outfit reminiscent of her mother, squatting in the courtyard, vigilantly guarding 2 parcels beside her. Her large eyes were fixed expectantly on the entrance, clearly aware that they were to depart today. As soon as she saw the 2 of them arrive, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Uncle, Mother, can we go to the city now? Ha ha ha, we shall set off for the city at once." Liang Zhenguo affectionately kissed her cherubic cheek and lifted her into the vehicle. "Oh yay." Meanwhile, Qin's sister-in-law promptly seized the 2 parcels, closed the door without locking the chain, and hopped into the car without a backward glance. Her heart raced with even more excitement than little Lan's. For today marked the beginning of her genuine journey towards a brand new life, a fresh existence. Liang Zhenguo seemed to sense her inner thoughts. He cast a gentle glance her way and tenderly stroked her hair before mounting his bicycle, swiftly departing from Shilling Village. Chapter 201. Sister-in-law Qin enters the compound after traveling a short distance from Shilling Village. Little Lan's small hands were not the only ones that wrapped around Liang Zhenguo's waist. Another pair of hands could not help but embrace him as well. The moment little Lan settled on the bicycle, she clung to him, excitedly gazing left and right. Unlike her usual quiet demeanor, she was particularly lively today, partly due to her mother's assurance that she would be living in the city alongside little Yuer from now on, and partly because it was her first time riding a bicycle. As for Qin's sister-in-law, after leaving Shilling Village, she completely let go of her inhibitions, confidently wrapping her arms around his waist. The trio chatted and laughed along the way, resembling a family of 3, as they truly were. In the midst of their banter, time flew by, and they soon arrived at the bustling city of Sijio. In contrast to little Yuer's worldly experience, this was little Lan's first venture into the city. She gazed in wonder at the bustling streets and alleys, everything appearing fresh and intriguing. However, rather than chattering incessantly as she had before entering the city, she timidly clutched Liang Zhenguo's clothing. Qin's sister-in-law had visited the city a few times before, but previously she felt out of place among the city's hustle and bustle. This time, however, she experienced it differently, for in this city, she no longer felt unanchored. With this thought, she gazed intently at the impressive figure of the man before her, tightening her grip around his waist. Believing she was merely feeling shy, Liang Zhenguo loosened one hand to gently caress her delicate hand before continuing eastward towards Yaqiao Alley. Before long, the bicycle came to a halt in front of the gate to Courtyard 12. "Zhenguo, is this where you live?" Qin's sister-in-law inquired curiously as she set little Lan down from the bicycle and peered into the compound. "Indeed, it is just us," Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, placing the parcel he had carried on the bicycle and leading the 2 of them into the compound. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo return, the residents of the courtyard greeted him warmly. They exchanged curious glances at the 2 newcomers, one big and one small, but did not pry further. Liang Zhenguo, however, took the initiative to introduce Qin's sister-in-law, explaining that she would also be residing there, ensuring the neighbors would get to know her. Upon learning that she was Liang Zhenguo's sister-in-law, the neighbors greeted her amicably with nods, and she responded with a warm smile. Liang Zhenguo did not linger in conversation with the neighbors. After a few exchanges, he led the 2 women to the backyard. He glanced toward the east wing, discovering that Suya was absent, likely off to class. However, upon entering his own yard, he found Lin Shu sitting with his young wife, both engaged in laughter while watching the 2 younger sisters squatting on the ground, engrossed in their picture books. "Sister-in-law, look." As soon as Lan and her companions entered, little Yuer seemed to sense their arrival, abruptly lifting her head and dashing over like a little cannonball, her short legs pattering excitedly. She first collided into her second brother's embrace, nuzzling her soft little head against him, before affectionately hugging the squatting Qin's sister-in-law, and then taking little Lan's hand. Giggling with delight. Amused, Liang Zhenguo watched as little Yuer completed her busy routine. "Sister-in-law, second brother," Xiaoyu called out, abandoning her book to greet them. "Oh," Qin's sister-in-law said, gently stroking her head. Noticing that she was glancing back, Liang Zhenguo chuckled softly. "No need to look back. Little Hua will arrive the day after tomorrow." "Wonderful," Xiaoyu exclaimed, jumping with joy. Although she enjoyed playing with Dongli, she longed for little Hua's company in the city. However, even if she wasn't here today, the wait for the day after tomorrow would not be long. Once her excitement subsided, Liang Zhenguo suggested that she take the 2 little ones, who were still chatting, out to play in the yard. At that moment, Lin Shu and Qin Wan approached. Lin Shu scrutinized Qin's sister-in-law closely, and without needing Liang Zhenguo's introduction, she warmly remarked, "You must be Xiao Wan's sister. You 2 bear quite a resemblance." "Aunt, yes, this is my sister. Her name is Qin Wei." Qin Wan smiled at Liang Zhenguo before eagerly taking Qin's sister-in-law's hand to introduce her. "Sister, this is little Yuer and Xiaoyu's godmother." Named, Qin Wan hesitated for a moment, but Lin Shu promptly interjected, "Just like you, You can call her aunt. Aunt, Qin's sister-in-law quickly replied softly. As Liang Zhenguo had informed her that little Yuer and her companions had taken on godparents, and he had even shared their identities, making her somewhat apprehensive, especially in front of the wife of the deputy director. Oh. Observing her shyness, Lin Shu gently patted the back of her hand. Although she was uncertain about Liang Zhenguo's sister-in-law, her striking appearance left a favorable impression. Moreover, after spending 2 days with Qin Wan, she found her to be an amiable girl, gentle, understanding, and meticulous in caring for the 2 little girls, embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Thus, she assumed her sister would not fall short in character. Aunt, what brings you here today? Liang Zhenguo finally spoke up, having observed their mutual introductions. I arrived last night. Lin Shu replied. It turned out that the previous afternoon, Qin Wan had taken the 2 girls to their place, and upon learning that he had returned to the village, she had hoped for little Yuer and Xiao Yu to stay overnight. However, since he was absent, Qin Wan naturally felt it inappropriate to stay at their home. So after dinner at Lin Shu's, they planned to return. Consequently, seeing her sister-in-law about to leave, little Yuer immediately insisted on accompanying her back. Lin Shu found the situation simultaneously amusing and reluctant to part with them. Given that Tang Qingshan had been busy and was not at home, she decided to accompany them to Courtyard 12 instead. That night, the 2 little girls clung to her, chattering away until they fell asleep. Today, as she had no work, she remained there to spend time with her 2 goddaughters. I see, Liang Zhenguo nodded, considering before suggesting, Aunt, since uncle is busy, why don't we all go out for dinner at Lao Mo's tonight? He had been intending to take the family to savor Lao Mo's cuisine upon Qin's sister-in-law's arrival in the city, and with Lin Shu present, it was a perfect opportunity. As they were not strangers, Qin's sister-in-law and Qin Wan were unfamiliar with Lao Mo, but they understood from Liang Zhenguo's words that it was a dining establishment. So they listened quietly to his plan. Although Lin Shu had not been in the city for long, her status allowed her to have dined at Lao Mo, a high-end restaurant. While surprised by Liang Zhenguo's suggestion, she readily agreed with a smile. All right, I've been there a few times. Aunt will treat us. Ha ha ha, Aunt is generous. But I insist on covering this meal as a welcome for my sister Wei's arrival in the city. Next time, Aunt, I won't hold back, he replied, addressing Qin Wei as sister in Lin Shu's presence, as he felt it inappropriate to call her sister-in-law. Very well, I won't compete with you, Lin Shu shook her head. She was acutely aware that Liang Zhenguo was indeed capable of hosting guests in style. During lunch, she and Qin Wan prepared a meal together, and she was utterly astonished by the abundance of rice, flour, and ingredients in the kitchen. Previously, when the young couple had entertained them, they had believed that was the pinnacle of hospitality. However, today she realized that was merely their everyday fare. Chapter 202, Old Cao. The affluence of Liang Zhenguo's family exceeded her wildest imagination. Had she not conducted her own inquiries into their household, she would never have believed this was the life of a farmer's family. They had all the grains one could desire, an assortment of meats, and not just one kind. In the bustling city of Sijiacheng, how many families could boast a lifestyle superior to theirs? Upon receiving Lin Shu's agreement, Liang Zhenguo promptly declared their intention to dine at Old Mo's that evening. However, before they left, he guided Sister Qin to the side room adjacent to the main house to stow their luggage. This room would henceforth be hers. Well, it would also be his. What kind of restaurant is Old Cao? After entering the house, Sister Qin curiously inquired, as her husband had mentioned they were going to celebrate her arrival, and she was eager to learn more about this oddly named establishment. You'll find out soon enough, Liang Zhenguo replied. For if Sister Qin were to discover that Old Cao was quite expensive, she might hesitate to step inside. All right then, she conceded, suppressing her curiosity for the time being. Once everything was arranged, he called for the 3 little girls playing in the courtyard to prepare for a meal at the restaurant. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Yu and Xiao burst into cheers, having dined out a few times before and relishing the delicious offerings, so they were eagerly anticipating this outing. Although Xiaolan did not fully comprehend, she too felt a surge of joy. By 6 o'clock, 3 bicycles rolled out of Courtyard 12. Aside from Liang Zhenguo's, one was Lin Shu's, and the other was a newly purchased Phoenix brand bicycle that Qin Wan had acquired just the day before. Sister Qin was taken aback to discover her sister also owned a bicycle. It was quite remarkable, considering that Xiling village had yet to see even a single one, and their family had purchased 2. However, it was precisely because they had 3 bicycles that they could accommodate everyone in their party. On this occasion, Qin Wan would ride with her sister and Xiaolan, while Liang Zhenguo would take Xiaoyer and Xiaoyu. Naturally, Xiaoyer, caught between her godmother and her second aunt, chose to sit with her second aunt, and since they were concerned for her safety, Xiaoyu accompanied her on the same bicycle. Consequently, Lin Shu, the aunt and godmother, found herself alone on a separate bicycle. Half an hour later, Liang Zhenguo and his companions arrived at the renowned Old Mo's in Sijiacheng. They had not arrived late, but the twilight was just beginning to descend. The autumn air in Sijiacheng held a hint of chill, yet Old Mo, or Moscow restaurant, was aglow with warm, inviting lights. As Liang Zhenguo stepped into Old Mo, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, in many respects, the China of the 1960s still lagged behind the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, the development of China was unstoppable, and in just a few decades, it would surpass all expectations, ensuring that the world could no longer ignore its voice. Lin Shu, who had previously visited Old Mo, felt little of it, but for Sister Qin and Qin Wan, it was their first encounter with such a prestigious dining establishment. As they entered the grand hall adorned with thick carpets, lofty ceilings, and massive crystal chandeliers, Sister Qin held Xiaolan's hand tightly, treading lightly as though afraid of damaging something. The lavish wall reliefs, the pristine white tablecloths, the gleaming silver cutlery, and a uniformed server speaking in an incomprehensible language, all felt like scenes from a dream. Xiaolan, this place is far too extravagant, and there are foreigners. Are we really going to eat here? Sister Qin leaned closer to her sister, whispering anxiously, her palms slightly sweaty. Liang Zhenguo had accurately surmised that if she had known they were dining at such an upscale venue, she would have been too intimidated to enter. Although Qin Wan had arrived in Sijiacheng earlier than her sister, it was also her first time here, and she too was struck by the exotic ambience. Yet, having interacted with prominent figures before, she was not overly daunted. She gently patted Sister Qin's hand, reassuring her, "Sister, don't panic. Brother Zhenguo brought us here, so let's just enjoy our meal." Observing the wonder and delicate caution on the sisters' faces, Liang Zhenguo chuckled and said, "There's no need to be nervous. We are simply here to dine. This is also an opportunity to try something new. If state-run restaurants had such an abundance of ingredients, they could hardly compete." Lin Shu, smiling in agreement, nodded, affirming Liang Zhenguo's sentiments. While Old Mo was indeed more upscale than the state-run establishments, she still preferred the dishes prepared by their own chef. Hearing Liang Zhenguo and Lin Shu's conversation, along with his calm demeanor, Sister Qin and Qin Wan felt considerably more at ease. Liang Zhenguo summoned a waiter, and under the server's guidance, he led their large party to a long table. As they settled in, the three little girls were brimming with curiosity. Xiaoyu glanced at the peculiar-looking foreigner who had passed by, and once he was out of sight, she cautiously touched the smooth back of her chair. Xiaoyu, captivated by the intricately folded napkins on the table, attempted to unravel them. The youngest, Xiaolan, was the most timid, having never visited a state-run restaurant. She nearly tucked herself into Sister Qin's embrace, revealing only her large, sparkling eyes as she timidly surveyed this opulent world. "Now, everyone, sit still. If you break anything, we won't be able to pay for it," Lin Shu half-joked, half-warned, addressing Xiaoyu and Xiaoyer. The waiter presented the menu, which Liang Zhenguo casually accepted. After scanning it from top to bottom, he promptly ordered roast duck, red borscht, braised beef, creamy mixed vegetables, and a creamy baked fish, adding 3 roasted sausages for good measure. Though he personally did not favor creamy dishes, he figured the little girls and Sister Qin might enjoy them. So he included those items as well. "Aunt, what else would you like to order?" After making his selections, Liang Zhenguo handed the menu to Lin Shu. As for Sister Qin and her sister-in-law, he assumed they would defer to his judgment, so he did not offer it to them. Furthermore, the prices were displayed, and even the cheapest red borscht cost 80 cents. If they saw that, they might insist on leaving. 80 cents could buy 10 jin of cornmeal. Of course, this was assuming there was any available for sale. Lin Shu, observing Liang Zhenguo's swift ordering, couldn't help but wonder if he frequented Old Mo often. After glancing at his selections, she noted he had nearly ordered all the restaurant's signature dishes and shook her head with a smile, saying, "Why did you order so much? I won't add anything. This is already sufficient. Not too much at all. We might as well try everything, and if we can't finish, we can take it home. No waste." Liang Zhenguo waved his hand, chuckling as he handed the menu back to the waiter. For him, the cost of these dishes was negligible. Chapter 203, Qin Wan. I fell asleep. During the waiting period for the food, the conversations among the women began to flow more freely. Lin Shu gained a deeper understanding of Sister Qin, and it was evident that they were indeed sisters, both possessing a gentle demeanor. Moreover, upon learning that Sister Qin had previously cared for Xiaoyer and the others, her fondness for Sister Qin increased significantly. The discussion naturally turned to the lives of Xiaoyer and her companions, and Lin Shu was eager to learn more about her 2 goddaughters. Although Liang Zhenguo, as their brother, undoubtedly knew the most, he, being a man, lacked the attentiveness women possessed, and he certainly did not comprehend the nuances of their conversations. A group of women engaged in lively conversation while Liang Zhenguo remained occupied, as Xiaoyer, having acclimated to her new surroundings, leapt from her chair and approached him with an insatiable curiosity, peppering him with questions. She only ceased her inquiries when the waiter arrived with the dishes. Returning dutifully to her seat, her eyes wide with anticipation at the array of food being presented. Soon, the table was filled with an assortment of dishes, and Liang Zhenguo's appetite was immediately piqued by the sight of the Chinese roast duck, undoubtedly prepared by a Chinese chef. However, it lacked the finesse of Quanjude, which specializes in duck. There was no service to slice the duck, and they would have to do it themselves. "I want to eat roast duck," Xiao Yuer declared, pointing directly at the duck. She still remembered the taste from the last time Liang Zhenguo had brought home duck from Quanjude. "Second brother, I want some too." Xiao Yu also chimed in, while Xiao Lan peered eagerly, for the reddish-brown roast duck was undeniably tempting. Liang Zhenguo smiled and rolled up some duck pancakes for the three girls, recalling that during their last meal, they had only eaten the duck meat and left everything else untouched. This time, he wanted them to experience a new way of enjoying the dish. After they had taken their first bites, he prepared pancakes for his wife and sister Qin as well, remarking that he hadn't anticipated Old Amo serving roast duck, but it appeared presentable and should taste good. Qin Wan and Lin Shu had both tasted roast duck before and, after sampling it, simply smiled and affirmed its delightful flavor. However, it was Sister Qin's first experience, and after one bite, her eyes lit up, nodding vigorously at the two of them. The three little girls were particularly animated. Xiao Yuer clearly enjoyed rolling the pancakes, having watched her second brother do it several times, and soon she was clumsily attempting to roll her own, albeit with sauce smeared all over her hands. As for Xiao Yuer, after her first bite, she discarded the pancake and focused solely on the meat, even instructing Xiao Lan to imitate her. Liang Zhenguo did not impose any restrictions, allowing them to enjoy their meal as they pleased. The subsequent Russian dishes were satisfactory, with the braised beef proving to be quite good and the borscht being pleasantly tangy and appetizing, though he was less fond of the others. Nevertheless, his wife and the others savored the meal, making it a rare experience indeed. After they had eaten their fill, his wife promptly packed away the leftovers, demonstrating a commendable aversion to waste. As they prepared to leave, she and Sister Qin observed Liang Zhenguo settling the bill, which amounted to nearly 16 yuan, and they both felt a pang of regret. They resolved that next time, they would avoid dining there at all costs. Although the food was indeed quite good, they felt it was not worth the price. 16 yuan for a meal was rather exorbitant. Lin Shu was not surprised, having already been aware of the prices from glancing at the menu earlier. As they exited Old Mo's establishment, the sky darkened. Lin Shu, cradling the still chubby Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu, planted a kiss on each of their cheeks before they rode home. "Wife, we should head home too," Liang Zhenguo teased, addressing both women as wife without specifying. The two sisters shot him a playful glare before they rode back to Courtyard 12. Upon returning to the backyard, Liang Zhenguo noticed the oil lamp in Su Ye's house was lit, indicating her return, but it was not an opportune moment for a visit. Later that evening, after Sister Qin had helped Xiao Lan wash up, she did not take her to her own room, but instead escorted her to the room shared by Xiao Yuer and the others, prompting Liang Zhenguo to smile at her understanding. Sister Qin blushed slightly and returned to her own quarters. Xiao Lan, having enjoyed the day filled with delicious food and new experiences, was not inclined to cling to her mother tonight. The child wished to continue sharing joy with Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu. However, it was a long night for his wife, who had to endure the chatter of the three little ones for an hour before they finally succumbed to sleep. Upon returning to the main house, Liang Zhenguo discovered his wife absent and noticed familiar sounds emanating from his sister's room. He was unsure why, but he found himself drawn closer, pressing his ear against the wall. In the next moment, his fair face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly retreated, covering himself with the blanket. Yet the creaking sounds of the bed and his sister's suppressed, rhythmic sounds echoed in his mind. Time passed, and eventually, he lifted the blanket from his head, his face still warm. In the dim light, a flicker of conflict and shyness crossed his features as he mumbled something unintelligible. Sitting upright, he found his gaze involuntarily drawn to that room, and then he stood up, treading lightly as he approached the wall. Meanwhile, Liang Zhenguo in the adjacent room halted his actions, a peculiar expression crossing his face, as he had been mentally attuned to his wife's peculiar inclinations. "Zhenguo, is something wrong?" Sister Qin turned back, her voice slightly hoarse. Nothing." Liang Zhenguo quickly adjusted his rhythm. Half an hour later, after sharing some tender moments, he was ushered out of the room. Returning to the main house, he found his wife lying on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. However, the autumn night was not particularly warm, and her cheeks retained a lingering blush, her breathing somewhat rapid. "Wife, are you asleep?" Liang Zhenguo slipped under the covers and spoke suddenly. "I am," his wife instinctively replied. Realizing she had just spoken, she felt a rush of anxiety. Yet, before she could dwell on her earlier eavesdropping, Liang Zhenguo descended upon her. If he recalled correctly, her bothersome relatives had finally left. A day and a night passed. The next morning, Liang Zhenguo awoke feeling invigorated and refreshed. His energy was due to the previous night's 2 rounds of activity, a rare indulgence. Additionally, the energy absorbed from the space had just been depleted, and he estimated that his physical condition had improved 8-fold. With his current strength, he was greater than a brown bear, even an extreme specimen like an Alaskan brown bear, whose strength was merely 6 to 8 times that of an adult man. By the highest standards, he was on par with them. Chapter 204, Extremely Intelligent. Breakfast was prepared by Sister Qin. Despite the intensity of their activities last night being equal, his wife's recovery was not as swift as her sister's. At the dining table, Liang Zhenguo observed the unmistakable glow of softness in both women's expressions, their skin radiating a natural luster. It was not a result of artificial maintenance, but rather a glow emanating from within, enhancing the gentle curve of their smiles. Indeed, men are the best beauty secret for women. Suya's complexion did not match theirs. It seemed she would need an opportunity for some pampering as well. At the table, the 2 sisters chatted and laughed, and his wife was evidently pleased with her sister's presence, as it alleviated some of her stress. Previously, she had felt a mix of pain and joy, but last night was purely joyous. Their bond as sisters was already strong, and now that they shared the same burdens, their relationship had grown even closer, bordering on intimacy. Sister Qin felt gratitude towards her sister, recognizing that without her, her future would have been bleak and uncertain. She would not have had the chance to live under the same roof as her sister and her beloved man. With worries about life alleviated, Xiaolong could also be happy. Liang Zhenguo was satisfied with this harmonious scene. After finishing their meal, he planned to head to the front yard to fetch water, as the previous night's gathering had nearly depleted the water in the tank. Each morning, he would wash up and head straight to the front yard. However, upon returning with a bucket of water, he discovered that the water tank was already full. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was his little wife who had filled it all by herself. Brother Zhenguo, I've noticed that my strength has significantly increased lately. Fetching water no longer exhausts me, she remarked with a smile, rolling up her sleeves and raising her delicate arms to demonstrate her biceps, only to find that her efforts had resulted in a modest bulge. Realizing that this minor bump did not quite reflect her newfound strength, she approached Liang Zhenguo and effortlessly lifted the full bucket of water before him, appearing to do so with ease. It was indeed a considerable increase in strength compared to before. Perhaps her previous lack of vigor was due to a less nutritious diet. She felt more robust and spirited now. Sister Qin, while cooking, had witnessed her sister's strength and was not particularly surprised. She believed that since her sister had begun living with Zhenguo, enjoying ample and nutritious meals, it was only natural that her strength would flourish. In fact, she herself felt much more energetic in recent days. However, Liang Zhenguo was somewhat taken aback. He had encountered many strong women during his time in the army, yet none with such slender arms that appeared as though a single punch could bring them to tears. Although he knew them well, he had not anticipated such strength from her. While he estimated that her strength was comparable to that of a robust adult male, something entirely ordinary, it was the incongruity of it in her petite frame that struck him. Coupled with her claim of newfound strength and Sister Qin's comments, he began to harbor some suspicions, though he remained uncertain and chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Even if his conjectures were accurate, he was at a loss for words. Qin herself found nothing unusual about this. She wholeheartedly agreed with her sister's assessment. Although she had never gone hungry, her previous living conditions had not been as favorable as they were now, making her newfound strength entirely reasonable. Suppressing his curiosity, Liang Zhenguo sat in the courtyard, engaging in light conversation with the 2 sisters, while 3 little girls, having eaten their fill, scampered off to join Zhou Ziyuan in the courtyard for play. After a delightful morning filled with camaraderie, Liang Zhenguo departed the communal residence post-lunch. Today, he was to deliver the final wild boar to Manager Liu and retrieve the work quota for Sister Qin. However, he opted not to place the wild boar directly onto his bicycle as he had previously. After being chided by Xiao Yu for the unpleasant odor left behind following his last delivery to Manager Liu and Uncle Sunday. Moreover, the boar was too heavy to transport that way, and the bumpy ride could potentially damage his bicycle, no matter how durable it was. Thus, he rode around until he found a second-hand shop, where he purchased a used flatbed cart, placing his bicycle atop it and pulling it towards the state-run restaurant. Upon reaching the vicinity of Aunt Lu's restaurant, he again sought a secluded spot to retrieve the wild boar, which weighed in at a hefty 300 pounds. As he approached the restaurant, Aunt Lu, who was busy attending to customers at the counter, immediately spotted the large wild boar on his flatbed cart, and her eyes lit up as she abandoned her customer to greet him at the entrance. "Ah, Zhenguo, you've brought the wild boar today?" Her exuberant voice echoed through the dining hall, causing patrons to lift their heads in curiosity. Many had come to hear that this restaurant had been serving meat dishes recently. and the prospect of another wild boar meant they could continue to indulge the following day. After her enthusiastic exclamation, Aunt Lu attempted to assist Liang Zhenguo in pushing the cart into the restaurant, but her strength was insufficient. Aunt Lu, I can manage it myself, he chuckled, intending to handle it alone. However, seeing that the boar was at least 20 to 30 pounds heavier than the last, Aunt Lu insisted, placing her hands on her hips and calling out to the kitchen, "De Sha Zhuang." Though the diners inside were unaware of whom she was addressing, Liang Zhenguo recognized that she was summoning Manager Lu. The thought of the usually slick-haired, lanky Manager Lu being referred to as De Sha Zhuang in front of a crowd made him stifle a grin. After Aunt Lu shouted, she turned to see him struggling to suppress his amusement and laughed. "Go on, laugh. It's nothing. In my haste, I let slip his childhood nickname. Back when your Uncle Lu didn't seem particularly bright, we all called him that. How could that be? Manager Lu is clearly an astute individual, otherwise how could he run such a successful restaurant?" Liang Zhenguo replied, chuckling as he praised the manager. Aunt Lu, however, showed no reluctance in teasing him, stating, "What nonsense. If it weren't for you selling wild boars and roe deer lately, I'd be at a loss for things to do in the restaurant." As they spoke, Manager Lu emerged from within, though his expression appeared somewhat grim. However, upon seeing Liang Zhenguo and the wild boar, his face brightened instantly. "Manager Lu, you've come quickly with another delivery," Aunt Lu exclaimed, nudging him to help Liang Zhenguo with the cart. All right. Manager Lu laughed, pushing the cart along. But as soon as they stepped inside the restaurant, he suddenly turned back to Aunt Lu, speaking in a low voice, "Sister, please refrain from calling my name so indiscriminately in front of so many people. De Zhuang is fine, but please omit the Sha." Understood. Aunt Lu nodded vigorously and returned to the counter to continue serving customers. However, Manager Lu knew that despite her quick agreement, she had likely not absorbed his request. He had reminded her numerous times before, but she still occasionally called him that, even in front of his son, who was nearly the same age as Liang Zhenguo. Unable to do anything about his sister, Manager Lu could only shake his head in resignation as he and Liang Zhenguo pushed the wild boar inside. Since the boar was intended to exchange for the work quota, Manager Lu made a few arrangements before leading Liang Zhenguo into his office. His efficiency was commendable. As soon as they entered, he directly handed Liang Zhenguo the service quota, clearly having prepared it in advance. "Thank you, Manager Lu," Liang Zhenguo said with a smile as he accepted it. "I owe you my gratitude as well," Manager Lu replied with a smile. "As you've seen, the number of patrons dining at the restaurant has increased several-fold in recent days. Aunt Lu can hardly keep up. By the way, Zhenguo, when do you intend to use the service quota, and for whom will it be?" Manager Lu inquired. "It should be within the next week or so," Liang Zhenguo replied. "Is there any specific requirement?" He and his little wife had discussed it, deciding to let Sister Qin take the position. But since the quota had not yet been secured, they had not finalized when she would start. However, the introduction letter was ready. It was merely a matter of when Sister Qin wished to begin her employment. Based on Liang Zhenguo's understanding of Sister Qin, she would be eager to start working as soon as she received the quota. It's not a strict requirement, as long as she can count. It'll be easy for her to get the hang of things, Manager Lu said. Liang Zhenguo nodded. "That's not an issue. The quota is for my sister-in-law, and she's quite literate." Manager Lu was somewhat surprised, not expecting Liang Zhenguo to allocate the quota to his wife's family. However, since it belonged to him, Manager Lu had no objections. "That's splendid. It's perfect for her to keep Aunt Lu company, saving her from pestering me every day. Just have her bring the introduction letter, and I'll take care of the paperwork." "Not a problem." After concluding their business, Liang Zhenguo and Manager Lu engaged in a brief conversation before exiting the office. Upon reaching the restaurant's counter, Aunt Lu inquired, "Zhenguo, are you bringing your wife to work here with me?" Having known Liang Zhenguo for quite some time, she was aware that he was married. "It's my sister-in-law. I have 2 younger sisters at home who need care, and she cannot rest easy," Liang Zhenguo replied. "Aunt Lu, please look after my sister-in-law once she starts working here, and ensure no one bullies her." Although Qin's wife was also a spouse, she could not be treated as an outsider. "Your wife truly is virtuous. She shares such a strong bond with those 2 young girls," Aunt Lu remarked, followed by a hearty proclamation, "With me, Aunt Lu around, who would dare lay a finger on your sister-in-law? Watch me handle them. Ha ha ha, then I shall trouble you, Aunt Lu. If there is anything, just call me, and we can take care of it together." Liang Zhenguo laughed heartily. Given Aunt Lu's character, he harbored no concerns regarding his sister-in-law facing any ill treatment under her watch. Aunt Lu, grinning, found herself increasingly fond of Liang Zhenguo. It was a pity that both her daughters were already married, or she would have considered a match. Her daughters resembled her so closely that winning over a young man like him would have been a simple task. Noticing that more patrons had entered the restaurant, Liang Zhenguo exchanged farewells with Aunt Lu and wheeled out his cart. After mounting his bicycle, he headed towards a less frequented area. where he stowed the cart back into space before continuing to meander through the streets. Each time he passed a medicinal herb shop, he would venture inside for a brief exploration and procure a packet of herbs. Previously, after exchanging prescriptions with old Li from Tongrentang, Li had advised him to procure herbs from the couple running his shop, while he continued to examine Tang Qingshan's health. However, Liang Zhenguo, reluctant to confront the man he had previously defeated, opted to leave without collecting them. The herbs he purchased now were based on the prescription provided by old Li. His journeys to various shops were not solely for the ingredients of deer antler wine. He also acquired herbs for tiger bone wine, tiger whip wine, and ginseng wine, gathering a considerable stock. Although he currently possessed only a single deer whip, there was always a possibility of obtaining other items in the future. Presently, ginseng was quite affordable, and he had spotted it in several herbal shops, yet the quality was lacking, leading him to forego any purchases. He believed that as he ventured out with the vehicle in the future, opportunities to acquire these items would surely arise. As for tiger bones and whips, he contemplated hunting a mountain deity, which would undoubtedly provide him with everything he needed. However, during his time in Shilling Village, the elders had only mentioned the potential existence of such creatures in the mountains. Despite several excursions into the hills from various directions, he had yet to encounter even a trace of tiger fur. Perhaps they resided deeper within the more remote mountains. Nonetheless, he was hesitant to exert himself over uncertain matters, primarily speculating that such creatures were likely non-existent. During a visit to his wife's family for matchmaking, he had inquired with his father-in-law, Old Qin, who had spent years hunting but had never encountered a mountain deity. He had, however, come across a black bear, which he regrettably failed to capture. Once Liang Zhenguo had nearly completed his herbal purchases, he shifted directions on his bicycle. With the herbs adequately stocked and the deer whip prepared following old Li's instructions, he now only required high-quality liquor. Naturally, he intended to procure more than just enough liquor for a single deer whip infusion, anticipating future needs as he acquired ginseng and other ingredients. The optimal source for liquor would be a distillery, but as this was for personal use and lacking any connections within the distillery, he feared he might not be able to procure any. As he pondered, an idea struck him: the canned food factory. While the factory did not produce liquor, it certainly had an ample supply. The production of certain canned goods, such as fish or specialty meats, required high-proof liquor for flavoring and preservation. Most of these cans were intended for export to earn foreign currency, with some even designated for military use. Thus, despite the current scarcity and value of meat, the production of these canned goods would likely continue unabated, leading to significant liquor procurement by the factory. Given his rapport with Director Lin, he figured he could secure a portion for himself. Although he needed a substantial quantity, it was minor compared to the factory's scale. Furthermore, he had no intention of taking advantage of them. He was not one to exploit others' generosity. With this in mind, Liang Zhenguo promptly adjusted his course towards the canned food factory. Chapter 206. Exchanging liquor. Liang Zhenguo had visited the canned food factory numerous times. So even though he arrived empty-handed today, he smoothly informed the guard at the entrance that he was there to see Director Lin and was granted access. This was also facilitated by the fact that the guard recognized his youthful countenance. Those with a more imposing figure would likely not have been granted entry. Liang Zhenguo navigated his way to Director Lin's office and knocked on the door. Inside, Director Lin was reviewing statistical reports when he heard the knock. Looking up, a smile broke across his face. "Ah, Zhenguo, you've come. Come in, come in. Did you bring anything good today?" Liang Zhenguo chuckled as he stepped inside, rubbing his hands together. "Uncle Lin, I hope I'm not interrupting you?" "Not at all. There's no need to be so courteous with me," Director Lin replied, pouring him a cup of hot water as they sat down. Liang Zhenguo accepted the enamel cup and took a sip before producing a high-end cigarette, offering one to Director Lin. "You young man, just because you have some money does not mean you should smoke such expensive cigarettes. What a waste," Director Lin remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile upon seeing the premium brand. "This was a gift. I wouldn't dare share it with just anyone," Liang Zhenguo replied, biting into one and lighting it for Director Lin before igniting his own. Having established a rapport, he got straight to the point after exhaling a few puffs. "Uncle Lin, I'm not here today regarding wild boars. Instead, I wish to barter for something else." "What might that be?" Director Lin inquired cautiously, aware that certain items within the factory were off-limits, as they were crucial for generating foreign currency. He was confident that Liang Zhenguo would not make frivolous requests. "Liquor. High-proof liquor. I'm in need of a considerable amount." "Liquor?" Director Lin adjusted his glasses, slightly taken aback. "Well, that is manageable. How much do you require? I could easily arrange for you." However, he added with a hint of concern typical of a guardian, "But you, being so young, should not indulge in excessive drinking." "How could you say that? I'm not a drinker at all," Liang Zhenguo quickly clarified, explaining, "Recently, I've been working on several herbal liquor recipes from Old Li at Tongrentang. Now that the herbs are all prepared, I find myself in need of liquor, thinking it prudent to stock up for future endeavors. Old Li's recipes? You're quite resourceful. Those are indeed valuable. Director Lin nodded, recognizing Old Li's reputation. So, how much do you need? I can fetch it for you. Well, let us skip the gifting. I require quite a bit, Liang Zhenguo stated. How much exactly? Director Lin waved his hand dismissively. As the logistics director, he knew the factory sourced liquor directly from the distillery at a reasonable price and could part with some without issue. Clearing his throat, Liang Zhenguo responded. At least 300 jin, if you please. Director Lin had just taken a drag from his cigarette when he heard Liang Zhenguo's words, leaving him momentarily stunned. The smoke he had inhaled caught in his throat, causing him to cough violently, tears streaming down his face, his complexion flushed. After a prolonged bout of coughing, he finally managed to regain his composure. You require so much. How many jars of medicinal wine do you intend to brew? He exclaimed. Isn't it just a matter of being prepared? Director Lin took a sip of water to soothe his throat, pondering for a moment while lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The factory does indeed receive shipments of white liquor every month. Obtaining a batch should not pose a significant issue. He fixed his gaze on Liang Zhenguo, his tone sincere. Zhenguo, considering our friendship, even if there is no transaction this time, I can surely assist you with this small favor. However, he continued, you are asking for quite a substantial amount. If it were merely 5 or 10 jin, I could approve it on the spot, especially since you've sold wild boar at our factory a few times, providing our workers with delightful meals that invigorate their spirits. But if the quantity is at least 300 jin, I am afraid I lack the authority to grant that. And it may invite unwarranted gossip. Liang Zhenguo had been anticipating this response. Leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice, he replied, Uncle Lin, I understand the rules and assure you, I will not place you in a difficult position. Although I did not manage to secure any wild boar this time, I have plenty of fish. Would you consider a trade? Before Director Lin could respond, he added, there is a substantial quantity, and they are quite fat. Previously, he had harvested numerous fish from the reservoir into his space, but opportunities to consume them had been scarce, and they were now nearing an overwhelming surplus. He had already decided to sell fish to the canning factory this time, aiming to provide at least a few hundred jin. Director Lin's eyes brightened. While fish may not compare favorably to pork, it was still a rare source of protein, which could enhance the offerings in the employee cafeteria. Furthermore, the factory did produce fish cans, primarily using marine fish such as ribbonfish, yellow croaker, and flatfish, all sourced from coastal regions like Tonggu and Zhoushan for export purposes. Though he was uncertain how Liang Zhenguo had procured such a large quantity of fish, he refrained from inquiring further. It was evident that the fish he had acquired were likely freshwater species, as transporting marine fish would be logistically challenging. Most freshwater fish were unsuitable for canning due to their tender flesh, strong earthy taste, and high risk of parasites. However, a few species, such as grass carp and crucian carp, could be processed into specialty canned products. If Liang Zhenguo possessed such fish, they could select those for canning, leaving the remainder for the workers' meals. Director Lin's curiosity was piqued. How many do you have? What types of fish? Primarily grass carp and silver carp. And they are quite sizable. Liang Zhenguo paused as if estimating. We haven't weighed them precisely, but transporting them from the lake in the mountains requires several people. So the amount is certainly comparable to the liquor. The sheer number of fish made it implausible for him to claim sole responsibility for their acquisition, particularly since he had emphasized they were sourced from a mountain lake, a place few could access for fishing. Yet Director Lin was unconcerned about the origins of the fish. Upon hearing that the quantity was not less than what Liang Zhenguo sought in liquor, his smile broadened. He pointed at Liang Zhenguo, chuckling. Well done, my lad. Your methods are becoming increasingly audacious. I won't question where you source these fish, as long as it does not violate any regulations. Let us settle this matter. You bring the fish in exchange, and everything will be arranged. I'll speak to the factory union and ensure it's all taken care of. This arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous for the factory, resolving Liang Zhenguo's dilemma while simultaneously benefiting the workers, a win-win situation. He silently praised the young man, recognizing his ability to cater to his own needs while leaving room for others, displaying a level of insight surpassing many who had lived for decades. Wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Lin, Liang Zhenguo replied, his smile relaxing further upon hearing Director Lin's agreement. By the way, what is the purchasing price for the fish at our factory? And how will the exchange for the liquor work? Since they were conducting business, it was only natural to inquire about the pricing. We do not categorize the fish. At the purchasing station, the uniform rate is 3 dimes per jin, while at our factory, we can offer you 4 dimes per jin. The liquor, sold in bulk, is priced at 6 dimes per jin. Does that sound acceptable? Director Lin stated, clarifying that he would not profit from the liquor sales at all. Agreed, Liang Zhenguo nodded. Having already inquired about the price of bulk liquor beforehand, He calculated roughly how many pounds of fish he would need to bring. Uncle Lin, I will step out for a moment and return shortly. They are waiting for me just outside the city. Director Lin was surprised to learn the fish were just outside the city. All right, hurry back. Don't keep them waiting. Why not bring them directly here? He urged. Recalling Liang Zhenguo's mention of a significant quantity, he quickly added, do you need any assistance? I can call a few people to help. No need, Liang Zhenguo interjected. They have a flatbed truck, and if you could provide me with a few large bags, I can pack them up and bring them over. They prefer not to meet outsiders. Director Lin nodded in agreement. Very well, we will proceed as you suggest. Once several burlap sacks were retrieved, Liang Zhenguo departed from the canning factory. He rode around for a while before finding a secluded spot, where he packed nearly 600 jin of fish into the bags, primarily grass carp and silver carp. Although the total weight seemed substantial, the number of fish was not as extraordinary, as many were quite large, with only a few smaller ones contributing to the overall weight. After retrieving the flatbed truck to transport the fish, Liang Zhenguo deliberately rode slowly on the way back to ensure the fish remained alive, though they could not be as lively as when freshly caught, as that would seem implausible. Upon returning to the canning factory, Director Lin was already waiting at the spot where they had previously sold wild boar. He immediately spotted the bulging sacks on the flatbed truck, and as he observed the fish occasionally flopping about inside, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He had feared that after such a long wait, the fish might have perished. Ah, these fish are still alive. Truly splendid, he exclaimed. Have your other friends not come with you? Liang Zhenguo replied casually, they are aware of the wait, and I have already compensated them for their share based on your earlier pricing. I didn't need any help for this small task. In fact, I would have found it more troublesome with an extra person. Besides, they prefer to keep the fish in water and everything is still outside the city, so they wouldn't feel comfortable leaving it unattended. Ah, I see, Director Lin replied, not probing further, as he had only asked out of courtesy. Assuming others were waiting outside, he quickly signaled to a few prepared workers to weigh the fish swiftly. In the end, the total weight was 585 jin, leaving the workers astonished. If these fish had been procured from the coast, such a weight would not have surprised them. However, these were freshwater fish, where in the 49 city and its surroundings could one catch so many. They had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, if someone had indeed caught that many fish in the city, it would have been the talk of the town, considering that in these times, some fishermen spent an entire day only to come back with a mere handful to feed their pets. Nonetheless, both Liang Zhenguo and Director Lin chose not to explain themselves, and Director Lin hastily instructed his workers to transport the fish to avoid any risk of suffocation. Then arrangements were made for someone to transport 300 pounds of loose erguo to him. Once the 300 pounds had been loaded, Liang Zhenguo noticed there was still space on the flatbed cart and quietly suggested to Director Lin, Old Lin, how about we exchange all the fish for liquor instead? I won't ask for any money. Director Lin calculated that only a little over 50 yuan remained, which could be exchanged for an additional 80 pounds of liquor, and nodded in agreement. No problem. He then instructed the workers to replace everything with liquor and load it onto Liang Zhenguo's flatbed cart. Looking at the erguo 2 on the cart, Liang Zhenguo smiled with satisfaction and said to Old Lin, I've got a deer whip that I plan to soak in liquor. Once it's ready, I'll bring you 3 bottles. Upon hearing about the deer whip liquor, Director Lin instinctively touched his lower back. Although the deer whip may not compare to the prized stag, it was said to have remarkable benefits for kidney yang and blood vitality. At this age, one often finds oneself with desires that outstrip one's capabilities. Realizing that Liang Zhenguo was his junior, he felt his face flush at this subconscious action. Ahem. Deer whip liquor, huh? While I may not have any personal use for it, I wouldn't mind sampling its flavor. Despite the awkwardness, he was still keen on the liquor, especially since it came from the esteemed prescription of Mr. Li of Tongrentang. Surely, it would help him regain his vigor. In the realm of middle-aged men, the only thing that remains steadfast is their pride. Liang Zhenguo chuckled inwardly. Maintaining a composed facade and feigning ignorance of Director Lin's earlier gesture, he replied earnestly, All right, once it's ready, I'll bring some for you to taste. If I manage to get a tiger whip, I'll have that ready for you to try as well. Director Lin held Liang Zhenguo in high regard. Sharing good things with him was no burden, especially since he had no use for such items himself. With his constitution, if he continued to supplement, the 2 women at home might soon face dire consequences. Moreover, there wasn't much left for his family to consume, making the remainder quite suitable for gifting. Oh, tiger whip liquor has even greater effects and flavor. Director Lin nodded repeatedly, his smile widening. Zhenguo, I truly haven't misjudged you. He patted Liang Zhenguo's shoulder appreciatively, thinking how much better this junior was compared to his own son, who had never considered preparing deer or tiger whip liquor for him. Liang Zhenguo beamed as they chatted a while longer before he departed with his liquor. After stowing away the liquor and flatbed cart into his space, He rode home, whistling cheerfully. Exchanging a few £100 of fish for liquor that he seldom consumed was a highly advantageous trade for him. On the way back, part of his attention was focused on the space, where he began to prepare the deer whip and accompanying herbs according to Mr. Li's prescription. Once completed, he sealed the medicinal liquor and placed it in the central area of his space, where time flowed normally. He was uncertain if the accelerated area would affect the efficacy of the medicine. Thus, he opted for caution and felt no urgency. After soaking it for a day or two, presenting it to Director Lin would likely deter him from drinking it anyway. Chapter 208. Overwhelmed with joy. Upon returning to the number 12 courtyard, Liang Zhenguo had attached a small burlap sack to his bicycle, naturally filled with fish. He intended to prepare some crucian carp soup for dinner. In the central courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Old Zhang, who had rolled up his pant legs. Evidently having gone fishing again today, Old Zhang's gaze immediately fixated on Liang Zhenguo's sack. Liang boy, is that fish inside? Why didn't I see you at Shikahai? I didn't go fishing. These fish were given to me by a friend. Old Zhang, would you like to take a couple home for dinner? Liang Zhenguo was quite generous with Old Zhang. No, I've had my own catch today. Old Zhang waved his hand, knowing he shouldn't always take advantage of others' kindness. He hadn't lied. He had only caught a few small fish. He now fondly recalled the last time he fished with Liang Zhenguo, when they had a bountiful catch that lasted him several days. Not only did he reminisce, but Old Mo often brought it up as well. You've been quite busy these days. When will you have time to go fishing together again? Old Zhang couldn't help but inquire. I'm not sure yet. I'll call you when I do. Although I have another day off tomorrow, in the afternoon. Brother Dalong and the others are coming into the city, and I need to take them to the Gulu police station for registration. So I want to have time for fishing. Besides, I fish for leisure, unlike others who do it for sustenance. If I want fish, I have plenty. All right then. Old Zhang nodded in resignation, understanding that young people had their own commitments and couldn't fish every day like him. After a brief chat, Liang Zhenguo returned to the backyard. Activating his mental detection, he discovered that Suya had returned but was not at her home. Instead, she was chatting with the little wife and Sister Qin. It appeared they had been conversing for quite a while, as she seemed quite familiar with Sister Qin. Liang Zhenguo smiled and, instead of going directly home, headed to Suya's kitchen, leaving her 5 fish before pushing his cart back. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo return, the 4 little children playing in the corner called out to him, followed by the little wife and Sister Qin. Suya noticed Liang Zhenguo's demeanor was somewhat awkward. Just a few days ago, he had been quite affectionate with her and had said those words. The key was that she had hardly resisted. However, Liang Zhenguo appeared completely at ease, as if nothing had ever transpired between them. Yet, when their eyes inadvertently met, he subtly winked at Suya, causing her heart to skip a beat as she furtively glanced at the nearby Qin Wan. Xiao Wei, it's getting late. I need to go back to prepare dinner, Suya quickly stated, with Qin Wan present. She had become quite familiar with Sister Qin and was aware that Liang Zhenguo's sister would also be living in the backyard. All right, Sister Suya, come over to chat when you have the time. The little wife and Sister Qin noticed nothing amiss. It was indeed time to start preparing dinner. Okay, Suya nodded, instructing Zhou Ziyuan to stay and play without wandering off before returning. Upon entering the kitchen, seeing the fish Liang Zhenguo had left behind warmed her heart. She had just seen him carrying the fish, and now she knew without a doubt that they were for her. Meanwhile, the little wife took the fish from Liang Zhenguo's hands and asked with some anticipation, Brother Zhenguo, did you manage to secure that service indicator? Sister Qin also looked at him with eager eyes. Aware that he had gone to fetch a wild boar for the state-run restaurant in the afternoon to exchange for the indicator, Liang Zhenguo pinched the little wife's cheek and smiled. Naturally, I got it, and the money has been given to my friend. Saying this, he handed the work indicator letter to the 2 sisters. Both of them were literate, and Sister Qin trembled as she took it, reading it word for word to confirm that it was indeed the work indicator, although she believed Liang Zhenguo would certainly provide it to her. The moment she held it in her hands, she couldn't help but be overwhelmed with joy and tears. In the eyes of the elderly, the money they earned from work was mostly for their grandchildren. Yet, she clearly understood that this indicator was a gift from Liang Zhenguo, who would never ask for her money. It was merely to ensure that she would remain by his side without question. Why are you crying? Liang Zhenguo gently wiped her tears. The little wife hugged her sister's shoulder and said with a smile, Sister, this is good news. You should be happy. I am happy. Sister Qin grasped her sister's hand, gazing affectionately at Liang Zhenguo. Sister, why are you crying? The little fish, with keen eyes, noticed Sister Qin shedding tears and immediately rushed over to inquire. Sister Qin crouched down and gently touched her little bun, which resembled Xiaolan's. Sister, I'm fine. It's just that a grain of sand got into my eye. Little Yuer tilted her head, having just observed her sister seemingly in tears. She then turned to her second brother for confirmation. Liang Zhenguo, unable to resist her adorable, puzzled expression, scooped her up and exclaimed, "Your sister is very happy. Nothing to worry about. Go play now." Oh. With this interruption, Sister Qin's emotions, which had come swiftly, faded just as quickly. Soon, she and the young bride happily resumed examining work quotas. After a considerable time, she lovingly tucked the papers away and handed them to Liang Zhenguo. "Zhenguo, when can I start working? Can it be tomorrow?" Sister Qin asked excitedly. With Xiaolan having a younger sister to care for, she felt assured about going to work to earn money. Furthermore, reporting early would mean receiving goods sooner. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile. He had anticipated that once she received the quota, she would be eager to start working rather than staying home idle. Any time works, but there's no need to rush. Why not let Xiaolan take you for a stroll around the city first, and then report in a week? Liang Zhenguo suggested thoughtfully. However, upon hearing this, Sister Qin promptly shook her head. "I can visit the city any time. I would prefer to start working first. But you can only go in next Monday," he reminded her. "All right." Sister Qin considered it was merely an extra day's wait and agreed. Liang Zhenguo patted her perky backside in approval, saying, "Now that's more like it. Be serious." Sister Qin blushed as she glanced at her sister. In their private moments, she could accept any degree of intimacy, and when alone with her sister, they could discuss even the most sensational topics. Yet, in the presence of the three, she inevitably felt shy. The young bride shot Liang Zhenguo a glare before pulling her sister away to prepare dinner. That evening, after playfully besting the young bride, Liang Zhenguo made his way to the adjacent room. Sister Qin had been eagerly awaiting him. Perhaps due to the excitement over the work quota, she was particularly proactive tonight, serving him throughout their time together, except for the final moments. After a passionate encounter, Liang Zhenguo tenderly embraced the languid beauty, and once she fell asleep, he quietly dressed and slipped out. He did not return to the main house. Of course, there would be no third encounter tonight, as it was Saturday, and he had an appointment with an old man later. Chapter 209, 22 items. Upon arriving at Wangfujing Street, near the alley adjacent to Pigeon Market, Liang Zhenguo spotted Lao Cao and his grandson squatting in a corner. The two were furtively glancing about, resembling thieves and appearing somewhat lecherous. As Liang Zhenguo approached, they immediately stood up. "Lao Cao?" Before Lao Cao could respond, Liang Zhenguo spoke up. Hearing the familiar voice, Lao Cao felt reassured and, with a hint of a smile, replied, "Comrade Qin, it's me. Have you been waiting long? Shall we head over now?" He felt a bit embarrassed for keeping the old man waiting in the corner while he indulged himself. However, there was little he could do. Sister Qin had demonstrated every skill he had taught her, making it difficult for him to think of anything else. Yet, Lao Cao seemed unconcerned. Despite having waited a considerable time, he waved his hand casually, saying, "No worries, I haven't been here long. If Comrade Qin isn't planning to stroll around Pigeon Market, we can go right now. I've prepared everything." The thought of the 5 antiques promised by Comrade Qin in exchange for 20 pounds of grain excited him. He had contacted numerous people for this deal, although some were still skeptical and observing. Once this transaction was completed, their doubts would dissipate. Those with closer ties had agreed to let him assist in selling their antiques, and the quantity was substantial. He was growing impatient and hoped Comrade Qin's grain supply would be ample. Since tonight's objective was to acquire antiques, Liang Zhenguo stated directly, "There isn't much of value inside. Let's go now. I've also arranged for ample grain ahead of time. The location of the house isn't far from what you mentioned, so as long as the items are satisfactory, we can finalize the transaction swiftly." "Great. Let's go now." Liang Zhenguo's words dispelled Lao Cao's last shred of doubt, and he promptly smiled, leading the way. Although Liang Zhenguo had a general idea of the ghost market's location from Lao Cao's previous description, he was unaware of the exact distance. Had he known, he would have ridden his bicycle out, even at night. The journey took them a full hour and a half. "Comrade Qin, we've arrived." The three finally halted before a pitch-black house, eerie and shrouded in darkness. However, with Liang Zhenguo's keen perception, he detected 2 middle-aged men inside. Liang Zhenguo, skilled and unyielding, felt no fear of being outnumbered. Primarily, with only these two plus Lao Cao and his grandson, there wasn't a firearm among them, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Nevertheless, Lao Cao had no intention of engaging in any black market schemes. He feared being victimized just as much. The 2 men inside were today as secondary sellers. Although they trusted Lao Cao, they had come along to oversee the transaction themselves. Lao Cao appreciated the extra company for added reassurance. Perhaps having heard Lao Cao's voice outside, the 2 middle-aged men quickly donned masks, lit a kerosene lamp inside, and cautiously opened the door. "Lao Cao, it's us. Comrade Qin has arrived. He wants to inspect the goods first," Lao Cao replied, nodding to the 2 men. Of course. The men quickly stepped aside, eager to finalize the transaction. According to Lao Cao, if an antique was genuine, it could fetch at least 20 pounds of fine cornmeal. If it were of superior quality, the price would be even higher. They were more than willing to proceed with this trade. Besides, Lao Chao had mentioned that the fine grain provided by Comrade Qin was of better quality than what was sold on the black market at Pigeon Market. Exchanging it for coarse grain could yield 2.5 pounds for every pound. Comrade Qin, these two are the sellers for today. Please inspect the goods. Lao Chao turned to Liang Zhenguo. All right. Liang Zhenguo wasted no time and entered, with Lao Chao following behind while his grandson remained at the door to keep watch. His grandfather had instructed him to be on lookout duty today. Upon entering the room, Liang Zhenguo's face displayed a hint of surprise. A quick glance revealed quite a number of items within, at least 20 antiques. Initially, when Lao Chao had mentioned there were 2 sellers, he felt somewhat disappointed, expecting no more than 3 to 5 items. To his delight, there were far more than he anticipated. For him, the more, the better. The room contained blue and white porcelain, incense burners, candlesticks, gilded ornaments, and more. Liang Zhenguo touched each item and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his discerning eye had not failed him. Indeed, Lao Chao was knowledgeable. A total of 22 antiques, none of which were counterfeit, and all in excellent condition. Some pieces were even comparable in quality to those from the enemy couple's residence. Suppressing the impulse to immediately store these antiques in his space, Liang Zhenguo turned to Lao Chao and remarked, "Not bad. These are all genuine. I'll purchase the higher quality pieces at 50 pounds and the others at 20 pounds. What do you think, Lao Chao?" "Comrade Qin, no problem." Lao Chao responded with great enthusiasm, nodding eagerly. The price he had expected for the better pieces was at least 40 pounds. He was pleasantly surprised that Comrade Qin offered 50 pounds outright. How could he possibly refuse? However, it was not the profit margin that he sought. Rather, it was the elevated price set by Liang Zhenguo that would entice those who hesitated, thus enabling him, as the intermediary, to procure more for Comrade Qin. Given Comrade Qin's generous nature, he surely would not shortchange him. So it was settled. Liang Zhenguo noticed a flatbed cart in the corner of the room and said, "Have your grandson pull the cart with me to collect the grain. Once you are certain everything is in order, you may leave here. I shall arrange for someone to take away these antiques." Lao Chao hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. All right. Soon, he summoned his grandson, Xiao Chao, to fetch the flatbed cart, while discreetly whispering a few instructions. Liang Zhenguo then led him away, taking a winding path into a secluded alley after nearly 5 minutes of walking. Under Xiao Chao's watchful gaze, he feigned a casual whistle while retrieving the prepared grain from his space and placing it around a corner out of sight. "Let us proceed, young brother," Liang Zhenguo beckoned. Xiao Chao, with his face obscured, felt a peculiar sensation. He could tell from the voice of this Comrade Qin, though transmitted through fabric, that he was quite youthful, possibly not much older than himself, perhaps even younger. Yet, this individual addressed him as young brother. But who could blame him? He was, after all, the boss, and a grain supplier at that. Xiao Chao could only silently follow behind Liang Zhenguo. Upon arrival, Xiao Chao, who had been looking down while pulling the cart, suddenly lifted his gaze to behold 7 burlap sacks at the corner. He then glanced around. No need to look further. The person has already departed, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Oh, Xiao Chao quickly nodded, recalling the whistle Liang Zhenguo had just blown. That must have been their signal. These individuals were rather mysterious, as outsiders were kept in the dark. Xiao Chao pondered. Chapter 210, Abundant Rewards. Yet, he remained steadfast in remembering his grandfather's admonitions, no matter what he saw. He must not inquire, and he was to follow Comrade Qin's instructions without question. Each sack contains 100 jin, totaling 7 sacks, which amounts to 700 jin. Liang Zhenguo indicated towards the sacks. Xiao Chao's face lit up with excitement, for among them was grain belonging to his family. Without needing Liang Zhenguo's prompting, he rushed to lift the sack. Observing his frail frame struggling with the weight, Liang Zhenguo shook his head and approached to assist, taking hold of a sack himself. It didn't take long for them to finish moving everything. They retraced their steps back, and as they neared, Lao Chao and the 2 middle-aged men were already at the entrance, pacing back and forth, their hands rubbing together. Upon seeing the 2 return, they hurriedly approached. The sight of the grain on the flatbed cart caused their eyes to sparkle with excitement. "Lao Chao, you first settle the account with these 2 comrades." Yes. Of course, Lao Chao nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with joy. The scales had been prepared long ago, and the 2 middle-aged men had brought their own grain sacks. "Thank you, Grandpa Chao," the 2 said, receiving the grain with gleeful expressions. Had it not been for their trepidation regarding Liang Zhenguo's identity, they might have wished to shake his hand in gratitude. Among the 22 antiques, one had 2 pieces and the other 3, with 4 pieces valued at 50 jin of grain, neatly corresponding to 1 piece each for them. Thus, one received 70 jin of grain, while the other received 90. Had they exchanged for coarse grain, it would suffice for their families for quite some time. After expressing their thanks to Lao Chao, they departed with understanding. Only then did Lao Chao turn to Liang Zhenguo, his expression filled with anticipation, as he remained unaware of how much grain Liang Zhenguo would allocate to him. Noticing his gaze, Liang Zhenguo smiled and tapped one of the bulging sacks of grain, saying, "Lao Chao, as I previously mentioned, the more antiques I acquire, the greater your reward will be. All in all, this time's outcome is quite satisfactory, so this entire sack of grain is yours." Lao Chao exclaimed in astonishment, then quickly covered his mouth like a thief, glancing around. Once assured that no one was approaching, he excitedly asked, "Comrade Qin, this sack is entirely for us? I didn't miss here, did I?" If Xiao Chao also heard correctly, then yes, it is all for you. If you heard incorrectly, then it doesn't count. Liang Zhenguo jested, glancing at Xiao Chao, who was equally wide-eyed. Yes, Comrade Qin said that sack is all for our family. Xiao Chao quickly affirmed. One sack. That is 100 jin. Before this, both grandfather and grandson had speculated on how much reward Comrade Qin would provide. Some guessed 20, others 40, and even calculated based on 5 pieces at 20 jin each, with the most optimistic estimate being over 80 jin. Of course, they thought this unlikely. Liang Zhenguo had previously told Lao Chao that if there were more than 5 pieces, he would receive 20 jin, and the more there were, the richer the reward. Yet, he had not specified an exact amount. They believed that 40 jin would be a splendid outcome. After all, they were merely facilitators, playing the role of intermediaries. And receiving 40 jin would have already been a significant boon. Who would have anticipated that Liang Zhenguo would directly grant them 100 jin? Comrade Qin, truly, I cannot express my gratitude enough. The old man exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly bowing in reverence to Liang Zhenguo. Liang Zhenguo was taken aback, quickly pulling him up, exclaiming, "Lao Chao, what are you doing?" Goodness, considering he was only a few years younger than his own grandfather, it would be absurd for him to bow down. That would only shorten his lifespan. I am just so moved. Lao Chao realized his impropriety, acknowledging that at his age, it was indeed inappropriate to kneel before a young man. He then turned his gaze to his grandson. Liang Zhenguo waved his hands repeatedly. All right. There is no need for that. I have no such preferences, so don't kneel before me. The reason I am giving you so much this time is that you, Lao Chao, have done well. Not a single item among them is a counterfeit. I hope you will continue to uphold this standard and not let anyone deceive me with fakes. Certainly, my old eyes may be dim, but I can still distinguish between genuine and counterfeit goods. I will ensure that Comrade Qin receives only the best, Lao Chao promised. With Comrade Qin being so generous, he surely would not allow anyone to pass off substandard goods in exchange for grain. Comrade Qin, with this transaction, the next quantity should be considerably larger, Lao Chao added. Liang Zhenguo surmised the reason. It was likely that those individuals wished to ascertain whether he truly possessed such a vast quantity of grain. The more, the better. I assure you, there is plenty of grain. This you need not worry about. However, do remain vigilant. Do not attract unwanted attention. Lao Chao nodded. Yes, I understand. That is good. In addition to the 100 jin for you, and the grain allocated for those antiques, there remains 40 jin. You may take that as well and deduct it next time. Now, you may take the grain away. I must call someone to retrieve the items. He had no desire to engage in lengthy conversations with the 2 elderly men at this late hour. He preferred to conclude the matters swiftly and return home to embrace his young wife for a good night's rest. All right then, Comrade Qin, we shall see you next week. Lao Chao had no objections. He wouldn't covet Liang Zhenguo's 40 jin. Although they had never shown their faces and remained strangers to one another, he felt immense gratitude and respect for Liang Zhenguo. Such actions were beyond him. He understood the importance of priorities. To risk a future source of income for a mere 40 jin would be akin to throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Very well, however, should you wait here next week for an hour without my arrival, it would indicate that I am unavailable, and I shall return the week thereafter. Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment before further instructing. As he had not attended work this week and was uncertain if there would be any transport tasks at the factory next week. Understood, Old Cao replied. Noticing that Liang Zhenguo had no further additions, the grandfather and grandson swiftly vanished into the darkness with their flat cart. After lingering in place for another 10 minutes, Liang Zhenguo returned to Old Cao's room, securing all the antiques into the spatial realm. In the next instant, familiar fluctuations reverberated within the space. Streams of energy were extracted from the antiques, with a portion merging into the spatial realm and another part infiltrating his body. This influx of energy amounted to approximately 60 units, a decrease of over 20 units compared to the last acquisition of 12 exquisite items. Nevertheless, once this energy was fully consumed, it would sufficiently elevate his physical constitution to nearly 11 times its original state. Although the enhancement of his physique could not be instantaneously achieved, his mental acuity surged dramatically, expanding his mental detection range to a radius of 265 meters. However, as his mental perception extended to 250 meters, a clear message surged into his consciousness, illuminating his mind. Chapter 211, Spatial Transformation, Under Attack. Liang Zhenguo halted in his tracks. The message was not conveyed through any linguistic means, but rather emerged intuitively within his mind. Thus, he immediately understood that a new transformation had occurred within the space, albeit minor, yet it promised considerable convenience. Ah, so that is how it is. Liang Zhenguo's heart leaped with joy. This transformation indicated that he could now personally enter the farm space. No longer would he be merely an outsider, manipulating everything within the space through mere consciousness. With this newfound capability, he could finally claim an independent realm of his own. Not to mention, the safety it afforded was unparalleled. He could construct a house within, fashioning it into a paradise where comfort was boundless. Liang Zhenguo mused to himself. Regrettably, he could not immediately experience the sensation of being within the spatial realm. To do so, he needed to enhance his physical constitution to 10 times its original state. He found it perplexing, as he had previously tested the limits of entrance when he first acquired the space, discovering that an ordinary person could indeed enter. Yet the message explicitly indicated this requirement, leaving him with no recourse. However, waiting a day or two was a trivial matter. After confirming that there were no other alterations within the space, Liang Zhenguo departed from Old Cao's abode. On his return journey, he did not amble leisurely as he had on his way there. Instead, he sprinted with the speed of an average person dashing 100 meters. Otherwise, he would find himself returning home as dawn approached. However, upon reaching Wangfujing Street, Liang Zhenguo furrowed his brow, halting his sprint. It seemed there were quite a number of people hastily fleeing from Wangfujing Street. Had the pigeon market been raided? Given the situation, Liang Zhenguo could only surmise that the authorities were conducting a surprise operation at the pigeon market on Wangfujing Street. Typically, if the pigeon market did not overstep its bounds, the police would not intervene, as they sometimes participated themselves. At that moment, an elderly man sprinting with surprising speed, his legs moving frantically, rushed towards him. As they brushed past each other, Liang Zhenguo curiously called out, "Old man, what is happening? Is the police here?" The elderly man, although not stopping, slowed his pace significantly and turned to shout back, "Young man, are you heading to the pigeon market? You should turn back. I don't know why the police are here, but there are reports of gunfire inside. It terrified me to death. Who would dare stay there? You might as well come back in a few days." With that, the old man hastily accelerated away. Gunfire? Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. Clearly, this situation was not trivial. No one would fire a weapon in the pigeon market without cause, for any gunfire would undoubtedly attract police attention and antagonize those behind the pigeon market operations. After all, the nightly ticket revenue from the pigeon market was a considerable sum. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Liang Zhenguo continued on his way. His curiosity prompted him to inquire, but he had no intention of meddling. This was a matter for the police to handle. However, despite his desire to avoid trouble, it found him nonetheless. Before he could leave the confines of Wangfujing Street, 3 masked individuals suddenly emerged from his left side, rushing towards him. After hearing about the gunfire from the old man, Liang Zhenguo activated his mental detection. Typically, he would refrain from doing so unless necessary, as prolonged use could lead to mental fatigue. Yet, when his safety was at stake, he would not relent. Thus, he had already detected the trio. He even noted the firearms and daggers at their waists. Liang Zhenguo halted at a nearby alley, intending to let them pass without confrontation. He was unaware if they were involved in the gunfire at the pigeon market, as he had encountered many armed individuals during his previous visits and found them unremarkable. However, upon making eye contact with him, the trio exchanged a brief glance, their eyes glinting coldly. Without a word, they swiftly drew their daggers and charged at him. Their decisive and nimble movements revealed they were no ordinary individuals. Damn! Liang Zhenguo was momentarily stunned. Why did they immediately attempt to take his life upon seeing him? He was merely passing by, even if they were motivated by greed. He had no wealth to tempt them, as he was empty-handed. Moreover, the murderous glint in their eyes clearly indicated their intent to eliminate him. Liang Zhenguo was perplexed. Yet he was not intimidated by close combat. He had deliberately stopped near the alley to prevent them from using firearms. At the slightest indication of gunfire, it would be simple for him to evade into the alley, granting him the time to prepare, for he was not unarmed. His space contained 3 fully loaded guns. However, since they sought to engage him up close, it was even more advantageous. As the 3 brandished their gleaming daggers and charged at him, he narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent igniting within him. In their moment of astonishment, he advanced rather than retreating, reaching out to the nearest masked assailant. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his palm, Liang Zhenguo swiftly maneuvered his hand, evading the blade while simultaneously seizing the assailant's wrist. With a sharp crack, the man's wrist was instantly shattered under Liang Zhenguo's immense strength. Before he could emit a scream, Liang Zhenguo deftly twisted the broken wrist, driving it violently into the man's throat, all the while manipulating the dagger to inflict further damage. With a splatter, crimson blood gushed forth from the dagger. The masked man, who had intended to scream, could only produce muffled gurgles, his eyes reflecting a lingering confusion even in death. The entire sequence transpired in an instant. Liang Zhenguo's seamless execution and ruthless decisiveness left his two companions utterly bewildered. They had assumed him merely an ordinary individual, one who would succumb easily, but were astonished to discover he was a formidable and merciless fighter. Yet, despite their shock, the remaining two understood that retreating was no longer an option. They had already drawn their bows, and turning back would only hasten their demise. As their footsteps faltered, one assailant lunged once more at Liang Zhenguo, while the other halted, swiftly drawing a firearm from his waist. Liang Zhenguo, with a derisive smile, withdrew the dagger embedded in his companion's neck and hurled it like a dart towards the nearest assailant. The man's pupils dilated in terror, for he was utterly unprepared to evade the dagger propelled by Liang Zhenguo's formidable strength. In an instant, the dagger loomed larger in his sight, plunging mercilessly into his forehead, delivering a fatal blow. Without a glance back, Liang Zhenguo seized the lifeless body of the first masked man, using it as a shield to guard himself. In the next heartbeat, bang, 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 the sharp reports of gunfire echoed through the silent alley. Chapter 212, A Tranquil Life. Uft, uft. Apart from the gunshots, Liang Zhenguo could hear the sickening sound of bullets tearing into flesh. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, he remained unperturbed, for he had encountered such chaos countless times in his previous life. Instead, he wielded the corpse with ease, as if it were a mere shield, charging toward the gun-wielding assailant. The last masked man, regardless of his mental fortitude, felt a flicker of panic in the face of such peril and hastily attempted to sidestep. This man exhibited no vulnerabilities. Despite being taller than his fallen companion, he could find no angle to strike Liang Zhenguo. Each change in direction seemed predicted, with the corpse steadfastly shielding him. Furthermore, Liang Zhenguo's strength was astonishing. Lifting the heavy body felt as effortless as hoisting a straw dummy, and his speed was nothing short of remarkable. Liang Zhenguo paid no heed to the assailant's thoughts, as the man stumbled to evade the corpse of his companion. Liang Zhenguo seized his arm, brutally snapping it in two. A piercing scream escaped the man's lips, involuntarily uttered in response to the excruciating pain, causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. Liang Zhenguo then kicked him down, placing a foot upon his throat, and lifted his foot high once more. Speak. Why did you attempt to harm me? He had initially considered killing him outright, as the three had intended to take his life from the very beginning. Though he could not sense the murderous intent as some might, he could discern the malice lurking in their eyes. He was not one to exhibit mercy. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Why had they targeted him? He was merely an innocent bystander. Being assaulted without provocation warranted some inquiry. The masked man's eyes flickered with fear, but unexpectedly, he remained silent, refraining from begging for mercy. Observing this, Liang Zhenguo's foot came crashing down, not to crush his throat, but to sever his left hand. The man, clearly trained, still contemplated retaliating despite his predicament. Though sweat beaded on his brow from the pain, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Impressive. The agony of a severed hand is not something the average person can endure. Liang Zhenguo admired his fortitude. However, his raised foot showed no sign of halting, delivering another blow that shattered the man's leg. Kill me. With the shattering of his leg, the man finally succumbed to his pain, screaming out in agony, and for the first time, spoke. But his instinctive cry took Liang Zhenguo by surprise. It was not the bravado in his words that astonished him. He was bewildered because the language he heard was not Chinese, but that of the Little Sun, a language he was somewhat familiar with. Before his military service, his dormitory mates had studied countless adult educational films from the Little Sun, encompassing various instructors. Thus, he had absorbed a rudimentary understanding of their language. While he could not comprehend most of it, he could easily identify it as that of the Little Sun. So, it was indeed from the Little Sun. A slight smile crept across Liang Zhenguo's face. He bore no psychological burden in dispatching those who sought to take his life. Now knowing they hailed from the Little Sun, his resolve to kill intensified. He regretted that the first two had met their end too swiftly. Had he known, he would have relished in tormenting them further. Understanding their affiliation, he surmised their motives for aggression. The individuals firing weapons in Pigeon City must be connected to them, intent on concealing their escape route, eliminating witnesses along the way. Unfortunately for them, their misfortune had come to pass. With their identities revealed, Liang Zhenguo had no intention of sparing him. After all, little sun individuals were rarely virtuous. Just as he contemplated delivering a final kick to end the little sun's existence, a radiant beam of light flickered in the distance. Moments later, a group of uniformed police officers entered the range of his mental perception, swiftly approaching under the guidance of two plainclothes officers. Clearly, the police had been pursuing these three, and the recent gunfire had betrayed their location. Should he proceed to eliminate him? Liang Zhenguo hesitated momentarily as the lead male and female plainclothes officers hastened toward him. These two were remarkably agile. Liang Zhenguo's eyes brightened. Their speed far surpassed that of the pursuing police, indicating a different caliber altogether. However, he had no intention of confronting them, although he acted in self-defense. He had still taken lives, and cooperating with their investigation would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, Liang Zhenguo delivered a swift kick to the little son's head, rendering him unconscious before retreating into the depths of the alleyway. After careful consideration, he decided to spare the little son's life. After all, the man had not witnessed his face, and perhaps he could serve a greater purpose for the police. These intruders had undoubtedly arrived in 49 City with ulterior motives. Stop, or I will open fire. The male plainclothes officer shouted upon witnessing Liang Zhenguo's intent to flee. Yet, Liang Zhenguo paid him no mind, responding while running. Those three were little devils. I acted in self-defense. Spare me your pursuit. With that, he accelerated, leaving the officer far behind, disappearing into the shadows of the night. Who the hell is that? Why is he so fast? The plainclothes officer halted, not because he readily believed Liang Zhenguo's words, but because he had given up the chase. Such speed, even without the initial distance, would have made it impossible for him to catch up. There's no need to pursue. The three are accounted for, and we have one survivor. The female officer, inspecting the scene behind them, remarked. Upon hearing this, the male officer returned to the site. Linjia, did you notice anything about that man? He inquired. The dynamic between them suggested that the female officer was in charge. Yes. Officer Bai Lin crouched beside the corpse of the first little son, illuminating its contorted wrist with her flashlight. Nodding at the male officer's question, she replied coolly. Though his voice was disguised, I can confirm he is relatively young, and I have memorized his physique. The male officer felt a surge of excitement. Had anyone else said this, he would not have thought much of it. But coming from Bai Lin, it held weight. Everyone in the organization knew of Bai Lin's extraordinary memory and discernment. Anyone she had encountered, provided it had not been too long, would be etched in her mind. Even if masked, upon encountering them again, she could identify them through their physical characteristics, habitual movements, and vocal nuances. Thus, if they were to cross paths again, it was highly unlikely the man would escape Bai Lin's keen perception. Bai Lin chose to disregard the plainclothes man, and, after examining the wounds of the three individuals, continued with a voice that, though calm, carried an undertone of astonishment. Preliminary assessment suggests he is not lying. These three initiated the confrontation. Chapter 213, Morning Exercise. A unique method of energy transmission. Yet, it was evident that these three were oblivious to the fact that the man they had just encountered was a formidable expert. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to engage him at close quarters, which ultimately resulted in the demise of two of them who never even had the chance to draw their weapons. As for the unconscious one, the gunfire originated from him. But under the circumstances where the assailant used his companion's corpse as a shield, he was effortlessly countered, and the time frame was exceedingly brief. From this perspective, it was clear that the two parties did not operate on the same level. One final observation. He harbored no ill intentions towards us. In fact, he intentionally left behind this small respite for us. If he had wished to kill us, he could have easily done so within the time frame available. While Bai Lin spoke, the plainclothes man mentally retraced the sequence of events from the fight and found that everything seemed to align perfectly. He crouched before the first deceased individual, gently prodding at the contorted wrist, and gasped upon seeing the marks of injury. This was a case of a single hand breaking the bone cleanly, with only a thin layer of skin remaining. The force exhibited was astonishingly immense. Bai Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Whether in strength or speed, he surpassed us. His combat experience was extensive, and his methods were ruthless. This man is undoubtedly perilous, yet he has inadvertently aided us this time. For now, we shall set him aside. Huang He, take that useless individual back, and ensure he does not perish. Bai Lin commanded decisively as she stood. Understood, Huang He replied, signaling to the uniformed police officers to remove the deceased from the ground. Moreover, the man had vanished without a trace, leaving them with no recourse. It was not that they wished to confront him. After all, one who could eliminate the likes of the deceased must be considered a good person, and their assessment was entirely one of self-defense. However, given the man's evident danger, they could not simply let the matter rest. It necessitated further investigation. Yet, The pressing concern remained with these few deceased individuals. The outcome of this encounter was not too unfavorable. Despite some unexpected developments, at least one of them was still alive. One might even say gratitude was owed to that individual who referred to himself as the master. Meanwhile, Liang Zhenguo ensured he was unaccompanied before making his way back to courtyard number 12. Upon returning to the backyard, he released 2 hens from his spatial storage, tying them up in the yard. His young wife had been longing for some hens to lay eggs, and he thought it would be a delightful surprise for her. After cleansing the blood from his hands, he meticulously inspected himself to confirm he bore no traces of blood before returning to the main house. Appearing as though nothing had transpired, he embraced his drowsy wife, who lay exposed in a manner befitting the warmth of spring. Regarding the unexpected incident, though 2 lives had been taken, he did not dwell on it. Slaying these lowly individuals felt akin to dispatching mere dogs. The following day, Liang Zhenguo was roused early by the joyful laughter of Xiao Yu outside, occasionally accompanied by the soft voice of Sister Qin, gently advising Xiao Yu not to play at the door lest she disturb her second brother's slumber. Remarkably, Xiao Yu behaved herself, obediently following Xiao Lan as they were led by Xiao Yu to play in the middle of the yard. Perhaps it was due to the bedtime story Liang Zhenguo had shared with them the previous night, which led to their good behavior that morning, sparing him the need to arise and call them. His young wife also awakened, but upon doing so, she found her husband's large hand playfully reshaping itself across her chest. "Zhenguo, it's time to get up. I must help my sister prepare breakfast." She blushed, struggling to sit up. "Do not rush, it is still early." However, she was swiftly flipped back down by Liang Zhenguo, whose vitality had nearly doubled, leaving him in a particularly energetic state. He was also eager to confirm his previous hypothesis regarding his wife's newfound strength, as he himself was in the midst of a physical enhancement. Indeed, his primary motivation lay in testing this theory, not merely in the thrill of seeing his beautiful wife in the morning. Given that it was early, Liang Zhenguo quickened his pace. In no time, their half-hour of morning exercise came to an end. After dressing, Liang Zhenguo noticed that his young wife was not as fatigued as she had been in the past. Instead, she radiated a healthy glow. "What are you staring at?" She playfully swatted at him. "How could I not admire my beautiful wife?" Liang Zhenguo chuckled, planting a kiss on her cheek, further solidifying his suspicions. During this period of physical enhancement, could intimate exchanges indeed facilitate energy transmission and subsequently improve the partner's physical constitution? How ridiculous! His wife lightly tapped his chest. Yet her face was adorned with a smile as she tidied his clothing before they both exited the room together. Just as they emerged, Sister Qin happened to bring out the leftover fish soup from the night before, now reheated. Upon seeing the couple, she shot Liang Zhenguo a disapproving glance. Although he had made an effort to be quiet, she had not yet strayed far from the door and had heard the familiar sounds of their morning practice, which had disrupted her cooking. While busy in the kitchen, she occasionally ventured outside to keep an eye on the children in the yard. After all, Xiao Yu was quite attached to her second brother. Should she sleep in too late, she might well burst in to rouse him from his slumber. Xiao Wan had informed her that this little girl frequently engaged in such antics, should they be caught in a compromising situation. Though Xiao Yu and the others may not comprehend its significance, their younger sister possessed a delicate sensibility that would surely lead her to wish to disappear into the ground. Observing her sister's expression, the young wife realized that their earlier activities had been discovered. The blush that had faded from her cheeks now returned with vigor. One moment, she had been gentle and considerate, but now she playfully pinched Liang Zhenguo's side before hastily rushing to the water barrel to freshen up, then headed to the kitchen to assist. Liang Zhenguo chuckled as he rubbed his side, calling upon the 3 young girls who were similarly unwashed, each carrying a basin and towels, as they all made their way to the front yard together. After breakfast, Liang Zhenguo remained at home. By noon, 3 individuals from Xiling village, along with a small package bearing Xiaohua, arrived at courtyard number 12. He had already provided his family with the detailed address in Shijiazhuang, so they had hurried over after a light breakfast, considering it a significant event in their lives. However, Liang Zhenguo had initially expected that the second uncle would send De Long and De Hu to the city as temporary workers. Instead, it was De Hu and Xiao Hu who arrived. Zhenguo, sister-in-law, Sister Qin, Liang De Hu and Liang Xiao who called out as they entered the backyard. They were already aware that Sister Qin and Liang Zhenguo lived together, thus causing no surprise. As for Xiaohua, after greeting Liang Zhenguo and the 2 sisters-in-law, she was promptly taken by Xiao Yu to their room, where they would no doubt share the little comic books that her second brother had gifted her. De Hu. Xiao Hu. I had thought De Long was coming the day before yesterday, Liang Zhenguo remarked. Originally, my father had arranged it this way, but later, my elder brother instructed Xiao Hu to come. He said that although Xiao Hu met the age requirement, he was nearing 25, and after that, who knows if he would still be eligible, so it was better to send Xiao Hu. After inquiring, Liang De Hu explained. Moreover, Xiaohu recently met a girl. So if he takes a temporary job in the city, that engagement will surely solidify. Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. His young wife had also spoken with him, revealing that her parents initially intended for her to marry him. But they had originally planned to formalize the union after the new year. However, upon hearing from Sister Qin about his potential job as a security guard in the city, they grew anxious about the passage of time and hastily chose an earlier date for the wedding, fearing that other young women from nearby villages or even the city might take an interest in him. This clearly illustrates the significant advantages of having a job in the city. Chapter 214, The Grandfather's Cunning Maneuver. Zhenguo, thank you. Thank you for providing me with this job opportunity. Apart from the two brothers, Dehu and Xiaohu, the position in the village ultimately went to a young man named Chen Demin. He, too, accompanied the two brothers and Xiaohua to the communal residence. Compared to Dehu and Xiaohu, Chen Demin was more reserved upon arriving at the shared quarters. In truth, Dehu and the others were also somewhat out of their element. Had it not been for Liang Zhenguo being their cousin, they would not have fared much better than Chen Demin. Coming from a family classified as impoverished, Chen Demin was naturally not very talkative. And being a few years older than Liang Zhenguo, he had little social interaction and lacked connections compared to Dehu and Xiaohu, not to mention Zhu Zi and the others. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to this circumstance that his gratitude towards Liang Zhenguo for the temporary job opportunity was unparalleled. This position could significantly alleviate his family's hardships, a truly monumental favor. Ah, Demin, why are you saying all this? Let's have lunch together here, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to the Drum Tower police station, Liang Zhenguo said nonchalantly. Chen Demin opened his mouth, intending to decline. He felt he owed Liang Zhenguo a debt of gratitude that he could not repay. How could he shamelessly accept a meal? Chen Demin glanced at Liang Dehu, who was of the same age and shared a good relationship with him, while Xiaohu, being the youngest, naturally looked up to Liang Dehu. Liang Dehu understood his cousin's character, always generous and sincere, and since they were all essentially family, he could only helplessly nod in agreement, thereby taking advantage of his cousin once more. Well, let's just have a light meal. Demin listened to Zhenguo. Liang Dehu said, by the way, Zhenguo, Xiaohua insisted on coming along, so my father had no choice but to agree. I apologize for the trouble. I'll take her back next week if she gets homesick. Ha ha ha. Just the other day, I mentioned to her that I wanted her to come early, and she pestered second uncle until he agreed. As for her coming to my place, you need not worry. She is also my sister. And Xiaoyu is eager to see her. It's not a matter of trouble at all. Liang Zhenguo chuckled. For him, it was a trivial matter. It merely meant preparing a bit more food at home, and it would provide his sister with company. Furthermore, she was his little cousin after all. His young wife chimed in. Indeed, Dehu Go. Having Xiaohua at home certainly adds another person to the table. If we consider their family's previous situation, she would have felt guilty about the food, but now it hardly matters. After spending some time in the communal residence, she noticed that the kitchen supplies seemed inexhaustible. Many times, when Zhenguo returned from the pigeon market, she would wake up in the morning to find the rice and flour replenished. Oh, and occasionally there would be vegetables and meat as well. Moreover, with Xiaohua around, there would be someone to look after the two little ones. And as for her and Xiaoyu, they need not worry too much. As for Xiaoyu, while playing outside with Xiaoyu, she rarely needed to call them back for meals. When the time came, they would return on their own, leading Xiaoyu back. Compared to those mischievous little rascals, it was simply a relief. At noon, Sister Qin and the young wife were generous, steaming the leftover fish from the previous day to treat their cousins and Chen Demin. After everyone had eaten their fill, Liang Zhenguo noticed their distracted chatter and realized they were concerned about their job prospects, so he decided to take them out. Zhenguo, your neighbors in the courtyard are quite friendly, even more so than those in our village, Liang Xiaohu commented as they exited, observing the cordial greetings exchanged with the neighbors. Yes, indeed, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, not denying it. Ever since Tang Qingshan had visited, the residents of the courtyard had become exceedingly friendly towards his family. Even the members of the Qiao family, with whom he had previously had conflicts, dared not show him any disdain. They would avoid him whenever they saw him. With a party of 4, Liang Zhenguo chose not to ride his bicycle, opting instead to walk to the Drum Tower police station. Xiaohu and the others did not mind the fatigue at all. Rather, they found it quite enjoyable, as everything in the city of Sijio was fascinating to them. As they strolled, they reached the Drum Tower police station after an hour had passed. I wonder if Grandpa's son has arrived this early. Dehu go. I'll go ask, Liang Zhenguo said to Liang Dehu and the others. Previously, Grandpa's son had instructed him to bring people over in the afternoon, and since it was still noon, he was uncertain whether Grandpa's son was currently at the station. All right. If Director's son isn't here, waiting is no problem, Liang Dehu quickly replied, with Liang Xiaohu and Chen Demin nodding in agreement. Although Liang Zhenguo always referred to him as Director's son, The others were understandably nervous at the thought of being escorted by a director to report for duty. Liang Zhenguo approached the small duty room at the entrance of the police station and found the old gatekeeper, Grandpa Chun, dozing off. He gently knocked on the window. "Old man. Why are you disturbing an old man on his day off?" Grandpa Chun grumbled, irritated at being roused from his pleasant dream. However, upon receiving a cigarette from Liang Zhenguo, his displeased expression transformed into one of delight. He eagerly accepted it, carefully placing it in his pocket before inquiring. "What brings you here, young lad? Come in and chat with the old man." "Old man, has Grandpa's son arrived at the station?" Liang Zhenguo asked. It seemed the old man's desire for conversation was merely a pretext. He was primarily interested in the cigarettes. Liang Zhenguo knocked on his cigarette case, intending to smoke one himself, only to discover it was empty, and he was about to discard it. Seeing this, Grandpa Chun hastily called out, Hey, don't throw that away. Give it to me." Puzzled, Liang Zhenguo handed it over. He then watched as the old man placed the previously discarded cigarette back into the case, reached into another pocket, and pulled out a half-full pack of Desheng Chuan, pouring the cigarettes out one by one into the case of Zhonghua. Afterward, he tossed the empty case out the window, contentedly stowing the pack of Zhonghua in his pocket, a peculiar smile on his face, as if he were lost in thought. Witnessing this peculiar maneuver, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smirk. He could almost envision the old man returning home, brandishing the pack of Zhonghua before his old friends, and amidst their skepticism, pulling out a genuine Zhonghua for them to sniff, only to stride away triumphantly, basking in their astonishment and envy. Chapter 215, Master Son, Grandpa. Noticing that Grandpa Chun was still lost in his reverie, Liang Zhenguo reminded him, "Old man, you still haven't told me if Grandpa's son is at the station." Oh, the director is working this week and came to the station early in the morning." Grandpa Chun finally snapped back to reality, chuckling awkwardly. "All right then. Please continue to rest, old man." Now that Liang Zhenguo knew that Grandpa's son was at the station, he waved to Da Hu and the others, leaving the old gatekeeper behind as they entered the courtyard of the police station together. "Comrade Zhenguo, Brother Zhenguo." Although it was the weekend, there were quite a number of police officers on duty at the station, and each one greeted Liang Zhenguo warmly upon seeing him, with everyone welcoming him with smiles. Liang Zhenguo naturally responded courteously. The three from Xiling village looked on in quiet astonishment. No wonder Zhenguo maintained such composure when facing Wang Baochuan, the police officer, which among the officers here could not overshadow Wang Baochuan's authority. It appears that this cousin, who is supposedly lesser in stature, is faring better in the city than they had anticipated. Soon, Liang Zhenguo escorted the three into Grandpa Sun's office. "Grandpa Sun, you're here so early?" Liang Zhenguo inquired. "Please, sit for a while and help yourselves to some tea. I'll finish up a few matters before I take you over." Surprised by Liang Zhenguo's prompt arrival with guests, Sun Jiangwen gestured toward the guest area for them to take a seat. "All right, you carry on," Liang Zhenguo replied, stepping into the office. Liang Dahu and the others exchanged cautious glances with Director Sun, noticing Liang Zhenguo sit down comfortably and even brew tea. They felt compelled to follow suit, albeit hesitantly. After all this time dealing with each other, Liang Zhenguo would certainly not stand on ceremony with Sun Jiangwen. Having walked for over an hour, it was just the right moment to quench their thirst with some tea. He poured each of them a cup and, seeing their discomfort in sitting or standing, chuckled, "Please, take a seat. Grandpa's son isn't so formal." Only then did they sit down. Liang Zhenguo observed them, noticing their unease akin to students summoned to the teacher's office for misbehavior. Yet, this was quite normal. In these times, even a factory worker was considered a person of stature among rural folk, let alone a police station director, rendering their nervousness understandable. Sun Jiangwen did not keep them waiting long. After about 5 minutes, he concluded his work. Taking the initiative, Liang Zhenguo poured tea for Sun Jiangwen, saying, "Grandpa's son, have some, no need to be polite." "You rascal," Sun Jiangwen replied with a grin, sipping the tea before asking, "Are these young comrades related to you?" "These two are my cousins, and this one is a brother from my village," Liang Zhenguo introduced. Sun Jiangwen engaged them in brief conversation before stating, "The patrol unit ISNT in this building. I'll take you there." "Thank you, Director Sun," Liang Dahu and the others expressed in unison. Their initial tension eased as they realized Sun Jiangwen was quite approachable. Liang Zhenguo naturally joined them in following Sun Jiangwen. Before long, Sun Jiangwen led them out of the police station, and just a few steps away, they arrived at the adjacent yard, which housed the patrol unit. Approaching an office door, Sun Jiangwen knocked a few times. While the patrol unit typically assisted the police station and patrolled the streets, it was important to note that, strictly speaking, the patrol unit was not under his direct command, as he had many responsibilities, particularly concerning enemy activities. Currently, the patrol unit was more aligned with street management, akin to rural militia, with most leaders emerging from the military. The militia operated within the commune, while the patrol unit functioned at the street level. However, he shared a close rapport with the patrol unit's captain, Zhu Tao, having trained under the same master in their youth. "Come in," a voice called from within. As Sun Jiangwen entered the office, he cheerfully greeted, "Old Zhu." Zhu Tao looked up, recognizing Sun Jiangwen. Master brother, what brings you here?" Liang Zhenguo, following behind, chuckled at their exchange, akin to a scene from Journey to the West. However, he remembered that they were in the presence of Grandpa's son, not the great sage. "Enough of that. It's just that I asked you to call me master brother a few times in front of the younger ones," Sun Jiangwen retorted playfully. "Is it about the temporary workers?" Zhu Tao glanced at Liang Zhenguo and the others, instantly grasping the situation, as Sun Jiangwen had mentioned it previously. "Yes. I brought you 3 individuals, those 3 young comrades behind me," Sun Jiangwen confirmed, then turned to introduce Liang Zhenguo. "Zhenguo, this is the captain of the patrol unit. Zhu Tao, you may refer to him as Uncle Zhu." "Uncle Zhu," Liang Zhenguo politely greeted. Zhu Tao observed Liang Dahu and the others, nodding in satisfaction. All 3 were tall, each above 173 meters, though Chen Damon was somewhat lanky, reminiscent of Liang Zhenguo's former self, a mere slender reed. However, in these times, many were undernourished, so a lean appearance was not unusual. Liang Dahu and Xiao Hu appeared healthier, having enjoyed a fair share of meat recently, lacking the common pallor associated with rural folk. In fact, they seemed quite spirited, and compared to Chen Damon and Liang Zhenguo's previous frailty. Their overall demeanor further pleased Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao then turned his gaze to Liang Zhenguo, curiosity evident in his eyes. "So, you are Liang Zhenguo. I've heard much praise from both Lao Huang and Lao Sun about you. I've been eager to meet you." "Such praise is merely a reflection of their kindness," Liang Zhenguo modestly replied. Zhu Tao waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I know them well. If you weren't genuinely capable, they wouldn't heap such accolades upon a junior. And regarding the recent apprehension of enemy agents, it's quite a significant matter. Word has even spread to the East District, and I've caught wind of it." "Is it truly that substantial?" Liang Zhenguo questioned, perplexed. After capturing the couple of enemy agents, he had not given the matter much thought, failing to keep up with developments. Generally, capturing enemy agents was not something the police would publicize, as being infiltrated by them was hardly a matter of pride, especially considering the couple were model teachers. However, given their notoriety in the city, the police deemed it prudent to release information after their transfer to the Central Bureau, even if they refrained from making an announcement. The number of people in the alley where Chun Weiman and his wife resided who knew of their arrest was far too great to conceal. It would be more effective to issue an official statement, properly guiding public discourse and mitigating any potential exploitation by ill-intentioned individuals, thus significantly undermining the enemy's morale. As this realization dawned on Liang Zhenguo, his brow furrowed. He was not a solitary figure, and such attention could spell trouble for him. Chapter 216. One look and you can tell they don't know how to live. Noticing Liang Zhenguo's furrowed brow, Sun Jiangwen reflected for a moment and discerned his concerns. "Zhenguo, the rumors circulating only pertain to the arrest of that couple. Your involvement is known to very few." Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo's brow finally relaxed. The fear of notoriety is akin to a pig fearing fattening. He was not apprehensive about the enemies seeking him out, but rather about the potential repercussions for his family due to his actions, an outcome he could not bear. Liang Dahu and the others stood by, somewhat bewildered, only grasping that Liang Zhenguo had seemingly accomplished something significant recently. Zhu Tao regarded him with an approving nod. It was evident that this young man had earned the respect of his 2 friends for a reason. Unlike typical young individuals who might revel in the pursuit of fame and recognition, this young man exhibited a maturity and steadiness that belied his years, showing little concern for notoriety and focusing instead on the lurking dangers. Zhu Tao found himself appreciating such a young mind. "Now, back to business," Zhu Tao said, directing his attention to Liang Dahu and the others. "Taking up temporary positions with the patrol unit carries certain risks, such as encountering unexpected situations during night patrols. You are aware of this, correct? If all is well, I can process your paperwork now." Liang Dahu and the others nodded solemnly. They had already been briefed by Liang Zhenguo, and the risks were not a concern for them, especially since such occurrences were rare. "Then, Brother Dahu, please present your introduction letters," Liang Zhenguo prompted. The 3 quickly retrieved a sheet of paper from their pockets. Liang Zhenguo curled his lips in disdain. Uncle Kuei was indeed stingy, refusing to even spare an envelope for the temporary worker's introduction letter. Unbeknownst to him, it had been ages since anyone in the village had secured a job in the city, and such introduction letters had not been issued for quite some time. The village office had only a few envelopes left, and the last one had been given to his sister-in-law, Qin. Zhu Tao perused the letter and tucked the paper into a drawer before rising to say, "Let us go. Follow me to collect the patrol uniforms. Being a temporary worker, all that was required was registration in his records. Are there uniforms to be distributed? Chen Damon couldn't help but inquire. The Liang brothers were aware of the situation. Their family was better off than Chen Damon's, and although they didn't have new clothes, they possessed plenty of old ones that could be washed. Furthermore, Liang Zhenguo had purchased a substantial amount of fabric previously, and there were still remnants from the clothing made for him by second aunt and the elderly lady for his 2 little girls. However, the leftovers weren't abundant. As much had already been used to make clothes for several of the neighborhood children. Nonetheless, they were quite pleased to hear that uniforms would be provided. Zhu Tao chuckled. What? No uniforms? Are we to let them patrol the streets in tattered clothes? That would be quite absurd. Liang Zhenguo, intrigued, followed along, eager to see what kind of attire would be issued. Zhu Tao led them to a warehouse, and upon opening the door, Liang Zhenguo nearly exclaimed in surprise. The so-called uniforms were merely a pile of old military uniforms scattered across the floor. But, upon reflection, it was only to be expected that a group of temporary workers would not be issued new military gear. Seeing Liang Zhenguo's expression, Zhu Tao shot him an incredulous look. What's wrong? Are old military uniforms not clothes? No, Uncle Zhu. Liang Zhenguo waved his hands vigorously. You all go in and pick out 2 sets. Zhu Tao then instructed Liang Dahu and the others. The 3 showed no disdain for the old military uniforms and eagerly entered to sift through the selection, each choosing 2 oversized outfits with long trousers. How are you going to wear these long clothes? Liang Zhenguo remarked, unable to help himself. They're so long. You could practically use them for a theatrical performance. Zhu Tao laughed while locking the door. You clearly don't know how to make do. Even such a large garment can yield a considerable amount of fabric when altered. It was evident that Zhu Tao was accustomed to this scenario. In fact, it was a common practice for every temporary worker coming to select clothing. Liang Zhenguo blinked, maintaining a calm demeanor, but inwardly he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his own naivety. However, he had never made clothes himself. Liang Dahu and the others exchanged knowing smiles with Liang Zhenguo, clearly in agreement with what their future captain had suggested. You all need to report tomorrow morning. These clothes will need washing and tailoring. So do try to return home early, Zhu Tao advised. Understood, Captain. We'll head back now, the trio responded, adjusting their titles. Zhu Tao's reasoning made sense, especially considering they had several hours of walking ahead of them. Most likely, they would be sewing late into the night to finish these garments. Observing this, Liang Zhenguo added, Uncle Zhu, I'll take my leave as well. I'll escort them. All right, Zhu Tao nodded. Sun Jiangwen chimed in, Old Zhu. I'll also be heading back. I have matters to attend to. Don't forget to invite me and Old Huang out for a meal. I hear Sister Lu has been selling meat recently. Got it. You're always reminding me to treat you. Sun Jiangwen waved dismissively as he followed Liang Zhenguo and the others outside. When they reached the entrance of the station, Sun Jiangwen slapped his forehead. Oh, Zhenguo. You need to come back to the station with me. I haven't given you the radio ticket yet. Sure, Liang Zhenguo replied. As obtaining a ticket wouldn't take much time, he asked Liang Dahu and the others to wait. The 2 returned to the office together, where Sun Jiangwen retrieved the radio ticket from a drawer and handed it to him. After Liang Zhenguo secured it, Sun Jiangwen took out 2 sets of police uniforms and a small notebook from a cabinet in his office, placing them in Liang Zhenguo's hands with a smile. Regarding the police matter you mentioned, Director Tang has approved it, so you are now officially one of my subordinates. So soon? But Uncle Sun, I want need the uniform, right? I'm not here often, he clarified, referring not to the clothing itself, but to his usual presence at the factory, as he had no intention of coming in to stand guard. It's the rule. I've sorted out your files as well. In the future, if there's anything, I'll send someone to the steel factory to find you, Sun Jiangwen explained, fully aware of Liang Zhenguo's meaning. Liang Zhenguo immediately grinned. That is fine. As long as it's a matter concerning counterintelligence, you can reach out to me anytime once a scope is defined. My eyes and ears are sharper than most. Haha. Weren't you just boasting about your hearing? Now you're claiming to have keen eyesight too? Despite knowing Liang Zhenguo's capabilities, Sun Jiangwen teased him. Well, you didn't ask. My eyesight is actually better than my hearing, Liang Zhenguo replied cheerily. As long as he wished to see, he could discern what anyone within his mental probing range was wearing, even if they had moles on their backsides. It was more effective than X-ray vision. However, he didn't indulge in such lewdness. Typically, he wouldn't use his mental probing to inspect others' backsides, especially not those of grown men. What was there to admire? Chapter 217. Sister-in-law, it's all good. All right, I know you're capable. If there's a need, I will certainly seek you out. Sun Jiangwen patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder. He wasn't merely being polite. He recognized Liang Zhenguo's abilities and knew he would need to leverage them. Such a formidable talent was not one to be overlooked. Much like this week's counterintelligence case, without him, they might still be searching aimlessly. Although there were suspicions that Wang Aigua had been deliberately opposing Liang Zhenguo, his words were not without merit. The reputation of Chen Weiman and his wife was well known, leading the police to instinctively refrain from suspecting them unless they revealed themselves through mistakes. No problem. If there are no tasks at the factory, then idleness is still idleness. Assisting the police in investigations could earn some merit, and that's better than nothing. As Liang Zhenguo was about to take his leave, Sun Jiangwen suddenly slapped his forehead, adding with exasperation, "Oh, and Director Tang mentioned he agrees with your part-time police work, but you should make a trip to see him. Today?" Director Tang didn't specify a time. All right then, Liang Zhenguo nodded. With work starting tomorrow, it would be prudent to visit today. After all, Uncle Tang had been quite helpful to him, and he ought to express his gratitude in person. Etiquette must not be neglected. After chatting with Sun Jiangwen for a bit longer, he exited the office. At the entrance, he noticed the guard dozing off. Feeling a bit mischievous, Liang Zhenguo tapped on his window. The guard immediately straightened up, rubbing his eyes, and upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, glared at him. "What do you want now?" Liang Zhenguo unwrapped a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one to the guard before smiling. "Nothing much, just wanted to check if you were awake." "You little rascal." The guard fumed, wanting to hurl the freshly acquired cigarette at him, but upon realizing it was Zhonghua, he restrained himself. After putting the cigarette back into his pocket, he bent down to remove his shoes, executing the actions fluidly. However, Liang Zhenguo had already slipped away, leaving the guard to grumble before chuckling to himself. Abandoning his worn-out shoes that could only serve to attract flies, Liang Zhenguo arrived at the designated spot where Liang Dahu and his companions were waiting, halting his steps. Upon glancing back and noticing that the watchman had not pursued him, he couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in teasing the old man. "Brother Dahu, do you need to purchase anything in the city?" No, we must hurry back," they replied. Liang Zhenguo nodded, retrieving several ration and meat tickets from his pocket, which he handed to the three men. "Since you just arrived and lack tickets, even if you have money, you won't be able to buy food. You might find yourselves at a loss for breakfast later, so take these for now. We don't need them. We want to be having breakfast." Liang Dahu and the others insisted, attempting to return the tickets to him, but he was resolute. "Even if you won't eat, accept them. These tickets were gifted to me. They cost nothing. If the children at home wish to indulge in the meat buns from the city, it would be quite embarrassing for you, as fathers and uncles, to have no tickets to procure them. You still crave meat buns?" "We certainly have enough meat," Liang Dahu chuckled, yet noticing that Liang Zhenguo had already turned to leave. They ultimately accepted the tickets. Liang Zhenguo, seeing them comply, smiled. He had a surplus of such tickets, which held little value and could serve as a precautionary measure. Once they accepted the tickets, Liang Zhenguo swiftly hailed a tricycle, paying the driver to take the three to the city gate. Otherwise, given their frugal demeanor, it would take them an additional hour or two to depart from the city. By the time they returned home, night would have already fallen. Seeing Liang Zhenguo spending money again, the three felt somewhat helpless. However, having already accepted the tickets, they deemed it inappropriate to ask for them back, so they climbed aboard. "Brother Dahu, take care. Xiaohua will stay at my house. If she wishes to return, I shall take her back later." "All right. Thank you for your kindness today." After Liang Dahu and the others departed, Liang Zhenguo glanced around, contemplating whether to seek out Tang Qingshan immediately. After some deliberation, he decided to return home and ride his bicycle instead, as walking would consume too much time. On his way back, he did not dawdle, thus arriving home with little delay. After exchanging a few words with his wife and sister Qin, he prepared to head out again. "I want to go too," piped up Xiaoyer, who had stealthily appeared at his feet, looking up with her bright eyes. "Do you know where your second brother is going?" he asked. "To Godfather's house," she replied, her expression indicating that she was already aware. Liang Zhenguo pinched her cheek, impressed by her memory. She knew that the uncle he referred to in his conversation with his wife was indeed her godfather. Pausing for a moment, he lifted her onto the bicycle and gently admonished, "Very well, I shall take you with me, but you must sit tightly and hold on to me." The other three girls were still engrossed in their picture books, so he let them continue their play. "Brother Zhenguo, will Xiaoyer be all right alone?" his wife asked. Her eyes filled with concern as she watched the little girl climb onto the bike, swinging her feet happily. Before Liang Zhenguo could respond, Xiaoyer stopped swinging her legs, turned her little head earnestly, and declared in her sweet voice, "Sister-in-law, it will be fine." Her adorable demeanor elicited laughter from all three. After the laughter subsided, Liang Zhenguo nodded. "I will keep an eye on her." "Very well." Among the household, it was clear that her dearest was none other than her second brother. So Liang Zhenguo's assurance eased their worries. Xiaoyer, upon hearing her brother's words, resumed swinging her feet joyfully. Liang Zhenguo glanced down at the distance between her little feet and the bicycle wheels, realizing that her short legs could not possibly get caught, which put his mind at ease. Waving goodbye to his two beautiful daughters, he advised them to prepare fewer dishes for dinner. Then he and Xiaoyer exited the house. As they approached the gate, once Liang Zhenguo mounted the bicycle, Xiaoyer obediently clutched his clothing tightly, her little feet no longer swinging. The little girl was indeed quite well behaved. On the road, Liang Zhenguo's attention was primarily focused on the little girl behind him. Each time they rode out, her face radiated excitement. He could only wonder what she anticipated. Although her feet were still, her head was constantly turning, observing the surroundings with curiosity. Thus, Liang Zhenguo remained vigilant, ready to react promptly should she show any signs of falling. He certainly would not dare allow her to ride behind him unaccompanied. Yet, the little girl seemed aware of the potential danger, as her head bobbed while her hands firmly grasped his shirt. Noticing this, Liang Zhenguo relaxed his vigilance slightly, contemplating whether to head directly to Tang Qingshan's home or to the police headquarters. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to visit the police station first, recalling that Lin Shu had mentioned Tang Qingshan was particularly busy lately. Therefore, even though it was the weekend, he might not be home to rest. After all, wasn't Old Man Sun spending the day at the police station? If he wasn't there, he could always swing by their house, as they were in the same direction. After a considerable time, Xiaoyer called from behind. Is it time to go yet? Perhaps she was uncomfortable from sitting for too long. Almost there, Liang Zhenguo replied, as he parked the bicycle in front of a 3-story brick office building. The architecture appeared remarkably simplistic, yet exuded an air of solemnity from a distance. This was indeed the main office building of the police headquarters in Suzhou City. Unlike Old Man Sun's Drum Tower police station, where a dozing guard kept watch, here several young guards stood with rifles at the ready. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo stop at the entrance, one of the guards approached him. "Hello, comrade. What brings you here?" Despite his serious demeanor, the guard maintained a courteous attitude. Upon witnessing Liang Zhenguo dismount and lift the little girl from the bicycle, he instinctively slung his rifle behind his back, concerned not to frighten the child. "Hello, officer. I am here to see someone," Liang Zhenguo replied politely. "See someone? Who are you looking for?" "I am seeking Deputy Chief Tang," he answered. The guard raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Our deputy chief is quite busy and does not meet with just anyone. May I ask your name? Is there a specific matter you wish to discuss with him? Have you arranged a meeting in advance?" "Not exactly, but I am a relative of your deputy chief. My name is Liang Zhenguo. Please inform him that I am here to see him." Liang Zhenguo spoke candidly, understanding that entry into the headquarters was not granted to just anyone, particularly to unfamiliar faces. If there were no scrutiny, what would prevent enemies from entering with explosives? After a brief pause, Liang Zhenguo recalled that he had left his police uniforms and credentials in the space upon departing the police station, so he reached into his bag. Noticing the guard's slight tension, he produced his credentials and handed them over. "We are on the same side. I would appreciate your assistance in notifying him." The guard examined the familiar police identification, confirming that the name indeed read Liang Zhenguo. However, he noticed something amiss. "But this identification lacks a photo?" The guard looked momentarily perplexed, prompting Liang Zhenguo to lean in to see what was happening. He then noticed the guard's finger resting on the spot where the photograph should be affixed. "Ah, I just received this. The photo will be added later," he explained with a smile. Just earlier, Old Man Sun had mentioned that he needed to have a photo taken, and it would require time to return and affix the official seal. Due to the irregular nature of his documentation, it was indeed not falsified. Had it been counterfeit, the guard might have drawn his weapon instead of appearing perplexed. The guard scrutinized Liang Zhenguo once more, his eyes still harboring doubt, unsure if the young man's words held any truth. Ultimately, he nodded, cautioning, "Please wait here. Do not venture inside. I will inquire momentarily." Just as Liang Zhenguo acknowledged him, a voice he recognized echoed from within the Public Security Bureau. "Zhenguo, what brings you here? Are you looking for Deputy Director Tang?" Upon glancing up, Liang Zhenguo discerned that it was Wu Zhong, the driver and guard for Tang Qingshan. "Wu Ge," he greeted. The last time Wu Zhong had accompanied Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu to his home for a meal, they had become somewhat familiar. The guard, noticing Wu Zhong's emergence, promptly saluted, recognizing the drivers and guards of various leaders, while simultaneously accepting that the colleague before him, lacking a photo on his identification, must be a relative of Deputy Director Tang. The little girl, who had been quietly nestled against Liang Zhenguo's leg, also caught sight of Wu Zhong and affectionately called out, "Wu Guo." Wu Zhong, typically bearing a serious expression, broke into a hearty laugh, bending down to pinch the girl's cheek, and remarked, "Last time at your godfather and godmother's, you called me Uncle Wu. Why the change to Wu Guo now?" His demeanor towards this girl, already established as a goddaughter of a leader, was far more amiable than that towards Liang Zhenguo. In response, the little girl merely clung to Liang Zhenguo's thigh, chuckling. After playfully teasing her, Wu Zhong addressed the guard, stating, "They are relatives of Deputy Director Tang. I will take responsibility for them." "Understood," the guard replied, nodding at Liang Zhenguo before returning to his post. Liang Zhenguo offered him a smile. "Wu Gu, is Deputy Director Tang in the office today?" Yes, come with me. Since Wu Zhong had been present when Deputy Director Tang instructed Director Sun to summon Liang Zhenguo, his appearance at the bureau was not surprising. Wu Zhong then crouched down, extending his hand to the little girl, asking, "Would you like me to carry you inside?" No, she promptly shook her head, then playfully reached out for Liang Zhenguo to pick her up. With a chuckle, Liang Zhenguo lifted the soft little girl into his arms, despite her affectionate calls. She was not one to be held by just anyone. Wu Zhong shook his head, recalling that during her last visit to her godfather and godmother's home, it took a feast to coax her into being held, so it was only natural she would not permit him this time. He was mentally prepared for rejection. With Wu Zhong leading the way, Liang Zhenguo and the little girl navigated the Public Security Bureau unobstructed, ascending to the second floor where Tang Qingshan's office was located. At the far end of the left side of the second floor, Wu Zhong brought them to the door of an office and knocked. Liang Zhenguo did not employ his mental sensing abilities, but his enhanced hearing, attributed to his physique, allowed him to discern conversations within the office. One voice seemed somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall where he had heard it. However, upon knocking, the discussions within abruptly ceased. Moments later, Tang Qingshan's voice resonated from within, "Come in." Chapter 219, Acquaintances. Wu Zhong gently pushed the door open, leading the duo inside. "Leader." Upon entering the office, Liang Zhenguo first called out to Tang Qingshan, who was seated at his desk, "Aunt." While Liang Zhenguo felt slightly awkward addressing him this way, the little girl naturally chimed in with a bright, "Godfather." "Oh," Tang Qingshan remarked, slightly surprised by Liang Zhenguo's unexpected visit, especially with the little girl in tow. He merely smiled and nodded at Liang Zhenguo's greeting. But the little girl's call of "Godfather" elicited a beaming smile from him. He promptly rose from his seat to take the little girl from Liang Zhenguo's arms. Perhaps due to the previous meal's influence, the little girl graciously accepted this time, unlike before. Liang Zhenguo, not particularly concerned about the apparent favoritism, turned his attention to the other two individuals in Tang Qingshan's office. His gaze lingered briefly. How small the city of Sijiacheng truly was. It was no wonder he found the voice familiar. The two individuals in the office were indeed acquaintances. The man and woman were the undercover police officers he had encountered the previous night. The voice that seemed familiar belonged to the male officer who had called out to him. He was taken aback internally, yet his expression remained unchanged. He simply smiled and nodded at the two who were looking in his direction, acknowledging their presence. Tang Qingshan held the little girl for a moment, noticing her fidgeting to get down, and placed her on the sofa in his office to play. "Deputy Director, if you have guests, should we step out and wait?" inquired the female officer, Bai Lin. "Yes, that will do. I will speak with him for a moment," Tang Qingshan responded after a moment of contemplation. There were many matters requiring time, and it was prudent to address a few points with Liang Zhenguo first. As Bai Lin and her colleague exited, they casually closed the door. However, in that fleeting moment, Bai Lin inadvertently glanced at Liang Zhenguo's back, her motion hesitating slightly before she composed herself and left. Once the two were gone, Tang Qingshan clapped Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Good lad, you haven't embarrassed your aunt this time." Truthfully, he had merely acted on a whim the last time, compelled by an inexplicable feeling that this young man had the potential to suppress enemy agents, thus involving him, which was an easy task for him. Yet, in less than a week, Liang Zhenguo had unearthed the enemy agents behind the scenes, accomplishing it single-handedly, which truly brought him honor. Following this, Tang Qingshan showered Liang Zhenguo with compliments, leaving him feeling almost bashful, wondering if his aunt had summoned him solely to extol his virtues. Fortunately, after this round of praise, Tang Qingshan shifted to serious matters. His expression turned solemn as he stated, "You handled this matter commendably. However, I must inform you of some news. The individual using the alias Chun Weiman, an enemy agent, had contacted his associates prior to our apprehension. Currently, it is confirmed that 3 enemy agents have infiltrated Sijiacheng. As soon as they entered the city, our personnel began monitoring them. During last night's operation, an unexpected incident arose, but fortunately, they were ultimately unable to escape." As Liang Zhenguo listened, he blinked, pondering whether this unexpected incident might refer to him. Although 3 individuals had been captured, it did not rule out the possibility of others infiltrating in the future. These individuals, upon entering Sijiacheng, would inevitably seek information regarding the capture of Chun Weiman and his spouse. If they learned that their capture was due to him, retaliation could not be ruled out. After all, for them, Chun Weiman was undoubtedly a valuable asset, and his abrupt removal would naturally incite anger. Thus, for your safety, aside from the personnel at the Gulu police station and those involved in the case, no one else is aware that it was you who apprehended them. They have also been instructed not to divulge this information. Therefore, you must also keep this to yourself, understood? Tang Qingshan elaborated extensively, concerned that Liang Zhenguo, given his youth, might inadvertently disclose this information and find himself in jeopardy. He had specifically summoned him to provide this caution. Understood, Liang Zhenguo replied earnestly, nodding. Internally, he felt somewhat exasperated. Had they not repeatedly mentioned this matter, he likely would have forgotten all about it, having no intention of boasting. After a moment's thought, Liang Zhenguo, with a hint of concern, asked, "Aunt, if, hypothetically, someone inadvertently disclosed this information, would my family be in danger?" Tang Qingshan shook his head and remarked, "Whether they will retaliate against you remains uncertain, and as for your family, there is even less cause for concern. They are unlikely to expend their efforts on your loved ones. After all, once they act, it signifies they are not far from exposure. And the value of these enemy agents does not lie in targeting civilians." Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that nurturing an enemy agent is no simple task. These individuals specialize in intelligence gathering and subversive actions against the state, rarely engaging with the general populace. To put it bluntly, ordinary people do not warrant the risks associated with exposure. Although he perceives himself as an average citizen, he has nonetheless inflicted significant losses upon these adversaries. Given the opportunity, they would not hesitate to devise plans against him. Nevertheless, he harbors no fear regarding personal threats. After all, he had unexpectedly dealt with 3 of them the previous night. Observing Liang Zhenguo's untroubled demeanor and the absence of any hint of panic in his eyes, Tang Qingshan felt an increased admiration for him. Yet, he still patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder and reiterated, "In any case, be cautious in the coming days. If you're worried about your family, I can ask your aunt to spend more time at your place during this period. Lin Shu has weathered many storms since the war-torn days. She has seen it all. Moreover, she is not particularly busy with work, so she would likely wish to accompany her 2 goddaughters." Liang Zhenguo had no objections. He and Sister Qin would be returning to work next week, and having someone to keep his wife and sister company would be beneficial. "Is there anything else from Uncle?" "No, just a few words of advice." "Oh, I've taken care of that part-time public security matter for you. I still don't understand why you insisted on staying at the steel mill." Tang Qingshan felt a touch of helplessness, but had no means to change the young man's mind. Turning back to see Xiao Yuer sitting on the sofa, idly swinging her little legs, he waved his hand at Liang Zhenguo, saying, "You can take Xiao Yuer back. I have matters to attend to." Under normal circumstances, he would have enjoyed playing with his little daughter, but presently, he was pressed for time. Liang Zhenguo, chuckling and not offering any explanation, quickly retrieved a lunchbox from his bag, filled to the brim with pig's head meat. "Uncle, I made this for you. Take it back and let Annie try it. If she likes it, I'll bring more next time." He felt it necessary to show his appreciation for Uncle Tang's concern for him. Given Tang Qingshan's status and the relationship between their families, gifting anything else seemed inappropriate. Food and drink were the most suitable offerings. His medicinal wine still required time to brew, for now. The only thing he had was the pig's head meat he had prepared previously. Tang Qingshan looked at the lunchbox Liang Zhenguo presented, his eyes softening with warmth. Curiously, he opened the lunchbox, and an enticing aroma immediately filled the office. "Wow, this looks delightful. Did you really make this?" "Of course I did. I learned from the master chefs at the state-run restaurant." Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, pleased to see Tang Qingshan's satisfaction. He believed he had acquired about 80% of Master Tan's skills, at least concerning this dish. "It smells so good. I want to eat it, godfather." The savory scent of the braised meat wafted through the office, drawing Xiao Yuer over with her little feet, scampering excitedly. "Ha ha ha, all right, Tang Qingshan replied, squatting down as Xiao Yuer tugged at his clothing, and he took a tender piece of pig's head meat from the lunchbox and placed it in her open mouth. "Xiao Yuer, this is for your godfather and godmother. There's plenty at home too. Just eat one piece." Liang Zhenguo, seeing Xiao Yuer finish one piece and still opening her mouth expectantly, couldn't help but laugh as he picked her up. This little girl was quite the foodie. Chapter 220. I seem to have discovered who that person is. "It's fine. If she enjoys it, let her eat," Tang Qingshan said, delighted to continue feeding this little girl. Hearing that there was more at home, Xiao Yuer decided to heed her godfather's words, yet how could she resist the meat that was already in front of her? She opened her mouth again and took another bite. "Uncle, there really is more at home. This little girl is indispensable." Liang Zhenguo pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks and said to Tang Qingshan, "Then I'll take the rest out to share with Andy. If it's good, bring more next time, and we can enjoy some drinks together." Tang Qingshan then closed the lunchbox, unreservedly stating, "I know Liang Zhenguo isn't short on meat. After all, my wife mentioned that he brought back 2 wild chickens from his village last time. All right, that's a minor issue. Then uncle, I'll take Xiao Yuer home now." Liang Zhenguo noticed that although his sister had not clamored for more food, her eyes had been fixated on the lunchbox, so he quickly bid farewell. If he lingered any longer, Tang Qingshan would surely feel compelled to continue feeding her, and all his offerings would end up in the little girl's stomach. "All right, Xiao Wu, please see them out, Tang Qingshan instructed, nodding at Wu Zhong, who had been in the office. Yes, leader. Goodbye, godfather. As they spent more time together, Xiao Yuer had grown significantly closer to Tang Qingshan. Despite her young age, she could discern Tang Qingshan's kindness towards her. Thus, as they departed, she waved her little hand to bid him farewell without needing Liang Zhenguo's prompting. Next time, godfather will bring you more delicious food. After the three left Tang Qingshan's office, Bai Lin and Huang He, who had been waiting not far away, approached simultaneously. As they walked over, Liang Zhenguo noticed the female plainclothes officer observing him. Yet he felt no anxiety. He merely nodded at her with a smile that radiated warmth. He had concealed himself thoroughly the night before. And not only his appearance, but even his voice had been disguised. Could she truly recognize him? However, he did find the female officer quite attractive, though her demeanor was too cold for his taste, and he dared not provoke someone like her. As they brushed past each other, Bai Lin turned back to scrutinize Liang Zhenguo's silhouette before entering Tang Qingshan's office, gradually aligning it with the image in her mind. Sister Lin, what's wrong? Huang He, having noticed Bai Lin's keen attention on Liang Zhenguo, inquired curiously. Although Bai Lin was certain of her assessment, she refrained from revealing it immediately and simply stated, I have made an observation. Let us discuss it later. Captain Bai, what were we just discussing? As Tang Qingshan saw the two enter, he promptly returned to the matter at hand. Since it pertained to Liang Zhenguo, he was particularly invested in the so-called incident from the previous night. Leader, we were just discussing the formidable individual responsible for the 2 deaths and 1 injury among the 3. However, Bai Lin paused, moving to the window and gazing at Liang Zhenguo and the others who had just reached the ground floor. I believe I may have identified who that person is. Oh. Tang Qingshan approached the window, following Bai Lin's gaze and locking eyes with Liang Zhenguo, who had just turned to look at the office window. Momentarily surprised before breaking into a faint smile and waving goodbye as he departed the Public Security Bureau. After Liang Zhenguo left, Tang Qingshan withdrew his gaze, furrowing his brow as he addressed Bai Lin. You're not suggesting it's Zhenguo, are you? Indeed, Bai Lin confirmed with a nod, though she candidly added, while I lack solid evidence, I am quite certain that it is him. Noting Tang Qingshan's frown, Bai Lin glanced toward the entrance of the Public Security Bureau where Liang Zhenguo had vanished, suddenly stating, Leader, while we are currently unaware of his capabilities, we can ascertain that neither of us would stand a chance against him. Tang Qingshan felt a jolt of surprise. He was all too familiar with where those two had emerged from, yet they had already deemed themselves inferior to Liang Zhenguo before witnessing his true abilities. Was he truly that formidable? Bai Lin continued, Leader, since he is your relative, I have a proposition. Returning to courtyard number 12 with his younger sister, Liang Zhenguo was blissfully unaware that the trivial matter he had carelessly dealt with last night had already been unearthed. How foolishly confident he was. Upon arriving at the backyard, he discovered Suya once again engaged in lively conversation with his little wife and the others. After lifting Xiaoyu out of the car, Liang Zhenguo proudly retrieved 2 sets of police uniforms from his satchel. Come, behold my new attire. His little wife stepped forward to accept the garments, and alongside Sister Qin and Suya, the 3 of them unfolded the uniforms in astonishment. Isn't this police attire? Zhenguo, have you become a policeman now? No longer a security guard? Suya exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Indeed, it is genuine police clothing, echoed the 2 sisters, equally astonished. Of course, it's authentic. However, I merely hold a nominal position. I'm still a security guard, which means I effectively have 2 jobs and 2 salaries. Though he was indifferent to the additional income, he felt compelled to share this news to bring joy to his family. While Suya was not his wife yet, it was only a matter of time before she became his, a certainty in his mind. Although the little wives were unaware of the implications of merely holding a title, the notion of 2 salaries delighted them immensely. Suya, possessing a deeper understanding, experienced a greater astonishment. This demonstrated the police's unequivocal recognition of Liang Zhenguo's capabilities, a testament to his talents. Otherwise, would they bestow a concurrent position upon someone who had no inclination to serve? Yet, she also felt an inexplicable sense of pride and happiness. Her smile mirrored that of Qin Wan and Qin Wei at this moment. As Suya observed the 2 women eagerly inquiring about the details from Liang Zhenguo, she suddenly sensed something amiss. It was perfectly natural for Wan to feel joy for her husband, but Wei, being Wan's elder sister, appeared even more ecstatic. This unrestrained happiness was something she could sense as an outsider. Furthermore, as Wei leaned in close to ask questions, their proximity seemed somewhat inappropriate, considering she was Liang Zhenguo's sister-in-law. Yet, both Wan and Zhenguo appeared utterly at ease, oblivious to any impropriety. Chapter 221, Leisure Moments, Admiring 3 Beauties. Why did it seem as though Zhenguo and Wei were akin to a married couple? Suya pondered this thought, shaking her head in disbelief, convinced it was merely her overactive imagination. Perhaps Wei and Zhenguo's exuberance had clouded their awareness of their somewhat improper conduct. However, she soon reflected on her own feelings, realizing that perhaps she and Zhenguo were the ones being inappropriate. While Liang Zhenguo responded to the sister's inquiries, he kept a watchful eye on Suya's peculiar expression and glanced down at Sister Qin, whose arm rested on his, causing the ample sack of grain to bulge. Sister Qin, elated at her husband's new position and the prospect of 2 salaries, had momentarily forgotten about Suya's presence, not considering the implications of her actions. Typically, this was how they interacted within their small household. Although Liang Zhenguo noticed the situation, he deemed it inconsequential, allowing Suya to draw her own conclusions and prepare mentally for the truth. Moreover, if she wished to integrate into their lives, understanding his relationship with Sister Qin was inevitable. Yet, what was this about the beautiful woman shaking her head? Little Xiaoyu, abandoned by the bicycle, approached her 2 sisters-in-law flanking her brother, and clung to Sister Qin's leg. Looking up at her brother, she chimed in, curious not about the salaries or the duties of a police officer, but rather, what about the meat you mentioned, the delicious meat? On the way home, her brother had boasted that the meat at home surpassed that given to their godfather, yet now, he had not presented any to her. This little girl worried she might have been deceived by Liang Zhenguo. With Xiaoyu's interruption, Sister Qin finally realized there were outsiders present, her demeanor becoming slightly awkward as she covertly glanced at Suya. Noticing her expression was unperturbed, she sighed in relief and subtly distanced herself from Liang Zhenguo. Liang Zhenguo, observing the eager sparkle in Xiaoyu's eyes, couldn't he help but smile. Her passion for food was truly unwavering. You little rascal. Do you truly fear your brother would deceive you? He reached into his satchel and produced 2 boxes of pig's head meat, remnants from a large pot he had cooked previously, sufficient to last them a while. However, he had no intention of giving any to the little girl, instead handing the containers to his little wife. He couldn't risk her sneaking a bite. Now you can relax, go play with your sister, and we'll eat later, he said, pinching the soft flesh of Xiaoyu's cheek. Reluctantly, she withdrew her longing gaze and trudged back to find her sister. No wonder you asked us to cook less. You went and bought meat, his little wife remarked, shaking her head, though this was a common occurrence. One she had grown accustomed to. This isn't bought. I made it myself, Liang Zhenguo replied, turning to Suya. Sister Suya, this is pig's head meat. I'll have Shaowan serve you a bowl shortly. You can taste my cooking. All right, his little wife readily agreed, nodding. As Suya opened her mouth to respond, Liang Zhenguo waved his hand. Sister Suya, please don't decline. What kind of relationship do we share? Suya discerned the underlying implication in his words, leading her to feel a sudden reluctance to refuse his kindness. She didn't particularly care for the meat. She could acquire it whenever she wished. However, she pondered whether declining again might lead him to overthink things. Since that domineering kiss and the exploration of her upper body, she no longer resisted Liang Zhenguo, but felt a twinge of guilt toward Shaowan. Yet, upon hearing his words, she instinctively complied, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Very well. Thank you, Zhenguo, and thank you, Shaowan. Ultimately, Suya acquiesced to her inner thoughts. What else with all the thanks? Let us go grab some bowls, his little wife urged, pulling Suya along to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Sister Qin regarded the little troublemaker with mild curiosity, wondering if he harbored any romantic notions towards Sister Suya. Although Suya was a few years older and already had a child, she was not yet 30, and she was certainly no less attractive than the 2 sisters. Given her own experience, it wouldn't surprise her if this little rascal had feelings for Sister Suya. Furthermore, considering their familiarity, Sister Qin understood Liang Zhenguo's nature better than her younger sister, as he behaved with greater freedom around her. Yet, she found solace in knowing he was quite discerning. He hadn't paid much attention to the other girls or his little wife in the courtyard. However, it now appeared that Sister Suya was an exception. Contemplating her situation alongside Sister Suya, Sister Qin suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis. Could this little rascal genuinely be interested in her? Watching her sister affectionately grasp Sister Suya's hand, Sister Qin inwardly lamented, silly sister. Liang Zhenguo, observing Sister Qin's reaction to the departing figures of Shaowan and Suya, felt her expression shift. He reached out to wrap his arm around her slender waist, caressing it before sliding downward to appreciate the remarkable curves and elasticity. His subtle movements abruptly interrupted Sister Qin's wandering thoughts, prompting her to squirm and protest. Sister Suya is still at home. Don't be foolish. Not being foolish at all. Liang Zhenguo chuckled as he withdrew his hand, realizing that if no one extinguished the fire he had ignited, the discomfort would be his alone to bear. The 2 sat in the courtyard, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Sister Qin relished the moments spent with Liang Zhenguo in their shared home, enjoying the casual banter, despite his occasional flirtations, which brought her joy nonetheless. Such scenes were rare in Shilling Village. After the young bride shared some meat with Suya, they returned to the yard, leaving little space for Liang Zhenguo to speak. Yet, he remained quite pleased nestled among the women, reclining in a deck chair, listening to their chatter while admiring their figures. As for the glances Liang Zhenguo cast their way, the three women initially shot him a disapproving look but soon chose to ignore him. After all, they couldn't very well cover his eyes. Particularly, Sister Qin and Suya felt too shy to voice their thoughts, while the young bride understood Liang Zhenguo's character. Moreover, since Suya frequently visited, she was no stranger to his gaze and had grown indifferent to it, lest she feel inexplicably more fatigued each night. Meanwhile, Sister Qin became increasingly convinced that this little rascal indeed harbored feelings for Sister Suya. The notion that Suya had previously dismissed resurfaced. Was there something between Zhenguo and Xiaowei? The young bride was particularly talkative today, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar dynamics between her two elder sisters. Leisurely moments slipped by swiftly, and before long, it was time to prepare dinner, prompting Suya to finally take her leave from Liang Zhenguo's home. Although both Sister Qin and Suya harbored their own doubts, the three shared a delightful conversation overall. It can only be said that when women share a mutual attraction, even a brief acquaintance can feel remarkably harmonious. Chapter 222. Returning to work, new assignments await. The evening meal consisted of plain white rice. As Sister Qin and the young bride were aware of Liang Zhenguo's preference for it over buns or steamed bread, a habit more common in the southern regions, they were indifferent, content as long as they were fed, naturally aligning their choices with their man-s. The other young girls had no qualms either. In that era, it was quite rare to find a picky child, especially in rural areas where hunger was a constant companion. Today's offering included nearly 2 large boxes of marinated meat, a feast they could hardly afford to be choosy about. The sight of the marinated meat made their appetites soar, particularly for Xiaohua and Zaizilan, who had only sampled a bit before, courtesy of Liang Zhenguo's previous generosity. Thus, they relished the meal with great joy. The dining table was filled with laughter and merriment, comprising both children and adults. That night, aware of his body's enhancement period, Liang Zhenguo sought to bolster the vitality of the 2 women in his life. Tirelessly, he labored until the midnight hour. The following morning, Liang Zhenguo awoke with Sister Qin's voluptuous form nestled beside him. This time, it was the young bride's request that he not depart immediately after their shared labors. Liang Zhenguo understood the importance of not being unfeeling, and her willingness to invite him to stay was a testament to their sisterly bond. After all, they had weathered the same trials together. Sister Qin, embodying the role of a devoted wife, dressed Liang Zhenguo with an added tenderness, having cast aside her earlier suspicions of him fixating on Suya. After breakfast, Liang Zhenguo set out, but he did not hasten to the steel factory. For today, he was not alone in departing from the 12th courtyard. Seated behind him was a somewhat apprehensive Sister Qin, who was reporting for her first day of work, and Liang Zhenguo wished to accompany her personally. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant owned by Director Liu, they found that early morning patrons were scarce. The era's frugality meant few would indulge in lavish breakfasts, as Liang Zhenguo did. Given the restaurant's tranquility, Aunt Lu spotted Liang Zhenguo's bicycle from afar. Upon reaching the entrance, she discerned the striking beauty accompanying him. No doubt, it was his sister-in-law, his wife's sister. What a stunning woman! Aunt Lu thought to herself upon seeing Sister Qin. She greeted Liang Zhenguo warmly. Zhenguo, you're here, quite early. Is this the little sister Xiaowei? Liang Zhenguo had already informed Director Liu and Aunt Lu about Sister Qin, so she was familiar with her name. Yes, Aunt Lu. I've brought my sister-in-law to report for duty. Liang Zhenguo referred to Sister Qin as sister-in-law to the outside world. Sister Qin echoed, Aunt Lu, feeling reassured by Liang Zhenguo's prior commendation of her character. Aunt Lu did indeed seem amiable. Ah, what a pleasure. You go ahead and start your shift, Zhenguo. I'll take care of Xiaowei. I'll teach her what she needs to know. It's quite simple. With confidence in leaving Sister Qin in Aunt Lu's capable hands, Liang Zhenguo whispered a few parting words to her. Aunt Lu noticed their quiet exchange but thought little of it, assuming they shared a strong familial bond. After all, they wouldn't relinquish such a wonderful opportunity otherwise. Once their farewells were concluded, Liang Zhenguo departed, having taken a bit longer than planned, and he needed to hurry to avoid being late. Upon arriving at the factory and entering the office of Team 3, he realized he was the last to arrive. Hey Zhenguo, I thought you weren't coming back this week. Deng Haihua exclaimed as Liang Zhenguo walked in. Zhenguo is here. The others, who had been conversing, greeted him warmly. Good morning, everyone. Naturally, I had to return after wrapping up my matters with the police. I can't keep working for them forever. Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, reflecting on how he had surprisingly missed them during his week away. Regarding his police business, he felt no need to divulge the details. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhao Deshun chimed in. If the police need a hand, you'll surely lend it. After all, Last week was just routine patrolling and resolving minor disputes. I heard the Gulu police just apprehended a big fish. You've become their lucky star, resolving issues wherever you go. Haha, I was merely there to assist. Liang Zhenguo downplayed his role, knowing that while the others were aware of his involvement in Chun Weiman's case, they remained oblivious to the intelligence he had provided that led to the arrests. This was for the best. Otherwise, with Deng Haihua's loose lips, the entire security division would be buzzing with the news within a day. Thus, Liang Zhenguo chose to gloss over it. The others didn't dwell on it either. In their eyes, Liang Zhenguo was merely a marksman of exceptional skill, with no inkling of his investigative prowess. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, it was time to commence work. However, there was no sign of Huang Fei calling for a small meeting this time. Before long, Huang Fei entered their office carrying a teapot. Team leader, Liang Zhenguo, and the others called out. Huang Fei approached Liang Zhenguo's desk, settled himself upon it, and gave Liang Zhenguo's shoulder a hearty pat, exclaiming, "Good lad." Liang Zhenguo glanced at Huang Fei, understanding the implication, and felt a bit speechless. Deputy Director Tang had advised discretion, yet Huang Fei's demeanor suggested he was well aware that the case had been solved by Liang Zhenguo. Could it be that old Sun had spoken out of turn? Well, if he knew, he knew. Huang Fei, unlike Deng Haihua, understood the weight of discretion and wouldn't spread rumors. Otherwise, his casual greeting wouldn't have been so lighthearted. However, surely he didn't come just for such trivial matters, did he? As soon as Liang Zhenguo finished his internal musings, Zhao Deshan inquired, "Chief, is it confirmed that we have a mission?" Huang Fei remained perched on Liang Zhenguo's desk, first gesturing to the empty tea jar in Deng Haihua's hand. "Deng Haihua, could you fetch me a cup of hot water?" he requested. "Chief, Zhenguo is right beside you. Why do you only call on me?" Deng Haihua replied. Yet he obediently went to pour water for Huang Fei. Once Huang received the hot water, he cradled the jar in his hands and nodded, saying, Deshan was correct. We do indeed have a mission, and it involves a long-distance run. Chapter 223, The Task of Sending People Beyond the Passes. A long-distance run? Where are we headed? Zhao Deshan asked on behalf of the others. Typically, the night watch at the factory is the responsibility of the first and second teams, while the majority of escort missions fall under the purview of their third team. As the team leader, Zhao Deshan was understandably most concerned about the mission's details. We're sending people to the area beyond the passes, Huang Fei stated plainly, revealing that the task needed to be clarified today, as it was to occur within the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, the office fell silent. Not only Liang Zhenguo, but also others like Zhao Deshan, who had experienced numerous missions, had never been involved in an escorting task of this nature. Zhao Deshan broke the silence first, his confusion evident on his face. Chief, are you certain? We are going beyond the passes to escort people? We don't mind going beyond the passes. After all, our last trip to Shunshur was also relatively close. Even if it's a bit farther, it's still acceptable, but sending people seems rather unusual. It's rare for our security department to hear of such escort missions. Huang Fei nodded with a wry smile and explained, this task is primarily the responsibility of the grain station. I only found out about it yesterday. However, since our factory borrowed their drivers and transport vehicles last time, their security personnel are currently understaffed, which is why we need to assist this time, mainly ensuring security. There will be quite a number of people to escort. What exactly is the situation? Chief, please elaborate. Liu Yang straightened in his seat, frowning. We aren't exactly close to the area beyond the passes. Who are we escorting? I recall that the railways there are extensive. Why would they choose to use the grain station's vehicles? If we are truly escorting people, wouldn't it be more comfortable to take the train? Eugene Jun added from the side. Indeed, taking the train would certainly be a preferable option compared to riding in transport vehicles. The long-distance jolting is uncomfortable for even the most seasoned drivers, let alone ordinary people. Liang Zhenguo remained silent, thinking that going beyond the passes was far preferable to languishing in the factory. Moreover, the area beyond the passes could be considered one of the most developed regions in the country today, with the Changbai Mountains and Greater Xing'an Range located there. If he had extra time, he contemplated exploring the mountains. For instance, the Changbai Mountains are renowned for their ginseng. He currently had a recipe for medicinal wine, but lacked quality medicinal herbs. Furthermore, ginseng was quite affordable at the moment, so even if he didn't venture into the mountains, he could still profit from purchasing it from local hunters. In addition to brewing medicinal wine, he could store it in his space for future sale. He was also keen on tiger bones, as there were plenty of tigers in the Changbai Mountains. Bear paws are also a delicacy, though I've never tasted them. But having never eaten them only heightens my curiosity. I must try it before they become a protected species, and I lose the opportunity. As thoughts of food flooded his mind, he also pondered what other delicacies might lead to imprisonment in the future. Perhaps he could catch a few to sample now. It must be said, little fish is quite the foodie, and he, as her older brother, is hardly any less so. This trip beyond the passes seemed promising. Liang Zhenguo nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. This was undoubtedly good news for him. He simply wondered where exactly they would be going. In response to Liu Yang and Yu Jinjuan's inquiries, Huang Fei sighed, delaying his response as he countered, "Recently, there has been some unrest in our city. Have you heard any rumors?" "What unrest? Hasn't it been quite peaceful?" Deng Haihua instinctively replied. Zhao Deshun speculated, could it be related to Chen Weiman's case regarding enemy agents? But that doesn't seem right. As he spoke, he hesitated, realizing that the cases of enemy agents and the task of sending people beyond the passes appeared unrelated. Huang Fei couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "Old Zhao, where did your thoughts wander to? These enemy agents can hardly stir up much trouble. To be frank, the matter primarily revolves around food shortages. Is it regarding the ration decrease in the city from the previous 2 months?" Zhao Deshun recalled this detail. The others seemed to ponder, while Liang Zhenguo appeared utterly bewildered. He had not worked the previous month and was entirely unaware of the situation. Huang Fei nodded slightly at Zhao Deshun's remark, clarifying, "It is indeed due to this. Since the last 2 months, the unemployed youth in the city have spontaneously organized an initiative to travel to the areas beyond the passes to assist the state in land reclamation, stating that it is a voluntary act." Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo raised an eyebrow, inadvertently recalling the era-defining term, educated youth going to the countryside. He had some recollection of this phenomenon, knowing that it had gained significant traction around 1968, though signs of it began to emerge as early as the mid-1950s. During this time, most participation was voluntary, with very few instances of individuals being coerced into the historical tide of mass mobilization. However, by 1968 and into 1977, the circumstances became less clear. Huang Fei continued, "Initially, those youths were calmed down by higher authorities, but with the ration supply decreasing again this month, the situation has resurfaced, and it is growing increasingly fervent, with more and more young people joining in, making it impossible to contain. So they wish to go beyond the passes?" Liu Yang returned to their mission query. Others also realized that Huang Fei would not casually mention these educated youths unless it was pertinent to their security task. Yes, the area beyond the passes is now quite prosperous. During this period of disaster, they are still sending grain out to support the nation, which has been publicized in the newspapers. They must have seen this. Huang Fei nodded, sipping from his hot water. It seems this matter has been discussed at a higher level, and ultimately, they concluded that there is no need to obstruct it. After all, the work in the city is limited, and the number of unemployed youths is rising, coupled with the passionate youth wanting to support national construction. If they wish to go beyond the passes, it's a positive development in my view. The others nodded in agreement. Liang Zhenguo sat silently in the back, contemplating. While sending educated youths to the countryside may be a good thing, at this stage, there was no widespread policy for their return. Educated youths primarily returned through specific channels on an individual basis. For instance, they could be recommended as exemplary performers to become workers, soldiers, or later be recruited by factories and public institutions, with only a minimal number returning due to promotions. This return rate was quite low and prioritized those with good political performance and acceptable family backgrounds. It wasn't until after 1977 that large-scale returns of educated youths to the city occurred. In summary, for the majority of educated youths in this current phase, leaving home was a reality, and returning in a short time proved exceedingly challenging. Chapter 224. My father wants me to listen to you. As Liang Zhenguo reflected, Huang Fei added, according to the station master at the grain station, the leaders above have already notified the area beyond the passes, and they have confirmed the necessity for personnel there. It was not the station master of the grain depot who conveyed the information, but rather he learned it through his own connections. How many individuals are involved? Huang Fei just mentioned that the number is considerable, prompting Deng Haihua's curiosity. Nearly 200 people, 6 vehicles departed from the grain depot, and it seems there are also 2 or 3 vehicles from the flour factory. The members of Team 3 exchanged glances. Approximately 200 individuals and 8 or 9 vehicles. This is indeed a significant scale. Consequently, the pressure they felt was correspondingly immense. These individuals are all volunteers supporting national construction. Accidents must be avoided, especially during transit. Chief, why was the grain depot's convoy selected for this delivery? Liang Zhenguo inquired, intrigued. Although the transportation vehicles from the grain depot are not solely for grain delivery, after all, they previously assisted in transporting steel to the steel mill. Sending people does seem to be a considerable stretch. It must be because, following the busy farming season, the grain supplies are well stocked, eliminating the need for widespread distribution. Hence, their workload has diminished during this period. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the time to assist us with the steel transport last time. This time, it's likely because they are rather idle. Hence they were tasked with transporting people to the border. This is what old Wang from the grain depot told me the other day. He mentioned being idle, not me. Deng Haihua interjected. Upon hearing the name Old Wang, Liang Zhenguo surmised it referred to the loquacious middle-aged driver Wang Jebi from the last trip, also known as Old Wang next door. Huang Fei chuckled, not denying it. If they were not so idle, they surely wouldn't abandon grain transport to ferry people to the border. It is likely that the higher-ups deemed it more efficient to allocate the 200 individuals to the train rather than burdening them further. Regardless of the reasons, it is confirmed that they will serve as the security personnel for this long-distance journey. Thus, Zhao Deshun inquired, Chief, how many personnel are required for this mission? Huang Fei replied, if there are no special circumstances, all members of your team should go. The grain depot's security personnel are too few. Likely only 2 or 3 will be dispatched this time. He then directed his gaze toward Liang Zhenguo. In truth, the grain depot has ample security personnel available. They have assisted other factories before. However, it is possible that the previous drivers conveyed to their station master the reliability of their security team, especially after hearing about Liang Zhenguo's successful eradication of a small band of bandits in Shunshi, leading them to regard the steel mill's security personnel as more dependable. Liang Zhenguo assumed Huang Fei was inquiring if he had any issues. Having been absent from the factory for a week, he promptly nodded and replied, I have no issues. I can go to the border. Others also expressed their willingness to undertake the mission. After all, this is their duty. Moreover, with around 200 individuals to transport, and so few security personnel from the grain depot, if any of their team members opted out, the remaining individuals would face even greater pressure. Their team consists of only 7 members, after all. Primarily, they felt they had been rather idle these past 2 weeks. That settles it. I won't need to ask Team 1 and Team 2 to sign up, Huang Fei said with a satisfied smile. While they must assist the grain depot, they also require personnel for their own operations. He did not wish to disrupt the work arrangements by reallocating other teams. Chief, when do we depart? And for how many days? Jin Debo asked. Liang Zhenguo was also all ears, eager to hear the answer. Huang Fei responded, we leave the day after tomorrow. You have ample time to prepare tomorrow. As for the return time, once you deliver the individuals, you can discuss with the comrades at the grain depot whether to rest for a day or 2 before heading back. This will depend on the arrangements made by Captain Zhao and the person in charge at the grain depot. Huang Fei nodded at Zhao Deshun, indicating that as the captain, he would ultimately decide the specifics. Zhao Deshun nodded in understanding. Liang Zhenguo mentally calculated the round-trip duration. The transport speed for the personnel would undoubtedly not be particularly swift, or else the younger individuals would struggle. Therefore, if all went smoothly, it would take at least a week, if not 10 days. After Huang Fei concluded, he rose from his seat. At that moment, Niu Shan, who had been nodding in the office, raised his hand. When Huang Fei turned to him, he asked, Chief, you mentioned we have ample time to prepare tomorrow. Does that mean we don't need to come to the factory at all? Oh, you folks often call Niu Shan a brute, yet he's rather perceptive. Huang Fei gestured to the group, lifting his teacup and stated, if you don't ask, I would have stood up and left, and you would have had to return for a full day of work tomorrow. So, we truly don't need to come tomorrow? Liang Zhenguo inquired, surprised at the notion of returning home after just 1 day of work. Not a full day. You'll have half a day tomorrow to prepare. Huang Fei clarified. The group rolled their eyes at Huang Fei, who made it sound as if he was granting them a full day off. However, they did not voice any complaints. Half a day was sufficient for preparing provisions for the journey, which wouldn't take much time. All right, during these 2 days, arrange your tasks as before, Huang Fei said cheerfully, preparing to leave. However, just before exiting, he added, if you come across anything good during your trip, be sure to let me buy some. At this time, the area beyond the border was renowned for its rich resources. Even if they returned with some grain from other places, it would hardly be substantial, but the border was different. If they could procure some good items, he certainly would not want to miss out. Despite his advantageous background, one can never have too many good things. The office erupted in laughter. Huang Fei's words resonated with them, as when the border was mentioned, their first thought was to procure some food upon their return, including Liang Zhenguo and the not-so-ordinary Niu Shan. Rest assured, Chief, anything we can bring back will definitely be available for your selection, Zhao Deshun assured, patting his chest. After Huang Fei left the office, Liang Zhenguo and the others engaged in lively discussions regarding the upcoming border mission. Time flew by during their work. A routine day soon passed. Liang Zhenguo picked up Niu Shan at the factory gate, and during the ride, the usually quiet Niu Shan initiated conversation. Brother Zhenguo, my dad said you are now related to Lord Tang? Yes, what's up? Liang Zhenguo replied. Niu Shan's family lived next door to Tang Qingshan, and from their previous encounter, he knew the two families had a good relationship. Although he was uncertain about Niu Shan's father's status, he assumed it was roughly equivalent to that of his uncle. Thus, it was not surprising that Niu Shan was aware of this development. My dad said I should follow your lead in the factory, and even while executing tasks outside, I should heed your guidance. Hearing this, Liang Zhenguo, while pedaling his bicycle, turned back in surprise to glance at him. What? Listen to me? Indeed, Niu Shan nodded seriously. Was his father indicating that he should serve as a subordinate to him? However, Liang Zhenguo felt he did not require one. Observing Niu Shan's expression, he noted that the latter did not seem displeased. Niu Shan was not unhappy. He had no grand aspirations, merely a dislike for excessive complacency. Most importantly, he recognized that although Liang Zhenguo was younger, he was a capable individual, especially admired for his exceptional marksmanship. There was no notion of hierarchy among teammates. They were all there to support one another. Liang Zhenguo shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. Upon reaching the intersection, he dropped off Niu Shan. Instead of heading straight home, Liang Zhenguo first visited the state-run restaurant managed by Director Liu. At this time, the establishment still had a fair number of diners. But when Liang Zhenguo peeked inside, he noticed that his sister-in-law Qin was not present. "Oh, Zhenguo, what brings you here?" Madame Liu had just emerged from the interior and immediately spotted Liang Zhenguo peering inside. "Ah, yes, today is Xiao Wei's first day. I had asked her to leave work early, and she has already returned home." With this realization, Madame Liu quickly added, "Oh, how grateful I am to you, Auntie." Liang Zhenguo chuckled, appreciating Madame Liu's attention to detail. "Ah, your sister-in-law is just like you, always so courteous. If I hadn't insisted she leave early, she wouldn't have wanted to go at all," Madame Liu remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Ha ha, it won't happen again next time. I won't keep you any longer, Auntie. All right then, do come by for a meal whenever you can." "Certainly, I will be away on a business trip this week, but upon my return, I shall bring back a wild boar for a feast, and I will request Chef Tan to prepare some delightful dishes." "No problem at all," Madame Liu replied, her face lighting up with a smile. After bidding farewell to Madame Liu, Liang Zhenguo headed straight home. He first stopped by the state-run restaurant to check on Sister Qin's acclimatization to her new job. With her having returned home, he deemed it unnecessary to intrude further. Upon arriving at Courtyard 12, the four little girls playing in the courtyard immediately abandoned their playmates and trailed behind him as he made his way home. Inside the house, the two sisters were already busy in the kitchen, the air filled with Sister Qin's cheerful voice as she discussed her experiences at the state-run restaurant with her sister-in-law. It was evident that she was quite pleased with her new role. "Zhenguo, you're back," she exclaimed, noticing the smile playing at the corners of Liang Zhenguo's mouth as he leaned against the kitchen door, watching them. "Yes," Liang Zhenguo replied, stepping into the kitchen to lend a hand. "By the way, my dear wife, I will be leaving the day after tomorrow to escort some youths to the outskirts. I might be gone for 8 to 10 days. He addressed both women affectionately as wife. "What?" The younger sister and Sister Qin were visibly surprised by this sudden news. "You mean to be away for that long?" They had heard Liang Zhenguo mention a business trip before, but they had not anticipated such an extended absence, especially the younger sister, who had only been in the capital for half a month and had returned home every evening except for last Friday, when Liang Zhenguo picked up her sister. The thought of him being away for such a duration filled her with a sense of longing. Liang Zhenguo leaned over and kissed her forehead, soothing her furrowed brow. Noticing Sister Qin's gaze upon him, he playfully pressed a kiss to her rosy cheek as well. After ensuring both women felt reassured, he added, "This is merely an escort duty. I might return within a week. Should any uncertainties arise at home, you can consult your aunt when she visits. Or feel free to seek her out directly." "All right," they replied, the two women exchanging awkward glances upon being kissed in front of each other. Quickly, Sister Qin inquired, "Will there be any dangers associated with your trip?" "Nothing to worry about. Even if there were, I wouldn't want to alarm you," he assured them. "That's a relief." They both nodded, visibly reassured. However, the younger sister suddenly thought of something and glanced towards the kitchen door before speaking up. "Zhenguo, have you informed Xiao Yu and Xiao Er? Those two little girls could be quite troublesome. Last time, when Zhenguo left Xiling village, they cried for days before he returned. And now he would be gone for 10 days or more. What a predicament." Liang Zhenguo felt a slight headache at her words, but believed it wouldn't be too problematic. "I'll speak to them about it the day after tomorrow before I leave. And dear, you should take them to visit your aunt more often." If Lin Shu were to learn of his business trip, given her familiarity with him lately, she would likely come often to see the two girls without needing his wife to take them. Moreover, she might even stay with them for a while, especially since his absence would leave two beautiful young ladies and a few little girls at home, making it convenient for her to reside there. The younger sister and the others would certainly welcome her presence, as they had strong bonds with their aunt and two affectionate sisters-in-law, along with little Hua and little Zhelan in the courtyard. Thus, the little girls would not be too distressed by his absence. Yes, having Auntie around might ease things a bit, the younger sister agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. The trio shifted their focus back to preparing dinner, and Liang Zhenguo glanced at the provisions in the kitchen, reassured that even if he were to be away for 10 or 15 days, the household would not lack for meat or sustenance. After dinner and completing their nightly routines, it was time for bed. With his impending trip, he took it upon himself to regale the 4 little girls with bedtime stories over the next 2 nights. However, they were quite the handful, each chattering away, which gave him quite the headache. After considerable effort, they finally drifted into slumber. After leaving the children's room, Liang Zhenguo indulged in passionate moments with both beautiful ladies, enhancing their vitality once more. In the main house, the younger sister lay languidly against him, breathing softly. Liang Zhenguo caressed her smooth back, noticing her skin seemed to glow even more radiantly, especially after their recent exertions. The sensation was intoxicating, rendering him utterly enamored. Not only was the younger sister flourishing, but Sister Qin had also undergone a remarkable transformation. Though she had always been stunning, her labor in the fields had left her skin somewhat marred by the elements. Despite her efforts at protection, however, under his continued nurturing, she had blossomed even more, particularly during this period of vitality enhancement. While he enjoyed tender moments with the younger sister, relishing her impressive resilience and smoothness, he suddenly paused. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable connection, realizing he could now access the farm space. This confirmed that his vitality had indeed multiplied tenfold. Initially, he believed he would achieve this enhancement that morning. But after accounting for the energy absorbed by Sister Qin and the younger sister, it seemed reasonable that the timing had shifted to now. Chapter 226. Inside the farm space. Liang Zhenguo fought against his overwhelming desire to explore the space immediately. After all, the younger sister still lay in his embrace, and the timing was far from ideal. "Zhenguo, what is the matter?" she asked, noticing his sudden stillness. "Nothing, just sleep," he replied, gently tucking her hair behind her ear before they both succumbed to slumber. The next day, as the family gathered for breakfast, the younger sister turned to Liang Zhenguo with a puzzled expression. "Zhenguo, I've noticed that my strength seems to have increased significantly over the past few days. It's quite peculiar." Sister Qin, also intrigued, responded, "Yes, I've noticed it too." Initially, she had assumed it was simply due to living well alongside Liang Zhenguo, which had invigorated her spirit, but the recent changes were too pronounced to ignore. An increase in strength is a positive development, but let us keep this matter to ourselves, Liang Zhenguo advised, aware that they would eventually come to their own conclusions. All right. The two sisters exchanged glances and nodded, recognizing that this change might indeed be linked to their husband. Though they could not fully comprehend it, they trusted his words that it was a good thing. Thus, they chose not to pry further, burying their lingering curiosity deep within. Simultaneously, they pondered that the meals over the past few days had not been markedly different from their usual fare, and the little girls did not seem to exhibit the same changes, though their health appeared better than the children outside, thanks to the ample provisions at home. The matter at hand is not predominantly related to food. Rather, the commonality shared by the two sisters is not merely that of a young bride and Sister Qin. The thoughts of their nightly rendezvous with Liang Zhenguo caused their cheeks to flush slightly as they shook their heads, pondering what they were thinking. How could this possibly pertain to the intimate affairs between spouses? Liang Zhenguo remained blissfully unaware that the two women beside him had already dismissed the correct conjecture. After finishing breakfast and engaging in a brief interaction with several young girls, he departed the courtyard with Sister Qin, who appeared somewhat anxious. After escorting Sister Qin to the state-run restaurant, Liang Zhenguo did not rush to the factory. Instead, he veered into a dead-end alley, initiating a mental probe to ensure no one was observing him. With a mere thought, he vanished from sight, both person and vehicle. In an instant, the scenery before him shifted dramatically, and he found himself in a location that was both alien and familiar. It was alien because it was his first time there, yet familiar since he beheld this place daily, his farm space. Surveying his surroundings, Liang Zhenguo realized he stood at the very center of his farm space. Taking a deep breath, he noted that the air within this realm was remarkably fresher and more pristine than that of the outside world, invigorating his senses. What a splendid place. Liang Zhenguo felt quite satisfied. He had previously worried that the space would feel stifling. He pondered whether the air had always been this way or if it had absorbed some unknown energy from the antiques around him, resulting in this effect. Gazing into the distance, he observed that, aside from the reserved area for normal time, one side was flourishing with a variety of crops, while the other housed the animals he had raised, complete with 2 small fish ponds, a herd of wild boars, wild rabbits, wild chickens, green-headed ducks, and a burgeoning population of domestic chickens. Above the planting area was a still zone where he stored grains. In one corner of the pasture area was another still zone where he kept his hunted prey, including hedgehogs, badgers, and elk, as well as some live animals awaiting processing. After all, his space was finite, and he could not allow these creatures to proliferate indefinitely. When the time came for them to be culled, he would relocate them to the still zone. The flow of time in the current pasture area had also been restored to its normal pace under his control, only accelerating to its maximum speed when necessary. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the fish pond housing the sea fish he had cultivated and, in the next moment, found himself hovering above it. Previously, when he could not enter the space, he could manipulate everything within it with his mind, but now, being physically present within his farm space made him its sovereign. This sensation was quite extraordinary. Seeing himself suspended above the fish pond, a smile crept across Liang Zhenguo's lips. Every person harbors dreams of flight since childhood. Thus, even within this space, he succumbed to a playful impulse and began to soar about. Eventually, he returned to the center of the space, which he had adorned to resemble a quaint rural courtyard, lacking only a few houses. With that thought, Liang Zhenguo waved his hand, causing the tall trees he had transplanted in the pasture to spring forth, disassembling into the wood he required. Fortuitously, he had transplanted enough trees during his last endeavor, and with his increased proficiency within the space, he skillfully manipulated the materials. Before long, 3 rudimentary wooden houses were completed. Had this been constructed outside, it would undoubtedly qualify as a shoddy project, collapsing with the slightest impact. However, within this space, reinforced by its inherent properties, it was more than adequate for habitation. Yet, lacking paint and decor, the houses appeared exceedingly plain and were devoid of furniture. Fortunately, he possessed bedding and other essentials, having procured a substantial supply when he initially settled in the city. After exploring the houses, Liang Zhenguo exited and deposited the antiques and gold he had acquired into one of the rooms. Checking his watch, he noted that it was nearly time to leave. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his vision pierced through the space, granting him a direct view of the outside world. This was akin to a divine perspective. Liang Zhenguo compared the range he could see from within the space, which precisely matched the extent of his mental probing. Moreover, when he wished to exit, he discovered he could choose any location within his mental probing range rather than being confined to the spot from which he had entered the space. With this revelation, Liang Zhenguo's eyes sparkled. He promptly vanished from the space, reappearing at the location he had departed. In the next moment, he disappeared again, re-entering the space only to exit once more, this time materializing at the corner of the alley. Had a third party been present, they would have witnessed Liang Zhenguo appearing to glide effortlessly from his previous position to the corner in an instant. Ignoring the intermediate steps, this was nothing less than teleportation. With a grin nearly breaking into a mischievous smirk, Liang Zhenguo reveled in this newfound ability, which he deemed a miraculous skill. Initially, gaining access to the space was a vital safety net for him, and now he had acquired yet another. This skill of survival was indeed invaluable. After testing it twice more, Liang Zhenguo cheerfully retrieved his bicycle from the space and pedaled swiftly toward the factory, his spirits soaring. Chapter 227, A Culinary Diversion. Fortunately, he had planned to enter the space that morning, allowing him to rise early. Otherwise, he would have been tardy for work due to the prolonged time spent within. However, as had been the case yesterday, he was once again the last to arrive among the 3 teams. As the first to clock in, the morning unfolded with 2 rounds of inspections throughout the factory, during which they spent the majority of their time in the office. Once the morning shift concluded, the members of the 3rd team could return home. However, they all shared an unspoken understanding to first dine at the cafeteria before heading home. The rationale was simple: to conserve food supplies for their families. Liang Zhenguo was no exception. Although the cafeteria food was subpar and he lacked for grain, he could not be the odd one out. If he told others he intended to return home for a meal, while they might not express anything outwardly, they would certainly think him foolish. Tomorrow morning, you all can head directly to the grain station. No need to waste time coming back to the factory. At noon, Huang Fei dined with the members of the security department and, upon finishing, offered a few more words of advice. Understood, Liang Zhenguo and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Once Huang Fei had delivered his instructions, they departed the steel mill in succession. Upon returning to Courtyard 12, Liang Zhenguo noted the absence of the young girls in the courtyard. After employing his mental probe, he discovered they were at home having lunch. Coincidentally, Suya was also present, seemingly free of classes in the afternoon. Seeing that she and Xiao Zhuoyuan had just finished their meal, Liang Zhenguo decided against heading home immediately and instead made his way to their east wing. Uncle. Upon Liang Zhenguo's entrance, the freshly washed Xiao Zhuoyuan promptly called out. Good boy. Liang Zhenguo offered him 2 candies. Though the boy called him uncle, he continued to refer to his 2 sisters as sisters. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer and the others followed suit in calling him sister in reference to their mother. It was a delightful cacophony of terms. Go have fun. I need to speak with your mother. All right. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Ziwan beamed as he accepted the candies and dashed outside. Currently, Qin's sister and the young girls had limited their candy intake, as it was deemed unwise for children to consume excessive sweets. They were allowed only 1 or 2 pieces per day. Thus, they typically reserved their treats for themselves. Occasionally, when they received a few extra pieces or were permitted by their sisters to share with their playmates in the courtyard, they would generously give some to Zhou Ziyuan. Although Suya cherished her son dearly, she seldom indulged him with snacks. "Aren't you supposed to be at work this afternoon? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo's visit, Suya felt a flicker of joy within, yet her tone inadvertently carried a hint of resentment. It was only today, after Liang had taken advantage of her, that he chose to come to her. After speaking, Suya busied herself with the dishes from their meal. Liang Zhenguo followed her inside with a smile, acknowledging his fault. However, the past few days had indeed been hectic for him, juggling the task of finding a new job for Sister Qin and handling several temporary jobs for his cousins. He could only find leisure at night, or rather, he found no leisure even then. Entering her modest kitchen, Liang Zhenguo casually left the door ajar. Noticing Suya's discomfort, he spoke up. "I must head to the border tomorrow, so the factory granted us half a day off to prepare." He answered her initial question, yet continued walking towards her, naturally taking her hand in his with a deeply affectionate gaze. "I may not see you for 10 days, or even half a month, so I wanted to come and see you." Suya instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but upon hearing he would be away for so long, she hesitated and remained still. "Why would I want you to come see me? I'm not yours," she retorted. Liang Zhenguo smiled faintly, although she did not voice it. He understood the underlying sentiment in her words. He had previously promised to navigate the complexities of their relationship without harming Qin Wan, ensuring a harmonious resolution. Yet, he had failed to act, and thus, her heart harbored a touch of bitterness. He was somewhat surprised, despite their previous intimate exchanges. They had not yet reached a profound understanding of one another. Yet, this teacher seemed to have fully accepted him, even aware of his marital status. Was it truly his charm that captivated her? "Rest assured, I will resolve everything soon. It won't affect you and Xiao Wan's relationship, nor will it put you in a difficult position," he assured her. His plan was simple, to persuade the 2 women in his life, applying pressure so they wouldn't resist Suya as fiercely, much like how his wife had eagerly anticipated him bringing Sister Qin into their lives. Yet, both his wife and Sister Qin had recently strengthened their resilience, complicating his efforts. Nevertheless, he believed that once he bolstered his own vitality, their pressure would mount. And at that juncture, introducing a companion to share the burden would earn him their gratitude. "I feel a bit guilty towards Xiao Wan," Suya murmured suddenly. "It's not your fault. I am too greedy," Liang Zhenguo replied, gently stroking her hair before enveloping her in his embrace. Suya symbolically placed her hands against his chest, pushing him slightly, but ultimately ceased to struggle. He whispered sweet nothings, urging her not to overthink. When her hands instinctively wrapped around his waist, he delicately lifted her chin, savoring her luscious lips amidst her shy glances. After nearly 5 minutes of kissing, Liang Zhenguo noted the dreamy look in her eyes. Even more entranced than he was by the delightful act, and he smiled inwardly, eager to fulfill her desires. Half an hour later, Liang Zhenguo emerged from the east wing, leaving Suya blushing and adjusting her disheveled attire, occasionally touching her slightly swollen lips, a smile gracing her face. "What a pity it's midday," Liang Zhenguo lamented upon returning home. He had initially hoped to carry Suya to his room for their final step, but since it was midday, she adamantly refused, forcing him to abandon the idea. After all, such matters were best approached naturally rather than through forceful kisses. However, Suya had promised that upon his return from the border, she would be entirely his. Hence, although he felt regret, he was also filled with anticipation. Upon returning home, he found the little girls had already finished their meals and were playing in the yard. "Second brother, Brother Zhenguo," the 4 girls called out in unison, albeit with differing titles. Liang Zhenguo playfully pinched the cheeks of the youngest, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan, and engaged them in play until his wife emerged from the kitchen. "Brother Zhenguo, is there anything you wish to eat for your journey to the border? I can prepare it for you," she inquired as she approached him. "Save it for later, just making some steamed buns will suffice. I have ways to preserve them during the journey," he replied, taking her hand as they settled in the yard, watching the little girls play. Leaning against him, his wife casually asked, "Will they really not spoil? Steamed buns would typically harden or even grow moldy after a couple of days, not ideal for travel sustenance." However, based on her unwavering trust in her husband, she merely voiced her question without skepticism. "They won't," he assured her. "All right, I'll prepare some buns for you shortly," she smiled, resting her head on his shoulder as they observed the children. After letting the girls play for a while, she instructed them to return for their afternoon nap, as they had played all morning and were beginning to feel drowsy. Once the girls were settled, she intended to make steamed buns for Liang Zhenguo. However, just as she stepped out, she was coaxed back into the main house by him. "What is the rush? I want something else first." Chapter 228, Sending the Educated Youth to the Border. Once the door was closed, the sounds of rustling clothes soon filled the room, accompanied by delightful sounds that ignited the imagination. After regaining her composure, Xia tidied up and sought out Qin Wan for a chat, intending to assist her in preparing provisions for Liang Zhenguo's journey. Yet upon arriving at Liang's home, she found their door closed. Hadn't Zhenguo returned? And Qin Wan hadn't mentioned going out either. Confused, she approached and was met with sounds that made her cheeks flush, prompting her to hurriedly retreat to the east wing. After half an hour, she returned, assuming their encounter had concluded, only to find the door still shut, with Qin Wan's sounds still emanating from within. Are they not done yet? Xia thought, returning again, though this time, the beautiful teacher felt a pang of bitterness mixed with frustration towards Liang Zhenguo. Fortunately, on her third visit, she found Qin Wan in the kitchen preparing food. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo lounging in the yard like a lord, Xia shot him an exasperated glance before rushing into the kitchen to assist. Liang Zhenguo was well aware of her previous visits, but remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile as if oblivious to her reproachful gaze. As Xia entered the kitchen, she initially expected Qin Wan to be utterly exhausted, considering the duration of their previous activities. However, to her surprise, Qin Wan appeared radiant. Yet, upon closer inspection, Xia noticed that her movements were somewhat limited. Sister Xia, what are you looking at? Qin Wan, noticing her scrutiny, inquired. Oh, nothing. I just came to help, Xia quickly replied, refraining from admitting she had overheard their earlier activities, knowing it would likely cause Qin Wan to hide in embarrassment. Thank you, Sister Xia, Qin Wan said, feeling comfortable enough to drop any pretense. In the afternoon, Sister Qin returned home from work considerably later than the previous day. However, she appeared remarkably sprightly, unlike the servile waitstaff of the future. Today, as servers were not akin to overburdened beasts of burden, utterly exhausted from a day's toil. Presently, the role of a server largely entailed taking orders, processing payments, and managing dishes. Moreover, instances of customer obstinacy were exceedingly rare. Patrons were not indulged, and they themselves retrieved their meals from the serving window. Hence, despite the length of her working hours, Sister Qin did not truly find the labor arduous, for she was not a delicate flower incapable of hard work. That evening, as Liang Zhenguo settled onto his bed, he was promptly ushered into the adjoining room by his young wife. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, he informed his sister of his impending departure for several days. How many days will you be gone, second brother? Little fish, feeling the meat in her mouth lose its savor, immediately leapt from her stool to cling to his leg, while little Jade looked on with wide, pleading eyes. Perhaps around 10 days, he mused, reluctant to deceive the two girls. 10 days? They may not grasp the precise duration of 10 days, but they could vaguely comprehend it as a considerable span of time. Observing their little faces fall, Liang Zhenguo quickly reassured them, upon my return, I shall bring you both toys. Fear not, 10 days shall pass swiftly. After much coaxing, he managed to dry their small tears. He was confident that this time, the girls would not wail as they had previously, for they were accompanied by two sisters-in-law, playmates, and their godparents. The prior occasion had been his first prolonged absence, leading them to believe they had been abandoned, hence their tears, and even waiting for him at the village entrance. Having learned from that experience, they understood he was merely going to work. They could yearn for him, but would not be inconsolable. Shortly thereafter, Xia arrived under the pretense of bidding farewell to the neighbors. After planting a kiss on each of the little sisters, he entrusted them to the two women, who were also somewhat reluctant to part. He then affectionately ruffled the hair of little Lan and little Hua, and before Sister Qin and his young wife, embraced Xia. Since she had come to see him off, it would be only proper to observe some formality. As Liang Zhenguo released Xia, she stiffened, for at the moment of his departure, he had discreetly pinched her in a place unseen by little Wan and the others. All right, I must take my leave. Do take care of yourselves, he said, and without allowing them to escort him, lest the little girls shed more tears, he departed the number 12 courtyard, clutching the steamed buns prepared for him by his young wife and Xia. Today, he headed straight to the grain station. He was apprehensive about leaving his bicycle there for an extended period. To avoid returning to find it missing a wheel, it was best left at home, where Sister Qin could ride it to her job at the restaurant, especially since she had learned to cycle from his young wife over the past couple of days. Upon arriving at the grain station, he found the personnel from the three teams had already gathered, having arrived early to avoid delaying the transport mission. Huang Fei also brought along several comrades from the security department, though they were not partaking in the mission. Rather, they had come to deliver firearms and ammunition. As members of the security department were not permitted to take weapons home casually. Everyone, please ensure your safety, Huang Fei instructed as he distributed the weapons. Let us guarantee the successful completion of our mission. Zhao Deshun saluted, a habit ingrained from his time in the military. Once all preparations were complete, 8 vehicles departed from the grain station, Except for one vehicle with a security officer seated in the passenger seat, all others were unoccupied. This indicated that only one security officer had left the grain station. Good gracious, Liang Zhenguo remarked, glancing at the drivers and recognizing two familiar faces. One was Old Wang from next door, and the other was the big-mouthed fellow who had previously injured his head. Zhao Deshun and his companions selected a vehicle, and naturally, Liang Zhenguo opted for the one with Old Wang. Though his name was less than appealing and he tended to chatter, he was nonetheless a decent person. Hey, Old Wang. Ha! Liang kid, what a pleasant surprise. Old Wang greeted him with evident delight. After all, he had witnessed Liang Zhenguo's marksmanship. Having him nearby instilled a sense of security. As for his surprise, it was because he had suggested to their leaders that the security department from the steel mill oversee the safety throughout the journey. Once everyone was aboard, they each sounded their horns and proceeded towards the government building. The roads were spacious and vehicles parked along the side without obstructing traffic. The vicinity of the government building was bustling with activity. Not only were there youths heading to the borders, but also their family members and curious onlookers who had come to witness the event. Regardless of the era, there would always be a surplus of spectators. Perhaps it was a trait ingrained in the very essence of the Chinese people. Chapter 229, The Leader's Address. After the transport vehicles had come to a stop, Liang Zhenguo and the other security personnel disembarked to maintain order. Clutching his firearm, Liang Zhenguo surveyed the exterior of the government compound, noting that among those gathered outside were youths eager to venture beyond the borders, including several young women. This stirred a sense of reflection within him. For once these individuals departed, their chances of returning in the foreseeable future were uncertain. Based on historical trajectories, most would be absent for no less than a decade. However, given their prior experience of being persuaded to turn back by higher authorities, it was evident that these individuals were somewhat aware of the complexities involved yet remained resolute in their desire to leave, signifying their unwavering determination. He understood their plight. After all, the lands beyond were bounteous, offering sustenance that would be more plentiful than remaining idle in the city, thereby alleviating the burden on their families. This realization alone was sufficient to cement their resolve. Comrades and esteemed colleagues, please proceed into the courtyard, called out a figure from within the government compound. Gesturing to Liang Zhenguo and his companions, while also beckoning to the young individuals outside. Younger comrades outside, please come in. Zhenguo, let us go inside. It seems the leaders are about to address us, Zhao Deshun remarked, waving at Liang Zhenguo, who was the youngest among them. All right. Upon entering the courtyard, Liang Zhenguo observed the throng of people, and soon a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority emerged from the building ahead. Unlike the aloof leaders of later years, this man radiated a warmth that was quite disarming. He bore a resemblance to Liang Zhenguo's amiable uncle, possessing both gravitas and a genuine affability, devoid of any pretentiousness. With a smile gracing his face, the middle-aged man raised his hands, gesturing for quiet, and his demeanor radiated an inviting charm. Dear young comrades, your applications have been approved and reported to the higher authorities, who have expressed their robust support. You are commendable individuals, and we extend our gratitude for your contributions to the nation's development. Once you arrive there, we hope you will actively comply with organizational arrangements, hastening the pace of our country's construction. Both we and your families take pride in you. Excellent, came the chorus of approval. Although the young intellectuals present each harbored their own intentions for going, the leader's words stirred excitement within them. Leaders enjoyed hearing praise, and young people thrived on motivation. Thus, for the next several minutes, the middle-aged leader delivered an impassioned speech, extolling the virtues of being role models rooted among the masses and the vanguards of national development. His words flowing forth with fervor, igniting the spirits of the gathered youth. However, Liang Zhenguo, seated below, found himself struggling to stay awake. The initial few sentences had filled him with a sense of enthusiasm, but as the discourse continued, he inexplicably felt as if he were back in his student days. Enduring the lengthy admonishments of school leaders, truly, it was excessively verbose. Fortunately, just as his impatience began to surface, the leaders above transitioned to the crux of the matter. Comrades, the destination you are about to embark upon is quite distant from the capital. After careful consideration and approval from higher authorities, it has been decided that a subsidy of 100 pounds of grain will be allocated to you, alleviating your sustenance burden during the journey. The youthful individuals, already stirred by the fervor of the middle-aged speaker, appeared even more animated upon hearing this announcement, their faces flushed with excitement as applause erupted from the crowd. This was indeed an unexpected delight. With the government's support, they would no longer need to rely on the dwindling provisions from home. We express our heartfelt gratitude for the leadership's care and support. We shall not disappoint the expectations of the organization and the people. We will strive diligently to excel. A fervent voice rang out from the crowd, and the other educated youth echoed the sentiment, their enthusiasm palpable. At that moment, the sunlight illuminating the government courtyard seemed to take on a crimson hue, radiating brilliantly. Though Liang Zhenguo appeared as a youthful lad of 18, he had lived 2 lifetimes, placing him firmly in the realm of middle age. Yet, as he listened to their resounding slogans, his heart stirred with emotion. Observing the impassioned youth around him, he mused that regardless of their personal motives for venturing beyond the borders, their contributions to the nation's development were undeniable. From his vantage point, he could discern that most of these individuals came from humble backgrounds, unlike the streetwise layabouts like Xiao Yong and his good friend Wang Dong, who merely drifted through life. Naturally, those idle rascals had no ambitions to venture beyond the city limits, for while they could indeed find more to eat outside, the notion of reaping rewards without effort was utterly fanciful. To secure sustenance, hard work was essential, a truth understood by all. Thus, how could the lethargic street dwellers ever contemplate such a journey, especially to a place so far from the capital? Once the slogans had subsided, the middle-aged leader raised his hand to quiet the crowd and, with satisfaction, turned his gaze toward the rear, where Liang Zhenguo and the other drivers, including Old Wang, were situated. Are all the drivers present? The leader inquired. Yes, we are here, Old Wang called out, his hand raised high, while Liang Zhenguo and the others remained silent. Observing, the leader smiled and nodded, addressing the drivers and security personnel. I have 2 requests for you. First, ensure the safe arrival of all personnel. This is non-negotiable. Second, drive steadily and cautiously. There is no need to rush to arrive a day or 2 early. Everyone must ensure proper meals and rest, arriving at the destination in the best possible spirits, so our comrades outside can witness our vitality and grace. We understand. Leader, Liang Zhenguo, and the others responded in unison, their expressions serious. With so many eyes upon them, including the leaders, how could they not maintain a solemn demeanor? Yet, Liang Zhenguo believed that most of the drivers were secretly pleased. He had heard from Old Wang that their travel allowances were calculated by the day, and with the leader's remarks, they could take their time on the road, potentially adding an extra day or 2 to their journey. This, of course, meant an additional day or 2 of allowances. As for Zhao Deshun and the other security personnel, they too would receive allowances, typically settled during payroll. However, unlike the drivers, their primary concern was stability. The longer the journey took, the greater their workload would become, leaving them less jubilant than their counterparts. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to heed the leader's directives. In truth, the original speed wouldn't have been significantly faster. Given that the vehicle was filled with a group of youthful individuals, not steel plates, a rapid pace would have proven uncomfortable. Thus, they merely grumbled internally. Chapter 230. Departure. Comrades, I have only these points to convey. Please make your final preparations. If there is anything you wish to report, do so promptly, particularly regarding this transportation task. The middle-aged leader concluded, gesturing for the crowd to disperse. Liang Zhenguo and the others exited the government courtyard, where the personnel who had summoned them inside followed. Addressing Old Wang and the other seasoned drivers, gentlemen, it seems our vehicle is lacking in provisions. We must arrange for a rain canopy. Although the journey is short, encountering rain could pose a problem, and even in dry weather, it would shield these young individuals from excessive sun exposure to prevent illness. Understood. This is a minor detail we hadn't considered, Old Wang replied graciously. Once everything is prepared, we can make a quick detour to procure one. Very well. We will deliver the grain shortly. Agreed. After a brief exchange, staff soon arrived, carrying the grain, which required no oversight from Liang Zhenguo or the security personnel. Old Wang and Zue directed the loading onto the vehicle. They then called for all the educated youth to board, and while the grain was quickly loaded, it took over half an hour for the youth to settle in. They understood that it would be a long time before they returned, and naturally wished to share more words with their families before parting. Liang Zhenguo and the others did not rush them. Once all the youth had embraced their families and boarded with their belongings and a small stool, they finally took their seats in the front passenger area. With a series of long, resounding honks, the 8 vehicles filled with educated youth slowly began to move, disappearing from the end of the government courtyard street under the watchful gaze of their families. The convoy first turned back to the grain station, where canopies were installed on each vehicle as promised. Although the weather was pleasant that day and the sun was not overly harsh by noon, the canopies would ensure the comfort of the youth during the ride. Otherwise, they would arrive exhausted after a few days, failing to meet the leader's expectations. Once the youth were back on the vehicles, the convoy set out directly from the capital. This transport mission had Old Wang at the helm, making his vehicle the lead. Old Wang, are we delivering each person individually to their respective destinations? Liang Zhenguo asked from the passenger seat, removing his bag and taking out a thicker jacket, folding it to sit upon. These hard seats are truly unforgiving. After placing his bag beneath the seat, he checked the factory rifle he held. What are you thinking? That's impossible. With 200 individuals, we will need to dispatch them in multiple batches to various rural areas in Yanshi, Lin province. How could we manage to deliver them all at once? Old Wang chuckled, shaking his head. We are only responsible for transporting them to Jishi, and at most, to a nearby town. Our task will be complete. Liang Zhenguo nodded, realizing that they were indeed heading to Yanshi, much farther than their previous journey to Shenshi. However, this news was favorable to him, as Yanshi was the city closest to Changbai Mountain in Lin province, promising a bounty of mountain goods. Of course, having the opportunity to venture into the mountains would be even better. Old Wang, aren't you considering taking on an apprentice for the journey? It will take us at least 3 or 4 days to reach Yanshi. I do have an apprentice, not just me, but Zue and the others do as well. However, the pace will remain steady, so there is no need to switch drivers. Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment, realizing that there was no particular urgency. Moreover, the young intellectuals traveling by vehicle might find the journey more exhausting than Old Wang, who was driving. There would undoubtedly be ample opportunities for rest along the way. Occasionally, they exchanged casual banter in the car. At noon, Liang Zhenguo had a couple of steamed buns, then leaned back against the seat to catch a brief nap, cushioned by his jacket beneath him and a pillow behind, allowing him to doze off for a little while. Old Wang, however, drove straight until 5 in the afternoon, finally guiding the convoy to a halt on the road lined with towering poplar trees for a temporary respite. Today marked only the first day. These seasoned drivers intended to cover more ground while the youthful spirits were high, planning to gradually ease the pace later to provide more rest time for them. Let us take a break, have a smoke, and grab a bite if you're hungry, Old Wang called out to Liang Zhenguo, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed. Liang Zhenguo was not fatigued. His physical constitution was far superior to that of the 8 veteran drivers combined. However, he had been intermittently engaged in mental vigilance throughout the journey, which had required some effort, prompting him to close his eyes to regain his composure. This task was significantly less perilous than the last. Previously, during the transport of steel, they had been targeted by enemy agents due to the material's value to the military, which had led to their encounter with bandits. This time, however, they were transporting people, not provisions. Bandits, or highway robbers, upon seeing a vehicle filled with individuals, would hardly possess the audacity to attack. They would likely flee instead. Yet, there existed sizable groups of bandits, such as the one Liang Zhenguo's team had previously apprehended, who were equipped enough to confront a convoy of their magnitude. Nevertheless, such an endeavor was entirely unnecessary and not worth the risk. Even if each person carried a substantial amount of rations, the total would be minimal. The risk-to-reward ratio was decidedly disproportionate. It would be sheer folly for them to undertake such a gamble. Despite the general consensus that the danger was minimal, the authorities still dispatched security personnel to accompany them. After all, should a band of bandits truly act irrationally and attack the convoy, resulting in the loss of young intellectuals, it would implicate numerous leaders. Thus, rather than courting this slight risk, it was wiser to allocate additional resources to ensure the security personnel accompanied the convoy for a more secure operation. To put it bluntly, in the event of an incident, there would be someone to shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, although Liang Zhenguo occupied the lead vehicle, he did not wish to be the one potentially bearing the brunt of any fallout. Even with the understanding that the risks were minimal, he remained vigilant, periodically scanning for any potentially problematic stretches of road, driven by a singular motive: stability. For him, it was merely a matter of expending a bit of mental energy. Upon hearing Old Wang's call, Liang Zhenguo acknowledged and exited the vehicle, soon finding the road bustling with people. Zhao Deshun and other drivers gathered beneath the tree where Liang Zhenguo and Old Wang stood, observing the scene. Liang Zhenguo retrieved the pack of Deqianmen cigarettes he had purchased earlier, lighting one for himself before offering it to Zhao Deshun and the others. The full pack made its rounds, and by the time it returned to him, only a few remained. None of the men declined, particularly the drivers, who were seasoned smokers accustomed to life on the road. They would not reject a gift of cigarettes, especially a pack of Deqianmen priced at 4 mao. As for Zhonghua cigarettes, Liang Zhenguo could not bear to part with those. They were scarce on the market, and he had little to spare, unwilling to distribute them in such a manner. Chapter 231. This girl is quite nice. Once the young intellectuals disembarked, a chorus of lamentations ensued. They complained of sore backs and aching bones, feeling as if their bodies were falling apart. Those in the rear compartment had only a small stool, making their discomfort far greater than that of Liang Zhenguo and his companions. The smoother stretches of road were tolerable, but the bumpy sections left them feeling as though their posteriors were no longer their own. After a brief gathering to converse, they hurried behind a sturdy poplar tree, seeking relief. Having traveled from morning until afternoon without a pause, they were bursting to relieve themselves. The sound of rushing water caused the faces of nearby female intellectuals to flush. An extroverted-looking girl called out to her fellow female companions, "Ladies, let us head over there. I'll keep an eye out for you." Upon hearing this, dozens of young women walked towards the opposite side of the convoy, stopping just beyond a nearby ditch. The commotion caught the attention of many male intellectuals, who gazed over, only to be met with the girl's fierce glare as she placed her hands on her hips. "What are you looking at? Turn around." The boys, feeling embarrassed, sheepishly scratched their noses and obediently turned away. Liang Zhenguo cast a glance in that direction but quickly smiled and returned his gaze, merely acting on instinct. For he was no voyeur seeking to pry into the privacy of the young women. After finishing a cigarette, he took out a steamed bun from his shoulder bag, munching contentedly while observing the girl who had taken charge of the situation. She appeared to be just a year or two older than his wife, and although less attractive than his spouse, she was still quite pretty. However, Liang Zhenguo's interest in her was not rooted in her appearance. He recalled that she had been the first to shout slogans in the government compound that morning, and her voice had made an impression on him. It seemed that this girl was an enthusiastic and spirited comrade. Finishing his bun, he took out 2 wild quail eggs prepared by his wife. He contemplated discreetly consuming some pork, perhaps surreptitiously placing it in his mouth, but the people of this era were overly sensitive to the scent of meat. If he indulged, others would surely catch a whiff. With so many eyes upon him, he felt uncomfortable eating in their presence, so he decided to abstain. Eating 2 wild quail eggs was already considered a lavish act in the eyes of Zhao Deshun and the others. Once satisfied, Liang Zhenguo slipped behind a tree for a quick relief. Noticing a fellow male intellectual doing the same, he glanced over, feeling a moment of satisfaction before turning away. "What are you looking at?" The young man, aware of Liang Zhenguo's gaze, felt the urge to assert himself but quickly regretted it, shutting his mouth and turning away. A hint of self-consciousness washing over him. Whether or not he finished, he hastily shook off and pulled up his pants, retreating without looking back, muttering, "Who grows like a donkey?" Hearing the muffled remark, a broad smile crept across Liang Zhenguo's face as he chuckled to himself, shaking off the moment with satisfaction before returning to engage in light-hearted banter with Deng Haihua and Jean Debo. They were of a similar age to the young intellectuals, naturally gravitating towards conversations about the youthful and vibrant female companions. However, their intentions were innocent. After all, what do men discuss but such matters? After resting for over 20 minutes, with nightfall approaching, Old Wang and the others called for the now dawdling youths to board the vehicles. They continued their journey until the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, finally finding a suitable spot to rest for the night. As they had only eaten their provisions around 5 in the afternoon, no one in the convoy prepared a meal that evening. Instead, they gathered some firewood nearby, igniting a few bonfires. The autumn nights were considerably colder than the afternoons, and without some warmth, many of the already weary and frail youths would likely fall ill by morning. Yet, these tasks were undertaken willingly by the young intellectuals under the guidance of Shen Yuru, who also tended to those in the convoy who were not feeling well. Oh, Shen Yuru was the name of the girl who had just been looking out for the female companions. Liang Zhenguo only learned her name when he heard the young intellectuals calling for her. As the campfire blazed to life, groups of educated youth gathered around, engaging in conversations about their future lives beyond the confines of the mountains. Amidst the chatter, a few young women began to quietly weep, prompting Liang Zhenguo and his companions to glance over and discover that there was no conflict. Rather, some of the women simply felt homesick. Thus, they refrained from intervening. This group of men, after all, were not inclined to offer comfort. Fortunately, a girl named Shen Yuru had already begun to console her peers, and before long, she had successfully calmed those who were yearning for home. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat somber, her cheerful and generous nature prompted her to lead the group in song. And soon, the temporary camp resonated with vibrant melodies. It was not only the female youth who joined in. The male participants chimed in as well. Clearly enchanted by Shen Yuru's delicate appearance and warm personality, her melodious voice inadvertently establishing her as a central figure among the group. "She is quite remarkable," Old Wang remarked with a smile, a sentiment echoed by Liang Zhenguo and the others. Their approval extended beyond her character. Having someone like her around would certainly ease their journey. These educated youths possessed high aspirations, and the drivers and guards commanding them might not always be heeded. Therefore, having someone as thoughtful and proactive as Shen Yuru leading the way was undoubtedly beneficial. However, where there are people, there exists rivalry. In a distant corner by the fire, a young man named Su Weidong wore a slight frown. He was acquainted with Shen Yuru, having once been classmates, yet he harbored no fondness for her. In school, she had consistently outshone him, garnering the attention of teachers and the admiration of peers, while his own achievements felt overshadowed. This inequity troubled him. as he believed himself to be the one deserving of recognition. Why should Shinjuru effortlessly win everyone's favor, while he could not overlook her kindness towards others? His biased perspective led him to dismiss her actions as mere theatrics. In that moment, he felt yet again that she had become the center of attention, all through insincerity. After a few songs were sung, fatigue soon enveloped the group, prompting Shinjuru to confer with her companions about the night watch arrangements. Considering they were all burdened with luggage, Su Weidong, listening from a distance, pondered thoughtfully. When their discussions neared conclusion, he suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming, "I propose that the female comrades, being of weaker constitution, should not take the night watch tonight. Let us male comrades handle it all. We male youth can also divide the duties. As many of you know, I am familiar with Comrade Shinjuru from school, so I will take responsibility for notifying and arranging the comrades from her vehicle." Su Weidong was unwilling to acquiesce to Shinjuru's plans, as it would only reinforce her perceived superiority in his eyes. Although his timing was inappropriate, his words bore an air of gravitas, leaving the educated youth feeling both bewildered and unable to find fault. His proposal was not inherently flawed. It did not target anyone specifically, but rather highlighted Shinjuru's name for his own convenience. While he did not directly assign Shinjuru to a task, after all, she was also a female comrade. Placing her name in a position requiring his oversight allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief, having been under her direction until now. Shinjuru furrowed her brow, prepared to speak, but Su Weidong interjected, stepping closer to her group with an almost commanding tone, disregarding the rotation they had previously discussed. He deliberately assigned her closest friends, those most inclined to follow her lead, to the more arduous late-night shift, while he and a somewhat sycophantic comrade were given the easier early hours. Su Weidong, we VE already, Shinjuru attempted to explain. Ah, Comrade Yuru. It is only right that we male comrades take on the heavier burdens. You needn't worry, just follow my arrangements, he interrupted, smiling yet exuding an unmistakable air of condescension. The many youths who had intended to heed Su Weidong's suggestions halted, realizing that his frequent interruptions of Shinjuru's speech hinted at a possible discord between them. They speculated that his sudden intervention stemmed from disdain for her, as he seemed eager to position himself as a leader among them. However, his tone was rather irksome. Who was he to dictate that they should simply follow his orders? What gave him the right to assume such authority? Not far away, Liang Zhenguo observed Su Weidong's childish behavior alongside Lao Wang and Zhao Deshan. Indeed, they found this male youth rather immature. Although they were unfamiliar with Su Weidong and unaware of any underlying tensions with Shinjuru, it was evident that he sought to draw attention to himself. His disregard for others' opinions and his presumptuous demeanor as he dictated arrangements was notably clumsy. Moreover, his desire to showcase himself did not warrant such a lack of communication. Everything was dictated by his whims, and the blatant targeting was hard to ignore. His group of male comrades was entirely allocated to the first half of the night, while those gathered around Shinjuru were assigned the more demanding later hours. Furthermore, he spoke as if it were a given that others should comply with his directives. He was indeed lacking in both character and competence compared to Shinjuru. As the standoff persisted, Zhao Deshan shook his head and turned to Liang Zhenguo and Jin Dabo, saying, "Zhenguo, Dabo, why don't you go handle this?" "Understood." Liang Zhenguo and Jin Dabo replied, rising to approach Shinjuru's group. "You all should rest, male comrades over there, and female comrades over here." Liang Zhenguo stated directly upon reaching Shinjuru's side. Jin Dabo gestured to delineate one of the vehicles as a boundary, a separation they had previously established to honor gender distinctions. "Comrade, my arrangements are quite suitable," Su Weidong interjected, unable to suppress his irritation as Liang Zhenguo dismissed his plans. He did not wish to concede the opportunity to undermine Shinjuru's authority. However, Liang Zhenguo interrupted him with a wave of impatience. "Follow our arrangements and rest. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with this." He was not targeting this somewhat immature youth. The night watch was not their responsibility, as it fell under the purview of the guards. Therefore, any arrangements proposed by Su Weidong or Shinjuru were ultimately irrelevant. They would not entrust such an important task to those lacking experience. "Excuse me, young comrade, do you require our assistance?" Shinjuru inquired hesitantly, glancing at the youthful Liang Zhenguo, though her intentions were purely altruistic, merely wanting to help the few guards present. Liang Zhenguo turned to her, feigning ignorance. "Are you Shinjuru?" "Yes, comrade," she replied. "Very well, Comrade Shun. Please gather the female comrades over there to rest. As for assistance, it is unnecessary. The night watch is our duty and has already been arranged. You all should get some good rest, as we must continue our journey early tomorrow." Liang Zhenguo held a rather favorable impression of the female comrade. Thus his tone was far less stringent compared to his earlier interaction with Su Weidong. Observing that Liang Zhenguo and his group truly needed no assistance, Shinjuru promptly waved goodbye to the female comrades and, following Daba's instructions, swiftly separated the men from the women with remarkable efficiency. This contrast highlighted the disparity between Shen Yuru and Su Weidong, leaving Su Weidong seething with indignation at the sight. Was it merely her looks that garnered such eager compliance from everyone? Displeased, Su Weidong turned back to his seat, casting a disgruntled glance at Liang Zhenguo as he did so. Chapter 233. Preparing pork jerky. Su Weidong's dissatisfaction with Liang Zhenguo stemmed from two main grievances. Firstly, he felt Liang had impeded his efforts to undermine Shen Yuru. Secondly, he perceived Liang's demeanor towards him as brusque, while he spoke to Shen Yuru with gentle words. A clear instance of preferential treatment that intensified Su Weidong's sense of injustice. Was this not a blatant case of discrimination? Positioned directly opposite Su Weidong, Liang Zhenguo noticed the fleeting look of discontent directed at him. Nevertheless, he merely smiled, unperturbed. After escorting him beyond the borders, their paths would diverge completely, rendering Su Weidong's opinion inconsequential. Indeed, given the young man's character and emotional intelligence, he was unlikely to achieve much in life. Once the young intellectuals were organized, Liang Zhenguo and Daba returned to their modest fire, where Zhao Deshun and others quietly coordinated their night watch. Old Zhao, if you don't require our assistance, we'll take our leave, Old Wang remarked cheerfully after Zhao Deshun finished assigning duties. Zhao Deshun waved a hand dismissively. We'll be paired off into groups of two. For groups are just right. You drivers can rest easy, lest you find yourselves drowsy tomorrow and drive into a ditch. Laughter erupted among Old Wang and his companions as they retreated to their vehicle's cabin for rest. Subsequently, Zhao Deshun and his team also retired, leaving only Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan. As a duo, they were under Zhao Deshun's careful oversight, hence they were assigned to the first watch. Dashin, I'm stepping out for a moment to relieve myself and patrol the vicinity, Liang Zhenguo declared as he climbed atop the vehicle, feigning a casual survey before addressing Niu Shan. All right, Zhenguo, leave it to me, Niu Shan nodded, his eyes wide and focused as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Liang Zhenguo felt a sense of satisfaction with his reliable partner, although he had already surveyed the area and found no danger. The presence of such a dependable ally allowed him to relax momentarily. He slipped into the shadows, casting a glance back to ensure Niu Shan could not see him, and then swiftly entered his space. Blessed with superior vitality, Liang Zhenguo had a substantial appetite. The meager portion of steamed buns consumed during the day could hardly sate him. Seizing the opportunity while others slept, he intended to indulge in a hearty meal. He prepared white rice, but refrained from cooking any additional dishes, hastily devouring the pork head meat he had on hand, mindful not to be absent for too long, lest Niu Shan worry about his well-being. After finishing his meal, Liang Zhenguo glanced at his watch, realizing that only a little over half an hour had passed, allowing him some extra time. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he turned his attention to the wild boar enclosure within his space. Despite having sold several wild boars over the past 2 weeks, their numbers had unexpectedly increased, approaching 30. A feat he had managed through careful control, and the growth rate of the ranch had returned to normal. Contemplating his next move, Liang Zhenguo used his mental focus to eliminate a castrated wild boar, selecting the hind leg, meticulously cleaning and slicing it into thin strips after removing the sinew. He then marinated the strips with homemade seasoning and placed them in the accelerated growth area of his planting zone. After allowing the flavors to infuse, he removed the meat, igniting a fire to roast it for over 20 minutes. He then retrieved a small bottle of honey he had exchanged in Pigeon City, diluted it with water, and brushed a layer of the honey solution on both sides of each meat slice before drying them again. After repeating this process, he spent a little over 2 hours to produce a batch of tantalizing pork jerky. Savoring a piece while still warm, Liang Zhenguo noted a slight difference in flavor compared to the jerky of his previous life, due to variations in the marinade, yet overall, it was quite delectable, rivaling any commercially available product. The primary reason for crafting this pork jerky was its ability to retain its aroma once dried, making it less likely for others to detect it while he enjoyed meat during outings. Consuming only steamed buns daily was exceedingly dull, and upon returning home, he could offer some as treats to the girls in his family, confident they would appreciate it. Satisfied with his handiwork, Liang Zhenguo glanced at the time. Although the jerky had taken over 2 hours to make, most of that time had been spent in the accelerated space, meaning he had been gone for less than an hour. It was time to exit. Before leaving the space, Liang Zhenguo rinsed his mouth to mitigate the lingering taste of the marinated meat. Upon returning to the temporary camp, he found Niu Shan still diligently keeping watch, his eyes wide open, not even questioning Liang Zhenguo's near-hour-long absence. The pair engaged in a low-voiced conversation atop the vehicle, and when the time came, they awakened Deng Haihua and Eugene Jun for their shift. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, all were roused. On the road, convenience was paramount. Once everyone had prepared, They consumed a light meal before continuing their journey. Considering the young intellectuals had been in transit all day, the convoy made regular stops every 2 to 3 hours for rest. After all, the leadership had emphasized the importance of not arriving at their destination with a bunch of exhausted youths, which would be undesirable. Hence, the young intellectuals were far from complaining about aches and pains, maintaining a cheerful atmosphere throughout the journey, save for one young man, Su Weidong, who wore a perpetual frown, as if the world owed him something. Perhaps due to Su Weidong's gloomy demeanor, his vehicle, which had been functioning well, inexplicably broke down around 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 234. Eagles do not compete with sparrows. Old Lu, what is going on? Old Wang inquired urgently as the breakdown of a single vehicle brought the entire convoy to a halt. He hurried over to Old Lu, another driver from the grain station. Before their departure, all vehicles had been thoroughly inspected, especially given the long journey ahead. Yet, merely 2 days into the trip, a malfunction had occurred. If it could not be repaired swiftly, it would significantly delay their progress. I'm not sure. Let me take a look, Old Lu replied, equally puzzled, as he crawled under the vehicle. Nowadays, drivers were typically equipped with some mechanical knowledge for when a vehicle broke down on the road. There were no repair shops to rely on. They had to fix it themselves. Liang Zhenguo sat in the vehicle, initially believing it to be a minor issue that would be resolved quickly, yet after waiting for over 10 minutes, Old Wang had yet to return. Stepping out, he found 8 drivers gathered around the front of the malfunctioning vehicle, examining it intently. Zhao Deshun and Deng Haihua had also disembarked at some point. Old Wang, can you fix it? Liang Zhenguo asked. We've pinpointed the issue, but it requires tools from the vehicle, and it'll take quite a while, Old Wang explained, nodding before detailing the problem. However, Zhao Deshun and the others appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend his explanation. Zhao Deshun had no choice but to interrupt. Old Wang, just tell us how long it will take. To take apart several components, it'll likely take 1 to 2 hours, Old Wang pondered aloud. Let us rest here today and continue our journey tomorrow, Zhao Deshun suggested, calculating the time. By the time they repaired the vehicle, it would indeed be past 6. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Once fixed, they wouldn't be able to travel for long. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the convoy's position. Although they were in a remote area with no village or shop in sight, the location was fairly decent, with a small river not far to the right. Everyone, let's disembark. We shall take an early rest today, but do not wander too far. Once assured that they would not continue their journey, Liang Zhenguo and the others went to summon the educated youth from the other vehicles. They had no objections upon spotting the nearby river. Some youths excitedly retrieved their pots and pans from the vehicles, eager to cook something warm after 2 days of eating dry rations. Uncle Zhao, how about we explore the forest on that mountain? If luck is on our side, we might even hunt a couple of wild chickens, Deng Haihua suggested. Shouldering his rifle and gesturing towards the distant wooded hill, his tone betraying a hint of boredom. You just can't sit still, can you? Zhao Deshun chuckled, giving Deng Haihua a friendly pat on the shoulder. He observed the small groups of educated youth clustered nearby. Seeing that they were all behaving, he consented. All right. But we need to leave a few people here. I'll stay behind, said a guard from the grain station, raising his hand, clearly uninterested in Deng Haihua's suggestion of hunting in the forest. Good, then Lin, along with me, Lu Yang, and Jing Jun will remain here to keep watch. You youngsters can venture in if you wish, Liang Zhenguo instructed, glancing towards the dense thicket Deng Haihua had mentioned. It seemed quite thick, yet it did not appear to be a habitat for large game, likely home to only smaller birds. Losing interest swiftly, Liang Zhenguo, who had always been keen on hunting, felt no desire to pursue small game when he could enjoy the company of the young female educated youth instead. Uncle Zhao, I will stay as well, he declared. Zhenguo, come on, Deng Haihua urged, pulling on Liang Zhenguo's arm. Perhaps there are some small game inside, and whether we can have a feast tonight depends on you. Though he suspected there would be no large prey, small game like wild chickens and birds were likely present. He had even heard birds calling from within. However, lacking confidence in his shooting skills, he preferred to have the department's acknowledged sharpshooter along for safety. Liang Zhenguo was about to explain that he had only eaten meat the previous day and thus had no need for a feast. Zhenguo, we're idle anyway. A little adventure wouldn't hurt, chimed in Jean de Bao. Seeing the enthusiasm of the others, Liang Zhenguo reluctantly nodded. All right then. Since Niu Shan had remained silent, the four decided to borrow some guns. They had only the factory-issued firearms on them. Although they were outdoors, it felt inappropriate to utilize public weapons for hunting. However, borrowing guns was not a problem, as most drivers carried their rifles, and soon enough they had secured the necessary firearms. Liang Zhenguo borrowed Old Wang's Type 56 rifle. Once equipped, the group departed from the convoy and ventured into the woods. Perhaps due to the lack of human presence in the vicinity, the moment they entered the thicket, the sound of chirping birds was more abundant than in the forests surrounding their village. Liang Zhenguo focused his mental energy and discovered a significant number of birds. Albeit most were quite small. It seems there are many birds here. Deng Haihua, a self-proclaimed amateur hunter, remarked. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but scoff. There may be plenty. But they are all rather insignificant. Even the sound of them suggests they possess little flesh. Hee, Zhenguo, what do you mean by insignificant? Jean de Bayo, a portly fellow, responded with a grin. Haha, Zhenguo, why not show us what you mean? Or perhaps you and de Bayo could have a comparison. Deng Haihua chuckled, teasing him. The good-natured Niu merely scratched his head and smiled. Liang Zhenguo shot them a glance and retorted, one shouldn't compare an eagle to a sparrow. I wouldn't want to make you feel insecure. Oh, you young lad have the audacity to make such bold claims, Deng Haihua shot back. Men have an unyielding nature when it comes to comparisons of size or duration. Some attributes do not necessarily grow with age, such as height. Liang Zhenguo shot another glance, provoking both Deng Haihua and Jean de Bayo into an amused irritation. Don't say I'm pulling your leg. Just wait until you return and ask a certain educated youth with 2 black moles on his nose. He has had the fortune of witnessing what it is to see an eagle take flight. The frivolous topic was soon cast aside. As they walked, they engaged in quiet conversation while observing their surroundings. True to Liang Zhenguo's words, their journey stirred up numerous birds, but all were disappointingly small. Liang Zhenguo and even Jean de Bayo felt confident they could take them down, yet shooting them seemed wasteful. A bullet would obliterate much of the body. And whether the remaining meat was worth consuming was debatable, especially for Liang, who was quite particular. After about 20 minutes had passed, and with the clock nearing 5, they had yet to yield any results. Let's venture deeper, Liang Zhenguo suggested, glancing at his surroundings, feeling a sense of emptiness in the air. Chapter 235. This place feels odd. All right. The 4 continued onward for another 100 meters when suddenly, 2 large wild rabbits burst forth from the underbrush. Liang Zhenguo raised his rifle and fired, striking one. Jean de Bayo, quick to react, aimed and shot the other as well. Their marksmanship was commendable. Deng Haihua and Niu, who had yet to even lift their rifles, immediately dashed after the 2 rabbits once they saw their companions had made successful shots. The rabbit Liang Zhenguo hit had been struck in the head, resulting in instant death, while Jean de Bayo's only grazed the hind leg, allowing it to flee a short distance before it too was captured by Deng Haihua and Niu. Haha, splendid. Both are quite plump, Deng Haihua exclaimed with delight, relieved he would not be returning empty-handed today. This is the largest wild rabbit I have ever shot, Jean de Bayo remarked, poking at the belly of the rabbit he was holding, which was not only hefty but also notably large. Liang Zhenguo remained silent, observing with a knowing smile. How could these rabbits not be plump? They were raised in his space, living without a care, ensuring they grew robust. Let us keep going. With newfound enthusiasm for hunting, the group pressed on. Liang Zhenguo found himself playing along, periodically releasing wild chickens and rabbits for him and Jean de Bayo to shoot, while Deng Haihua and Niu took on the task of carrying their catch. Initially, they simply used their hands, but soon they had to resort to tying their bounty to sticks, hoisting them over their shoulders. When they had amassed a total of 25 wild chickens and rabbits, Deng Haihua looked at his own haul, then at Niu, expressing disbelief. How is it that the deeper we go, the more wild chickens and rabbits we encounter? This is quite peculiar. 25 already. Though he had hunted many times before, this was undoubtedly his most bountiful day, and the sheer number was astonishing. Not only Deng Haihua, but Jean de Bayo also observed their catch with skepticism. Moreover, it seemed that each wild rabbit was of a similar size and plumpness, with the wild chickens appearing just as uniform. They recalled how each creature had seemingly leapt out from the underbrush without warning. They noticed another detail. Throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered any burrows of the wild rabbits or nests of the pheasants. Logically, with such a multitude of these creatures around, there should be nests nearby. Shouldn't he there? This place felt somewhat eerie. If they had played games in a later era, they might have quipped, this seems like a monster spawn point. As time passed and the light gradually dimmed, Jean de Bayo and Deng Haihua inexplicably felt an unsettling chill emanating from the depths of the forest. Although superstition is frowned upon in modern times, an air of trepidation lingered. What to do? Only Niu remained blissfully cheerful, exclaiming, this is all meat. Liang Zhenguo observed their expressions, suppressing a chuckle. However, he simultaneously resolved to refrain from releasing any more game. It was not out of reluctance, for soon enough, the space would be teeming with life again. Rather, it seemed they had enough for now. Any further hunting might leave them in a state of suspicion throughout the night. Thus, after the 4 had advanced a few more paces, he suggested, it appears there are no more game along this route. Shall we head back? Upon hearing this, Deng Haihua and Jean de Bayo promptly nodded in agreement, eagerly chiming in, indeed, there must be no more game. Let us return. Yes, it is getting late. Only Niu seemed regretful, lamenting that if they had hunted for another half an hour, they might have caught 10 or 8 more plump rabbits. All right, then let us return, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile. Deng Haihua and Jean de Bao felt a wave of relief wash over them as they turned to lead the way back. Once they exited the forest, the atmosphere inexplicably felt much brighter. Indeed, it was rather foreboding within. If Liang Zhenguo were aware of their thoughts, he would surely have retorted. Without the forest obstructing the light, how could the outside not be radiant? Having escaped the ominous surroundings, they cast their eyes upon their hall, their faces lighting up with relaxed smiles. Despite the unsettling ambience within, the wild pheasants and rabbits were undeniably tangible. Tonight, they would feast. Come, come. Let us roast the wild rabbits tonight. I recall Uncle Dazue has spices in his vehicle, Deng Haihua cheerfully called out. And perhaps we could borrow a pot to stew some pheasant soup, Nioshan interjected. That sounds delightful. Autumn nights can be quite chilly. And a warm drink would be splendid, Liang Zhenguo remarked, glancing at the 4 small piles of wild pheasants and rabbits they had collected. However, with so much here, have you considered how to divide it? This is all yours and de Bao's catch. You decide how to split it. As long as I have something to eat, I am content, Deng Haihua mused, tossing the dilemma back to Liang Zhenguo and Jean de Bao. In the customary hunting etiquette, although he and Nioshan contributed, the lion's share belonged to Liang Zhenguo and Jean de Bao, so he had no intention of fretting over it. Indeed, Nioshan chimed in succinctly. Jean de Bao, without a second thought, declared, Zhenguo, you hunted the most, so you should decide. After all, the game felt like a windfall to him. He had no qualms about how it would be divided. Are you all playing a game here? Liang Zhenguo replied, bemused. Let us take it back and share it with Uncle Zhao. He is the leader and will make a fair assessment. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, Liang Zhenguo also posed the question to Zhao Deshan. It was reasonable for Zhao Deshan to divide the game they had hunted during their mission, especially since he himself was indifferent to the matter, having provided the resources. Agreed. The other 3 voiced no objections. As they conversed, they soon returned to the convoy, where several individuals were already gathered around a fire, cooking their meals. Lao Wang and the others were no longer clustered around the malfunctioning vehicle, seemingly having repaired it in advance. Upon returning to the convoy and discarding their 25 pieces of game, they were immediately greeted by Zhao Deshan, Lu Yang, and several security personnel who approached curiously. What? Have you stumbled upon a rabbit warren and a pheasant nest? How on earth did you catch so many? Zhao Deshan, usually composed, was taken aback upon seeing the bountiful pile of wild pheasants and rabbits, exclaiming in astonishment. To have caught this mini game in under 2 hours is rather outrageous. When did wild pheasants and rabbits become so easy to hunt? Is there really such an abundance of game in that forest? The other drivers and security personnel wore expressions of disbelief. The young intellectuals, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the wild pheasants and rabbits. Many came from humble backgrounds, and it had been ages since they had tasted meat. The sight was profoundly impactful for them. These wild pheasants and rabbits are so plump. After the initial excitement subsided, Deng Haihua smugly remarked, we never anticipated there would be so many wild pheasants and rabbits. Alas, if only Dashin and T deemed it too late, we could have caught even more. Chapter 236, Anticipation. Nioshan glanced up at the boastful Deng Haihua, noting that this sentiment seemed to echo what he and de Bao had previously expressed. Uncle Zhao, how you wish to handle these wild pheasants and rabbits is entirely up to you. We have no objections. Liang Zhenguo chose not to expose that Deng Haihua had been the first to rush out of the forest, and after returning the firearm to Lao Wang, he addressed Zhao Deshan. Indeed, but we must indulge in roasted wild rabbit and perhaps stew some pheasant soup tonight. Jean de Bao chimed in, reiterating their earlier discussion. Let us first take them to the small river and clean them up. Zhao Deshan nodded, not declining, knowing that his decision would naturally accommodate their modest request. After all, these were the fruits of their labor. Esteemed masters and comrades in security, these are the game you've hunted. Shen Yuru squeezed her way to the front of the crowd, feigning ignorance as she gazed upon the plump rabbits and vividly colored pheasants, swallowing hard. Zhao Deshan looked up and cheerfully called out, Comrade Yuru, if you have the time, could you gather a few comrades to assist with the processing? All right, I will find some people now. Shen Yuru promptly replied, a smile illuminating her round face. She had no fear of being asked to help. Rather, she worried about others not offering their assistance. After all, if she helped, perhaps they would share some meat with her. After a brief exchange, around 10 young female intellectuals eagerly rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward to help. A few of the young women, armed with small knives, attempted to take a rabbit for skinning, but Zhao Deshan intervened, merely lending them knives and directing them to gather firewood and boil water instead. These young women, only slightly older than his daughter, clearly lacked the know-how for skinning, and given the rarity of the rabbit pelts, it would be a shame if they were mishandled. Thus, he decisively enlisted the most experienced members of his team, Yu Jinjun and Lu Yong, for this task. The drivers, including Lao Wang and his crew, did not remain idle either. They joined in to help. With nothing else to do, Deng Haihua and the others followed to the riverbank. While Liang Zhenguo returned to the vehicle to retrieve his bag. Comrades in security, you are truly impressive. To have hunted so many wild pheasants and rabbits. By the riverbank. Shin Yuru received a skinned rabbit and swiftly washed it in the clear water. Noticing Deng Haihua washing his hands nearby, she recalled he was among the 4 who had gone hunting, and she sweetly complimented him. Showing no trace of the fierce demeanor she had displayed when confronting a group of male intellectuals earlier. Deng Haihua, slightly older than her, felt elated to receive praise, especially from a young and lovely girl, and a smile broke across his face. Yet, despite his pride, he humbly waved his hand, saying, "These game were not caught by me. I merely carried the things." Say, have you seen that young comrade with the satchel? Most of the game here has been bagged by him alone. He is the youngest, yet most formidable sharpshooter in our team, even in the army. Few could rival his prowess. Deng Haihua praised Liang Zhenguo, who was also approaching. His words were not an exaggeration. Out of the 25 game animals, 16 were shot by Liang Zhenguo, each bullet striking precisely in the head. Such remarkable achievements solidified his status as the top marksman in the steel mill's security department. Even Jin Daba was thoroughly impressed. Following Deng Haihua's gesture, Shin Yuru turned to see Liang Zhenguo, leisurely carrying his satchel. She was slightly taken aback. She certainly remembered him, as he had organized their rest the previous night. However, she did not expect the youngest among the guards to be so exceptionally skilled. Liang Zhenguo smiled and nodded at her as he walked over. Though he had been at a distance, his keen hearing had caught Deng Haihua's enthusiastic praise. He had grown accustomed to such compliments. As long as it wasn't a matter of confidentiality, he welcomed them. With many hands at work, the task was completed swiftly, and soon all 25 wild chickens and hares were neatly prepared. Unlike Liang Zhenguo's usual method, the young female educated youths diligently ensured not a drop of blood was wasted, carefully collecting it in bowls. They even fashioned simple skewers from twigs to string up the entrails, having heard they would be roasted for dinner, though they were uncertain if they would have a share. Captain Zhao, Master Wang, if there's nothing else, shall we head back now? Shin Yuru approached Zhao Deshun and Wang Jebi after the cleanup. A hint of hope colored her expression as she spoke. Wait a moment, Zhao Deshun replied, shaking his head. He had noticed the young girls eagerly gulping as they processed the wild chickens and hares. Their eager, expectant gazes were unmistakable. However, he had already made a decision. So he waved to Liang Zhenguo, who stood a short distance away. Zhenguo, come over here for a moment. What is it, Uncle Zhao? Liang Zhenguo inquired upon arriving. The situation is this. We need to keep moving, and we cannot process these animals on the road. Therefore, we shall keep 10 for ourselves and distribute the remaining 15 among the youths. What do you think? He had noted that most of the game had been shot by Liang Zhenguo, and since Jin Daba and Deng Haihua had entrusted him with the decision, he felt it appropriate to seek Liang Zhenguo's opinion. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Zhao, I have no objections, you decide. Although he knew Liang Zhenguo would not oppose, Zhao Deshun believed it prudent to ask. With a smile, Zhao Deshun patted Liang Zhenguo's shoulder and turned to the now visibly excited Shin Yuru. Comrade Yuru, you heard that, right? Take those 15 and distribute them as you see fit. Oh, and borrow a few pots from them for us to use. All right, thank you, Captain Zhao, and thank you, Comrade Zhenguo. Shin Yuru expressed her gratitude hurriedly. The fact that Zhao Deshun and the others were willing to share meat was a pleasant surprise to her, considering the game was primarily the result of others' efforts, and they had merely lent a helping hand. Initially, she had only hoped to assist and perhaps receive a small portion of meat, yet their generosity was astounding. 15 animals accounted for a significant share. Oh, and after you distribute, please bring those young ladies over. You all can join us for the meal. 2 of those 10 are set aside for you, Zhao Deshun added, indicating the remaining wild chickens and hares. The girls had mainly helped with skinning the hares, and they had taken the initiative to complete the rest of the work, thus deserving a better reward than those who merely observed. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chapter 237, A Touch of Talent. To think that lending a hand would result in such a reward. Shin Yuru felt immense gratitude. Captain Zhao was truly kind. Consequently, she began addressing him as Uncle Zhao. For even their own uncles had never been this generous. With only 10 girls assisting, that meant they would each receive a share of 1 animal, whereas the remaining 190 would have to divide the 15, equating to about 12 or 13 individuals per animal. Shin Yuru was quick with her calculations and recognized the disparity. While she was inherently kind-hearted and often helped others, she had no intention of sharing the 2 animals that rightfully belonged to them with the other educated youths. Everyone had their own motives, and this was the fruit of their collective labor. Go on, Hurry and fetch those pots, Zhao Deshun urged, waving his hand with a smile. Yes. Shun Yuru joyfully beckoned her fellow helpers, and together they carried the 15 pieces of game towards the group of educated youths who occasionally cast glances in their direction. Upon sharing the good news, cheers erupted from the crowd. They had thought they would only be left to watch the cooks and guards enjoy the feast, not realizing they too would partake. Instantly, their admiration for Zhao Deshun and the others soared. They soon learned that Shun Yuru and her companions would dine alongside the cooks and guards, and although some regretted not stepping forward to help earlier, they merely felt envious. Understanding that perhaps it was due to Shun Yuru's assistance that the cooks had decided to share the meat with them. After all, they had done nothing, yet were benefiting. What more could they desire? However, a few, like Su Weidong, harbored feelings of discontent, though he was clever enough not to voice them. How could he complain when he was receiving such kindness? If he did, he would surely become the target of scorn. Shun Yuru first sent a few individuals to deliver pots to Liang Zhenguo before carefully and fairly distributing the wild chickens and hares, ensuring that no one could find fault with her allocation. When she returned, the pots were already simmering with chicken soup, while 2 pots were boiling water containing the food rations given to the drivers and guards before leaving the city. It was evident that everyone would share this meal together. The rations were decent, comparable to those provided to the educated youths, albeit with slightly more bran, yet free from any undesirable items. Liang Zhenguo was also busy. His satchel appeared to be a treasure chest filled with various seasonings, resulting in the roasted hares before him being far more aromatic than those of others. Zhenguo, one would think you were off on a culinary adventure with all that you've packed. Old Wang chortled as he approached. Having seen Liang Zhenguo produce an array of spices. Old Wang, just wipe your mouth and wait to eat. Must you chatter so much? Liang Zhenguo teased, gesturing toward the corner of Wang's mouth. Old Wang instinctively wiped at his lips, only to realize Liang Zhenguo had tricked him. He hadn't drooled at all. Nonetheless, he chuckled, for he genuinely felt hungry. The oils and spices Liang Zhenguo had applied were indeed enticing. Zhenguo, lend us some when you're done, Yu Junjun, who was also roasting a hare, called out, drawn in by the delectable aroma. Sure, Liang Zhenguo replied. In less than 20 minutes, the roasted hares, chicken soup, and skewered entrails were ready, and everyone was salivating at the sight. Let us skip the divisions and just eat together, shall we? Zhao Deshun asked the others, signaling for Shun Yuru and her companions to join. Then let us eat together, no need to divide. The response received was affirmative. Shun Yuru and her companions would certainly not object, for they were the ones benefiting the most, having contributed neither grain nor any resources, yet partaking in all the meat. Consequently, as they settled down, aside from Shun Yuru's somewhat generous demeanor, the other 9 female comrades appeared slightly constrained. Sipping chicken soup delicately and nibbling on roasted rabbit with porridge, their lips involuntarily curling into satisfied smiles. Liang Zhenguo casually scooped a bowl of porridge, leaving the rest for others, as he had grown accustomed to white rice and plain flour, and held little appetite for this porridge. Comrade Liang, have you ever served in the military? I've heard from the older fellows that your marksmanship is quite remarkable. And I've seen those wild rabbits. Most were shot in the head, one of them remarked. With 2 pots of rice prepared, the 20-odd individuals were divided into 2 groups, with Shun Yuru seated 2 places away from Liang Zhenguo. As they dined, she inquired curiously, embodying the aura of a big sister, assisting the shy female comrades next to her in taking portions of roasted rabbit meat. Not just most. Those that weren't shot in the head were all my doing. Zhenguo hits his target every time, he replied. Moreover, he is not only adept at hunting, he has also dealt with bandits and enemy agents. Jean Debao, who was in the same group as Liang Zhenguo and Shun Yuru, took the opportunity to praise. Witnessing your skills on the training ground is one thing. Seeing your marksmanship in action makes me realize I need to practice for a few more years. Impressive indeed. Upon hearing this, the female comrades gazed at Liang Zhenguo with admiration, realizing he was not only skilled at hunting, but also a small hero who had achieved merit. Liang Zhenguo felt somewhat helpless, wondering how he had acquired yet another spokesperson. However, receiving praise in front of the female comrades was rather pleasant, as it enhanced his reputation. I haven't served in the military. I merely learned from the militia in our village. Perhaps I have a slight talent, he humbly stated. In the past, Uncle Zhao and the others praised my talents, but in your presence, I seem to lack any. Jean Debao shook his head. I hope this doesn't discourage the lad. Liang Zhenguo glanced at Jean Debao. Comrade Jean has hunted quite a number of game. That's impressive. I've heard of many hunters who aren't as skilled as you. Shun Yuru interjected aptly, causing Jean Debao's face to light up with a mixture of bashfulness and pride. Well, that's that. Liang Zhenguo quickly turned his head, thinking that if this fellow were sentimental, he wouldn't have grown so stout. Comrade Yuru, where exactly are you all headed? Liang Zhenguo gently inquired. On the way. Old Wang had merely mentioned they were headed towards Yin City in Lin Province, but the specifics were unknown to them. Naturally, Xin Yuro and her companions could not remain in the city. As educated youth, how could we possibly stay in the city? Xin Yuro pondered for a moment before shaking her head. We're not clear on the specifics either. Upon arriving in Yin City, we may have to follow their arrangements and be assigned to various rural areas nearby. Zhenguo, do you intend to escort them to their final work location? Teased comrade Liu Yang, who enjoyed playing matchmaker for his daughter, with a mischievous wink. The steering wheel is in Old Wang's hands. I have no say in the matter, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, aiming to alleviate Xin Yuro's embarrassment. He primarily wanted to ascertain whether the ultimate destination was near Changbai Mountain. If it were a bit far, he hoped to find an opportunity to suggest to Uncle Zhao to extend their stay for a couple of days, allowing him time to venture into the mountains. It would be a pity not to visit Changbai Mountain during this rare opportunity. Moreover, this time there were no time constraints, and Zhao Deshun would surely agree. Xin Yuro took a piece of the wild rabbit roasted by Liang Zhenguo, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at him, and remarked, "We'll find out once we arrive. The countryside there should be quite remote." Chapter 238, On the Road. To contribute to the construction of our nation. You are all good comrades, Zhao Deshun declared, handing a skewer of roasted chicken gizzards and intestines to Xin Yuro and her companions, sighing internally. Reluctant to delve deeper into this topic, he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for these young women who had ventured far to fill their stomachs. After all, the eldest among them was just in her early 20s. Noticing her companions' expressions of homesickness, Xin Yuro hastily changed the subject. Thankfully, we have several masters and comrades from the security team accompanying us on this journey. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to savor such delicious food. Once we reach Lin Province, our spirits will undoubtedly be invigorated. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Thus, we can consider it fulfilling the leadership's directive. Old Wang and Zhao Deshun laughed in unison. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and everything was consumed thoroughly, leaving no remnants. This evening, with the rare opportunity to prepare a hearty meal, and all the dishes being meat-based, Old Wang and the others naturally ensured ample provisions. While they were uncertain about whether the other educated youth were satisfied, Xin Yuro and her companions were thoroughly content. Although Old Wang and the other drivers worked hard, often having to run errands, their living conditions were undoubtedly superior to those of ordinary workers in the city. Moreover, the food was provided by the leadership on short notice, so they felt no reluctance in enjoying it. After finishing their meal, Xin Yuro and her companions took it upon themselves to seize Liang Zhenguo's and the others' food containers and empty pots, playfully laughing as they rushed to the riverside to wash them, giving them no chance to refuse. Liang Zhenguo and the others were not worried about the safety of these female comrades. The small river was shallow, barely reaching thigh-deep at most, and many people were washing up at this hour. By 8 o'clock that evening, Liang Zhenguo and Jean de Bayo, resembling dormitory supervisors, called the educated youth to retire for the night. Thanks to the earlier act of kindness in distributing meat, upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's words, the group instinctively followed the previous day's arrangements without needing Xin Yuro, the temporary leader, to intervene. The next morning, the convoy had a brief meal before setting off once more. After a night of ample rest, the convoy resumed the itinerary established on the first day. And due to last night's hearty meal, everyone tacitly skipped lunch. Other than addressing personal hygiene issues at midday, they did not stop until 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the convoy halted to rest. Liang Zhenguo awoke leisurely in the lead vehicle. Apart from using his mental acuity to observe the surroundings and occasionally bantering with Old Wang, he had mostly rested. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door and hopped out of the vehicle, stretching his limbs. As he twisted his neck, a series of light pops sounded, startling a nearby scrawny youth who thought he had broken his neck and promptly stepped back. Liang Zhenguo turned to see it was the same youth who had previously spotted him with a little sparrow, initially intending to greet him. He noticed the youth had recognized his face and hurriedly walked away, fearing he might utter something extraordinary. Although it was Liang Zhenguo's actions that had afforded them the opportunity to enjoy rabbit meat and chicken soup the previous night, the youth's apprehension stemmed from having witnessed something he shouldn't have. Liang Zhenguo chuckled and walked away, first munching on some pork jerky with steamed buns. And once he had filled his stomach, he found a tree to relieve himself. He hadn't eaten much last night, and with no food at noon, he was quite hungry. After satisfying his hunger and feeling light, he returned to the convoy, engaging in conversation with Deng Haihua while observing Old Wang and the others as they conducted a thorough vehicle inspection to prevent any significant issues that could disrupt the convoy's journey. As the leadership had not set a specific arrival time, but they could not afford to dawdle. Suddenly, Zhao Deshun shouted from the front of the lead vehicle, "You all carry on with your business. Don't mind us. We'll be leaving shortly and want to interfere with you." "What is going on?" Liang Zhenguo and his fellow guards, armed with their rifles, approached Zhao Deshan, noticing a gathering of women and children in the distance, seemingly intent on approaching their location. However, upon catching sight of the armed men and hearing Zhao Deshan's stern warnings, they halted in their tracks and turned back. A few young men, drawn by the commotion, also gathered around, and upon realizing that the group consisted solely of women and children, some muttered in confusion, "They must be villagers from nearby. Perhaps they've never seen such vehicles in this remote area and were merely curious." At that moment, Old Wang happened to pass by and overheard the remark. He explained, "When traveling, especially in secluded areas, it is prudent to minimize contact with strangers. After all, one can never truly gauge another's intentions. Our primary mission is to ensure your safe arrival, as safety is paramount." The surrounding educated youth nodded in understanding, their intellectual backgrounds allowing them to grasp Old Wang's underlying message. Yet, comprehension did not equate to concern. Su Weidong, who had previously been murmuring, scoffed dismissively. "They are merely defenseless women and children, posing no real threat. Must we escalate this to such a degree?" Though his voice was low, the silence around them allowed Old Wang and Liang Zhenguo to hear him clearly. In response to the dissent, Old Wang merely smiled, unfazed, choosing not to elaborate further. Those seasoned drivers and security personnel, including Zhao Deshan, possessed experiences far beyond the comprehension of these youths who had never ventured far from home. Zhao Deshan then interjected, "All right, everyone, let us board the vehicle. Let us push on for a stretch before we rest when night falls. With any luck, we should reach our destination by tomorrow afternoon." Given the presence of villagers nearby, it was best not to tarry too long. The group returned to their vehicles, and the convoy resumed its journey. By around 6:30 p.m., just as dusk began to settle, Old Wang and the others found a secluded spot away from the nearby villages for their overnight rest. Tonight's fare was considerably less sumptuous than the previous evening. Many of the educated youth merely set up pots to cook a porridge-like meal, sipping on hot water from their thermoses without any accompanying dishes. Zhao Deshan and his team fared slightly better, consuming a bit more. Liang Zhenguo partook in a modest meal as well. After surveying the surroundings, he noted the absence of any significant bodies of water nearby, which would have allowed him to showcase his fishing skills and perhaps provide a dish for Old Wang and the young people. However, fate had dictated otherwise, and he resigned himself to the circumstances. During the night watch, he teamed up with Niu Shan but soon found himself struck with stomach pains, necessitating a brief respite. In truth, he had indulged in a little feast in his personal space, filling himself before amusing the ornamental birds he kept in his agricultural haven, before rejoining the convoy, dutifully maintaining his watch. The following day commenced early, with the vehicle led by the boisterous driver, as Zhao Deshan was most familiar with the forthcoming route. Initially, it seemed the day would pass without incident, but unforeseen complications arose along the way. Chapter 239, The Woman Who Fainted on the Road. After a simple breakfast, the convoy passed through the territory of Spring City by midday, and later refueled and replenished their drinking water in a nearby county town. "Old Wang, why didn't we stock up in Spring City?" Liang Zhenguo inquired, tossing a couple of fried peanuts into his mouth, having fortuitously purchased them from an elderly vendor while others were buying provisions. He had initially considered acquiring some uncooked peanuts to cultivate in his space for future use, along with the ability to press his own peanut oil, but alas, the old man had none available, as his supply was far from the county town, and Liang Zhenguo lacked the time to wait. While Spring City is superior to this small county, managing such a large group there would be a hassle. "So I opted out," Old Wang replied, shaking his head. Given the chance, he would relish a meal at a nice restaurant in Spring City. Yet they were on a mission. A large contingent of people arriving in Spring City would undoubtedly attract attention, and he had little inclination to deal with the local authorities, considering it a waste of time. One must often present oneself before the leaders to ascend the ranks. After all, Liang Zhenguo chuckled. Old Wang's dark visage contorted into a look of disdain, as he retorted, "You're quite young to grasp such concepts. I have no desire to be any so-called leader. It's exhausting. Besides, I can hardly read. My speech isn't particularly refined, and I am ill-suited for the responsibilities of leadership." In his view, being a leader required navigating intricate interpersonal dynamics, which he found daunting, far more exhausting than his role as a peripatetic driver. The two continued their light-hearted banter throughout the afternoon until, as dusk approached, the vehicle in front began to decelerate abruptly, prompting Old Wang to follow suit until the convoy came to a complete halt. "Is there another issue with the vehicle?" Old Wang wondered aloud as he turned off the engine. Meanwhile, Liang Zhenguo employed his mental acuity, discovering a woman curled up on the narrow road ahead, mere meters from where the lead vehicle had stopped. Fortunately, as twilight descended, Dezue had already activated the headlights. Otherwise, her frail form would have been nearly invisible in the dim light, and the consequences could have been tragic. Following Old Wang, Liang Zhenguo exited the vehicle, joined by the young men from the front car, who voiced their bewilderment at the sudden halt, clearly caught off guard by the abrupt stop. Upon reaching the scene, they found a crowd had already gathered. Old Zhao, what is the situation with this woman? Old Wang inquired, furrowing his brow as he observed her motionless figure on the ground. I'm not sure. Thankfully, Brother Dezue has sharp eyes, or we would have run her over. Zhao Deshun replied, a hint of apprehension in his tone. The woman lay still, her fate uncertain. Had their vehicle rolled over her, it would have been a tragedy beyond measure. Let me take a look. Old Wang hesitated briefly, not wishing to complicate matters, yet recognizing that they could not leave her lying in the middle of the road. Thus, he approached to ascertain whether she still drew breath. Liang Zhenguo had already assessed her with his mental faculties. Despite her frailty, she still exhibited signs of life. Consequently, Old Wang called out to the onlookers, she is alive. Is there anyone here with medical knowledge? I have some basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. A female comrade stepped forward, her hands somewhat clumsy as she examined the woman. Confirming that she did not appear to have any serious issues, she instructed someone to provide her with a bit of warm water. After a few moments of tender care, the woman stirred and gradually regained consciousness. Liang Zhenguo took a closer look. She was of average appearance, perhaps in her 30s or 40s, though her haggard complexion and darkened skin made her appear older. Her gray, coarse clothing was riddled with patches, and in her disheveled state, her exposed skin bore signs of bruising. As she awoke, slightly disoriented, she drank a few sips of hot water, while some kind-hearted female comrades offered her a portion of their provisions. Once she gathered her composure and noticed the crowd surrounding her, she grew flustered and attempted to rise, one hand propping herself up while the other clutched her clothing tightly. Yet her weakness rendered her incapable of standing unaided, necessitating the support of the other women. Perceiving her anxiety, the female comrades quickly reassured her. Comrade, we mean you no harm. You fainted on the road. They each recounted the events that had transpired, and perhaps due to their shared camaraderie, the woman's distress soon abated. Realizing she had been rescued, she finally managed to utter her thanks. Thank you all. Her voice was somewhat hoarse and deep. Ever since the woman awoke, Old Wang had been observing her, detecting no anomalies. Yet he seemed to have undergone some sort of emotional upheaval. As the woman began to speak, he gently replied, no need for thanks. However, we must continue our journey. You can make your way back alone, can't you? Although he had perceived nothing amiss, the sudden appearance of a stranger in the desolate wilderness rendered him somewhat cautious. Thus, now that she appeared to be unharmed, he resolved to direct the caravan a little farther away before pausing for a break. That is fine, thank you all. The woman nodded in gratitude. Our village is less than 2 miles from here. I can manage to walk back on my own. With that, she bent slightly towards the group and limped away, veering towards a nearby fork in the road. Masters, she has injured her foot, and the village isn't far. Wouldn't it be all right for us to escort her? It won't take long, remarked one of the passengers from the vehicles behind. Liang Zhenguo glanced back, slightly taken aback, for it was Su Weidong who had spoken, explaining the familiarity of his voice. Observing the righteous expression on his face, he wondered if Su was genuinely moved by compassion. Upon hearing Su Weidong's words, many nodded in agreement. Old Wang and Zhao Deshun exchanged glances at the back where Su Weidong stood. They were not heartless, yet they preferred to avoid unnecessary complications in unfamiliar territory. Witnessing the fervor of the younger individuals, Old Wang turned to the woman, who had only taken a few steps away, and inquired, Comrade, how did you sustain that injury? At his question, the woman's eyes reddened, and her lips moved as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. Finally, she spoke softly, I went to the nearby town today to exchange for some food, and I was targeted by thugs from the town. Not only was my food robbed, but one of them also assaulted me, and that is how I injured my foot. Her words were fragmented, yet conveyed her plight with clarity. Consequently, the faces of the crowd were suffused with anger, particularly among the women, who were filled with indignation and sympathy for her plight. What a pack of beasts! To rob a vulnerable woman, and to resort to violence. How despicable that individual is. A few women with more impetuous natures immediately began to curse. But mindful of the woman's presence, they refrained from uttering anything too harsh that might cause her embarrassment. The woman lowered her head, tears streaming from her reddened eyes.